Hello and welcome everyone to Eternal Weekend EU Vintage Champs. My name is Sam Dams and aka Fenris Cloud, and next to me is Andreas Peterson, aka Eco Baronen. Names on the bottom are a bit switched up. We'll get that adjusted soon. But for us Eternal players, this is the event we have been looking forward to the entire year. Andreas, how are you feeling?
Oh, I mean, when you set it up, when you say it like that, I feel pretty darn good, I must say. One of the highlights of the year. We even get to travel to Italy,
Exactly.
hang out with all the people we love, get to play the cardboard we love, and in our case, talk about it and
Exactly.
bring you guys the entertainment.
And we've even played a bit yesterday,
Yeah,
right? We
yeah,
were able
true.
to play in team trios.
Yeah,
Lovely stuff, lovely stuff. Let's dive into the casters that we have for you this weekend. We shall pop that up on screen in just a second. So we have a great team for you. So of course, we've already introduced ourselves. Sam is me, and we have Andreas, and we have some other great casters for you as well. We have Julian Narb, who's also joining us, and Callum Smith, who's also joining. We will be swapping around. You can see them here at It's Julian and, of course, at CJBS Blue Sky Social. So we will be rotating and entertaining you this entire weekend.
yeah, and look at those smiles. That says everything, right? We're
Exactly.
here to have a great time, especially the guy on the right. I'm sure that's like it's
He's
like,
having a blast,
oh
right?
yeah,
He's having a blast.
he's having a blast.
Exactly. And of course, we have a lot of people working behind the scenes for us. We have the production team. We want to give a quick shout out to them as well. We shall pop that on the screen too. There's a lot of people here who are just doing the best we can. Now, of course, this is all live, right,
Yep.
Andreas? So there might be some stuff that goes wrong. That
Yeah.
happens, right?
And
But
the inevitable imperfect show, but I'm sure you can all appreciate that. Yeah, we just wanted to mention the unsung heroes of these tournaments, and look at these guys. We of course have the boss man Will Hall pulling all the strings, and then
mm,
the Spaniards here doing God's work on the buttons. Of course, the Impact Returns guys, Inigo and David. So they will be the voices in our ears and guide us through the weekend.
and we will be taking as much care of you as we can throughout the weekend. Okay, let's dive into the weekend schedule for you. So, of course, today we have vintage, right? Andreas, what do you think?
Vintage is the format, funnily enough, the first format I ever played. So it has a very, very special place in my heart. So
It's the first format you played.
yeah, it
I
is.
didn't even know
Yeah,
that,
yeah, yeah. I was
Andreas.
saving up money to buy my Moxon and stuff like that as a
And you
basically a
thought
teenager.
saving up money to buy Moxon first is the best idea. I mean,
That it worked for me, and look where I am today.
awesome.
So let's have a look at this schedule again once more. So today we have the Vintage Championship with our Swiss plus top eight, and then for the remainder of the weekend we have the Legacy Championship over 2 days on Saturday and Sunday. So if you like old cardboard and nostalgia and high level strategy, this is exactly where you need to be for the whole weekend.
hmm Interesting to know, as today we have 232 players for vintage, which means we'll be playing 9 rounds of Swiss and top 8. So, Andreas, I hope you are well set up for today, because we will have a very long day ahead of
Yeah,
us. But that's exciting, right? An all
it's
day of commentating,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
going to
yeah,
be great.
yeah, exactly. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, that's for the schedule, and we will now dive into the prizes for vintage. So, of course, as always, when you have a tournament, you have sweet prizes, right? What are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, so maybe I need the prices on the screen and then I'll highlight my favorite part of it. But yeah, look at this. So we of course have the really, really sought after promos, foil copies of Trinisphere for top 8 competitors and a non-foil one for top 32 competitors. Then we have these awesome prize ticks, which can be used for anything here, even the food and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
that's
So
cool, right?
that's a quite a nice upgrade. The top 8 playmat, kind of a trophy in itself, right? And of course the championship trophy. We discussed a little bit off air about what's the most important. It's
hmm
certainly
hmm
those unique things that, oh, where did you get that? Oh yeah, let me tell you a story about Italy in the fall of 2025. So
Yeah.
yeah.
This is why I love that we even have prizes for top 32,
Yep.
which is amazing. I love this edition that now if you are not making top 8, you can still contend right until the
Yep.
end. Like, even if you're 32nd, you still have that sweet promo, which is awesome. Do you have a promo card, Andreas?
I don't have any promo cards, unfortunately. I
Not
would I
yet.
would love to.
Not
It's
yet.
tough to win one from
Yeah,
the
it
booth
is.
here, though.
Yeah, yeah. Not for us this year,
Yep.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we have prizes, Andreas, but we all know what's really at stake this year. That's, of course, the bingo card, right?
Oh yeah.
So, Andreas, you and I came up with a bingo card for usage throughout the weekend. The idea was, can we think of some stuff that might happen but
Yeah.
is unlikely to happen? And the idea is, how much of these are we going to be able to get throughout the weekend? I'm seeing a couple of unknown card names in there. We shall get that fixed throughout the day. Um, How many do you think we will be able to check?
Out of these, let's see, is it 20 or 16? Let's see,
Mhm.
5 times 4.
Yeah,
Yeah, out
let's
of
be
these
clear, this
20,
is both vintage and
yeah,
legacy.
this is going to be relevant in both vintage and legacy. Do you know what? I'm going to aim a little higher. I think we can actually nail half of these.
Half of these.
Yeah.
Okay, nice, nice. Let's see. You know, it's funny to me. We actually didn't see each other's ideas, and both of us said, okay. So I said we're going to be seeing a hardcast Atraxa, and you said hardcast Chancellor of the Annex,
Yeah.
and we actually said both of us in vintage,
Yeah.
which is funny. Legacy, no, that's not going to happen. But in vintage,
Yep.
for sure.
Vintage very well might. Both the Oath of Druids deck, the Mono White Initiative, very capable of drawing Black Lotus at an opportune time and hardcast those big creatures.
Exactly. So we will be keeping track of this throughout the weekend. Chat, let us know what you think, how many of these we will be able to check throughout the weekend. I'm curious. Maybe you should have had a prize for this if you guess correctly. Now, unfortunately, it's just all for fun and games.
Yeah, but that's enough for me.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go back to the booth just for a second. So, in general, I think we are up for a very, very inciting weekend. You know, us Eternal Gamers, we don't get to play that many tournaments, and this is
Right.
for us the weekend of the year. And we had a big shakeup in Legacy as well, so we don't know what's coming. So. Very interesting stuff, and I think we are all set up for round number 1. So let's dive into the deck list for today.
Yeah, let's see what the players brought to the table. The Super Bowl of the year, I guess you can call it, for a lot of players here, and it's always exciting to see what their favorite weapon of choice is when it comes to the vintage deck list. Trying to get the job done here today in a field of sharks. So first deck list coming up here, it's the Mono Black Evoke deck that did very well at Eternal Weekend US. The strategy is essentially trying to pick apart its opponent's strategy and get over the finish line with cards like Doughty Voidwalker, maybe a reanimated Troll of Khazad Doom, and Legacy All-Stars Barrogoyf and Orcus Bowmasters. And of course, a happy return here. Happy to see the Grief again. And we even have the avatar, the Tutu that I forgot the name of here, as kind of
Yeah.
a hate bear that's punishing these strategy that's trying to spit out spell after spell. So pretty cool deck.
I played against this yesterday. I was on Luris PO, and that card just completely
Yeah.
destroyed me. I even had a Force Will in my hand, and I just, nah, how powerful is this? And I can tell you, that was very, very wrong. What's interesting to me, Andreas, is that this deck does not play any power, but this is still a very, very good meta choice, right?
It sure is. This deck is basically created to turn off the other decks. You see the sideboarded Null Rods, Doughty Voidwalker messing with graveyards, and just, cards like Chalice of the Void just being annoying if you're bringing all your powerful jewelry, right? And then somebody goes playing Chalice of the Void for 0, then the fun is only on one side of the table. So this deck is basically designed to handle the format. And yeah, let's see if it succeeds at that.
Excellent. So we will see if Michaela is able to take it down. Let's see the other deck list here. If I'm correct, the other deck list here is Esper Luris. We'll get that on screen in just a second. Now, Luris, of course, a staple by now with Vintage. I think that's safe to say. Walk us through this here.
Yeah, so it actually looks like he's up against Fleshraker Shops. If this is the correct deck list, Fleshraker Shops, a colorless deck that's trying to combine Glaring Fleshraker with a couple of Sensei's Divining Tops for the kill, but it can also grind quite well with cards like Scrawling Crawler, punishing draws on the sides of the opponent. One of my favorite cards in this deck is the Talon Gates of Madara, which can, phase out an annoying creature like Archon of Emeria, Collector Oof, and stuff like that. So it's just a clever deck building, and yeah, this is going to be an aggressive deck. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how it matches up against the mono black deck.
Yeah, for sure. This deck cannot play Luris, so definitely incorrect information for me. Who do you think is favored in this matchup?
Ooh, this is a tough one. I will just say all of these jewelry, though they look so powerful, I think they can get over the finish line against the mono black deck.
Okay, awesome. I think the players are ready, and we are going to be able to dive into the game. So we get that set up right here. In which seat would you want to be sitting?
I want to be on the side of the Fleshraker Shops deck. That's where I want to be. I want to cast powerful spells early and often, and yeah, try and get over the finish line with some Fleshraker triggers.
Nice. Have you played it before?
I have, yeah. It's not my favorite vintage deck, but I surely have played it, and I like the strategy for when it's a lot of like tap out, play a lot on your own turn. Oh, we're already on the way here, so take it away, Sam.
Okay, let's see here. Offer the Ancient Tomb and immediately some jewelry on the table. Turn 1 Tezzeret.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, that's starting off with a banger, right? And looks
for
like it
sure.
evolves.
And now there's already this information game because David does not know what he's up against, right? So in the dark, with no lures revealed, minusing here to go get a Chalice of the Void on the play is like very, very bread and butter vintage play, right? So essentially with Tezzeret, you're up to 5 copies of Chalice of the Void. So I would imagine this is going to be the play in the dark, but let's see if I'm right about that.
Is Chalice a good play against mono black? Because of course they don't know what they're up against, right?
Yep.
So do you think it's going to be powerful, or is just not going to be that?
It's going to be a little bit of a miss here, to be honest. So because we're working with imperfect information with regards to deck lists. So right now for David, he's thinking about Dredge. He's thinking about Mono White Initiative. He's thinking about Jewel Shops. And then you just have to take a little bit of a gamble here.
You are correct. Excellent. Just Chalice on 0. Another thing that just completely destroyed me yesterday. So it's a good play for sure. Now you go back to the scam player. Let's see what they have. You can see them thinking, is there a reason why you would pretend to still be playing jewelry, or is that just no longer in the equation?
I think with this hand, it simply is revealed with the first land drop. But yeah, there maybe could be some case. The thing is, if you have to pretend to be another deck, then you're not advancing your game state turn 1. And I think that would be too big of a punishment here. But I like your curiosity on the matter, because especially with Lurrus in the mix in Vintage, you oftentimes get to pretend to be a deck you're not, right? So I like it a lot. Let's see if it comes up later.
Exactly. Fetch to 19, and we play a Swarm. So I guess we all know what's going on here right now. So I did see a Dark Ritual in hand for Michele, so we could potentially see a turn or 3 mana for them as well on turn 1. What do you think a good follow is if we had 3 mana with a Dark Ritual?
Yeah, so in this case, you know you're up against Fleshraker Shops already because you saw the Chalice. The Chalice will not be in a, like, let's say, Coveted Jewel deck. So you know there's no Force Will in the mix. So I guess you want to pressure that Tezzeret before it kind of runs away with the game.
I think I saw a Baragoyf, but looks like they're going for the card name. I'm blanking on the card name here.
Yeah,
It's a new one
me
from
too.
Avatar.
We should have done our homework a little bit better here.
Maybe we can get that on screen. We'll see if that's an option here.
So it's a 2/2 legendary first striker that when the opponent plays a non-creature spell, they lose 2 life, I believe. So that's good against a deck that's trying to play Glaring Fleshraker and Sensei's Divining Top over and over. So just shows a little bit of matchup knowledge here from Michele.
Indeed. Ancient Tomb here.
Oh, now we see a combo, Sam.
Yeah. Can you explain this to us?
Yeah, so Time Vault enters tapped, but when you untap it, you skip your next turn. But when you tap it, you get an additional turn. So now Tezzeret and Time Vault are going to combine for infinite turns on the side of Javier or David. I'm not exactly sure about the first name. Oh yeah, there she is.
There we go.
The Scornful Striker is on the board. I was going to say that's the only, let's say, unknown here is that we cannot just cast 10 spells without winning.
I was about to say that this should be a combo, right? But with the Mai on the battlefield, that's actually not guaranteed because you can't just go infinite because you will take a lot of damage here.
Right.
So how does David need to navigate this?
Yeah, so basically any creature will do the job because that will force a jump block inevitably, right? So finding a creature that could be a Fleshraker, it could be the Scrawling Crawler, could be an Urza Saga, and then we should be golden on the side of the Raker Shops deck.
We also saw a Pithing Needle enter the battlefield. Like, what are we naming in this matchup?
Yeah, great question here. In a game that's going to actually last more turns, we're going to name something like Wasteland. That protects our Mishra's Workshop or Urza Saga, Tolarian Academy, that kind of deal. But in general, Needle is not the best in this matchup.
No, I imagine, which is why I'm asking. Like, I think that's a card that maybe we take out after sideboarding, or is that not something that you want to be doing?
I would want to look at the full 75 to get a better picture of that, but it's for sure on my short list.
Okay, so it looks like we are thinking here for a bit. While players are cracking off, I think there's a bit of a discussion, like what's happening.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on here, as we can see. Maybe some life loss that were missed potentially.
Yeah.
But regardless, there's a lot going on, so we need to keep track of things here. If we can get Tezzeret on the screen here, because they recently new card.
Yeah, Tezzeret Cruel Captain.
Yeah, maybe we can just see what abilities that it all has, because right now we minused, but I could see some other options being chosen. Or is that just always something that you do in this match?
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. So first of all, in order to combo with Time Bolt, we need to zero it. And I think I saw that happen. So I'm not sure how it lost a loyalty, because the Chalice put it back to 2 loyalty. So I'd be pretty interested in that. Maybe that was a mistrigger. That is something you can do, right? Put a counter on it. So with Tezzeret here, it's mainly a toolbox card that lets you search up your second copy of Sensei's Divining Top, so you can win on the spot with Fleshraker. In this situation, on the play, you search up Chalice of the Void, and you have a Needle in your deck, so a little bit of toolbox going on here.
For sure. Let's see. 3 mana. Ooh, talk to us about this one. I
Yeah,
have also been losing a lot to this card,
the
Andreas.
the Scrawling Crawler is a card that tries to disrupt the opponent's plan a little bit. You cast Ancestral Recall, you get a punishment. You cast Paradoxical Outcome, you get a punishment. And this card is just a solid aggressive piece that that makes the deck a little bit more well-rounded than simply just a combo deck. Now it's also a reasonable aggro deck.
And you talked about we now do have a threat, so we can start attacking, right? So is this going to be something that you actually want to block because it's quote unquote only 3 damage, but still you might have to, right?
Yeah, the thing is, there's should be infinite turns going here in this game at hand. So I would just imagine that this is all it takes. That now it's just a matter of attacking enough times and getting the job done. But there must be something we're missing here with us having no audio and the turn actually getting passed here. Okay.
This is interesting. So people are the players are talking here. Looks like they are just clearing stuff out. Remember, this is Paper Magic. In Paper Magic, we have triggers that might be missed, but we have judges at the table taking care of these things. Trust me, I've missed triggers myself. I think we all
it's
have.
very, very,
It is-
especially round one
difficult.
Eternal Weekend. Hey, you got a feature match.
Exactly.
Here's
These
the bright
players might be
lights.
stressed.
We have experts like Sam Dams in the booth, and
Yeah.
that's a nerve-wracking thing.
Yeah, it is. It is. Have you seen the RC in Antwerp? They actually had a heart rate monitor. It was hilarious. If we
Oh,
had it
wow.
here, it would be amazing. It would be. What do you think the heart rates of these players would be right now?
Oh, these guys, we would have to call the
Call the
ambulance.
ambulance, yeah, indeed. Right, Wasteland being played here. Do you think we want to crack this, or do we keep it to have some?
Yeah,
mana
so let's
available?
see. Last turn, David missed a land drop, so that could be some smelling a little bit of blood in the water here.
Dark Ritual. I assume we're just gonna play the Baragoyf.
I actually saw a better play here. I think
Okay.
we're going to see Demonic Tutor cast. We're
Ooh,
not. Maybe
okay.
the Null Rats are only in the sideboard, because I was thinking about if Null Rats were in the main deck,
You could get that right.
Demonic Tutor
Yeah,
Null
for
Rod
sure.
shut down the whole, combo on the other side of the table.
Okay.
But I guess we saw the deck list and it was 0 Null Rods in the main,
Mm-hmm.
3 in the sideboard, if I
We do
remember
have the
correctly.
Baragoyf. So now we have done this. Do we want to play the Wasteland? Or do we want to use it or still keep it? We still have the tutor in hand, of course, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one because how does this game? I'm trying to understand why this game is still going here. So we have infinite turns on the side of David. So let's just So this could be anything from I'm missing something, he's missing something. He just borrowed the deck this morning.
I was about to say, like, same as me, I borrowed an entire vintage deck yesterday.
Yeah.
I can guarantee that I made mistakes. And this is round bound. Maybe these players are not yet as well versed with these decks and they don't realize how the infinite combo works. Like, for instance, I had to ask you how it works.
Yeah.
So I can imagine that this happens. Okay, we are seeing Soul Guide Lantern here, tapping, or not tapping, but we get a counter on Tezzeret. I can imagine just want to fire off as much artifacts as you can here with the workshop, right?
Yeah, right. That mana can only be spent to cast artifacts, so you want to cash that in. Also, you save hopefully you save some life total here. The Ancient Tomb could hurt quite a bit. And maybe the Mai on the other side of the table is stressing out David a little bit here.
Yeah, it's possible. Right. Okay, 3 mana. Another one.
Another crawler.
Nice. Tezzeret ticking up. Minus.
And here's another search.
So now we are searching. What do you want to search?
Well, I will guess that Manifold Key is going to be the target here, and we get the job done the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. Okay, nice. So explain us here, Andreas, what do you think is going to happen in the rest of this game now?
Yeah, so Manifold Key will, it costs 2 life from Ancient Tomb, costs 2 life from the opposing Mai, but now it's going to untap the Time Vault and make sure that the Fleshraker player has infinite turns, and then it's just a matter of finding a board state where the Baragoyf is dominated, and then start attacking. So I think we're heading towards the inevitable here.
Yeah, looks like that's happening. We're getting close to 4 life, that's we're getting
Yeah,
getting pretty low, so I can imagine that it's getting a bit scary.
Yeah,
Even though
certainly.
you should have the game, I would be stressing right now, right?
uh-huh.
The heart
Yeah,
rate
yeah.
monitor would be up.
I love the player cams here. I was just
Yeah.
in the feature match area. It's just beautiful. Like it's just 4 small cameras,
Yeah.
and it just works and gives an even better experience here for
Mhm.
coverage.
Yeah, indeed. You can see the people just walking around as well in the backside there. People just enjoying the stream. This is all good stuff. This is why I like being here physically,
Oh yeah.
because we've also watched some games already, right? Walking through the room, that's always it feels really, really nice. Um, but I imagine here people are just well, the players are clearing out what they are going to do. And if you are here in Mikele's shoes, do you just concede or do you let them play it out?
Well, depending with the way this game has been playing out, I'm seeing it through. Let me put
Yeah,
it that way.
yeah,
You never know what's going to happen here. My
yeah.
opponent's down to 4 life, and I still have my legendary creature in play. That's punishing every non-creature play that my opponent makes. So, yeah, let's why not?
You never know, right? Okay, and now it's
Okay,
time to back it up. Yeah,
he's
we were just waiting here for what's
Michaela
going
has
to be.
seen enough here. The Fleshraker deck picks up game number 1.
All
I
right.
think they made it a little bit harder than it was supposed to be, but getting some showtime, get while your wife tunes into the stream and
Yeah,
has time to do that
exactly.
at home. I think that was a calculated
All
move
right.
here.
Let's dive into sideboarding. Okay, what do you think we do as the mono black player? What do we sideboard here? And which one?
Yeah, so let's see. We have 3 copies of Null Rod. Those are going to be amazing. And then I want to think really hard about the Mind Break traps as well, because that Fleshraker deck can have very powerful turns. Imagine Mox land and then a powerful play, and you have all of a sudden just a 1-for-1, very very nice bomb catcher here in Mind Break traps. Let's look at the main deck, because now that's the important question, right?
Yeah, what do you take out?
What do we take out?
That's the difficult part.
Because we will be diluting our deck a little bit here. I think we still want our removal spells. The Doughty Voidwalkers don't do that much. The Fleshraker Shops deck does not need its graveyard in particular, so you kind of save those for your Dredge matchups, your Lurrus matchups, and stuff like that. So I could see those being trims, and then Baragorf is something I'm thinking about, because usually that card is not going to get there, and the Shops deck can kind of work around it. So I would have guessed a combination of those two to come out, and then Null Rods for sure, and then maybe Mind Break Trap come in.
Okay, makes sense to me. And let's look at the other deck list. So if you're the shops player, what are you looking at there?
Yeah, so in general, that deck really wants to keep its core intact, because it's kind of a synergy deck. So against mono black, you can consider some Dismembers. I think that's a pretty good shout. You know, fast reanimated trolls or annoying bowmasters you can get rid of, because remember, we need sometimes 2 Sensei's Divining Tops to go infinite with Fleshraker, and that draws a card over and over. So killing a bowmasters could be vital. So I'm looking at very small adjustments, like cut your Vexing Bauble because you're on the draw. You can consider cutting Karn, and then fit some Dismembers. I think we're going to see very low sideboarding here.
A question I have for you, Andres, is I only see a single Microsynth Lattice in the sideboard, but only in the main deck, there's only one Khan, the
Yeah,
Great Creator.
yeah.
Talk to me about that. I think that's an interesting choice.
It is. So Karn the Great Creator restricted in Vintage, first of all. That's
Mhm.
pretty important point. And then there's how much do you want to dilute your sideboard with, Karn targets? Because, Masticore you sideboard in, Cage you sideboard in, but Lattice you never sideboard in. That's only a Karn
Exactly, yeah.
target. So I think it's a pretty tough decision. I've played a lot of Karn decks where I have not played it. So I guess it depends on how much space you think you have when you're building your deck. But I could easily see that card being cuttable for something, let's say more clutch, in case you need like the second portable hole or whatever the case may be.
All right, this player did decide to keep it. I think we are ready for game 2 here, so let's dive in. I'm curious to see if we will now get a very explosive start on a mono black deck. Like, what's the ideal start for the mono black player against this opponent?
Yeah, I think against more or less any opponent, you want to have Grief, Black Card, Land, Reanimate in your opener. But now after sideboard, you have a bit more threat density because of those Null Rods. So even just something like Dark Ritual, Thoughtseize Null Rod would be amazing. So lots of good draws, and Dark Ritual is part of a lot of them.
Okay, great. So we are starting off with a Dark Ritual. I mean, that's what we do. We try to play unfair. And off with the Null Rod, that resolves. Okay, and we also have a cycling here for the Troll. Wow, that's a powerful start, right?
It sure is. If you play turn 1 Null Rod against the deck with the full amount of jewelry, 4 Sensei's Divining Top, 4 One Rings, like you're off to a great start, right?
Mhm. And now, when you're in the shoes of the shops player, what do you want to do against this Null Rod? Is how do you get rid of this?
Yeah, so I think the fast answer is you wait a minute. Was this
Was that a concession? Is this just over? Wow. I mean,
So
we
I
didn't miss anything, right? I think
so
they just can immediately immediately scooped.
that is a powerful card. 2 mana
Yeah,
win the game.
yeah,
I so the
nice.
way to beat that card is draw some more lands, like just Mishra's Workshop into Scrawling Crawler, and you're fine, right? Then you start playing the game. So I think, yeah, very premature concession. The length of the both of these games have been a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah,
Let me
exactly.
we're
Yeah.
getting caught off guard
Yeah.
twice here.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I think that is that the power level of sideboard cards. Like
Yeah.
if you find them, you have them turn one, just immediately swap the matchup around, and you just see that here. Quick question: do you think we change anything for game three, or do you think these players will just
So
continue playing the way
there's the
they
dynamic
have?
of Vexing Bauble in Vintage, where that changes from a great card to a terrible card based on play draw. So just imagine you play against Grief, you really want it on the play and really don't want it on the draw. So
Mhm.
I expect the Raker Shops player to bring in Vexing Bauble here because it's part of the nut draws that you're trying to guard against essentially.
Yeah, okay. That seems good. We did see some sideboarding, but maybe if we can get these, we can go back to the booth here. We can quickly talk about sideboarding a bit more. I did see these players swapping around a couple of cards.
Yeah.
Do you think we will see a longer game, or
Yeah,
can we
I
expect
mean,
the same for game three?
let's hope so. I want a little bit of back and forth. That would be ideal.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's they did swap a little bit, and that's pretty cool dynamic. We know from other formats like Legacy, the classic days on the you want it on the play, on the draw, it's less, reliable. Vintage has some of that same stuff, especially with cards like Chalice and Vexing Baubles. So yeah, let's see what game three will bring us here.
All right, players are ready for game three, so let's dive in. Looks like we are seeing mulligans. Looks to me like we have the mono black player taking a mulligan. All right, great start here. That's what you want to see, right? We have. Go ahead, Andreas, take it away. What are we seeing here?
Yeah, so Mishra's Workshop into Grim Monolith is 4 mana on turn 1. So one floating here from the Mishra's Workshop. Tezzeret can untap the Monolith. If you need mana, it's a good one. Then you can go to 7 mana if you want to. So pretty sweet turn 1 here.
Yeah, looks like it. So my guess would be if you had the One Ring, because we did have 4 mana. So my guess is they don't have it because I would always play the One Ring. Am I wrong there in this deck?
So playing out the One Ring first is good, but it's mainly just Tezzeret is a free roll, right? Because it untaps a 3 mana Monolith. So I could see getting Tezzeret in there first.
Yeah. Well, and this is exactly if they this is 4 mana too. So if we could just do everything here.
Cer-
Powerful plays here, turn one.
Yes, absolutely. Mystic Forge and Sensei's Divining Top, a very, very look at this clutch
That's
mental,
nice. That's nice.
very
Always something.
clutch mental misstep here. So Mystic Forge, a restricted card in Vintage, which might not be logical for everybody who hasn't followed Vintage closely. That card was tearing up Vintage with as a 4 of alongside Karn the Great Creator at some point in the same deck. So this card could probably be unrestricted. I don't think it's that great, but
Okay.
it used to be restricted. Sorry, it used to be unrestricted, and now we don't see it as often. So pretty cool to see it here.
Maybe we can quickly pop Mystic Forge on screen here. So if you are looking at the shops deck, right, what do we want to do in this situation?
Yeah, so with Sensei's Divining Top, now all of a sudden you just get to draw a card per mana because you can keep replaying the top from the top of your deck and draw, right? So now it's just a mana issue. How deep in the deck you can go. And you also know there's a threat of turn 1 Null Rod on the other side of the table. So you really want to step on the gas here as we see Mystic Forge on the screen. Maybe a sign of things to come when it comes to the legacy portion of this weekend.
For sure. We will see that card again, I'm sure. This looks to me like a very, very rough start for the mono black player. How do we get out of this situation?
Yeah,
Apart if we don't have Null Rod.
yeah, let's see how this turn ends. I think that's my that's the first thing I'm gonna say. If we are quote unquote just putting cards on the table that don't attack the opponent and it's just only card advantage in quotation marks, then I think we can work around it by building a big board. But
Wave
it's gonna
Stance,
be a
not
tough
bad.
one. No, it's not bad, but it's also highly unlikely it's to be sufficient
Enough, yeah.
because Tezzeret untapping the Monolith makes mana a non-issue. You have Sensei's Divining Top, so for each mana, you just draw a card. You can, play zeros from the top of your deck like there's no tomorrow. So, yeah, I think this turn is going to be super powerful.
Yeah, I imagine. And what's really is there a way how the vid could finish from this point, or is that too difficult?
I think two glaring, like if you can get a glaring Fleshraker going, then let's see, with one top, every time you play the top, you get a mana. I think you plow through your deck then. I think Mystic Forge, Glaring Fleshraker, and one top is going to be lethal.
Okay, cool. So it's possible that it happens just one wasteland from the mono black player, and that's it. So if we have the Tezzeret here, do you ever ultimate?
I have done it a few times, but those games have been a little bit weird, I must say. It's like when you draw a million mana sources and you don't have any gas to tutor with it. So it's like probably only relevant for the coveted jewel deck. I think this one will have more stuff to search up. But yeah, let's see here, because this is going to be a lot of
A lot of mana.
he's untapping monoliths, Tezzeret untaps monolith, and then it's oh
Oh, Worm Coil, Jesus. Talk about a threat.
yeah, we missed that on the bingo card. Worm
Yeah,
Coil Engine getting played when the opponent
exactly.
has 0 permanence.
Exactly. Yeah, see, the things are happening that even both of us didn't expect, right? But I imagine, how will the mono black player win against the Worm Coil?
Yeah,
That's difficult, right?
Yeah, Worm Coil Engine is a card that's funnily good in Vintage because of two things. It's good against decks without Swords to Plowshares,
Definitely.
and it's good because Mishra's Workshop exists, right?
Yeah.
So the 6 is more manageable than it seems on paper.
Mhm.
But it is pretty funny that a card that has no chance of seeing play in Legacy, Modern, is actually a Vintage stable.
Hmm. Yeah, that's so cool. And we are seeing a reader here. Like, if I'm on the mono black side, 0 permanence, look at this board state. I'm not feeling very like, even if I had another wasteland, it doesn't do anything at this spot, right?
Yeah.
Could Null Rod be enough even at this stage?
No, I don't think so. Here is like Worm Coil Engine is probably enough, and even ultimating the Tezzeret. So I think you could ultimate the Tezzeret, and then could you even choose the Worm Coil to put 3 counters on it? I'm actually not sure if it has to be like a non-creature.
We're gonna make some mana here, but I'm just going to assume that we will be attacking soon, and Fleshraker as well. This is going to be very, very difficult to come back from, right?
Yeah, now I think this is actually just infinite, because the mana you pay for the top you get back from the Fleshraker bonus. And yeah, this is exactly what David is explaining.
Mhm.
That Mystic Forge, Raker, and Sensei's
Exactly.
Divining Top is game
And we
over.
see the concession. Wow. Okay. This was very fun. Like, the first game took a lot longer than it should have, and then we had games 2 and games 3 that were just over in a like. Suddenly, I remember game 2. It was like, oh, okay. They apparently was a concession. We didn't even realize.
Yeah, I think the Null Rod concession was a little bit premature. You do have a deck with multiple copies of Mishra's Workshop, Ancient Tomb, Tolarian Academy. It is possible to play the game under a Null Rod, but yeah, David was not messing around. He re-sideboarded, reshuffled, and took it home in game 3.
Yeah, that makes sense. We should have a backup match here. Okay, we shall get that on screen. So, very interesting here. We did have the mono black deck, but couldn't take care of the shops deck.
Unfortunately.
Do you think that's something that we will see again this
Yeah,
weekend?
I think we're going to see the Mono Black deck. Such a strong performance in the US. It gave hope to a lot of players who might not be playing Vintage regularly, might not have the deepest card pool. So yeah, I think we're going to see it throughout the day in the winners bracket for sure.
Right. So, what we have for you here, we have Ivan playing again mono black.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a popular choice here, right? Remember, we have 232 players, so
Yeah.
that's a lot of power flying around, but definitely a lot of people who just want to play Legacy. And yeah, since I'm here, I'm going to be playing Vintage as well.
Definitely.
So we've talked about this list before, but is there any difference with the previous one?
Yeah, it looks like Necropotence finds its way into the main deck, a classic card that I would love to ritual out on turn 1, and if I draw it a little bit later, you know, it could still be decent. I will have to be mindful of life loss in this deck between Necro, Thoughtseize, and Reanimate. It looks like the sideboard's... Nope, it's actually the exact same sideboard, I think. So
What is
for
that creature on the side?
Oh yeah, the
Caval-
Still Moon Cavalier is an
Oh.
anti-mono white initiatives and Lurrus card. It has protection black and white, so no Sorcerer Plowshares can catch it, no Fatal Push can catch it. So I'm pretty excited to see what this player is going to be facing, and maybe we get to see the Cavalier do work this round.
Okay, so my guess is that we will get the deck of the other person here on screen as well. If I'm correct now, that will be a Lurrus deck. Yeah, yes, indeed. So this is yes for Lurrus. Okay, talk to me, Andreas.
This is the default, let's say, quote unquote, deck to beat in Vintage. We have the Lurrus Companion, we have all the cheap blue spells to basically prevent us from losing the game, and then we have the dynamic duo of Psychic Frog and Orcish Bowmasters trying to do work to reduce its opponent's life total, outdraw the opponent. And as you see here, it's a 4 Swords to Plowshares deck for the white splash. Your mana is a little bit more vulnerable, but you get higher card quality in your removal spells, and also the sideboarded containment priests, which will do a lot of work against Oath of Druids and Dredge.
Okay, great. Who do you think's favored?
This is I'm really hoping for a nail biter here,
Yeah.
where the mono black deck just gets over the finish line. This deck, the Lurrus deck, is very, very good at prolonging the game,
Mhm.
canceling out what the opponent's trying to do, and then let's see when the dust settles. But I guess the powered deck here is going to be my slight favorite.
Okay, let's dive into some games. So this is Spillura deck, one of the few decks that I've actually played myself here. I really love the gameplay. If you're coming from Legacy, very Legacy-esque, if I can say it
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
s-
You're right.
uh,
Totally. I sometimes tell people that this Lurrus deck is trying to force the opponent to also play Legacy. That's
yeah,
basically what it does.
yeah, exactly. Can we call Legacy fair then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for sure. Super fair format.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. I think this is this the Mulligan to 5?
I did not exactly pay attention to that. I was more looking at like the body language of the players, and it's just so cool to see that we have this combination of nerves, excitement. Maybe it's your first feature match. I mean, we
Mhm.
all had our first feature match at some
Oh
point,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it's just a very, very cool thing that we can sit here and have a bird's view and document it all.
Looks like it was a mulligan to 5 indeed, so 2 cards out of the way. Now, for this is something that, at least to me, in Vintage, not the end of the world. Mulliganing, is that correct?
Yeah, in general, when you have a format with Ancestral Recall in it, that there's a lot of ways to catch up. Cards like Stock Up, we talked a little bit about earlier, and here's Stillborn Cavalier on the
Mm.
on the board. I think this could come in handy later this match, but let's see about that.
Meanwhile, firing off all the edges. Here we go again. Baragoyf turn 1. Only 1 card in hand, so Yoshi, is that enough? If we are seeing Jonas looking at the forces, so if we do have a force, yikes, right? We have
Exactly. So now we're down 2 cards from a double mulligan. We had to ritual out a Baragoyf.
Mhm.
That's -3. The opponent is so we're a little bit behind here in the mono black seat. Also, the pedal is temporary mana source. So yeah, this is could come down to a resource game.
Especially since, of course, the mono black player is not playing a lot of draw card spells. So, I mean, it's more difficult when you're playing mono black to come back from this, right?
Yeah, great point. There's no ancestral recall to magically draw off the top of the deck. So let's
Yep.
see what the strategy is
Let's
here.
see if we can get him off a mana with a wasteland here. But we already saw another land in hand from Jonas playing another land. What I also love is we had a Surveyor land turn 1. It's a bit of a protection from wasteland, right? So at least you've gotten value out of the card. I love playing these Surveyor lands turn 1, which is what they did. And it does make sense to me. Cycling Trove.
Yeah, and Jonas keeping the card on top tells Ivan something. So let's just say we know that there's going to be more lands in hand. Otherwise, or the top card is a land, right? So the wasteland is more of a I'm trying to keep my opponent from 2 mana rather than I'm trying to keep my opponent from playing the game altogether. But it is very important. Remind you that Loris is revealed, and now you've seen Force of Will and a blue-black Surveil land. So now you also know which version your opponent's playing, which is the fair Loris deck. So now Psychic Frog enters the equation.
We'll play the land. Let's see. I didn't see what card was drawn from Ivan here. Jonas also have a wasteland, but that's not good here, of course. Looks like we are going to be playing, I guess, Psychic Frog if possible, but I'm not sure there's a colored mana source.
Exactly. That was going to be my next point here. That the first wasteland was actually quite devastating here, and I think Jonas decided to keep an Orcish Bowmasters on top. I think that's actually a very difficult decision because do you want to hedge against getting wastelanded once? Do you want to hedge against the opponent playing a Bowmaster and you being a little bit weak? It was a tough decision, and it looks like it hasn't paid off, at least in the short term.
Yeah, and if we have like a reanimator on the troll and we don't have a way to get rid of it from the Jonas side, they could still lose, right?
Yeah, very easily. It's very good that this version is the Esper version for Jonas because then there's at least Swords to Plowshares, where the blue-black, straight up blue-black version would just play Fatal Pushes and be out of luck against the troll.
Here we go. And this is Dorothy Voidwalker. Talk to me about this one.
Dodgy Voidwalker will do a little bit in this matchup. It will be solid against Lurrus, Recursion, and it's going to be solid against the 2 Delve spells, Dig Through Time and Treasure Cruise. So, and it's just a 3/2 unblockable, which is annoying.
You can see
So
Jonas is looking at the Force Will. Should he or shouldn't he? I honestly don't know. It looks to me like, okay, it's annoying, but not the end of the world. But what do you think?
it should be beatable with, let's say, end step Bowmasters. You kind of start the race. But I can also see just especially with the way this game played out last turn, Ivan didn't have any play in past the turn,
Yeah.
so we know that Voidwalker was the draw for the turn. So I think it's a little bit of
Yeah, I can see why. Especially Ivan is empty-handed now, right? So we should be able, if we find the land, get Lurrus back, stuff like that. So I can imagine this is the correct play at this point in the game. So what do you want to do here in the side of Jonas? What are we looking for?
Yeah, we're looking to end step the Bowmaster and start the chip damage here, which
Mhm.
now, funnily enough, turns Ivan's possibly drawn Bowmasters into awesome draws, right? But I think it's correct to get the clock going here.
Typical situation of I Bowmasters, your Bowmasters.
Yep.
We know that from Legacy, right?
And
That's
it's
always.
very we're hopefully going to see this later in like Lures control mirror matches. It's a eye staring contest a lot of the time between
Mhm.
you know, you want to hold your
Yeah.
Bowmasters.
Bowmasters really changed the way how we play, especially in Legacy, but Vintage as well.
Yep.
Play Magic, if I can say it like that,
Yeah.
because drawing cards into open mana, definitely when you have 2 mana and one of them is black, is always scary,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
It changed so much the way we play, but it's not like it's impossible to play around. It just changed
Yeah,
the
exactly.
dynamics.
It's like when I started playing, I would, some of the older players would like, yeah, then you brainstorm like this with a fetch line and stuff like that. These days, you brainstorm on all sorts of faces. So,
Yeah.
especially when Bowmasters are
Yeah.
involved, you just need to get your brainstorm in at some point.
In the past, when you main phase brainstorm, we were like, why would you do this? That's no longer true, right?
No, no, no. Lots of flexibility here.
Indeed.
And you predicted this one, Lurus getting put into hand. It's a little bit unexciting though to do it off of 2 wastelands.
Ooh, Wasteland on the only man. I mean, this is looking scary, right? I don't.
Super scary.
If we have like one big threat, we could just, if we get unlucky on Jonas' side, we could just lose here because of mana restrictions. Let's take a quick
Very
peek.
easily. All it takes is a reanimate or a Baragoyf, and then all of a sudden the race is in Ivan's favor.
No lands drawn from Jonas. Scary stuff. Okay, we did see the hand, of course, but I mean it's empty, so not much to be gained there. For
Cycling
information.
one deeper
Yeah,
for the
exactly.
land. Note that we are 2 lands off of casting Psychic Frog.
I'm not sure. Does the mono black deck also play as a surveil land? I'm not
I
sure.
remember we talked about this for Eternal Weekend US and noted that they did not, but it was probably a good idea to think about it. But
Okay, we're
I
fetching in
actually,
the turn,
I
so I
guess we're
guess
gonna
we'll
learn.
find
I
out.
guess we're
Yeah.
gonna learn now, yeah, because now we don't care about getting Wastelanded at all. So if we have that card available, now
I
would
would
be
like always play surveil land if I can, at least one. It's so powerful. The scrying end of turn is it's just such a good thing to do. It doesn't even matter like if it makes red, sure. We don't care about that, do we?
no for this deck. You could play anyone, so I would probably play the blue one. So in theory, the opponent will think about more relevant cards.
Mhm. Now, Andreas, why would we then end of turn actually fetch? Because if we don't have surveil land, why would we fetch here at this point?
Yeah, so I guess the technically correct play is fetch on your own upkeep to turn on Revolt, just as a good habit. But here it's for deck thinning simply, just getting a little bit higher threat density in the deck.
So just reducing the odds of drawing another swamp, right?
Yeah,
We're going to see that again if I'm just doing the same. And this is just going to be an awkward game of draw go a couple of times. But I
yeah.
mean, if you don't have mana, at least
Or
you have a threat.
Orcish Bowmasters and its best buddy trying to get there against the mono black deck that can now draw anything from its own Bowmasters. It can draw Tutor. Reanimate could be a little late here, I will say, with 9 life points on the board.
Mhm.
Drawing Voidwalker is probably a little bit too slow to race, but you have so many good draws here. Orcish Bowmasters would be backbreaking.
And if I remember, we can even hardcast Troll. Troll is 6 mana, right? So we can
Troll
even
is 6 mana.
hardcast if we
Yeah.
draw it. That would be really cool.
Also, we see a Stony Silence hanging out in Jonas's hand, and this is not exactly the matchup for that
No,
card.
not what you're looking for right now.
But that's a lot. That's actually what is extra cool about these, rogue decks. All of a sudden being competitive. Now, what are you going to do with your flex slots? Are you going to put stuff that's good against creatures or stuff that's good against big mana blue decks? It's pretty cool to round out your flex slots. Stony Silence, Dress Down, one more Spell Pierce, one more Lavinia, or just some bread and butter removal spell. You can argue that that would be a good call, depending on what metagame you expect, of course.
Yes, exactly. I think that was a grief. You just hardcast that
Yeah,
right
that
away,
card
right?
is even.
It's really good here.
We even forgot that before when we were trying to list the good draws. But yeah, Grief is perfect here.
Oh, let's see. What are we taking here? I mean, I would look, but I'm not the expert, so let me try. Let me
Yeah,
try.
go for it. Yeah, go
I
for it.
would probably try to pick Lurus or the frog because those are the cards I'm most afraid of. But then again, I could also see myself taking swords,
Yeah,
just to try and win the race. But what is what I'm
yeah.
saying?
The
Does that
thing,
make sense?
yeah, the thing is for Luris or Frog to be, relevant, this game needs to go on until Jonas finds 2 colored sources,
Yeah.
not just one. So I really like going for Bowmasters or Swords to Plowshares here because those are going to be relevant within a short time frame.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense to me. We have another Mox drawn here. Not a land, but I mean, same thing. It's only it's like island. Let's say, if I can say it like
It's
that.
it's a color source that helps cast Frog, but does not help cast Lurrus, which is could be important.
And I'm interested. Do you attack as Ivan? Because you could also not attack to block the Bowmasters, right? But then Jonas will not be attacking. I think you just have to because you're not winning the long game.
Yeah, let's see what this draw step was, because if that's any kind of creature, then I really like getting busy with the grief.
Yeah, for sure.
But if it's not, I think we're losing the race, and then we can't really attack. The thing is, the blue deck, as you allude to, has inevitability, right? The moment that Jonas draws another land, you
Yeah.
know, Ivan's in trouble.
Yeah, so even though you're not winning the race right now, I think you just have to risk it because
Yeah.
you're definitely not winning the long game.
Yeah, that's a good
Yeah.
logic. So even though you're on paper losing the race, you kind of have to hope your next draw steps help you out. Yeah, I like that. I like
that's
that.
what you have to do, right?
Yeah.
Because you're not winning against the Lurrus deck. There's no way, right? You're winning the long game, and that's indeed what Ivan decides to do. Just slamming in here, putting the opponent to 12, and now we see a follow. Ooh, as I called it,
Yeah.
Cast the troll.
Troll of a Casa Doom.
Indeed.
Also should have been on the bingo card if we had thought a little bit more about it. That was a good one.
We wanted to hardcast the incorrect creatures, Andreas.
So response dress down here does not much. It's more like a random draw towards a Force of Will.
Yeah. Or maybe a land. Then we can we have the swords remaining, right?
Right.
Just
Yeah,
getting
yeah,
rid of
yeah. I was addressing the timing of responding to it.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
If you did draw force, I guess you just counter this.
Yes.
Right. I think you have to. We did find the land. Okay, and now that changes things, right? Because we have access to our swords. Would you use swords here, or do you want to do anything else?
Yeah, I think we need to get that troll off the battlefield. I'm trying to look into Jonas's graveyard to see if no, we cannot cast Lurrus. I just forgot about the Sapphire briefly. So yeah, we should probably just stabilize here with the plow, and then from there we should be in good shape. The alternative is to get Frog down, take one more hit, and then plow it from there.
If you want to be really, really interesting, we could play the frog, and then we could triple block the troll and put counters on it. But that's that's really risky, right?
That is super risky against a deck that is known to play Fatal Push.
Yeah.
In theory, Fatal Push could be the last card. Not killing the Bowmaster. That makes sense, right? You offer the trade with the 3/2 menace, and if you see a double block, you push one of them, right? But the grief went through, so fetching black here is actually also a choice. So now we cannot cast Source of Plowshares.
We could see the frog. I mean, if it works, right? That means frog is so big that you can just probably kill your opponent.
Yeah.
So there's a it's all in, but if it works, like high risk, high reward.
Did we see a Force of Negation in Jonas's hand earlier? I can't remember.
I don't
because
think
if there is a Force of Negation, he's somewhat safe here.
Quick, Anders, did you see that here? Ivan asked how many cards do you have in hand, and I saw 5. Right, so he's thinking about the same, wanting to block and then putting 5 counters on the frog.
Yeah.
So there's a thing here. I'm interested.
Yeah, that's true. So if we're going for that maneuver, that Dark Ritual is not a Fatal Push, unfortunately. If we're going for that maneuver, we're all in against our opponent not having a Fatal Push. I'm not sure the game has had to come to this, because Plow handles the troll, my 2 creatures handle the grief, and then we kind of have a somewhat of a stalemate. But yeah, this is big stakes from Jonas.
Yeah,
he's playing really high stakes here.
Of course, we don't know if Jonas is effectively going to do what we are
right.
Here. We may just want to draw cards, which also makes sense. Like if you just, I'm going to play the frog, I'm going to draw 2, and then I will find a white source. That's also an idea. Okay, attacking here. Let's see. Now, okay, I'm interested. What are we going to do here?
Yeah, I mean,
he's thinking. He's counting. He's thinking about it.
Yeah. I mean, and this is so tempting. It's so tempting to do it because you have no guarantee that you will find a white source, but that's kind of what Jonas is banking on here.
Just taking the damage. I think that's the best thing to do. Of course, we know the cards in hand by Ivan, but Jonas does not. Okay, but we are getting close. We need to find a way to get rid of this troll this turn, and I don't see a land or a mana source.
So to be fair, if you attack with send frog to the air here, attack, draw a card, deploy another frog, we have the same situation, except the opponent has had one more turn to find that fatal push.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is not simple. There's also the triple block could essentially be Bowmaster token. And then we're trying to tread waters for one more turn.
And then put all the counters on the frog, maybe. The thing is, it's always going to be scary because, of course, for Jonas, he just sees 2 cards in hand for Ivan, right? And the chances of this being a fatal push are very, very high. So I would just, my hands would be shaking right now. If
Yeah.
there was a heart rate monitor, whew, would be to the roof, I guess.
Yeah, no, you're right here. This is super high pressure, and now Jonas has to understand that the cards he's losing to, he needs to minimize the window that those are going to be relevant. If we just keep playing, those cards are just going to show up, at a higher clip.
My guess would be whatever we do here is we just always attack first, see if we find the land, so we have the swords, the plowshares. Because if we have that, we're going to play a totally different
Yeah.
game, right?
Yeah, I like it. Also, wait a minute. How many? Oh, do we have?
We have,
Okay, we have lethal here potentially.
yeah,
So
but then we risk the fatal push, right?
I understand, but we already. Yeah, it's just a little bit of a weird game where Jonas has to ask himself, is it gonna get better from here,
Yeah,
essentially? So
which is funny
six
as
cards.
the Lurus player
Yeah,
asking that question.
yeah. 6 cards in hand.
Oh, man, I'm curious. I
Yeah.
think it's gonna. Oh man, come on, Jonas.
That looks
Come on,
like
that's
trigger.
number one.
He's trigger happy. Let's see it.
Oh man, it's happening.
I think so too. So this is where I would have loved to be like a fly on the wall, like at the table, because there's so much going on here with the body
Yeah,
language.
yeah,
If
definitely.
if you can, yeah, even look at the rearranging of the lands. This is like
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
Ivan is yeah, he's stone cold.
You can still see Jonas. He's going for it, but he's still a bit afraid, right?
Yeah, exactly.
As I would be as well.
That is
This
yeah,
is
and you're even an infect player, so this
yeah,
is
I mean,
like
I know there's always a tension when you're
yeah.
playing. Oh, I think that's it. Just gonna slam in for 3.
Ooh,
Okay, put it
so
to 4.
so
What was that draw? Is that a land? There's a saga. Okay, it doesn't make white. You need to be able to block here.
so at this point, I think if you have the fatal push, are you gonna let your opponent hit you for 3 and let them draw a card?
Yeah.
Probably
I
not.
no, I think I would
That's
because you can just yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I
Al-
think I would. I
Also, a
think I would.
small, little bit of underrated thing here. The discard of Stony Silence reveals that there's actually plows in your deck, but up
Yeah.
until this point,
Hey, yeah, good
we did,
point. That's true.
it
That's
could
true.
only be Fatal Push,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
You
that's
saw the
true.
blue-black Surveil land, but now you know plows in the mix.
Yeah, yeah.
So
At this state of the game, does that change things?
it does. I think if you have Fatal Push in your hand and you're trying to be smart about it, then I think you fire it off once you see the Stony Silence go to the graveyard, because now you know any Tundra off the top of the deck is ruining your fun.
Yeah, and especially for the follow-up games, I guess it's even more important there. If you've never seen a white card in
Yeah.
game number 1,
Yep.
it's very different
Yep.
in the mix.
Yeah, then you're going to assume it's Fatal Push. And now, let's say all in reanimate troll hands get a lot worse,
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
So that is a very important piece of info, actually.
Maybe that was why Jonas was thinking, not about dumping everything on the frog, but just which card do I want to discard, right?
Yeah, and I think he went with let's call it the level 1 play of discard my worst card. So who knows if there was a card see, the other cards are just straight up better, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
I mean, I get it.
yeah,
If you wanna think about, do I want to win the game or do I want to hide information? I mean,
Yeah.
step 1 is always I'd rather win the game than
Or-
hide information.
yeah, absolutely. So we're just adding a little bit of a layer here. We're not saying, oh, Jonas messed up.
Yeah,
We're just
exactly.
saying it's very crucial information. If that was
Indeed.
even just a null rod, no information was revealed, right?
Exactly. Triple block here.
Yeah, the force triple block, and Jonas goes down to 2.
Let's get rid of these. I mean, this has been very scary. I was actually expecting that the game would be much less close
Yeah.
when the way the beginning turned out. But as we said, always play out your matches because suddenly, Wasteland, one hell of a drug. So what are we doing here from Jonas' side?
The thing is, we're just attacking for lethal, right?
Yeah, we have to try.
We also know that
And the
the opponent would have killed our creature if they had it, because they don't want to give us fresh draws to force a will. So
exactly.
wow.
Wow, that was a really cool game. I really enjoyed this one. A lot of back and forth. It's something that's typical for Lurus matchups as we go to the sideboards. Lurus tend to extend games,
Yeah.
right? But they did get there in the end, but it just as easily could have gone to the mono black player. So this was a nice back and forth. So let's dive into the sideboards and see what we are going to be doing. So let's start with, here you can see mono black. Andreas, what are we doing here?
Yeah, we're trying to upgrade some cards in our deck here with Long Goodbye. Just a pretty nice uncounterable Abrupt Decay-esque removal spell. That means it's not getting pierced, it's not getting forced. We get the Frog, the Lurus off the table. Stillmoon Cavalier is going to be a fun one here. Protection black and white. That means it attacks very well into the deck, and it does not get killed by any removal spells, unless Dress Down is involved, I guess. So yeah, I want those 4. And then on the draw here, Yeah, let's try and see. What are we doing on the draw here? I like a lot of what we have going on here. Maybe the Necro can go. I think that's a little bit of a tall investment. I'm sorry, we're on the
We're on the
play,
play.
of
Yeah.
course. Okay, yeah, I think we should probably trim on Necro, trim a little bit on Troll. Um, but yeah, I'm actually excited to see how you fit those four cards because we have a lot of very, very serviceable to good cards here in the deck.
Yeah, I love that Cavalier. I hadn't seen that one yet. Okay, and then for the Lurus player, what are we doing when you are playing the Lurus deck?
Yeah, so essentially against that deck, your force negations are going to be suboptimal. So let's see if we can upgrade those in the sideboard. We do have some removal spells. We can think about bringing in Containment Priest because of Reanimate being in your opponent's deck. The Long Goodbye is decent, kills Voidwalker, Baragoyf, Bowmasters. And I do remember the Stony Silence that I am not able to find here. Did I? I'm
No, we
pretty.
no, we did see it. So maybe that was there was a mistake here where they should have been in the main board, and another on
Yeah.
the sideboard.
Right. Okay. So, well, I want to get rid of the negations, and I want to add a combination of Priest, Long Goodbye, and possibly the Flusterstorm, but I think it's a little bit too bad on the draw
Mhm.
when you cannot catch a Thoughtseize or Reanimate. So, yeah,
We
I
do.
guess I guess we yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking. We also have another Soul Guide lands in the sideboard. Is that worth it?
Yeah, I think the thing is it also, quote unquote combos with Lurus in later stages of the game. So that's probably a better Containment Priest.
Okay, nice. Think we are ready for game number 2 here, so let's dive in. And now we have the mono black player on the start. We've seen in the past, being on the play is very important, especially when you're the mono black. You just want to fire off thought seizes, the griefs. You want to pretty much destroy the opponent's hand, if I can say it like that.
Yeah.
It looks like we are keeping 7 this time.
And that's
So,
when it gets dangerous. We haven't seen that yet, I think. Well,
indeed.
I think we've seen a lot of mulligans from the mono black deck, but if we can see that firing all cylinders being on the play here, I think we could see some fireworks.
Yeah. Turn 1 is definitely for the mono black player important. I mean, that's a summary of vintage, I guess. But there we go.
Yeah, lots of especially non-blue decks want to do something powerful on turn 1 that the opponent has a hard time recovering from.
Doesn't look to me like the Espelurus' deck is, or the opening hand is very good. We have some counter magic, and then we
Yeah.
want frog.
So
Do we
when you
take the frog here?
Yeah, I would say so because you're not scared of any 2-for-1s from forces. And the frog can just end you, and it's like a one-card combo essentially.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I like getting rid of the frog, and oh, look at that wasteland in Ivan's hand.
We
He
can
is
see,
licking his chops now with
yikes,
the fragile mana base of
indeed.
the Esper deck.
I mean, now it plays itself right now. You play your land, I'm going to wasteland that one away, and then good times. We saw how close it was in the last game, so there we
This,
go, strip mine.
yeah, trying to get a little bit luckier with Strip Mana. I actually like it. The fetch land was also good because that's a land you can play and protect against wasteland for a turn cycle.
Let's see what the mono black player has as a follow up. Just playing this this creature that's also a land. I like these lands. You know, they make it for less mana screw than the games. We don't see it as much, but the decks that can play it always do. And
Yeah, right. Mono White Initiative plays the Witch Enchanter. Oh, look at this one.
ooh, I like that one.
I remember that play
Reanimating the
pattern.
frog.
I love that play pattern. I could play Grief, Psychic Frog, Reanimator Mirrors all day.
You have to counter this, right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. If you had a plow in hand, you could ignore this, but
Mm.
nah, we cannot see a Psychic Frog on the other side of the table.
Okay, interesting choice here. We do decide to pitch that Wandalorian, which means we have no other blue card. So we are just hoping to draw another one. But now this hand just does nothing at this point. But we did drew into a very good one here, Containment Priests.
I really like
Wasteland.
this, I must say, trying to turn the tables a little bit with regards to this. Also, you know that if the mono black deck had a swamp available, they would play it, right?
Yeah,
So
definitely.
playing out the double faced one instead is just a giveaway that's a good time to strike.
Indeed. Luckily, we have a troll that we can cycle here, get a swamp.
Yeah, Wasteland turning colorless mana into colored sources is very normal. You know, you used to have Troll, Khazad-dûm, and Legacy. Lauren Reveal is doing a lot of that work in Vintage as well, especially when Urza's Saga was unrestricted. You would
Mhm.
see a lot of, 4 Wasteland, 1 Strip Mine, 4 Saga decks just have enough blue sources magically because of Lauren Revealed.
Yeah, definitely. And it also pitches the force. It's
Oh
a
yeah,
joke in Vintage and Legacy, right? If it's blue, it pitches the force. Even if it's a bad card, just get
yeah,
rid of it.
yeah. Lauren Revealed is a split mana source, force pitch, and a draw 3 in a pinch.
hmm It's similar to what we talked about just a couple of seconds ago, where we have like the modal phase lands.
Yep.
It's just a way, if you have a land that's both a utility tool and a land
Yep.
that's just an
Yep.
extra bonus.
Yeah, so in the mono black deck, you have your black source, you have your black pitch for grief, and then occasionally, I guess you have your 3/1 that torment scripts the opponent.
Exactly. And incoming Bowmasters here. Not much we can do about it. We do have, I think I saw Swords to Plowshares in the hand from Jonas.
We also saw Containment Priest, which could be a nice little sneaky ambush
Yeah,
here.
for sure, for sure.
Because I think that showed up post Thoughtseize. I think
Yep.
Ivan knows about Force of Will, maybe
Only-
as the only card.
Yeah, exactly. The lone Force Will is the only one. The rest of those are all lands.
Look at this one.
That's smart. That's really smart.
Yeah.
Not attacking with the Bowmasters. Yeah. Really good play here by Ivan. No, he knows what's up. He's played his deck before. That's really, really clear.
Also, if he was really scared about a blocker, he could have wastelanded on the first main phase on the C to basically see, hey, what you got, buddy? Do you
Yeah.
want, and then make your choice on attacks. But it looks like he values the wasteland as a mana source on his side of the table, which
Exactly.
it's just always cool to see. The wasteland is not a 0-mana stone rain.
No, no, no.
For me, it's a colorless land that sometimes can do other stuff,
Exactly,
right?
exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. Utility with the lands, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can use it. I think we just flash in the Containment Priest here, or what are we looking at?
Yeah, so let's see. Why would we not flash in Containment Priest on combat? That's because we wanted to protect our white source and hope the opponent fires Wasteland onto Underground Sea. But now maybe
Also
instead,
smart.
yeah, exactly. To get to see if the opponent bites, but they didn't. So now we cannot waste our mana anymore. So I feel like it's time to play the white card out here, because if you get wasted off of white, you have Bowmasters left, but if you get wasted off of black, you have Plow left. So you're kind of hedging a little bit.
And we do have a decision, because what do? We can only play one, and we go for
Okay.
Bowmasters.
So now there's actually a window where if Jonas loses his Tundra, he's left with 2 white uncastables in hand.
indeed.
So I was actually expecting the hedge here with the 2/2.
Now, also what Ivan can do is actually just wasteland the black mana source, right? Is there a reason to do that? Because
Well,
we don't know about the swords.
we don't know about the swords, but we know it's a quad swords deck. And the opponent just played a black card out. So there's arguments in both directions. We already got rid of a Psychic Frog to a Thoughtseize. Like, you can prioritize whichever way you want, but it's pretty clear that Ivan values his own, colorless mana more than disrupting his opponent's colored mana.
Indeed. Jonas was able to untap with all of his lands. I'm sure he's happy about that. And get his own wasteland. Do you wasteland the waste? That's so awkward.
It's very awkward here when it's going to be a 2-for-1 for the opponent, right? So they get to waste a duel on the way out.
Yeah.
But a tap wasteland, yeah, I would do that for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Well, then we have a fatal push here on the opponent's Bowmasters. We'll see if that works. Yes, it does. Okay, what are we drawing here? What do we have left? I think we're looking. Oop, that was close. Spoilers, spoilers.
So a little bit of a cool dynamic is here. The Lurrus deck passed with 3 mana up, so that could mean, a few different things. So Ivan was expecting Bowmasters here, I would guess, but it looks like wait a minute. So did that block? What did that block? The Bowmaster?
Didn't block
No?
anything. End of turn.
Oh, so
That's what I think, at least.
okay. So took the damage and end step the priest. I see. And now we see your play of, well, not your play, but the one you asked me about.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see. So prioritizing playing Bowmasters over wastelanding is
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. So let's see if Ivan has a plan with this, prioritizing his own board state over disrupting the mana.
He still knows about the 1/4, so he knows that's useless, right? So
Yeah.
that's important information. So there's only one card we don't know about. Just slamming in here.
So let's see. The race is going to be very close here if it wasn't for the Plow.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering what the Plow takes care of here. Probably takes care of the Bowmaster, because you want to unlock stuff like Brainstorm, Ancestral Recall out of your deck, Future Frog, stuff like that.
It's possible that Jonas is just going to wait and see. Like, if I draw a draw spell, then I'm going to get rid of the Bowmasters, but it's possible I may have to get rid of this Orc army just because I'm going to die to it.
Right.
We'll see. But he could also just not attack with the Orc army to prevent Jonas from attacking with the Priest. So interesting dynamic here.
Exactly. So now, since it was Ivan's turn, and he chooses to attack with both creatures, okay, so here's a little bit of a 180 here on the target for the Plow.
Yeah,
That's all good.
Yeah.
It is a race, but your opponent showed that attacking is profitable for them by attacking with both, right?
Yeah.
So what I would have loved to see here from Ivan was slow rolling this land until second main phase to basically not educate Jonas that something at 2 mana is coming.
Yeah.
Um, and I assume that that is another. What is the card in the middle? Demonic Tutor, Baragoyf. It's a long goodbye. Okay,
Yeah.
so this turn is going to get used to shrink the board on the side of Jonas. But the thing is, the inevitability of Lurrus is just long goodbying a priest here is not ideal.
I think you just wait until you have a reanimation spell. That does make sense. You could reanimate your opponent's. If it's still in the graveyard, you could reanimate the frog again. That could maybe swing things around.
Yeah. So in order for that to be relevant, we need to get rid of the priest 1st.
Mhm.
So I believe this should be before damage that we're trying to cast long goodbye.
Yeah. Or just wait until you actually have a reanimation spell. Just not use
Yeah, and
it.
then keep taking 2 in the meantime, and your mana is
Yeah, that's
messed up
true.
here. I think what you really want to do is get rid of that card in your hand, try and draw the third land.
There you go. You
Yeah,
drew the third land.
that's the
Excellent.
third land. So if you have a swamp on top of the deck, I guess you don't have to. The thing is, this is going to get plowed very, very often in this spot.
Yeah. Now we know exactly. We have perfect information because we know the force and we know about Lurrus. So that changes things for Ivan. He knows exactly what's up.
It's one on. No, wait a minute. The plow is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I need to catch up here. The plow already targeted the 2/2.
Mhm.
I remember. Okay, got it. So with perfect info,
We know about force and Lurrus. So he's just thinking, yeah, I think I'm going to be able to race you. And we have removal. So
right? So this looks like a 5/6.
yep. Okay, let's see what Jonas draws here. Ooh, Counter Magic. Not ideal. Not bad either, because at least we get the keep Lurrus alive.
Yeah, we get to cast Lurrus, and we have a Mox down there for this turn, and then we can choose between Bowmasters and Frog for the following turn.
Nice catch there. No longer an artifact. So it shrinks.
Yep, nice
Something
one.
that's often forgotten.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Thoughtseize. That's a good one. That's a really, really good
We
one.
know about the Force, and now we can clear the way. The
Yeah.
thing is, Long Goodbye is also uncounterable, so
Yep.
we had that covered, but clearing the way for a future Demonic Tutor would be
Mhm.
not
Yeah.
bad.
You could now also Demonic Tutor instead of trying to use removal spell. Is that better?
I think so. I think keeping Lurrus alive is too much value for the opponent. So I really like to get rid of it.
Yeah, and it looks like they agree. So get rid of that. Uncounterable. So it's destroy or exile.
It's destroy. It's
Okay.
the
Landing
creature or
in here.
planeswalker with mana value 3 or less.
Mhm.
So a little bit of a abrupt decay throwback.
Yep. Landing in here. Let's get that trigger. Do we get a creature? We have Voidwalker. That's nice.
Yeah, this is amazing. Baragoyf taking over games in Vintage.
Yeah, exactly. Not sure if they adjusted life totals there.
Gaining 5 off of the attack, of course.
Frog, that's a good one. That's a good draw.
Psychic Frog is dominated by this Baragoyf.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, the Demonic Tutor can go and get, the coast is clear, right? You know the last card is Force of Negation in the opponent's hand. So now,
Which they can't cast.
oh, can we cast our whole hand now? Yeah, I think we can.
looks like it.
We can Dark Ritual, Doomsday Fatal Push. I guess we should play the Voidwalker first.
There we go. 3 mana. What are we looking for?
I'm just gonna guess this is a Fatal Push to just clear the way and keep trucking away.
That sounds to me like fair magic. I'm just gonna look for Fatal Push with Demonic Tutor, right?
Yeah.
How often does that happen?
Not very often, but the thing is, when you put Demonic Tutor in fair decks, when you have no Ancestral, no Tinker, no, then there's going to be some bread and butter stuff like Wasteland a lot of the time, or Fatal Push.
Did they pick the Fatal Push? I didn't see.
I didn't see it either.
We'll find out soon. Okay, I like that. I like that.
Let's see if we're from the future or
Yeah,
we will get
exactly.
schooled here.
Looks like it's a different card, right?
I think it was Fatal Push.
Okay, draw the Voidwalker for now. That's fine. Looks like we're gonna put a counter on the frog. That
Yeah.
does make sense.
And
The opponent knows about it, so.
In response, putting that card into the yard.
Ah, there we go. The push, indeed.
Fatal Pushing Psychic Frog into the void. Okay, so
I think
we
that's
actually
a
have a
concession.
tendency here. Players are not messing around when they're in really bad positions. They shuffle up for the next game.
Yeah, I like that. Especially, look at the timer. We have 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but we are going to see some faster plays, right? And in my experience, once you start playing faster, you start making mistakes. Trust me, I've been there. We've all been there,
Certainly.
right?
So
Anything we want to swap?
yeah, so let's see if we can get. Yeah, we're
There
on
we
top
go.
of things here. Yeah, so I really want Steel Moon Cavalier to show up. I think that's just my my
Yeah.
wish for game 3. I
Yeah.
think that would be a cool one. Maybe we will have a reader, and that is always fun to see.
Mhm.
No, I like just upgrading with Cavalier and Long Goodbye, and then I guess on the draw now you can think about a card like Vexing Bauble getting out. I think Necropotence doesn't quite make the cut. Maybe you trim a troll. It's going to be stuff like that. Lotus Petal, probably not the best.
Okay, cool. That's for the mono black player. And what are we doing from the Lurus side? Anything you want to swap?
So for the Espelurus deck, I don't think play draw changes anything. This deck will look for a 7-card hand to be, somewhat high on resources. This game is going to go long, and then they try and turn the corner with Lurus. So the game plan remains the same, and you basically try to not let the game get out of hand until Lurus inevitability can kick in. So that's going to be the game plan.
Nice. Okay, we've already seen some sweet magic, so I think players are ready for the next game. So we will see who will take it home. Of course, again, as we said before, being on the play, very important, definitely in this matchup. So if you could make your ideal starting hand when you're the Esper player, what do you want to see?
I want to see Landmark Psychic Frog with Force Backup.
How about a Time Walk and an Ancestral Recall? Do you
Oh,
like that?
darn.
Is that not better?
I missed that. I missed that. Okay, yeah. Well, if we start including a specific restricted card, this is amazing, right? Ancestral
Yeah.
Recall against the deck that's trying to grief and Thoughtseize you. Yeah, you love to see that.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think it's Mulligan. Yeah, okay, but I mean, you have recall, so I guess that's fine.
Ancestral Recall does a very good job of. I like the timing here, by the way, because if we have 7 cards, we risk going to 8 cards and thus having to discard.
Yeah.
But we actually had a single mulligan, so now it's just a free roll to see if you can rip like Mox Frog or some Lotus combination off the top.
Also love to start with an island, just preventing them from being able to wasteland. It's important stuff like this. Where I've often, trust me, I've made mistakes where I'm like, yeah, that should not have been a dual land, should have been a basic.
Right.
But this is a good one, Vexing Bauble. First time we've seen this.
Yep.
Why is this so powerful in Vintage?
Yeah, Vexing Bauble is a card that interacts with not only forces as we see in other formats, but also just the acceleration of the format. So it shuts off Moxen and forces. So that card is going to be not its best on the draw, but it's still going to be viable because now no Force Will can get pitched throughout this game until that card leaves the battlefield.
And it's important that you may play the cards, right? So if you play them, they get counted, but it's not illegal, right? So this will happen when you play a Mox, it gets counted.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that as the opponent.
Exactly.
And then when you don't like the bubble anymore, you can cash it in for a card. So I know this card was originally designed to keep pitch elemental in check in modern, and then what do you know?
It didn't quite work out that way. Exactly. In response, we flash in that creature because we definitely want to have the containment priest, right? We don't want them taking that. Makes sense. Would there be like a reason to, if now it's easy because we have double Bowmasters, but what if there was only one Bowmasters? Which creature do you think is the most important in this matchup?
Yeah, this is a great question because I really like that Jonas is valuing the priest here because he knows that some of the stuff that he gets dominated by involves the card Reanimate. So I actually really like playing this card out. To basically not why give the opponent the choice if that card might be the best one.
I was about to ask why do you take the Bowmasters, but of course we have another Thoughtseize.
Right.
But we do have a frog now, so I guess they must have removal, or they are like, yeah, I can raise the frog. Why are we pitching? Or why are we taking double Bowmasters?
I think you nailed it here. I think it's because we have the first removal spell in hand, and Bowmaster leaves behind a body, so frog is just always going to be a 1-for-1 if it dies right away. But yeah, let's see if we nail that analysis.
Brainstorm here. Okay, what are we getting rid of? Looks like double force. Yeah, we want to have action here. That's the idea. Interestingly enough, there was another land, so prefers to have land number 5 over a Force of Will. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, so if you do that, then you're basically saying, I think this is an eye staring contest. My opponent will blink first and keep the bauble in play. Right. It's like a leveling game here, right? So if you think the opponent is strong enough to put back 2 forces here, You can cycle your bauble and look like a genius, but do you want to take that risk?
Yeah.
It's. I think this is a very, very high level play.
It's potentially also just put him on top and not fetch. That means I can hard cast Forcible next
Uh-huh.
turn, and if something happens, then I just fetch him away.
Right.
I do like it. I think it's
Yeah, you leave open the flexibility.
mhm.
Depending on what happens, we go left or right. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it.
I like it. Like putting cards on top. Like if I have to shuffle, I'd rather get rid of these, but I can potentially still draw it.
Mhm.
That's also very,
Yeah.
very good brainstorm. But not this time. Let's shuffle those away. With a bauble, we don't want to have those forces. There must be a surveil land here.
Yeah, certainly.
Indeed.
Undercity Sewers for a little bit of nice selection, and Ivan holding up the long goodbye, which is good to get rid of the frog. But if you're not advancing your board state, Lurrus will eat you eventually. So there's a little bit of a window in which Ivan has to do something relevant here, or it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, for sure. Luckily, Jonas does not have that much going on right now. Didn't quite see what was on top, but looks like we're thinking about keeping it there. Don't know if you caught which one it was. Okay.
Oh yeah, I did. It was the Soul Guide Land. Okay.
Wow. Yes. Ooh. Yeah, that's good card, but I mean,
There's
really
there's a 0-mana bauble checker.
Indeed. would you try?
I would probably, I would give it a little bit of a college try.
I had yesterday a situation where they had bauble. I played my own. What was it? It was like a mox that resolved. Then they played their own 0 drop, and I'm like, yeah, it gets counted.
Yeah,
They were like, damn, that's
yeah,
that's awkward. Meanwhile, trading here the creatures.
yeah. Good sequence here from Ivan. Just
Yeah.
saying, hey, do you have anything you want to pitch? Yeah, sure. I'll pitch this Black Lotus card. I don't know if you ever heard of it. And then just get a little bit more value out of your removal spell.
Taking it back. And now passing the turn. We still have the Containment Priest in hand. This we might be seeing something cool here, where we have like destroy your Containment Priest, reanimate a troll. In response, I bring in another Containment Priest.
I would love to see that
That's
for
like
sure.
Ultimate trap.
There's a little bit. Maybe we could have done a little bit better masking here if we hold up Underground Sea instead of Basic Island. To make the opponent also consider Orcus Bowmasters. Now they can basically narrow it down to an additional priest, right?
Yeah, making
Just
ideal use of the mana.
Yeah, just a little bit of signaling the most some different things.
Yeah, nice
that
cat.
points in either direction.
Baraggoyf here, definitely a good creature. I'm sure players will get to sort out how big it is. Must be huge with all these type cards in the graveyard.
In the yard. I think only Urza's Saga and Dress Down are the enchantments that could possibly be there. I guess Necro could magically be there from the black deck. So yeah, 5/6 sounds like the average size of a Baraggoyf these days.
Yeah, exactly. What are we bringing back here with our Lurrus?
Yeah, so with Orcish Bowmasters, that's just a cool way to keep the Baraggoyf at bay. I could see that, and then
maybe the frog for card draw.
Yeah, also great point. It's a little bit of, do you want 2 layers of Containment Priest? Because you're going to chump block this turn. I think it's fairly certain.
I guess so.
So I would have liked to see the Bowmaster here, but I'm sure this is also super valid.
Just have an extra blocker, right?
Yeah, you just get, block with the Bowmaster. You can keep replaying that if you need it later, right? It's more bodies essentially.
This is a good one. So from now on,
that's a really
exile.
Yeah.
That's scary for a Lurrus deck. Now, luckily, the stuff that's already in the bin does not get exiled. Important difference.
Yep.
And if I remember correctly, once you exile with the Voidwalker, you can cast it forever, even if the Voidwalker gets removed, right? Is that correct?
No, you need to actually activate the Voidwalker to play one of those cards. So it needs to
once you've activated, I mean, can you cast it forever?
You need to cast it right away when you activate it.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
this is why you're the expert, right, Andreas?
Yeah, there's some cool stuff that comes up with a card like that where, let's say you, I liked it a lot in Legacy, like you force to will your opponent's Karn against Mystic Forge, then you have a Karn on your side all of a sudden. Like those kinds of things are pretty cool. But here it's going to mainly make sure that the recursion part of Lurrus is not going to happen, right? So eventually Jonas will run out of creatures.
We decide to take back the Bowmasters since Baraggoyf was not blocked.
Oh wow, no block here. That's
interesting.
Yeah, that's surprising to me. So now Jonas is saying, I am fine taking a hit or two, and then I want to find a source of pleasure eventually.
That does make sense. We've seen other Bowmasters here. I think there was a shot at the life, I guess. What else would you be taking?
Yeah, exactly. No 1 toughness creatures.
Okay, not the best draw here, but I guess that's still okay. Looking at the graveyard, Now we can look at the Bowmasters, right? But I think we just want to maybe attack with the Frog first, draw cards.
Then
But
the
it's
opponent starts
scary.
getting bonuses from Bowmasters, so I actually
Mhm.
like this sequence a lot. Get
Much
that out of
better.
there first, and
Yeah,
then, unpunished, go for the draw.
indeed. If we do have to give flying to the Frog, that does mean that the cast we exile, Dorothy Voidwalker, could potentially cast them.
It's actually only cards that hit the graveyard when it's not. Yeah, those cards would not have a void
No,
counter.
so this is, you can actually go around Dorothy Voidwalker with a Frog.
With the stuff you already have in the yard, yes. The
Nice.
future stuff will have a void counter.
Very nice. So I'm just asking all these questions to you so you can answer them for us.
Yeah,
Because I'm
that's
sure
perfect.
that the questions I'm asking, maybe some players at home watching will have the same. But I'm just going to
Yeah,
continue
easily. No,
firing
no.
them off.
Yeah. So now it's, do you want to get jump blocked by an orc army, or do you want to get flying and secure the connect? Let's see.
Okay.
Soul Guide onto. Okay. So that Soul Guide Lantern is certainly not hitting the graveyard with Voidwalker in play.
No, so I think judges are looking. What needs to happen is, so they played it. It does get exiled. There
And
we go,
then,
with a Dorothy Voidwalker. Yeah.
yep.
Okay. Now we've got it. Okay, and they're looking at the graveyards. Let's get this sorted out. This is going to be a difficult board state, right? Because it's as Jonas, you want to attack, but you can't do it favorably, or at least difficult. If you can go for flying, that's I think the only thing you can do.
Yeah, but the thing is, Lurrus is lifelink, right? So this is going to be Jonas slightly losing the race, but drawing cards. And once there's a Swords to Plowshares, that's that's what tips over,
Yep.
and the advantage is firmly in Jonas's favor.
The frog did get some flying stuff going on, attacking with these two. I like it.
Lurrus not attacking here. Let's see, what is that? That is helping Sonaj plays defense against the Orc army. But I guess attacking would be the same to get in for 3 and gain life.
They just don't want to lose the lures, I guess.
Yeah, I think Lurrus was a safe attack here. With just the 1/1 Arc army on the defense.
We also have the Dorothy Voidwalker, right?
With Shadow. So maybe the players are not, familiar with that one.
I guess so. It's a keyword. Maybe we can get it on screen so we can just, because it's like we know what Dorothy Voidwalker does, but the shadow is so irrelevant very often that we don't keep track of it, which I may see happening here.
It's essentially shadow creatures can only block each other, and
Mhm.
they're unblockable for any other creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So in this spot, it looks like Jonas missed that part because Lures on the defense here doesn't make much sense.
We will see what Jonas decides to do. Definitely thinking about it. How do you block here? It's not easy.
Yeah, worth noting is that. Oh wow!
There we have the shadow. Can block or
Lurrus
can be blocked by only people
blocks
with
the
shadow.
Baragoyf. So this is, I see what's going on here. This is super clever. Now, Jonas is going to use Psychic Frog to manage the graveyard all the way down to Lurrus beating Baragoyf in combat.
Oh, that's cool. That's nice. Hey, these are the plays.
Yeah, I connected the dots.
Nice.
Jonas is the one playing, and I'm sitting in here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Way too. We're not in the game, right? We're just talking. We're just having fun.
Yeah,
No, but you caught it, right? We caught it.
almost
Nice.
almost in time, but yeah, that's magic coverage for everyone. I'm sure
Hey.
a bunch of experts in the Twitch chat caught it.
For sure. We also got a quick glimpse at Shadow. And now we have, this is funny because we get to exile the graveyards. There's been a lot of graveyard removal this entire game, right?
Yeah, sure. With the Boggart, the Trawler, I think it's called, entering the battlefield here. The 3/1 Tormod Crypt creature.
Nice. We can actually hardcast this Lorien, so drawing 5. Not bad, not bad. I think we just fired it off,
The
right?
thing is, we have to think about the card Arcus Bowmasters.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's a little
It's
complicated.
We're just gonna go for making a huge frog. Of course, we would have needed swords to get rid of the Bowmasters before we want to draw these cards. So we're just gonna go beat down.
So so the attack with the Orc army here is probably because if the frog connects, that Orc army is going to die anyway to the opponent's Bowmaster ping. But yeah, it seems like, yeah, there's just a lot to keep track of here in Paper
Yeah,
Magic.
exactly.
I played 5 rounds of trios yesterday, and I was I had my hands full. Let me put it that way. Just
that's
so much stuff
That's
to
well
manage.
cool, but I really love this play that since the Orc armor is gonna die anyway, I
Yeah.
might as well just attack
Yeah.
it. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Right?
No. This is this is high level a high level decision
Yeah.
in a tough spot.
Yeah, nice. Okay, so we the frog got blocked. Of course, we can't give it flying because we had no graveyard. Let's see what we draw. Fetch land, not ideal. Is there a reason why you would be wanting to get rid of the bauble at this state? Because Jonas has an empty hand, has no Lurus. I don't know. What do you
Yeah,
think?
this is the time. This is a good point. The bobble has been around long
Yeah,
enough.
there we go.
Also note how the in the beginning of the game, the fact we saw two thought seizes on the other side of the table, that has basically kept the bobble in here for a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
So you can count that as a win in Jonas's book.
Yeah,
As
definitely.
the mission accomplished when it comes to that, putting back two
Mhm.
forces on the brainstorm.
And looks like here we can see
Yeah,
hard cast.
Voidwalker.
Hard cast, what am I saying? Using the Void Walker.
Yeah, well, not the cycle mode, and we're actually seeing the draw 3 mode here.
Nice.
That's a cool play. Like we can already have like a small hit list here of cool plays
Yeah,
we've seen already,
exactly.
and this is round 1.
We should have asked them to make the bingo card. Andreas, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Yeah, this is cool.
Baragoyf entering the battlefield. Very big creature. Although not that big right now, I think. Can't see the graveyards very well. Looks like just the three power. Draw. Dig through
So
time.
yeah, dig through time usually a very very good card to draw here on turn 8 or thereabout.
Mhm.
But the move with the Lurus onto the Baragoyf has a big toll to pay with when it comes to graveyard size.
This is quite a game. I love this gameplay that we've been seeing so far. Mono
Yeah,
Black against Lurus. It's for people who are thinking that this is like
turn 1 format.
yeah, not true. We are actually in time, which is why I'm pointing this out. You can see the die on top. We see 2, so time has been called, and we
Right.
might be looking at a draw here. Or do you think someone will be able to finish?
Ooh, this is a great question. So it's a lot of hits you need to get in here from both sides. And I think Jonas's deck does not play. Usually, Lurus decks can play Time Twister, which is like a way to win the game in one swoop with
Yeah.
Bowmasters. So I don't think we have that here. So yeah, this could just be a draw with both players hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, especially time twisted right now with you with no Bowmasters.
Yeah.
Opponents don't.
Yeah, it's not.
It has one, so
That's certainly
wouldn't
not.
play that in this situation.
That would be very bad.
3. Okay.
It looks like Jonas is basically playing for
Reanimate.
the draw with that with
I
that
think
with
so.
that turn played out.
Reanimate. Does that do anything for Ivan? There's not that many big creatures that they can reanimate, right?
No, the troll is the biggest one, but even that card is.
Is there a troll in the graveyard?
I don't think it's there. That's the
No,
first thing, but you could
indeed.
hit it in theory off of a Baragoyf mill, but I'm sure that card's gonna get chump blocked. Yeah, this looks very complicated to finish in time here.
Yeah. Looks like we are floating some mana in response to the wasteland. Always smart. Attack. I mean, Ivan needs to attack, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is a block with the army. There's a little bit of a math here where blocking with priest, if that made sure we could cast dig through time, you could consider doing it because it
Mhm.
actually adds a card to your graveyard.
Mhm.
But for the time being, I think
Yeah.
I
Jonas
think
knows he's
Jonas is
playing for a
satisfied.
draw, so he doesn't want to lose that containment freeze because we were just talking about reanimating a
Yeah.
creature, but he knows about that as well, so he really doesn't want to lose it. And I think, yeah, turn 4, I don't see anyone winning, so they're probably discussing it right now. But Ivan takes the draw. Let's see. Can they finish? 5, last turn. Is there a card in the deck that wins here?
No,
I can't think of one, but
unfortunately not. This deck, this mono black deck does not win with in any big swings, and it's actually the same for the Esper Lurrus deck. It's
Mhm.
like always going to be a resource game. I guess some games you can have like a fast Baragoyf and get there, but or fast troll.
you see the body language like, yeah, whatever, Frog, you've done your part. Just
Yeah.
get out of here.
Yeah.
And now the combat's over. We then and they take a handshake, and it is a draw. Wow. Andreas, I have really enjoyed these games, especially with Mono Black.
Oh, yeah.
Really having a nice performance. So for people who have only watched Vintage for the first time ever, as you can see, this is not a turn 1 or a zero
No,
format.
not
Now-
close to it. We went down to the wire. Players were grinding from turn 1 of these games, trying to battle for position, removal spells, discard spells, counters,
Mhm.
draw spells, Bowmaster on Bowmaster action.
There was
And
a
I
lot of
guess
interaction, right?
When yeah, a ton of interaction all the time, and then when the dust settled, we found no winner.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Although in the other feature match that we had, of course, we did have a winner, and there we did see some powerful flays. It's cool that in Vintage we have both, right? You can have the nuts draws where you have
Yeah.
like the Lotus, etc. Sure, but you also have these grindy games, etc. So this was a lot of fun. I hope that we get some more magic like this for the remainder of the round. And yeah, what do you want to see for the rest of the day, Andreas?
I mean, I think we set the table nicely here. We saw explosiveness out of the Raker Shops decks. We saw grinding to the absolute down to the wire here. So, yeah, I think we want a little bit more of those, and maybe get to see some Bazaar Baghdad's, Mishra's Workshop, and just powerful spells and powerful lands.
Yeah, let's showcase everything that Vintage has for us in store. We will take a short break, so we will be back in 5 minutes. Stay tuned here for Eternal Weekend because we have some great more magic for you today. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the main event here at Eternal Weekend Europe. My name is Julian Knapp. I'm here with Callum Smith. And Callum, we are playing some vintage today. We are in round 2. How excited are you for that?
I'm just buzzing. First of all, the atmosphere in the room is insane. We have 1,000 people for Paupageddon. We have 235 for Vintage upstairs. We've got huge legacy side events. The room is electric in Lucca here today. So we are playing Vintage, as you said. It's the powerful stuff. We got we got some broken things going on, and every time I delve into this format, I just like get the games are so interactive at the same time while you're doing these incredibly powerful things. I'm very excited to see what we got in store.
Yeah, the thing is, like, people have called it like the Cadillac of Magic in a way. And to me, the most fascinating thing has always been that in one way, vintage is the widest format. So you would think it's the most broken. And yes, it is. But at the same time, throughout the entire decades that it has been around now, it always finds a way to, settle on some equilibrium where people are like all of a sudden casting Thundertrap Trainers, which is like a card that's barely legacy playable. Oh, shots fired, I know. But tell me, how does it work? Why is vintage still balanced despite like all the brokenness that the format has ever seen?
That's a very hard question to answer. Vintage right now is so balanced. Like we saw 8 different decks in the top 8 of Eternal Weekend NA, and in that we saw an unpowered deck as well, mono black. I think it's like self-policing in a way that like it's the Force of Will is the glue that holds the format together, much like in Legacy as well. So as long as you have these strong, powerful blue decks also sporting their ancestral recalls, their time walks, their presence is going to keep the busted combo decks in check to an extent. But at the same time, you've got the bizarre decks, and that's kept in check by Wasteland. So you have these like pillars of all these eternal formats, and they keep these things in check. And vintages have had some ups and downs. Quite a few years ago, we've had, well, actually last year, Vexing Ball was kind of hurting the format. We had some Narsets and Khans and things like that. But the restricted list does police things in the same way that the ban list will help it for Legacy. So right now, I think we're seeing maybe the best vintage we've seen in many, many years. It's incredibly diverse, and the gameplay is fantastic. We see fair decks thriving with Lurrus and the blue-black Lurrus decks or Esper.
Yeah.
We see combo thriving with Raker shops, and we see the Jewel shops decks. And then we see the graveyard deck still doing well. Like, I think they have a tough time against the field these days because the combo decks can ignore them. And the Lurrus decks are supporting so many wastelands. But we do see a lot of dredge. I've been looking around the room, and there's a lot of dredge and a few sweet decks.
The most healthy vintage has ever been. Okay, that's a tough call. Let's see whether it's going to live up to it. We got some players lined up in the feature match area. Let's see what they brought to the table today. We picked some really nice ones for you. So let's see what that's going to be. By the way, what would you have played? If you had played, quick.
I would have played Breach. I love playing Breach. I would have played like a Grixis one.
Maybe we have some of that later today. Right now, we got one of the most classic decks of vintage. Dude, I've been playing vintage for a long time, and ever since I've been around, this has been a deck. Oath of Druids. What does it do?
This deck just screams vintage, doesn't it? It's just like broken stuff, but at the same time, it's kind of like these days we see so many things. Look at this deck. We see Stock Ups. This is a new edition. We see a One Ring. This is a fairly new edition. We see Gaia's Blessing. That's an old school card. And we see Oath of Druids, which is it's only really lived in vintage, hasn't it? Because it's been banned in Legacy for so many years. So
shoutouts to Old Extended.
yeah.
Keep going.
I think we find some slightly stronger creatures off it these days. But hey,
so what exactly are we doing with Oath? Like,
so fundamentally, this build is a very toolboxy one, so it can play a very good fair game. But fundamentally, Oath of Druids is saying your opponent can't play creatures, and if they do, then you're going to go and find a big monster. The big monster here is Atraxa. I think everyone at this point is probably quite familiar with Atraxa, but she ETBs and finds you the best cards in your top 10. And from that point, you then use the deck's fair grinding power to then win from there. Like you have the 7/7 flying beta, and you will win with Atraxa. But then you're finding, the tutors to find your time walks to end the game faster. You're finding you've got 4 Force of Will and 2 Force of Negation. You've got a Spell Pierce. You've got 2 Flusterstorms. You're getting over the gap. Like old Oath decks, maybe some that used to play RuneScarred Demon, multiple of them, so they'd go and get Time Walk and then regrowth it. But these days, you're really refilling and winning in a fair way.
So I got one problem, and Andrea Fortunati playing this deck has that problem as well. What are we doing if the opponent doesn't have any creatures? What if they don't walk right into our trap?
Well, I guess the deck just doesn't work. Unless you have this little card called Forbidden Orchard. So this is also part of the glue that's made Oath a viable deck forever since it's been legal. So Oath of Druids is a lovely little land from Champions of Kamigawa, where you can tap it for any color of mana. And then when you do, your opponent gets a 1/1 spirit. This combos with Oath, obviously. So you're going to give your opponent a creature, and then, well, sucks be you. You have you have a creature. You're going to trigger the Oath, and so it's just the package there together. One of the most broken starts this deck can have is a turn 1 Moxen with Forbidden Orchard. So you give your opponent the creature, you get the Oath into play, and then in your next upkeep, you're triggering it and getting an Atraxa right away.
That sounds like vintage. Let's see what's going to be on the other side of the table then. On the other side of the table, We got Douglas Penman brought another. Yeah, well, we talked about broken stuff. I want to say, like, this looks like one of the more broken decks of Vintage, if I'm right. Like, this is one of the Lurrus PO decks. PO, of course, being Paradoxical Outcome, namesake of the deck. What exactly are we trying to do here? I see lots of mana artifacts. Where are we going?
This is pretty fair, actually. Like, it can win with an unfair combo. So what it's trying to do, it has Thundertrap Trainer. This is a pretty, it's in a lot of vintage deck these days. It's a little 1/2 for 2 mana. When ETBs, you look at the top 4 cards of your library, and you can choose a non-creature, non-land spell from it, put it into your hand. So this is a lovely thing to return to your hand with Paradoxical Outcome. So a Moxen. Mox goes up, Mox goes down is one of the phrases. So this is, it's very interactive, this deck. You see a lot of counter magic, 2 Flusterstorms as well, 4 Force of Wills. You've got a Dress Down in there. You've got 2 Flame of Anor. This is a very important card to kind of, bridge between killing some of the artifacts and things. You're going to see some Null Rods as well, turning off a lot of your fast mana. But the way this deck is really looking to close out the game is to play lots of Moxen, then you use Paradox Outcome to pick up all the Moxen, floating a lot of mana. You'll play them all again. And at that point, you play a 4th Aelingus. So I want all chat to scream death when you play 4th Aelingus. And it's like a fireball, essentially. 4th can be played in a pretty fair way. But really, it's looking to, make 10 tokens and just fire blast them with all this haste 2/2 tramplers. But really, like, you got a Snapcaster as well. You can bring back a Time Walk, and you're playing stock ups. So I would say this deck, while it flares and goes into like an unfair finish, it's looking to play a land, go. It's not trying to do a broken thing out the gate, as some other decks can do.
Yeah, I guess this is just like another one of the decks that's actually a home to Thundertrap Trainer here, as you mentioned. Lots of new cards for Vintage Standards, I want to say. Also, I see a Vexing Bobble in there. Like, that's kind of like the beauty of that card, right? And that's in that sense that I would imagine this is really good against the deck.
It is. It's Vexing Bobble is a funny one. For some reason they put this, sacrifice it, so you can just kind of control it yourself, design on the card. So there's so many vintage decks where it's incredible against, and you still play it yourself. So there's one Urza Saga because that is restricted, and that can go and find the one Vexing Bauble because that is restricted as well these days. But you can go and find it. You can crack it to draw a card when you want to unload your hand, and also you could play it out, turn off a lot of your spells for your opponent. Then you could Paradoxical Outcome it back, play your Moxen, and then play the Vexing Bauble back again. So you have quite a lot of control over the Vexing Bauble, really. One of the dangers is Null Rod is very good against this deck. So if you play it out early and then you get hit by the Null Rod, you can't sacrifice it. You can still PO it back. But you're really, I think it's okay because you're really looking to, play these stock ups off all the fast mana as well. What you'll see, some of the decks in the format, the control decks, the Lurrus decks, they only play a few Moxen. So they're trying to play a slow game. This deck uses stock ups so well because you have so much fast mana. So you're really powering out the stock ups to find some interaction, to find the force, and set up your 4th Aelingus kill, if you will.
Okay. Let's see which player is going to be able to execute their game plan here better. We hear the players already in the feature match area, so let's switch over to that. By the way, who do you think is favored here in this Oath against Lurrus PO matchup?
This is a very close one, I believe. I would say Oath slightly gets it. Once the Oath of Druids is in play, it's quite hard for the Lurrus deck to actually interact with it. Apart from their win, of course. So I think the Oath deck is also the one that's trying to put the pressure on. I think the Lurrus deck is happier to sit back, make some land drops, and they both are sporting 4 stock up as well. So there might be it might come down to who resolves the most stock ups. And in that case, Douglas has more fast mana, so he can get them online faster. And you find a stock up off a stock up, you're gonna find more stock ups.
You start going crazy. And you mentioned Douglas has more fast mana, and he's certainly living up to it. He's got the Mox Sapphire here coming out of the fetch land, trying to run something out on the very first turn here.
Could be a Thundertrap Trainer.
Just straight up for value.
Yeah, I think so.
How often do you actually duplicate the Thundertrap Trainer?
You do. It comes up. The deck has so much fast mana. You got the Mana Crypts and the Mana Vaults. You got Black Lotus, and that's not a bad thing to do because you're going to get 2 tokens, and then you're going to find 2 more cards off it. It's not an Augur of Bolas. It's not look at the top 3 cards of your library and put them on the bottom. It's you usually hit with it. So, yeah. Or maybe we see a Time Walk in his hand. So we see a Snapcaster as well. There's the Thundertrap Trainer.
You called it Thundertrap Trainer. I'm gonna look at the top 4 cards here. Gonna pick out a non-creature, non-land, basically like an instant sorcery enchantment, maybe.
Exactly, and you reveal it and put it into your hand.
You better reveal it.
yeah. Otherwise, we're calling the judge.
Yeah. I did that in my very first Magic tournament. My opponent revealed the card they showed, and I was like, well, yeah, they're showing me the card. I'm gonna trust them. Oh, this game is not only built on trust. You actually me. Okay, cool. I like this.
I trust my opponents have my best interests at heart.
Yeah.
We see Michele on Oath opening with a Strip Mine. That's a Expedition Strip Mine. But I think I spied a Forbidden Orchard in hand, or he has a what's called a Lorien Reveal to cycle in return here, and doesn't want to give give Douglas a token.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dorian Reveal used to be a legacy staple, almost, I want to say, right?
Yeah, it's still here and there. I think people realize like as good as it is, Vintage, because you're like skimping on lands because you're playing these Moxen and stuff, you still need to keep your blue count very high for Force of Will. So the blue count is often an issue for these decks, funnily enough, despite being almost mono blue in what they're actually trying to cast.
There's a thing in Magic as a whole, I want to say in Legacy as well. The fewer cards the fewer colors you play, the more stretched your mana base is going to be because you work all these, extra utility lands in there, and that's a very common thing. Like you remember, like Murfolk, for example. Murfolk used to have the most atrocious mana base, like a mono blue deck.
God,
People-
yeah, you play the Mutavolts and the Wastelands.
Yeah.
Just a very quick correction, it's Andrea Fortunati on Oath. We're going to get that fixed very shortly. So Andrea doing it.
Yeah.
Another good thing with Forbidden Orchard this deck is because it does fix the mana. So Andrea is a 4-color Oath deck. He's splashing white for Source of Clashes in the sideboard and the balance as well. And we see a Nihil Spellbomb or two. So it's a proper 4-color deck with a lot of shooters, a lot of finding things.
Did you just say balance?
Balance.
Dude, I'd be down to see some balance in action. I haven't seen balance cast in, like, I want to say 5 years or something.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it is a very, very balanced game so far, very balanced format. So balance is allowed.
Yeah. So Michele gets his lands, looking to probably not strip mine, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they both are sporting very similar. Okay, he does. Very similar kind of setups in the early game. They both have a similar land count. They both, well, Douglas has a few more Moxen, but Michele is still sporting a lot of fast mana as well. And they're both trying to get to that stock up level, I think, and try and cast some stock ups. So strip mine is really, it's more of a utility card in Oath. You're really looking to hit a Caracas, for example, because your win con is very often going to be a Traxxas. So I think, I don't know if Douglas plays a Caracas.
By the way, that's a beautiful island. That's
yeah.
one of the most beautiful islands.
Arena.
Yeah, and we're just gonna go for the explore mode. I guess we also get to deal 1 damage here.
You know what? This is not just an Explorer. It's a ping Explorer as well.
Yeah.
Powerful stuff.
Explore the pings the opponent. I'm down. Yeah, that's the power creep they talk about, right?
Exactly. This is the beauty of Vintage. You see, you're casting a Time Walk is an Explore very often. Sometimes it's just horrifically broken and you do some horrible things, but very often it is just, Time Walk to get some tempo. And here, gaining the tempo, getting another Saga down. I think Andrea probably wishes he had that strip mine still.
Dude, I was about to say, like, if you're playing kind of like a tempo game here, then the first person to actually resolve stock up is probably gonna be ahead. Because all of a sudden, like, the other side of the board is gonna be down like a full stock up. Like we measure tempo in stock ups now these days.
Yes.
I recently got the memo. That's how it works.
It's stock up tempo.
We're actually we're gonna get like a stock up counter tempo on screen at some point in the future. Let's see.
I do want to paint out a great play I think that Andrea just made. So Spell Pierce hit the stock up from Douglas, but he didn't hit the Time Walk, which is very interesting. So the Time Walk from Douglas just wasn't presenting anything threatening, right? It was presenting a bit of tempo, but I think Andrea quite rightly realized that, the game is not about that Time Walk.
Smart choice by Michele, by Andrea there. Also, Andrea picking up his own copy of Mox Diamond and got Tinker in hand. Dude, Tinker is gonna go for Border Citadel at some point, like down the games. Is this like gonna be our game plan at some point?
I think we could see it this turn. Picking up the Mox, I believe that's the Forbidden Orchard right behind the Tinker. I just feel like, Douglas could have forced that Spell Pierce to resolve the stock up last time. He might not have. I think that's an unclear play. But Andrea has the choice to go for Tinker right now, right here, right now. And given his hand, I can't see the other two cards, but it seems like a pretty
I think there's
powerful
a
thing to be doing.
is that the Flame of Anna, maybe?
Flame of Honor will be in Douglas's deck.
Yeah.
There's the Orchard. Tinker right at the front of the hand. It's Tinker. Oh, it's a Snapcaster Mage as well.
I mean, you could always go for like Tinker, Snapcaster Mage Tinker, like 2 turns later if you pick up another artifact. Like, not something I've done a lot of times, but
Snapcaster Tinker.
Oh, and Tinker,
Resolves fast.
one of the most broken cards from Urza's Legacy. Somehow it was allowed in Standard to live for quite a long time, and here we are in 2025. Tinker still good. Who would have thought?
God, Tinker's such a good card, isn't it? So, looking at the body language, Andrea picked up the deck very fast. I think Douglas let it resolve very fast. Just saying, look, I don't have a Force of Will. If you have a Force, you are countering this. There's no questions asked. So we're going to see what this deck does, because there's a lot of reactive cards. There's a lot of expensive cards. You could find an Atraxa, which is great here, but you could just hit a Force of Will, a Flusterstorm. Andrea has made a land drop as well, so a land is a brick. So I don't think this is going to go off unless he hits a series of insane cards. Could hit like a Demonic Tutor as well. He could just win the game instead.
So does Andrea even need to win the game from this point, right? Let's say he breaks on a couple of things. Like, this deck does actually have a way to properly catch up. Like,
No, I don't believe Douglas has Douglas has a Chain of Vapor to kill the Oath, but now it's not an Oath. Apologies. So Flame of Venor does kill the Sylvanas Citadel, so we do need to be wary of that. And I would think Andrea probably is quite familiar with the Lurrus PO decks. If he hasn't seen Red Mana though, so this could still be Esper.
Yeah. Michaela, picking up Andrea picking up 3 extra cards here. Courtesy of Lorien revealing himself.
Lauren
awesome.
revealed a Citadel. Do you feel good about that or not?
I do.
You
This
do?
is Vintage after all. What do I care about my life total?
Yeah. Drawing 3 cards is good.
I'd be down to pay 5 life to draw 3 cards all day long. At
Great.
least 3 times. The 4th time gets questionable.
True. Greatness at any cost.
Yeah, at any cost.
Yeah.
Truly. So Douglas, I mean, one way to limit Citadel, I would guess, is to put on some pressure, and he's got Urcha Saga on 2 here now. He would like something like a Snapcaster Mage into another Time Walk, right?
Yes, absolutely. This Snapcaster looks great because you get the 2 damage in now, and then you got the Snapcaster next turn. So you're looking at taking Andrea down to 7 life there with that sequence of plays. So yeah, I think that's just like looking at his hand. He's got a PO, so he could pick up the Mox and the Thundertrap Trainer. But in the face of a Citadel, I think you're completely right. You want to put pressure on, get the life total down, because the Forbidden Orchard has told you that they're playing Oath. Oath is in the deck, so you know that the Traxxer is what they're trying to get into play. So you don't want to let them get above 7 of life to get the Traxxer into play. So, okay. Douglas also has gone for making a construct line. So the construct's going to come in as a 2/2, and then the following turn can make another one as a 3/3, fetch an artifact as a 4/4. So this is presenting 6 damage next turn as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of damage, right? So I would think that he's banking on maybe even killing Andrea with the Snapcaster Mage into Time Walk play. Could that be a thing?
It could be a thing for sure. That's what he's setting up. So I think if he untaps next turn, he will be winning the game.
Ooh.
So Andrea sees a Force Will on the top, not castable. So that was on top of the library. So if he went for the Snapcaster, he could have forced it, paying the 5 life. But now Brainstorm is found as well. Brainstorm's very good with Citadel because you can go and put back some cheaper cards. You can set it up. If you find another land, you can make a land drop off it to kind of like clear cards out of the way. 13 life, though, is not a ton to work with. So we see another Force in hand.
I feel like this is a situation as old as time, or as old as Magic at least, where one side has inevitability and is probably going to be able to run away with the game in the long run, while the other one is trying to temper them out, right? I think Douglas probably very well understands that his time is going to be over if he goes to like turn +6 or +7 from here on out, right? So he's going to try to close the game window. Whereas something we haven't talked about, he's also got PO in hand. Is there like any crazy PO plan he might be looking to set up?
I think he needs more fast mana. So off the Saga next turn, he can fetch Black Lotus or potentially like a Mana Vault. That might be the biggest burst of mana, because then you can tap the Sapphire for the blue, the Mana Vault for the 3, and then you pay PO off that. So you're drawing 2 cards off those Artifact Rocks and the Thunderstruck Trainer if you want. But I'm looking at that Time Walk Snapcaster play you've pointed out. I think we're really trying to put the pressure on, because you're completely right. If Andrea has more time, it's going to find things off the Citadel. And just by casting cards as well. He cast Lorien Revealed last turn to draw 3 cards. So you feel like you're in danger. But he's taking a while for this decision. So, okay, he plays another land.
From the top of the library?
Yeah.
Couldn't make out what the other card top is, but we're not playing it right away. So 1 mana is going to be a Texian Probe, maybe? What could it be?
Brainstorm, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It's a Mystical Tutor. Okay.
Oh, Mystical Tutor plus Citadel also is kind of interesting. Are we going to get our own Time Walk? No, actually, you can't Mystical Tutor for Time Walk, right? You can only get instants.
Yeah. It's sorcery, I believe.
It's sorcery, you believe?
Yeah.
No, what's the one that doesn't work that everybody does wrong?
Merchant Scroll is instant.
Merchant Scroll. That's
Yeah,
the one everybody gets wrong the first time they play Vintage. Me included, by the way.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good old Merchant Scroll for Time Walk. No, thank you.
Yeah, for me, it used to be for Tinker.
Yes. Yeah. But no, Mystical can get either. I think we probably do see Time Walk. I think, an extra turn is an extra land drop, so you can clear things out of the way with Bolas Citadel. It's just 2 life, so you go down to 9. Yep. There we go.
Makes you wonder what they were thinking when they were like, yeah, 2 next turn, 2 mana. That sounds about right?
Yeah, you might want to add like 3 mana on top of that and see.
Yeah.
You know what? It's comparable to Companions. They said with the Companion tax, they were like, we undercosted all of these by 3 mana. And then Time Walk versus Time Warp. Time Walk and Warp. God.
Are you saying Lightning Bolt should also be 4 mana?
No, not Lightning Bolt.
Surely not, right?
But, all right, so we see the Time Walk cast off Citadel going down to 9 life. Yeah, that buys a lot of time. Because now you can use a bit more mana to set up. You can see what's on top of your library.
Yeah.
And you might not even mind giving them more tokens. You might find the Orchard. I think this is a Vampiric Tutor. This is a judge one.
Dude, this is some true vintage, like time walking on either side, threatening Snapcaster into time walk, tutoring for time walk, another
Oath.
vampiric tutor into oath. Like this is what we signed up
Yeah.
for, seriously.
Yeah. I have to say, I was like scouting the room looking for things, and I called out Oath. Was like, this is vintage. Oath is such a vintage classic, and this build as well. It has so many toolboxy things, so many tutors. You find the things. Citadel is not in a ton of decks these days, because Lurus just says, "Do you want to play me or do you want to play that Citadel?" And
That's the big choice every vintage player has to make these days, right? Am I a Lurus player or am I a non-Lurus player, even when I want to play fair decks? And I want to say most of them tend to just stick Lurus into their deck and make it work. But yeah, Andrea here, no, I want my Citadel. Citadel into Oath at this point, passing the turn.
I feel like Douglas is, because of the time walk, I think Douglas needed to maybe PO here to try and find a Force of Will, because this Oath is going to go and find a Traxxas, and I think that's where you snowball out of control. Because he's at 5 life, but the Atraxa is going to come into play. There's no answer for Atraxa in Douglas's hand currently. He has a Chain of Vapor in the deck to bounce it. I really think he needs to be looking for a Force of Will here. It's a Hail Mary play, because obviously his plan, as we discussed, was to make a Saga token and then Snapcaster the Time Walk and go for lethal. But here, I think he's really priced into drawing 2 off the PO with the Mox Sapphire and the Thundertrap Trainer. Just hope to hit something.
Can you bounce the token as well, or is it like only...
No, PO is non-token, unfortunately.
Non-token.
Otherwise, you could go crazy with mental, bounce all the mental tokens.
Ooh, yeah, I would have totally been down for that.
Yeah.
So basically 4 mana, draw 2 cards
Yes.
at instant speed.
Yeah.
That sounds more like standard power level.
Yeah, it's not the best.
Dude, that's what we talk about, right? The beauty of vintage, right? We get these completely broken plays, and then we get the stuff that would barely make it into like a modern deck.
I mean, look what Andrea's doing. It's pretty broken stuff. Just tinker for Citadel and then going off.
Yeah. Okay.
So I love this from Douglas, realizing that he needs to find a force here. Otherwise, he's just dead to that. And I think as Andrea, do you force back here?
I would. It depends on what's on the top of the deck. Maybe he's got enough force over there, then I surely would.
Yes.
But with the time walk coming off, I think I would do that, especially since Douglas also made it so that he's not making a construct, right?
True. Yeah. Douglas finds the force. So rewarded for his play. Fantastic. You love to see that. Andrea does have the force back, but you love to see players realize exactly what's going on. Douglas is so honed into this game, understanding that, right, my plan has changed. I cannot do what I originally planned to do. I need to fight over this oath because this is what's going to kill me.
This is some serious magic, man.
Yeah.
And you said you would be playing Lurus instead?
No, I like Breach decks. And I like
Breach Lurus, right?
But I like the build with Tinker for Citadel, not Lurus.
Oh, the most broken one?
Yeah.
Do people still do like the super broken stuff like TPS, the Perfect Storm, or is that like a relic of the past?
It's a bit of a relic of the past, unfortunately.
Yeah. Too bad.
Kind of drew a lot of cards, and that Bowmaster's card is pretty popular in this format.
True.
Yeah, Bowmaster's as fun as it can be for a lot of things. It has pushed out some strategies out because I don't know. It's still trying to like Mind's Desire and thinks maybe it's okay, but yeah, Douglas doesn't have the force back, so I think yeah, the oath has resolved. Andrea's going down to 4 life, giving another token. And he's going to hit the Atraxa, have another turn. So with the Atraxa, gonna. What is
That's that could be a Texian probe. I'm not sure what that one is. We'll figure it out from production is gonna walk us through this. But Andrea going into the that's a Traxa, I would think, right? If we are picking up all those cards from the top.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, this is the oath trigger going off.
Yeah. So let's see
So
what the Traxa is going to get. No, this can't be a Traxa. This is something else. There's way too many cards going to hand here.
Yeah, this is the oath triggering.
Okay.
And that's a Guy's Blessing that's been hit, I think.
Guy's Blessing. What are you doing with that?
So the thing with Oath is you can just mill out. So very often you'll see quite a few creatures in this build. Andrea has 2 Atraxas. But sometimes, the game goes long. Your opponent has a Caracas or a Source of Plowshares. So Guy's Blessing is 1 and a green sorcery. So you can Mystical Tutor for it. But it says target player shuffles up to 3 cards from the graveyard into their library, and you draw a card. It has another ability which is much more relevant. So whenever Guy's Blessing goes into your graveyard from anywhere that's not cast, you're going to shuffle your graveyard back into your library. So because Oath puts all the cards into the graveyard, here we go. Thank you, production, for bringing it up. It's put into your graveyard from your library. You shuffle your graveyard into your library. So you're going to rebuy all these cards. So sometimes, let's just say Andrea had an Atraxa in hand, and then the second Atraxa was the last card in the library. You just then deck out next turn. So it's a very real thing about being decked out. So Guy's Blessing is just some it helps against teching out,
And
basically.
here I am thinking that this is just some random graveyard hate card. I guess you can use it like that as well, right?
You target them. It might be a bit slow to keep up with what Dredge is doing, but you can target some squeeze, shuffle them back in. So Atraxa comes in though. Oath deck is doing what you want. And the thing is, like, so it synergizes in a weird way with the Bolas Citadel, because the Bolas Citadel asks to pay life to cast spells. Atraxa has lifelink. So very soon going to go up on life. Oh, there's a Time Walk. Here we see the Guy's Blessing coming up. The Time Walk that he used before has shuffled back into the library. He gets to take it off the Atraxa and then cast it again. He's going to attack Douglas down to 10 life. He's going to go up to 11. And you know what? Maybe he finds the Guy's Blessing again to Time Walk again.
Time Walk gonna come down here.
Yeah, so taking the Time Walk, taking Boseiju just in case Douglas finds something powerful to do.
It's gonna be pretty rough for Douglas, right? Douglas already like signalized that he doesn't have another way of interacting with what Andrea is doing. So with another Time Walk coming in here, and Atraxa just like probably taking the game from there. There's gonna be like at least 1 or 2 swings, and also like an overwhelming board position. And not to mention, we got the Bolas Citadel going on still.
Yeah.
Like while all of this is happening, like help me out. I can't handle all this card advantage.
Yes, exactly. And this is exactly what the Oath deck's trying to do. This is it. Oath of Druids is a weirdly hard card to interact with. Enchantment removal, like, it's not that popular. Like Flame of Anor in Douglas's deck doesn't hit that, hits the artifact. So once Oath is in play, a lot of decks might struggle. You see some March of Otherworldly Lights, and you see some Prismatic Endings here and there. But really, I think, Andrea, this is like, they call it garbage time officially, I believe.
Nah, not when these beautiful cards are involved.
No.
Seriously. Oath was actually what I played in my very first Vintage tournament.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I got something like Hellkite Overlord. It wasn't too hot back then.
Douglas disagrees, and he's sick of these beautiful cards, and he packs it up.
That's why he's sitting over there, and I'm still casting Hellkite Overlord.
Indeed,
That's how it works, right?
Yeah, Atraxa does seem a little bit better, I'll be honest.
Yeah. The thing about Atraxa is like she is the grand unifier, right?
Yes.
Because you mentioned there's going to be a Runescar demon and everything in the past, but ever since Atraxa became a thing, like nothing else is really doesn't matter. Like we don't do Inferno Titan, all that kind of stuff.
God, yeah, I remember Inferno Titan. No, Atraxa's just too good.
So what are we gonna do here for sideboarding? What is Andrea gonna bring in? Like you already talked about the balance. Are we gonna see that in action?
I don't think so. Balance is for probably initiative decks, I believe. Maybe the Orcish Bowmaster decks as well to kill some creatures. I don't see a ton. So in the sideboard we see Boseiju. It's okay, but it's probably for like some uncounterable ways to kill Time Vault decks, I believe. Swords, you don't need swords standout trap trainers, do you? Consigned to Memory is probably for the coveted jewel decks. Nihil Spellbomb, no, it's not a graveyard deck. I don't. Null Rod potentially. It's Null Rod and Stony Silence. So you know that your opponent's a PO deck because they cast PO.
Yeah.
So I think Andrea's probably looking at the couple of Null Rods and Stony Silence. Maybe doesn't bring in all 3, maybe just a couple, because you don't want to be like over encumbered on them.
True. So let's see what's going on the other side. What Douglas brought here, maybe some ways to fight over Oath specifically.
Yeah, we're looking for ways to fight that exactly.
So what do we got over here? Nothing that jumps out at me right away, right?
Not at all, really. I think we're looking at the Force Negation because it counts as Oath. Probably looking for the Mindbreak Trap. Mindbreak Trap really, like in Legacy, you're used to it being a kind of anti-combo card, but here the blue stacks do add up enough that Mindbreak Trap can catch them. Hurkyl's Wrinkle, no. Soulguide Lantern, no. Pyroblast, yes. I would say you want the Pyroblast in stock-up matchups always. At the same time, it's going to counter the Force of Wills that you're fighting over the Oaths. Consigned to Memory, not really. I can counter an Attract trigger, but is that attractive? I don't think so.
So from what I'm getting, like neither player is gonna have like some kind of strategic pivot, right?
I don't think so.
That's gonna be like similar-ish to like just like better tools working out for the second match.
I think so. I don't think either one. They pick up a couple of cards to improve the blue stack wars, and that's about it.
Yeah, okay, cool. Sounds good. So let's see what we're gonna have for the second round here at Eternal Weekend Europe in beautiful Lucca. Have you been to Lucca before?
I have not.
Yeah, me neither. First time, and yeah, I'm trying it quite a bit. Like these Tuscany little towns, gotta love it. Everybody who came here to play Vintage today made the best call.
Absolutely.
So Douglas is probably gonna be on the play, opening up on what do we see here? We see Gitaxian Probe. We can see the names are card and PO. We got at least one force that I'm aware of, and he's running out. Dude, he wants to see what we're seeing.
So the beautiful thing with Gitaxian Probe is not the most fun to play card to play against, but us as commentating, it's wonderful because we get to see. Well, we get
Well,
to see exactly what is in
I
happening.
see some. Like, I want to say like those are two forces. I think one of them or both of them are force of negations.
Yep. We
Some
see
land.
mana crypts at the top.
Oh, there's a mana crypt. Yeah.
Yep. So some fast mana. Mana crypt is an awkward one sometimes. You know, it can be quite fast in the PO decks especially. But Oath is like, well, you don't really stock up is the main thing to do with 2 colorless mana.
Do you actually know where the first mana crypt came from?
It was in a magazine.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Right.
Yeah. Didn't buy the magazine myself, I'll be honest, but
Nobody's perfect there.
uh
Gonna pick up the cards again. Is
Yeah.
Andrea and
it's an ancestral recall.
that's a good card.
Do we say no lands though? Oh, see a black. Okay, this is a fascinating hand from Andrea. So we see a mana crypt and a black lotus, 2 force of negation, no lands. So this Gataxian probe is just like caught him. It's like, okay, so Douglas, if you have a counter magic for that black lotus, you're cutting him off the blue and cutting off
Do,
a lot
do
of
you
mana.
think? Do you think Douglas is gonna fight over the Black Lotus there?
I think so.
Yeah?
I think we see the force in Douglas's hand. He knows that the counter magic from Andrea is force of negation, so can't fight back on Andrea's turn. So I think so. I mean, I would. We see PO in hand. We see a Black Lotus of himself. Okay, both players opening with Black Lotus. We see a stock up as well. So stock up PO, force.
I think
This
that's
is
a merchant scroll, right?
What is it?
On the very left. I could be wrong. Yeah, it looks like a merchant scroll. Dude, what are these opening hands? Like, I got 5 mana. No, that's
I
like
think it's a
6 mana
stock
on the
up.
first turn. Oh, it's stock up, you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I would
No,
probably.
I'm talking about the one down there on the very bottom. The stock up I see as well. We will see.
Okay. Okay.
It's gonna be just like straight up raw stock up here. 3
You're
mana,
right. It is a merchant scroll.
and it's not gonna get Tinker.
It's not going to get Tinker.
Nor
Yes.
Time Walk.
So I think he's like, there is 2 force negations. But Andrea's not gone for the mana.
Oh, okay. So why exactly are we talking the mana crypt here after sacking the Lotus?
Yeah, because he could have gone. He could have like fetched with the Scalding Tarn and cast his stock up here afterwards. He's kind of like saying, "I'm planning to do more stuff." Maybe he wants to give a tell. Maybe he really wants this to resolve. But by cracking the Lotus, he's saying, "I'm going to do something else after this." Do you respect that?
So basically, the idea is that you filter the colored mana into colorless mana, or rather the other way around. You filter colorless mana to colored mana by using the Lotus
Yeah.
and the mana crypt. So
Could-
you need the 1 blue, and you could have gotten that off the fetch land. You're saying.
Could
right?
have lost the fetch land. At the same time, the fetch land does get Meticulous Archive, which represents the Surveil. So maybe there's value in that. So he's already figured my turn is going to be casting Stock Up and Merchant Scroll. And I'm going to be asking you, do you want to counter any of these? And I think, Andrea, probably you should be countering Stock Ups. It's hard to do because you're like, what if they just hit 2 lands? What if they miss?
You know what it reminds me of? That's the whole gameplay dynamic. It's when people played something like, let's say, Sign and Blood, or what's it called, the other one, where you draw 2 cards for 2 mana.
I know the one you mean.
Yeah, but basically the
Read
thing-
the bones.
read the bones, that kind of thing, right? Where
Mhm.
you just like you do
They
these
could-
minor things and try to get ahead and try to draw a force of her, and like you don't care whether it gets countered or it doesn't.
Okay, so we saw Andrea.
Night Whisper. That's
Night
the
Whisper,
one. Night
yes.
Whisper is the one.
Yeah. So we see Andreas forcing and pitching Stock Up. So he values the second force of negation in hand. This is hard to pitch an Ancestral Recall to, though, right?
Yeah, I totally wouldn't.
Oh.
That's so like Andrea hasn't even had a turn and he's gone through like 3 different tough decisions there.
Yeah. I feel like this is too much to ask. I mean, it's going to get Ancestral Recall, probably.
This is
You-
where you'd love to have a misdirection.
Yes.
That's
yes,
still
you
a
would.
card in Vintage. I don't really see it anymore.
Not really.
Ah,
Not really.
okay. I'd be playing it.
Oh, that hurts.
Oh.
But
Oh.
I think he priced himself into it when he pitched the Stock Up first. I think you make the decision at the beginning. You're like, am I going to force pitching force? If not, I'm going to price myself into pitching the other blue card, even if it's Ancestral Recall. And Douglas, now, do you fight over this Merchant Scroll?
Oh, it's rough. I mean, your PO, that's a PO still in hand, right?
But like PO draws 1, and you need to draw the 4th mana for it as well. Whereas this Merchant Scroll is representing Ancestral. I think I fight over this.
Oh, you actually fight over this?
Yeah,
Okay.
because Andrea's on 3 cards.
Douglas,
now.
do it. Want to see
Because-
some fireworks?
Andrea's on 3 cards. This is going to go and get Ancestral Recall, and you can cast it off the thing. So then you've got a land and a mana crypt and 3 cards versus Andrea's 3 cards.
Mm-hmm.
You're really winning this exchange. The punish for this is a mental misstep, which would be backbreaking.
But we know about that, right? We played the Gataxian
played the
Probe.
Probe.
Dude, perfect information is so valuable.
This probe card is good.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
should play in Legacy. maybe?
Should play Urza's Glasses in Legacy as well, right? Gonna tell you someday.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Douglas fighting over this. This is you know, he's gained 2 cards over this exchange. I think it's what you got to do. Fundamentally, both decks do have these combo finishes, but it's about grinding. We alluded to this stock up game, which hasn't really happened so far, but this is how you'll catch up. This is how Andrea, he's had to pitch stock up and Ancestral
Yeah,
Recall
yeah.
to the
Oh,
forces, but
there
he
it
can just
is.
draw his own stock up.
Oh, dude. So let's assume Douglas is gonna be done for now. He's like, okay, I played like 7 spells. It's all good. Andrea, it's your turn. What is Andrea looking to do? Is there any like turn 1 oath or something? Is-
Yeah, so we know his hand is Mana Crypt and Black Lotus. I didn't catch the 3rd card, but yeah, I think he wants to draw like a stock up into finding more
Mhm.
stock ups. But he could find the oath and he can cast it with the Black Lotus, but he has no Forbidden Orchard yet. There's no way to kind of cast it off it. Finds Lorien Revealed.
Ooh,
That's good. You've got 5 mana for Black Lotus and the Mana Crypt.
honestly, that's probably worst place.
Yeah, yeah. There's the Mana Crypt.
That's the Mana Crypt
This
coming
is
down
open
here.
information.
Yeah, Lotus as well. Dude, this is actually gonna be the 5 card,
Oh, he's
5
gonna,
mana card cast, as you mentioned.
he's gonna cycle it. Okay.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Gives us access to colored mana there.
Yep. Yep.
What are we gonna get here? Probably Tropical Island, I would guess.
Yeah, you know what? I can't work out the last card in Andrea's hand. I've not done my homework on the promos.
Oh, Pete, so chat can guess along with us.
Chat, help us.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get a clue from what land he gets. It's gone.
Gonna, oh,
Maybe it's
Underground
Demonic
Queen.
Tutor.
But then he wouldn't be. Actually, yeah, he would still be shuffling, I guess. Oh, he's not. Dude, you're so smart.
It's
That-
Demonic Tutor.
he
We
was-
got it.
That's a smart shuffling order. You're like, I don't need to shuffle again if,
Yeah.
if this gonna resolve. Yeah,
We did it.
that's the contextual clues that you get, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
So,
So the cycling makes a ton of sense. Now, what do you get here?
like the Sister Recall is already gone, right? So
Mhm,
is it
mhm.
actually gonna be straight up oath? But then we still need a way to trigger the oath at some point.
I'm looking at this Tinker that Andrea's looking at as well.
Oh no, that's a good one.
Yeah. Because Oath, you don't have the green mana. Well, you have the Black Lotus, sorry. But you don't have a Forbidden Orchard to give him a creature. Douglas is not representing any kind of creature that he's going to play anytime soon. So I think you're kind of a bit off the Oath plan at this current junction. I think it's got to be. He's pulled Narset to the front, which he could cast now off the Black Lotus. Narset is a very good choice, actually. Because he could have gone for Tinker off the Black Lotus and sacking the Mana Crypt.
Oh, you think he's gonna like decide on Narset over Tinker there?
I think that's what he's doing.
Ooh.
See, I'm a gambler. I like the Tinker play. He's gone for the Tinker play. Let's go, Andrea. I love it. I'm so happy.
Dude, these are some serious fireworks.
I mean, he might just win. Like,
He could actually win on the spot here, right? He gets
Yeah.
this one. So he goes for like a, I don't know, bunch of draw spells, some fast mana. Like the only thing that doesn't really work for him is like Force of Worlds and land.
and that's still fine. If you see a force on top, you pass, you got a force open.
Yeah.
He's on a very healthy 20 life because those force negations don't lose him a life. So he's chilling.
Dude, those are some serious swings. Like if I was Douglas passing the turn there after this sequence of plays on his first turn, I'd sign up for that every day of the week.
Yeah, let's just add some context. Andrea double forced Tome 0, pitching stock up and Ancestral Recall, and Tome 1 tinkered. It's powerful stuff over here in Vintage.
Yeah. Douglas here with the shortcut on the Mana Crypt. Where what's it for you? Odd or even? Where do you take damage?
Odds take damage.
Odd takes damage, right?
I
Dude,
think-
I'm down for that. That's exactly how I do it.
I think it's like if someone says evens I take damage, you just call the doctor and be like, this person, are
I
they
think
okay?
at that point you might actually call the judge over. You're like, dude, this is a convention, right? Odd is the
Yeah, yeah,
damage. Yeah, okay.
The unwritten rule of Mana
Yeah.
Crypt.
Douglas continuing here with the degeneracy of extra fast mana, running out the Soul Ring here.
And then he brought Lurrus. That's a big sign of weakness, I think. So here,
I think
Andrea.
he's gonna be able to cast it next turn. He doesn't have the mana for it yet.
No, not yet. Okay, we got a context clue of what this card is. It costs 1 mana. Because they got Mental Misstepped. Oh, so Andrea, at the same time, this is all on the stack. He can look at the top card with Bolas Citadel.
But Douglas probably just looking to cash in on the Metal Misstep here now that Ancestral Recall is gone, right?
So this is a very, very heads-up play what you can do. So what you want to do with things on the stack with a Citadel in play, you always want to be checking the top card at any time because of exactly these reasons that come up here. So you might hit an Ancestral Recall or a Brainstorm or some instant that you could cast with another spell on the stack. So you always want to be holding priority when you put things on the stack.
Ah, okay, because you're saying if the Mystical Tutor there had resolved, then we wouldn't have been able to play the instant.
Yeah, exactly.
this
'cause
case,
the Brainstorm
Brainstorm.
was on top.
Yeah, it's actually a lot more annoying to do that in Magic Online, I think. Like in paper it's easier, but in Magic Online you have to hold down
Hold
control, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, to do it.
absolutely.
Here's a pro tip.
So I think we're gonna you know, Andrea has a lot of options open to him now. So he's going to Mystical Tutor. I see an Oath in hand. And is that a Forbidden Orchard at the front? There's a Strip Mine in play.
Looks a bit like it. Yeah, could be. Could be.
So I would just be getting Time Walk here.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
Dude, Oath and Time Walk, best friends ever since the card has been
Yeah.
printed.
They're
Maybe
pretty-
maybe we do actually go back to RuneScared Demon.
Yeah. Because the fun play with RuneScared Demon was you'd play 3 or 4 of them, and then you would, you know, get Time Walk. Here it is, and then you would get Regrowth. But yeah, that Brainstorm actually set this whole thing up. So really heads up to be looking for the instance on the top of the library in between casting your spells. The Time Walk's going to go off, and then he's going to show the Forbidden Orchard and the Oath, and he's going to get the Atraxa. And that is a pretty powerful position to be in.
That's one way to recover here.
Yeah. I can't believe he double forced turn 0 and then just had turn 1 Tinker for Citadel.
That's what you get in Vintage here.
Yeah.
Andrea looking to untap into Traxa, picking up another something like 5 to 4 cards here.
Yeah. And then he's got the same thing going. He's got a Traxa in play. You've got a Wing Condition in play. You're hoping to hit Gaia's Blessing so you can find the Time Walk again, probably. So nothing hit yet.
Looks like we didn't hear.
Might just find it and cast it.
So in a way, this is almost like a replay of the first game here, right? Douglas putting himself in a really good position here, passing over to an Andrea, like pretty far behind, and Andrea able to not only turn the game around, but almost like put Douglas in no, I don't want to say near hopeless position because it's Vintage after all. We gotta be careful with using that adjective. But
Absolutely.
Douglas, tough. Like the one turn he showed weakness, right? The one, as you mentioned, where he put Lurrus into his hand and just played Soul Ring and passed. You can't afford to do that in this matchup, apparently.
No. To be fair, I don't think we've seen anything from Douglas that he's trying to do. Like, we've seen some fast mana. Obviously, there's Soul Ring and Mana Crypt in play, but we haven't seen the PO for 4 or 5 cards. And off that, we haven't seen the multiple Moxen draws. And off a PO for 4 or 5, you can very often like play another PO and then snapcast a PO and stuff. So we haven't seen Douglas do what his deck is capable of. But at the same time, the deck is not usually that fast. And Andrea is probably playing some more broken things. Oath is a fundamentally broken thing. And, you know, he's threatening that. That's why I felt at the beginning, like, the matchup, I think, is slightly Oath-favored because it's just a more broken thing to be doing.
So Andrea picking up a Force of Will here, copy of Nilrod, a secondary copy of Oath of Druids, probably not going to be needing that. We got a copy of Lorien Revealed, a mystery card from the top here. And
yeah, just in case the Atraxa is a clock and the Citadel in play wasn't enough, we're going to Null Rod off the Mana Crypt and the Soul Ring, and then you can strip mine one of the lands as well.
so if we run out the Nilrod, we are also shutting off the secondary mode of our Citadel, right?
That's true. That's true.
Is that ever going to be relevant there?
You know what? I have played a vintage game where I've both Citadels and then you've untapped it with the Voltaic key and then done it again.
But you do it twice then?
Yeah.
Oh, if you have like enough permanence?
Yeah, you can untap with the Tezzeret or a key or something.
Okay, that's kind of
But
crazy.
Douglas in a very, very unenviable position now with 1 mana available to him, taking damage off the Mana Crypt to rub it all in. He's got 2 spirits that were very kindly gifted by Andrea.
Very kind of Andrea, you
Yeah,
gotta
you know.
say. Yeah, that's
I feel like
really
if I was
nice.
playing Oath, I'd make some custom tokens for myself with like a here's a gift.
Like with your own face on them?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not that mean.
That sounds like you.
I'm not that mean.
Okay, so Douglas trying to figure out how he's gonna clinch his way back into the game here. He's down a game, so this would be the match for Andrea. Better make something work here. Deep in the tank is Douglas. Probably like if I would imagine probably some kind of like crazy PO like you talked about. That's one way to get back into the game. There's like no, I don't know, like not even Mode is doing it. Like we're also like, we probably, to be perfectly honest, I would think that you need like 2 or 3 cards that matter, like business cards we talk about, right?
Yeah. We see Andrea's probably just stepped away to ask the judge a quick question while Douglas is get some time to be in the tank. What we did miss, I just noticed in the sideboard of Douglas, he does have 2 portable holes, which would be great sideboard cards because they can take out Oath of Druids, and they also can hit this Null Rod. I think a couple of Null Rod is pretty common in Oath decks as well. So he maybe has a portable hole. He'd need to find another Tundra. So Andrea's choice of which land to hit with Strip Mine as well, very, very on target. But I think Douglas needs to beat the Force of Will available to him, and he needs to be hitting either the white mana and a portable hole or a Chain of Vapor on the Null Rod, and then needs to just vomit a ton of Moxen onto the field and go off with PO.
And all of that off like 4 cards in hand or something?
Yeah, easy.
You've done it before, right? Many
Yeah,
times?
you know what, just hit. But
Somehow I don't believe you.
yeah, maybe it's a little fib.
Is there anything sweet you can get back with Lurrus? Probably not so much, really.
I don't think so. This game has just been all about fighting over blue spells, hasn't it?
Yeah. as often is the case in Vintage, of course.
Yeah.
Later on today, we're probably also going to be some of the more non-blue thingies going on. There's, of course, still Dredge around. We got a couple of, I want to say, workshop decks. That's
Yeah.
another mainstay of the formats that we haven't seen yet, as far as I'm aware.
Absolutely. There's a lot of workshop decks. There's a lot of variety in these kind of. You have now these shells and decks. You see a ton of variety on different things. So, for example, Lurrus PO, there's different versions. So, the win condition of this Lurrus PO deck is 4 Thailingers, as we said, but some of them will play other things. And this is the tough thing. So, Lurrus PO is trying to win with a huge 4 Thailingers. But you got to attack through an Atraxa as well. So, Atraxa will take you up to 22.
Okay, somebody's going to do the math on that. Like, you're going to gain 7 life, block 2 of them.
You need 12 knights to get through that
That's
because
24, so yeah, okay,
12
okay.
knights is 24. The Atraxa takes you up to 22 and blocks one of them. So,
And that's basically step 99 of 100, and we are currently stuck. We haven't made the first one yet.
yeah, I think Douglas is going to struggle to make 12 knight tokens through the Force of Will as well. Thunderstrap Trainer coming down, seeing a Pyroblast. Pyroblast next turn can hit the Atraxa. Again, Force of Will with a blue card from Lorien Veal, open information. He's going to get a second Oath trigger, get another Atraxa, draw more cards. And maybe with that, we're going to hit the Guy's Blessing and get the Time Lord back as well.
You know, many years ago, there used to be a thing where people played something like Claws of Jigs that allows you to sacrifice permanents,
Yeah,
which was a way to combat Oath because you would sacrifice all your tokens that you would get.
that is some sick tech.
That's some sick vintage tech.
Yeah, yeah.
I love it when like people find something in vintage that like doesn't work in any other format, but here this one niche it fits perfectly.
Yep.
So and Douglas is actually picking up another stock up, looking stock up on even more cards,
Mhm.
but actually missing some color mana to make the work and only able to pass back the turn to Andrea, who's actually getting another Oath trigger there.
Yeah, another Oath trigger. He's very close to lethal here. He's got 7 permanents in play, and the Atraxa hits for 7, taking Douglas down to 5. If he can get 3 more permanents in play, that's just lethal with the Citadel. Oh, apart from his Null Rod. He can't sacrifice
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Null Rod.
that was something. So what's the idea here? We get our second Atraxa and then choose to keep the one that's not summoning sick, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So state-based effects, they're both legends. One goes to the graveyard. Yeah, you keep the one that can attack, keep the clock going. And at this point, he's really, really looking for that Guy's Cradle for the Time Walk, but I think he can just find more Force Wills. He just wants the counter magic stuck up to do the things. Yeah.
Yes. You haven't even talked about Oko yet. Oko is somehow still a card, but yeah,
Douglas
okay.
seen enough.
Andrea takes it down 2-0 with Oath over Lurrus PO. Kind of like how we, well, I was gonna say imagined it to work out, but that's a very tough call to make in Vintage.
Actually, this wasn't in a way. They were both tinkered games. The Oath came in like, Oath from the top. Just body slamming and winning it for it.
Yeah,
But it was the Tinker for Citadel, super powerful.
but seriously, Tinker is such a sweet card. If you've never played this deck or this card, you probably gotta pick up some way to play Tinker. I
Yeah.
guess technically you could even play it in budget decks. I've seen it done before with like, Mana Crypt and Soul Ring.
Yeah.
But yeah, Andrea Fortunati here, moving on to 2-0 in our main event.
I love what it brings. I love how Oath is positioned against the initiative decks as well, because you can tinker for Portal to Phyrexia, which is just a hammer blow against its initiative decks.
Uh-huh.
At the same time, initiative is a creature-based deck, so the Oath is good against them. So Mono White Initiative has been a very, very popular format in deck in the format for quite a while now, but especially online, people are playing it a lot. So I think I like Andrea's chances. I think he played it fantastically, and I expect to see him doing pretty well in this event.
Okay, that's pretty interesting because we, on our podcast, we actually talked to Justin Gennari, who's one of the ambassadors of the Vintage format, and he listed Oath as one of the decks that he doesn't feel too great about. Like I think he called it like the 47% deck against the field, which usually, if somebody still picks that, they either love the deck,
Yeah.
or they think, okay, I can outplay my opponent, right? I only am like 47%. No, the way I see it, I am no less than 47% against anything in the field, so
Yeah.
I can try to make it work. So maybe Andrea, maybe that's the thing. Maybe he is the Oath guy.
It's very funny to think about Oath as the Jund of the format because it's so
It
powerful.
actually is. It actually
But
is.
yeah,
You're
yeah,
right.
it's just like, well, Andrea played it incredibly well. He's got a pimped out deck, as a lot of vintage players do. But like, I feel like he probably does have a lot of experience with it. That's why he's chosen it.
Yeah. We'll see, dude. We got a backup feature match here coming up. And that is something. That's also something that was handpicked by you.
You know what?
We're gonna blame Callum because somehow Callum always finds a way to get decks on that are supposed to not be a thing anymore, but still do well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you want
Let's
to tell us what we've got?
Yeah, so we got drum roll. We got Phil Blackman here. Okay, let's first of all look at the deck here of
Oh.
Jorge Sorley. I kind of gave it away at that point already. If you know Phil Blackman, you know which kind of deck we're gonna have here. But first
Okay.
of all, you talked about the different flavors of Lurrus and PO Breach and everything, and this is slightly different from what we've seen here out of Jorge.
I love this. So this is like, I love Breach. I like doing the combo things, and this build with Flame of Anor, it complete, and the Thundertrap Trainer. That's like the combo. It's, you know, people sometimes say it's like twin because the Thundertrap Trainer is the wizard, and the Flame of Anor is going to be like, you know, here's the wizard, you draw 2 and destroy an artifact. So this build, you know, the Breach is just like it's such an unfair oops I win button. You got Demonic Tutor to find it as well, just splash in black for that. So we do also see like a very small white splash. We see some Containment Priest in the sideboard, Source Splashes in the sideboard. We see a Portable Hole in the main, the tiny red splash, the tiny black splash. It's really a blue deck. Obviously, it's another stock up deck. So it's similar to the Lurrus deck from before. And it does have Lurrus himself here, but I love the Breach edition because it just
Okay,
adds such an unfair element to the deck.
okay. So help me out. We got this weird card, Underworld Breach. I know it used to completely dominate Legacy to the point where it was one of the quickest bans in the
For the
format.
6 weeks it was legal or something.
Exactly. There are only very few people who actually remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, I think it was like right at the beginning of the pandemic, right?
Yes, it
was
was.
like almost like a fever dream in that regard. So, what exactly are we doing with that in Vintage?
So it's very similar. So the combo very often is you want to have the Breach in play, and then you want to find a Brain Freeze, and then like a piece of fast mana. That can be Black Lotus, it can be Lotus
Fast
Petal.
mana in Vintage, still a
I know,
thing.
it's a little bit of a thing. This Black Lotus card is pretty powerful.
Oh, that's why it's there.
Yes,
Ah, I
it's
see.
just because of Underworld Breach. So in Legacy, you can do it with Lion's Eye Diamond as well. You just guide your hand. But here, Underworld Breach is every card in your graveyard has out. I've forgotten the name of the actual ability, but basically you can exile 3 cards from your graveyard and then cast a card. So what you can do with Black Lotus is you can cast Black Lotus, sacrifice it for 3 mana of any color, and then exile 3 cards from your graveyard and cast it again. Brain Freeze, 1 in a blue, target player mills the top 3 cards of their library with Storm. So you're gonna Brain Freeze yourself very often to start it off, and then if you have the Black Lotus already, fine. Or you can hit the Black Lotus or a Lotus Petal. Very importantly, it needs to be one of the artifacts that can sacrifice itself, so it goes to the graveyard, and then you can recast it. It doesn't work with the other Moxen. Sometimes if you had 2 Mox Opals, you could kind of chain them together, but in Jorge's
Oh,
deck,
because of the legendary,
because
right?
of the legendary, exactly. But in Jorge's deck, he only has the 1, so we're really looking to combo with Lotus Petal, Black Lotus. And then you cast the Black Lotus again, sacrifice it for 3 blue, you cast the Brain Freeze from the graveyard because you filled your graveyard with the first Brain Freeze, and then you keep Brain Freezing yourself, and then you can target them. Now, the thing is, what we just saw again with the Oath deck, some decks are playing Guy's Blessing. So what do? There? You target the opponent, you mill their whole library, and then the Guy's Blessing triggers. So this is where you Ancestral Recall targeting them.
Oh,
So-
is that one of the ways to do it?
Because the deck is you're gonna Brain Freeze yourself. Your whole deck is gonna be in your graveyard. So you have access to everything, and then you target them with Brain Freeze. You mill the whole deck, and then you
Okay.
Ancestral Recall targeting them.
Okay, and now we already teased that this is going to be Phil Blackman, of course, of the of the Eternal Turtles podcast here, rocking what looks to be Blue White Miracles. Callum, why are we playing Miracles?
All I'm
One of
gonna
the most oppressive legacy decks ever created in Vintage. Like, I've never seen that being a thing. Is that a thing, or it's just like, because for those who don't know, I guess we gotta clarify that Phil Blackman, one of the most prominent, famous, influential Miracle players in Legacy.
Absolutely.
He top 8'd GP New Jersey 2014, I want to say, with this deck, and has been a voice of it ever since. And somehow, and I'm going to throw this one out there, I talked to his co-host on this podcast, Zach Clark, and he said, you know, there's no super deep level behind it. He's just here to live his best life and cast Senses Divining Top in every format.
So he does have the most drip jacket. He has a jacket with an embroidered Senses Divining top on it. So maybe we can try and find that for the coverage crew to shout out. But 4 Predict, what is he doing? This is Vintage. You can't just play 4 Predict and not get on camera. So, you know what? Quite fairly, the countertop combo is gone in Legacy, thank God. But here, you know, the format, you know, the mana cost is very varied because we've seen POs, we've seen stock ups, we see these dredge decks hardly casting any spells. So I would say the combos that, you know, it's really targeting the fair decks as the countertop thing. But at the same time, you get to play these extra cards. You get Black Lotus and Mox Sapphire.
Okay.
We don't even see Mox Pearl in the deck. But
There's no Mox Pearl in this deck?
no,
Oh, is this... Oh, I guess that's the old discussion of whether you want like a basic Plains and Miracles.
yeah,
Has
yeah,
it like
true.
carried over into, or basic Mountain rather? Has this carried over into Vintage where like, yo, no Mox Pearl, not good enough for
Look
this
at
deck?
him with 2 white sources in the sideboard.
Yeah, of course. Of
So
course he is.
This deck, you know, I think this is fairly self-explanatory. It's a control deck. It's trying to control the game. It's going to win with the Lurrus or Entreat the Angels. Probably Entreat the Angels game 1. You know, you can Mystical Tutor for Entreat the Angels. Can't much as well for it for multiple reasons. But you're really looking to Entreat the Angels and you can rebuy it with the 3
Okay.
Mystic Sanctuary.
Entreat the angels in vintage. Let's head down to the feature area. Well, I wasn't ready to see some angels being entreated here when I came to the venue today, but if somebody's gonna make it work, it's gonna be Phil Blackman here.
We knew what we were doing to ourselves picking this. I'm sure this is going to be a long game.
Yeah, I can surely imagine.
Yeah.
Jorge here on the left side. Players, they're figuring it out. They are ready to go.
Yep.
Got their 7 down there. Dude, Phil.
Just turn 1 tap land. This is vintage, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't even need an untapped land. No, it's
No.
okay. I'm gonna be fine.
Yep.
Jorge's like, okay, dude, you know this is vintage, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's
what
gonna
are
be
you
my Mox Emerald. What is Mox Emerald gonna cast here actually? Oh,
doing? Wait, is Thundertrap Trainer? There must be a land underneath.
oh, there must be. Oh, okay, there's probably like a land that we. Ooh,
There we go,
here
yeah.
we see. Okay, there's the Tundra here.
Okay.
Thunder Trainer on the first turn.
This is Time Walk, Merchant Scroll, and Soul Ring. What are you looking at here?
I mean, most likely the most powerful. Actually, you know, there's a case to be made for maybe Merchant Scroll. I mean, I would say in a vacuum, most of the time, like getting Ancestry Recall is better than
I was about
Time
to say I
Walk.
like the Soul Ring because I saw his hand. He has a Paradox Outcome in the hand.
Ah, okay.
So I think this is, setting up his next turn. He can play the Soul Ring off the Mox, and then he's got 3 permanents to PO back. He's got a Lotus Petal as well.
Is that something that Phil might? Oh, well, I guess Phil doesn't see the other cards. Actually,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he just sees the Soul Ring.
Yeah. So his game plan here is next turn he can play the Sink into Stupor. Maybe he wants to keep it as a blue card for a Force of Will. But next turn we're going to be POing. Phil.
Phil's just gonna do the legacy thing, just like land go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
there's a sensitivity card. Oh, dude, somehow there's some beauty in like using a Soul Ring to run out the Sun's Divine Top and activate it right away. It's kind of like they were made for each other.
Kind of. At the same time, you want to often you want to be activating at the end of your opponent's turn at the last available opportunity. So you got the most information to work with, but he's not going to complain about having a Soul Ring and a top in play.
Dude, it's been so long since I've seen a top activation. Also, like, is this like a 4? Like, oh, dude, we are actually here at 4 seasons. And look at the alterations on that Sense Dividing Top. I'm pretty sure that
True.
might actually be one of those classic 4 seasons alterations.
Like the Mishra's Factories.
Mishra's Factories are classic ones. Sense Dividing. Dude, if they were ever to reprint Census Dividing Top, the only way I'd be down for that if they actually give them like, the whole 4
The whole
seasons
4
treatment.
seasons. Yeah.
Over to Jorge, I believe, on the left side, running out that Soul Ring we already knew about. Sink into Stupor, 2 Forces ready, and a PO. He's sitting pretty comfy there, right?
Snap off the middle misstep. I like it. These the Thundertrap Trainer gives away quite a lot of information, I believe. It's probably playing PO. They very often go hand in hand, and that means there's not like a kind of a key you need to fight over or something. Ancestral Recall is like the target you really want to hit most of the time, but Phil's probably sniffing out. Like, thing is, Miracles, because he has these like a dig through time and he has other ways to draw more cards, predicts to draw 2 cards. He wants to exchange cards. He wants to fight over things. He's got a top in play to find these card advantage cards. So he wants to just spend mana. And also we see a Spell Pierce in Phil's hand, and the Soul Ring really invalidates that.
Is that's also Bauschers that Phil got like pretty much a dead card here for a while?
Yeah, I mean you can hit the trainer, but
Almost feels like the trainer picked up an extra card if you do that.
yes, that's very true. It's Swords is interesting because it's important, it's not important, because you need to hit the Lurrus at some point, but at the same time, you don't want it early.
Okay, interesting. We are fighting over the Metal Misstep on that Soul Ring.
The Soul Ring just really represents a lot for Jorge. Is it Jorge or Jorge?
Jorge, I believe.
Jorge. Okay.
Yeah.
So it does represent a PO now. And is he going to walk into the Spell Pierce, though? No, he's not.
Patience on the other side of the board.
Really, really tight play from Phil there. He could have cracked Misty Rainforest end of turn to activate the top, but he wanted to leave over the Spell Pierce because he knows that if he's fighting over the Soul Ring, that might mean there's a PO.
Oh, so you're saying like he could have like had shields down for a short moment.
Yeah.
And because PO, like a lot of people don't expect it to be an instant, right? But it actually is. You can
It
do it
is
at any
indeed.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe Jorge was setting a trap there almost. Like he
Yeah.
probably can't read the Spell Pierce necessarily, but he also doesn't need to walk right into it at this point.
It could be a Fluster Storm as well, which is pretty common.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
another one.
Oh, here we see the combo. Thundertrap Trainer being a wizard, Flame of Anor in hand.
Oh, in that case, no, you still pick the 2 things, right? Even if the wizard is gonna be gone.
Yes.
So
yeah.
there's no. Oh, so is that a thing where Phil would actually try to proactively take out the only wizard with the Swords of Power, or is that like trying to do too much?
I think that'd be a very heads-up play. I think it is a very reasonable play. Although I don't know.
proactively taking out the wizard. Yeah,
Yeah,
it really feels so terrible to use
Yeah.
the swords on that.
it's a hard one to call because like we did see Flame of Anor in Douglas's hand from the previous game, but I don't know if Flame of Anor is that common in every deck, and we've not seen a red land. So we know that he has red from the Lotus Petal, and that's it. But at the moment, he's got a Tundra and an Underground Sea, and then Mox and Sol Ring. So could be any color of things. It could be no Flame of Anor on the deck. So I think that's too much to read into it. This is a streamer advantage, seeing the hand.
Yeah.
So here we see upkeep.
Oh, there's
here.
a counterbalance. Oh, that was very quick.
Yeah. Phil is one of the good Miracles players. He plays it very fast. But yeah, I think this is just very heads up from him. Say he's playing around Spell PS, but also the Flusterstorm in the same way, because the first spell is just going to make it pay 2. So yeah, very expertly played around it.
Okay, that's 1 mana floating on off the Soul Ring, I believe.
Of course, he picks up 4. This is a lot of value. This is very, very strong play.
He's also gonna get some extra mana back from that.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of PO, right? Not only do you get draw an extra bunch of extra cards, like you have this combo draw spell that somehow also adds mana to your mana pool. Like, how is that fair? I mean, yeah, okay, we're talking about vintage. I get it.
You know what? What's bad after picking up all your 0 drops and 1 drops? A counter top lock.
Do you just run it into it? Like, do you like bet on Phil? Like, I think Phil even has a brainstorm in hand. Oh,
And he gets to pierce this.
he's totally gonna pierce that.
I think this is absolutely correct to fight over the counterbalance.
Yeah, you probably should, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
And snap spell pierce that. You know what? This is so there was a choice to PO in the upkeep, and there was a choice to do it on his main phase. And then if it resolves on the main phase, you can just replay all your jewelry. But this counter top lock, and Phil does know the top 2 cards, so to see what he's left on top. He wouldn't have known the PO was resolving. So and it looks like a 0 Sapphire. I see from the little thing poking down.
Could be.
Really,
Yeah,
I think it's super heads up from Phil to be like, right, while you're POing, I'm gonna leave some 0s on top.
Is there any way that Jorge can set up like something like a value underworld breach like we sometimes see? Like,
Yeah.
Not one that's supposed to like actually win the game, but just like get you back into it.
I think so. What's very important about the counter top block is you can't brain freeze combo through it because the Black Lotus or the Lotus Petal can get countered. So it really shuts off a lot here. But at the same time, it's like we're seeing what we alluded to. Counter top, really wants to hit the 1 and 2 mana things. Top can always tap to draw a card and put itself on top to counter the 1 mana spells. But here, 3 drops are not in a huge abundance. Phil has Entreat the Angels, I guess, and Force Negations. This is 3s.
I wonder if this is going to be a typical Miracles game that we know from Legacy of old, where Phil is not just going to sit there until he like amasses a bunch of land drops and then, as you mentioned, runs out the Entreat the Angels. Like if he has sweet angel tokens, I'd actually be down to sit here and watch that unfold. But only then.
Only if it's cool angel tokens. Okay.
Are there any Savatarix angel tokens? Because we of course got all these amazing Savatarix tokens here down the feature match area. I think he doesn't have angel tokens yet.
I don't think so. Kai, sort it out, mate.
Yeah, seriously.
Get it together.
He should have anticipated, Miracles being and Treat
Yeah.
the Ancients especially being a thing again in vintage of all
Vintage of-
formats.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, Jorge figuring out what to do here, cracking the fetch land, adding some more mana. Like this is the kind of game where you just want beef in a way. You don't want your sweet cantrips, you don't want your mana, you just want things that do something.
At the same time, the things that do something very often are like paradox outcomes and stock ups. But if they keep finding them, it's very easy to counter. Oh, okay, we see the one. It's like portable hold big here. Oh, the top can tap.
Yeah, there was something, right?
I was like, oh. But like the stock up found a PO and found another thing, but like they're going to find more things that cost 1 2 mana.
Yeah,
So
makes sense.
eventually you hit it's like a dead end street, right? You're gonna keep going down the street. You can keep doing things.
But to interrupt you there, that's the one thing, and that's always the case in when playing against Miracles. Once you force them to put the top on top, at least now there's gonna be no more manipulation sense, like Rainstorm, which at some point you have to assume there's not gonna be one.
But now Phil gets to untap with top Brainstorm. And
Mox Sapphire, is he actually gonna play the Mox Sapphire? Or do you think he's gonna keep it as a 0 for Brainstorm?
I think it depends. He's grabbing Lurrus, okay.
I think there's a world where you
I think he'll
keep
play it now. Yeah, I think he's gonna. Yeah, he'll play it now that you grab the Lurrus. I think if you don't grab the Lurrus, you've got a lot of mana to leave it open. And you just trust that he can find a 0 with a brainstorm and the
Yeah.
hub itself.
Another good point is Jorge actually set it up in a way that he's able to resolve a 0 drop in Mox Emerald and
Mhm.
didn't follow it up with any other 0 drops, right?
Yeah.
So Philip probably correctly reads that at least right now there are no other 0 drops that he
Yeah,
cares
true.
about. And on top, there's also the chance that he just finds naturally like another land
Yeah,
on
I
top.
think we've seen 4 swords, Misty, Windswept Heath. I think that was.
Yeah.
Phil with his almost all altered deck, which is, you know what, I think it's lovely to see all together. Altered some generally a bit iffy on, but I think all together looks
The
fantastic.
thing is, I just love coherence in alterations, right?
Mhm.
If it's all over the place, sometimes on a deeper level, the being all over the place is the
Thank you, Rex.
pattern that you have in
Yeah,
there,
yeah.
right? Then it's good again. But yeah, you gotta decide.
Yeah. How do you think Jorge's getting out of this?
Honestly, probably isn't. But I see him spending a lot of mana, which is like a good start.
We-
Maybe even a
this-
series of Thundertrap trainers.
This is it. I think we're seeing a Thundertrap Trainer with the offspring cost.
Okay.
And we know that Phil doesn't have a 2 on top. So
So how does it actually work? Like if he had a 2 on top, then you also don't get the offspring. It's not like replicate or something.
yeah, that's correct, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, no top. We know there's a 5, a 1, and a 0. And Phil's like, well, I can brainstorm, but then you don't have the mana to
Yeah.
try and dig 1 deep at the top. So you know what? That's a lot of value. You're going to get 2 cards off this. The 2 cards might matter less than the 2 1/2s, funnily enough, or it's a 1/2 and a 1/1, the offspring.
I guess the one problem is that Lurrus is like a body and his lifelink.
That's very true.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good point.
We were talking about this earlier off screen why Phil actually has Lurrus in this deck, and we realized it's just some incidental value. Like there's no big thing that he has to sacrifice for it because he doesn't have like any expensive spells anyway, at least not permanents that
Yeah.
Lurrus would prohibit you from playing.
You can recast the Black Lotus, you can recast the tops or the counterbalance to get counted, but it is just free real estate, as they say.
Yeah, free real estate.
The cost is he has 3 Trident from St. Catherine in the sideboard, which also, you totally expect in this vintage format. So when he does that, I believe he's going to side in the Lurrus if he brings in the. But I think that's for like the Orcish Bowmaster blue-black Lurrusy decks. I don't expect to see him side in St. Catherine here.
Okay, so picking up a couple more cards is Jorge. Trying to construct a way to climb back into this game. Dude, the counter top balance lock is so frustrating. I'm just so happy that we're not doing this in Legacy anymore. Like,
Bring
I'm
back
totally
memories.
thrilled to see this in Vintage, just
Yeah.
because like in Vintage you want the most broken stuff to live and like do its thing every once in a while.
I mean, I'm team unban top, but ban counterbalance.
Oh, okay, can I get a new commentator here? Seriously, like production, we got somebody else. Can we get Will in here?
So
you will redeem yourself at some point.
never. No, but you're only allowed to play it in Nick Fit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
back to the vintage. I think Phil, yeah, he just wants to make land drops now. He doesn't even play the Lurrus. He's like, I can take some hits from these little mice. That's fine. Otters even. My
Otters.
mistake. My mistake. So now he's got a fetch land to play. It looks like a Flooded Strand with a beautiful sunset altar. And yeah, he's just going to play Drogo now.
Is that a Flooded Strand? Oh yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, you can tell by the text box.
I thought it was a Windswept Heath when he first
Same,
topped.
same.
Yeah.
Okay, so trying to run out the mana void, which probably isn't all that relevant for us, but Phil is like, okay, I can still try to counter it for free. There's a Force of Negation on top of Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah.
The Swords to Plowshares is going
I
to
think
be
because he knows he has the one, because he's already seen it. He just has enough mana to be able to spin top a bunch of times. This is the lock, isn't it?
That's always the thing, right? Sometimes you try to trade your different mana costs in hand versus the mana that your opponent has available on top.
Yeah.
So you run out like all the bad stuff, quote
Yeah.
unquote, and then eventually get the medium stuff out there, and you have to put in so much resources to make that work.
Yeah.
But once Miracles has so much mana, they're like, okay, try me.
I think of it as like an anaconda. They slowly just strangle you to death.
Is that why you guys like the deck so much?
Hey, snakes are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is
And by you guys, I mean like the whole Miracles cabal. There's like so many people out there who subscribe to the deck.
shout out.
Everybody
Cabal.
makes mistakes.
Yeah, Phil really is just looking to counter everything. It's a very clear game plan. It's a prison deck, really, isn't it? Do you think?
Yeah, it's not necessarily like the thing is Miracles players wouldn't describe themselves as a prison deck. They're always like, yeah, come at me. Like they probably like look down on prison decks because they're like too easy. But yeah, for Jorge, it certainly feels like a prison here. I would think like one way to do it is to just like play draw go for a long while and hope that Phil picks up a bunch of white spells that don't matter, and none of them being Entreat the Angels. That's the classic way to do it in the first
Yeah,
game here.
True. I'm also just trying to work out what mana costs Phil is hoping to keep floating, because Jorge has not like kind of given away what deck he is yet. I would be thinking he's playing a very similar. I wouldn't know if he's got Breach yet. Is the thing.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. You're right. Actually, let's try to look at it from that
Yeah,
regard.
because he could just be like a Lurrus PO deck. He hasn't given away anything else, I believe.
Is that something you're trying to actively conceal at this point?
I think so. I think so. Yeah, because I think your way out is Phil kind of taps a bit too low on mana, casts a Lurrus or something, and then just gives you a window to resolve Breach into 0-drop.
I'm looking at the deck list right now. It's like Sink into Stupor something. No, that doesn't help you, right?
Yeah.
You got Urza Saga here. So
Okay,
Jorgen got like a one of Urza Saga, which could like do something.
Yeah, and you know what? Lurrus is a fair point. So Lurrus will come down and stop these otters eventually, but like they're going to keep hitting in, and Phil does need to keep a lot of mana up, because Jorge is like, he's got a lot of mana himself, so he can go like, a Thundertrap Trainer into Play Zone Lurrus, into Paradoxical Outcome, and into Breach. That again, I don't think Phil, it might not be on his radar yet. So
So we're banking on Phil like making a mistake. I mean that's the best way to get. I think a lot of people they're like, no, I want to play the game properly, right? I don't rely on my opponents making mistakes.
Yeah.
Right? Spoiler alert: your opponent makes mistakes all the time that you might not even notice.
yeah,
So yeah, if the one way to get back into the game is forcing or like letting your opponent make a mistake, I think that's one of the best ways to still win the game.
yeah, very often it's about who makes the least mistakes rather than not making mistakes.
Yeah, nobody like doesn't make any mistakes at all, right?
No, apart from me.
So we got the Demonic Tutor here being countered by one of your favorite cards, Predict, right? This is such a blast from the past, this deck.
It
like,
is.
Somebody give Phil a medal or something.
I'll be honest, as I was walking around the room, just seeing what everyone's playing, see what the room looks like, see what the metagame is like, I was walking past and just saw a Predict in hand. I was like, who is this playing Predict?
Oh, you're like, oh, not in the vintage event? Oh, sorry.
No, my head just like turned very quickly. And then I was like, oh, it's all auto. I was like, oh, of course it's Phil.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, we see the swords on the Thundertrap Trainer here. We see the Predict on top. As we saw counter, he's got a Lurrus in hand.
Is he gonna float the Predict on top?
Yeah.
He might actually just conceal it by activating top and upkeep
Mhm.
if he wants to, but is it an upkeep Flame of Anor? No, where are we?
Must be.
Must be, right?
Kill Soul Ring, draw 2 cards, probably.
Gonna see whether he's gonna have an Entreat the Angels on top, for
Yeah.
example.
Or we know his hand is Brainstorm and Lurrus, so he can
Oh,
just,
you're gonna shuffle that back. Yeah.
or just put Lurrus on top to counter it.
Ooh.
And
Part of me really hopes that there's gonna be a
you know
Entreat the Angels at
you
some
know what the
point.
combo is when you've got Lurrus in play. You can predict away a top or a counterbalance, then replay.
Yeah, dude, you're right. You're right. That's one way to get the card advantage. Well, kinda, right? You eventually
So
have to
much
catch it.
value.
Yeah. Dude, if I get like locked out by a counterbalance coming off Lurrus, dude, I'm gonna throw the table or something.
This would like to be on Jorge's on Phil's upkeep. Nice, perfect timing. But Phil had the answer with the Brainstorm. That Brainstorm was in hand for a very long time.
You think Phil is enjoying this?
I think he is.
Yeah.
Just look at the happiness on his face.
Yeah.
You can tell.
That's a man who was born to do this.
Yeah.
Predict himself, probably. Gonna
Name
name
stores.
the Plowshares.
Love it.
I could have told you that's the Plowshares without even looking.
You know what? This is my vintage deck. But
Yeah.
I would want to like put Breach in here somehow.
In the sideboard.
I don't know. Yeah,
Yeah,
just do
and-
something.
Something weird.
Yeah.
I remember when you guys would put like all weird kinds of stuff. Like you guys at some point wanted to put like Nilrod in the sideboard of Miracles.
No, that was Poron. Thank you very much.
Oh, Superon. Okay, yeah. That's the point where I knew. No, Shoulder set Miracles Master.
Mhm.
At some point had Arid Mesa in the Miracles sideboard, and that was the point where I realized, okay, this deck has to stop. If this is the discussion, whether we should have like a fetch land in the sideboard to smooth out the mana because we got nothing else to still figure out.
It's for the
that's when-
grindy matchups.
Yeah, that's what you tell the police.
For your guys now just like putting Ancestral Recall in the stack, it's not going to resolve. But you know what? It might have made Phil put the top on top, and then he can resolve the Breach that's in hand.
Mhm.
So I think he's playing to the outs that he's hoping to
I mean,
have.
we gotta say, right? For as much as Phil is in control, Jorge is really probing him very well here on different spells and different casting costs, like in the perfect sequence, in the perfect order.
Absolutely. So we see you Predict here on top to counter the Breach. But yeah, you're totally right. the Ancestral Recall, he knows it's not going to resolve, but he's really hoping that there wasn't the one on top for the top to just see,
Yeah.
and he has to put the top itself on top. And then, yeah, there's a
And
chance
he-
to go breach.
Yeah, he would have even been ready with a Flusterstorm. Like if Phil had to rely on Force of Will somehow, he would have been able to run out the Flusterstorm. The original gets countered. Okay, that's fine. But you get the extra copy. So Jorge like played this and sequenced this really well. Unfortunately, I believe he's entirely out of gas at this point.
Mhm.
But he made best of work he could out of everything he had available to him. So
Yeah.
great use of resources there. Unfortunately, many more resources on the blue-white side.
He's down to the. So he's playing the Lurrus now. He's got his last card is the Flusterstorm, as you said. But Phil has a sword, so I don't think he even needs to look. He'll have a look. Oh, he. Phil,
Oh,
Phil, you dirty, dirty thing.
so Mystic Sanctuary.
Bring back Force Negation.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is so demotivating sitting on the other side of the board. Dude, I've literally done that, I want to say, like 500 times.
Yeah.
You know what the best feeling is? You know what they should bring back here? Crows and Grip.
Yeah.
A friend of mine, shout out to Mark Vogt, winner of GP Bologna 2019, won the German Legacy Championships in 2010
Mhm.
because he crows and gripped an opponent on top on his own upkeep.
Nice. Oh, that's
Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah.
So cool. So Phil, I think now is definitely probably play Lurrus time. You think just to stop this Otter attacking? He's on 10, you've got loads of time, but you've got enough mana to just play it now.
I think at this point, yeah,
Or Merchant Scroll. Oh.
sure. Has he used his Ancestor yet?
I would just go and get a Force here.
Force, or maybe Predict.
yeah. Oh, we see Ancestral Recall.
And of course, it's altered.
Yeah, of course.
What do you think is going on in the artwork there? Oh, dude, this is actually.
Is it the Screaming
I
Man?
was gonna say this is Edward Munch. This is
Yeah, I
like,
think so, yeah.
that's a tribute to that. Dude, that's amazing. Great choice here.
Yeah.
The Screaming Man.
Whatever it's called.
Yeah, Scream.
I'm uncultured. It's okay.
Ever you recognize it right away. So
Yeah.
give yourself some.
So a couple of fetch lands and a prismatic ending found off it. I think Phil can just pass now, or does he play the Lurrus?
If Phil is gonna be greedy, this is the turn, but I don't think he's necessarily gonna be super
Yeah.
greedy there. It's also like not Lurrus is really gonna give him all that much, right?
No, I feel like he can just cast Lurrus next turn.
He'd probably be happy to like have hardcast Force of Negation available if he really needs to. Also, like that Force. What's that? Is this like that can't be a Swords to Plowshares?
That is a swords. Well, Lurrus is gone.
Yeah. Okay.
Might
True.
as well swords
true.
it, and it takes away the choose 2 from Flame of Unknown.
See. Oh yeah, we talked about that like many moons ago.
Yeah.
As a heads up play. Yeah.
Jorge drawing a Chain of Vapor to go with the Flusterstorm. Pretty weak draw.
You know what's a sweet play? Something that how you actually get people in situations like this.
It's like you chain all your own artifacts and then brain freeze them.
You chain your own stuff. Your opponent is like, okay, I don't care. Oh no, that still doesn't. Oh yeah, but the copy doesn't get played, right?
No. So you know what?
You
This-
chain of weapon your own stuff.
Yep.
You somehow for let's resolve. You copy it and you bounce counterbalance. Is that a thing?
I think that makes sense.
I mean, it only makes sense if Phil like let's
Yeah. Well,
chain for
there'll
resolve.
be a copy on the stack that can get countered with like a Force or
With a
something.
proper card, yeah.
Yeah, but not with the thing. Okay, Thunderstruck Trainer is a very good draw. He's gonna hope to find a 2-drop here to counter it. Finds Mystical Tutor. I guess he could Mystic Sanctuary back. A Merchant Scroll that we know is there. Maybe a Predict if there's one in the graveyard. So
Probably
Phil,
gonna
Phil
be-
has most things covered. But you know what? Miracles is very slow to win. Right?
Oh, is that so?
And so Phil's gonna go down to very low cards in his library.
Oh, okay.
Do you see where we're
Keep
going?
keep talking. Yeah, I know
So
where you're going.
I think Jorge just wants to just draw go, and hope to find that brain freeze. He doesn't want to reveal it as well. I think he played the Underworld Breach earlier, so Phil's totally got brain freeze on his mind now. But he needs to be careful of just Jorge being able to cast 4 or 5 spells and then casting a brain freeze a million for
Okay.
18 cards.
So that's interesting. Is there a way? No, I was thinking about like using Mystic Sanctuary to put Entreat the Angels on top of somehow because you got 3 copies of it. But no, against Brain Freeze doesn't really work because you couldn't fetch for it at that. You need to do it at instant speed, right?
Yep. So the brain freeze, he needs to find it. Oh, another Thunderstruck Trainer, but yeah, just keep slamming them. We're going to
Dude, the Otter Assault.
yes.
I mean, now it probably makes a lot more sense, right? To people who are wondering why is this deck even needing Entreat the Angels. You know how sometimes these decks that have ways to just like still grind you out at different angles. So you just want to close the door at some point, right?
Yeah. It is utterly ridiculous.
Oh, okay. You earned your place back here. Never
Right.
mind.
Another Mystic Sanctuary, and I think we played a Predict earlier, right? Are we going to grab that back, or maybe it's Merchant Scroll?
Mystic Sanctuary for Merchant Scroll seems like such a detour. So
I
he's gonna
guess predict, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. I
You know, it's only a matter of time until they bring back accumulated knowledge in the stack.
yeah, that'd be
That's
fun.
good. That's what you're gonna do. By the way, Phil playing 61 cards there.
For that brain freeze tech.
Yeah.
You
So
know what?
you're gonna miscalculate that.
I almost feel like I wouldn't have cast that Thunder Trainer. Just thinking about my only win con here is finding the brain freeze. So you want to just keep tons of spells to cast in one turn in your hand. Stock up. But I think we're going to see a Force Negation on top, I'm sure.
Mm. Let's see. No 3-drop.
No? Okay, okay.
Like, it's just gonna let this one resolve. Oh,
Oh,
there.
there's-
Oh, it
there's a
treats.
treat.
Oh,
Hogan's like, are
He's
you
reading it.
serious?
Are we doing this?
And-
Oh,
You know what? Look at that Flusterstorm. I wonder how many Phil does it for. Phil's going to do it for like 2, I think.
so if you actually keep track of the individual cards in your opponent's hand, which is like not easy, but there was a time where Jorge only had a single card in hand. You could like read from contextual clues that it might very well be a Flusterstorm. You could like anticipate it, but I think I wouldn't have done that, and
Yeah.
maybe Phil would do that.
Phil just tapping the top now to try and make some angels end of turn. Jorge's saying like, hold up, I'm trying to bounce the counterbalance. Probably. I don't think it matters too much though, because he could recast it.
I mean, in some way, you're just like reducing the angels by 1,
Yeah.
kinda. But then again, you could have done that anyway.
I think it could be fairly heads up in the way that he's building Stormcount for the Flusterstorm as well. So Phil could walk into the.
Okay, yeah,
Treat.
yeah, that makes sense.
But at the same time, we also know that there's gonna be a third Mystic Sanctuary to come out and buy back the entreat if he needs it.
Yeah.
He predict as
Like
well.
this is vintage, and you have like a third copy of Mystic Sanctuary in your deck.
Oh, look, he predicted naming entreat, so he doesn't even care anymore.
It's like, see, look at this. I don't need it.
I don't need it.
And then he has the second, like you said, the third Mystic Sanctuary
See,
anyway.
Because we know that the last card in Jorge's hand is Flusterstorm, we know this doesn't really matter, but Phil's thinking it could be like a Paradox outcome or something. So he wants to keep the counterbalance in play to keep him locked out. He's like, I have this third Mystic Sanctuary, I can just go and get entreat again.
You know what they're gonna do? At some point, they're gonna have. You remember Thwart?
Yes.
Yeah,
Or Phil plays the what in Legacy. Yeah.
yeah. I was once told by a Mercus player that Thwart is like an engine because he can reuse it like
Yeah.
with like Mystic Sanctuaries and stuff. It's
Absolutely.
like that keeps going.
At the same time, he's got the Lurrus in play, that's his clock. He doesn't need the entreat. Fundamentally.
So now we get the 5-drop here.
Lorien revealed. Yeah, 5-drop.
Basically, just another way to build Storm, like with the extra cards that we're gonna get. Right?
Yeah, that would be the idea, but Force Will on top. Phil now draws the Force, so he's happy with that.
So if Phil somehow loses the first game, is he ever gonna win the match?
No, I don't think so.
No,
Just straight up no.
clearly not.
No.
But what are you talking about? Like losing the first game? Like, come on, man.
We're down to 20 minutes now, so this has been a half-hour game 1. I do appreciate the speed Phil's playing.
That's
and
true.
in the early game as well, he's been very, very good at playing fast. He knows what this deck can be like. Lurrus, you know what? When you were saying earlier, it's like you just play Lurrus because it's free, but it's also just the perfect win condition for this win conless almost deck. Entreat can just put it away, and you probably need Entreat for like the blue-black decks. Because like the Lurrus
Yeah.
can die to push and long goodbye. But yeah, here Lurrus can just keep clocking away.
Yeah, it looks like Jorge has some issues with the cards on top.
Probably saw the second card by mistake.
Yeah, no big deal usually.
No, I
like,
think we'll just shuffle.
Just reconstruct the library if there's any known cards. I don't think there are any.
He draws that.
And then you probably have to shuffle there. We will see. Judges
Yeah.
are gonna figure this out.
Yep.
I guess one way, if he actually was to lose a very long first game, would be a triumph of St. Catherine that you talked about, right?
That's
There's a
a
couple
very
of
good
copies
point.
in the sideboard.
Yeah, got
Yeah.
3 in the sideboard.
3.
3
Is
Cathies.
that maybe for like the white initiative deck or something?
White Initiative and the blue black decks, I think.
Blue back.
'Cause-
Would you bring in against Dredge or something?
I don't.
Probably too slow, right?
Maybe it's fast enough. Like you're relying on a bit of luck there to like find it early enough. But you know, it's similar to a Baraglyph, and Baraglyph you'd want against Dredge, for
Yeah,
example.
yeah.
So yeah, I think so.
Just to stabilize, right?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
blocks like the hollow ones and all the Icarids and the prize
Yeah.
amalgams and life game. Here we see Triumph of St. Catherine on the screen. 5 mana, 5/5, but with the miracle cost of 1 and a white. We use Sense of Divine on top to like, draw cards in your opponent's turn. And then when Triumph of St. Catherine dies, exile it in the top 6 cards of your library in a face down pile. If you do, you shuffle that pile and put it back into the top of your library. So it's almost unkillable outside of like exile effects like Source of Plowshares. So it's good against the blue-black decks in that, like, you know, you can gum the board so the Bowmasters can't attack, the Lurrus can't attack, but Psychic Frog can fly over and get bigger than it. So
Okay, so very long first game. Jorge also has to think about, like, he needs to close out game 2 and 3 rather quickly, but I think
Mm-hmm.
PO probably able to do that when it really has to. What are we looking at here in the sideboard? Is there anything that jumps out to you that we really want to be help
I think the
fix this
portable
matchup?
hole is probably okay. Well, it can take a counterbalance, but it's hard to get it into play against counterbalance. The 2 Pyroblast are no-brainers because his whole deck is blue, basically. Pithing Needle, I think it's okay to bring in name top. There's always been this old debate in Legacy where was it a good or a bad play, and top players usually didn't care about it. But I think it shuts down enough that you probably do bring in the Pithing Needle. Skullguide Lantern, I think I probably would bring in as well. It's just a thing that draws you a card if it's not relevant, or you can exile things so that in response to a Mystic Sanctuary, it can be quite relevant.
Dude, Mystic Sanctuary is so important. It's kind of funny, right?
Yeah. I think it's quite understated how important the graveyard
Yeah.
is to these miracle decks. So I think, if you could nab that entry early, they might struggle.
Mhm.
We don't bring in Lurrus. I think that's not what we do. Apart from, so I think, the Pyroblasts are fantastic. The Soul Guide and the Portable Hole potentially, and Pithing Needle potentially. But I don't think Yoge gains a ton in this matchup. I think he needs to really try and keep the counterbalance off the board with the Pyroblasts. And then, I think Breach is his best route to victory here in this matchup. And it is pretty good. It's
So there's no way where we bring in, like, I don't know, like Containment Priest just because he's an extra creature?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. So let's see on first side on the board. That's probably going to be some. There are some surprises. Sabo Swap. Now that's a card I haven't seen since standard. What are we looking here? Does he even need a lot of help? Like, he seems pretty confident in the matchup.
Yeah, I think he might be looking at the 2 Mind Break traps. Again, blue stacks can get pretty heavy, and it just lets them kind of like counter a Fluster Storm at the end of a chain, maybe, or like hits a PO after like they've been fighting over things. So I think I'll be looking at them because you got some swords that you could bring out, even though you want to swords the Lurrus eventually. I think you could bring that 2 swords, maybe a prismatic ending. Maybe you need to keep that. Otherwise, I don't think he makes too many changes. I don't think this is the matchup for Triumph.
Is Grafdigger's Cage too much?
He's seen the Breach. I think it's a bit too much though, because like you've either got Breach or you've got the PO side, and I think you want cards. The counter magic covers both of those already, so I think I wouldn't, but I would not be surprised to see him bring it in.
Okay, let's see. So both players shuffling up again here for the second game at Eternal Weekend Europe in beautiful Tuscany. Everybody in chat, if you have been to Tuscany before, let us know how much you loved it. I've been here many times, and is this your first time here?
It is indeed.
Have you been to Florence yet?
I have not.
Why would you not go to Florence?
Stop making me admit that on stream. I've been to everywhere else in Italy. So
The stream,
many
of course,
times.
brought to you by the Florence Tourism Board.
Yes. I'm gonna go on Monday before we go.
By the way, Pisa is beautiful as well. We're not gonna offend our friends from Pisa there. Yeah, Leaning Tower of Pisa, perfect. Would be like a 1-5 or something, which lands. So is that a Waxing Bobble coming out here?
It is indeed. So we see probably a land underneath the Pearl. We'll see that in a second when the player cameras go away. But we see land, Pearl, and Vexing Bauble. Very importantly, we see Lurrus on the side of Phil. That means he's not bringing the Triumph for St. Catherine. Because they...
Oh, he revealed Lurrus, you're saying?
He's revealed Lurrus.
Oh, okay.
We can see on his side of the board. So that means there's no Triumph in his deck, which makes sense.
True.
So Mana Vault coming down. Pretty scary.
Some land. Oh yeah, he already got some lands there as well. Yeah, it's like pretty solid mana base here. He's got the Brain Freeze in hand.
He's got the Breach as well.
Do you ever pitch the Brain Freeze to Forcifer?
Ideally not, because it's the only Brain Freeze. Like, I think Phil, probably against Phil, I would say almost basically never. I think if a combo deck is going to try and kill you, or like if you're facing down a Tinker on the stack, yeah, you just got to bite the bullet and do it. Try and win other ways. But the one Brain Freeze is the whole Breach kill. You could have a value Breach as well, so it's not like, putting you out of, it's not putting you dead in the water, but you really, really don't want to. So, I mean, Jorge is like threatening a pretty fast kill with his hand. He's got Force of Will, he's got Reach, and he's got the Brain Freeze. So if Phil had played a bunch of spells, which is probably unlikely from his Miracles deck, Jorge could go like end of turn Brain Freeze, see if I hit the Lotus Petal or the Black Lotus, and then kill on his turn.
Oh, that's right. And then, as we mentioned, he's gonna sacrifice the bubble if it gets to that. Is that a prismatic ending?
It is indeed. Yep. I like this. Take off the mana. We do see Mind Break Trap in Jorge's hand, which we alluded to that might come in. I think the Mind Break Traps just are good in these blue mirrors generally.
Yeah, we saw like the stack getting pretty big in previous turns here.
Yeah.
And that's just like as you announced, right? That's gonna be well.
Yeah.
How would you call it? I wouldn't even call it like a value brain freeze.
Value brain freeze, yeah.
We used to do that like 20 years ago in Solidarity. Shout outs to everybody playing that deck when we tried to find Flash of Insight, of course. Now we find better cards and have better broken ways to make them use. I don't think there's a Black Lotus in there.
No, didn't hit it. But we did hit a Mox Ruby, and we did hit some other spell. It's like the main thing is also some cards in the graveyard to escape things away. Escape's the name of the ability. So I don't think you can run the breach out this turn, but I think you should probably go a Thundertrap Trainer. Yeah.
I mean, there's some. Okay, but he's not tapping any red. You're right. Could be a Thundertrap Trainer. I was wondering whether you do it. I mean, you got 2 copies of Breach. I guess you can buy it back with Lurus at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. You could be thinking about just value breaching to play the Ruby as well, but I'll let you getting this down. You can find like the Thundertrap Trainer is a very hard card to interact with outside of just the force or the counterbalance. So you're not going to get hit with a Flusterstorm or a Spell Pierce or anything. And here you can just get more things. I love this. He finds the Lorien Revealed. This is the power of Lorien Revealed in these decks as well. You can find it off the trainer, even though it's a land, not land. And he's probably just going to search for more lands and set up. Just going to search for a 3rd mana source here. I think this is really nice. The turn he wanted. So he's got action in hand. He just needs to have all the mana to do it.
He's also going to be able to hardcast his Force of Will at some point through his own Vexing Bobble if he needs to.
True.
And did Phil lead on the tap land? No, he played it on the 2nd turn, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
So he hasn't had a chance to cast Counterbalance yet.
Correct.
Oh, no, the Prismatic Ending came out.
plays it,
Yeah. Okay, so he technically had a window to cast Counterbalance, but didn't.
Yeah.
I would actually read that there's no Counterbalance.
I think
if that
so.
happened, because he didn't really need to fight over the mana void.
At the same time, how good is this like a turn 2 naked counterbalance? It's pretty unwieldy, right?
Don't ask me. It's apparently very good. It hits every single time.
Here we see Phil swordsing the Thundertrap Trainer. He's just like, get it out of here. I know this is a bad trade, but my game plan is just to like preserve my life total, not have you chink away at it. And his arm is still strong. So
there's a stock up, but we're not casting it. It looks like Jorge just passed over to Phil. Okay.
Yeah, he's continuing to well, he's got like a PO for 2 hitting the bauble and the Mox Spell. And he doesn't want to walk into Flusterstorm or Spell Pierce.
True.
Look at this, paying mana for the Gitaxian Probe.
That's a play by Phil there. Otherwise would have been caught up by Vexing Bobble, of course.
Yeah,
And
true.
Jorge here running out the PO, just wants to draw 2 cards. You see this pattern in Vintage? Like we pay 4 mana to draw 2 cards. Is that the net rate that you're supposed to get?
It happens a lot, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's cast it.
Spell Pierce.
Phil pointing the Vexing Bauble. Yogi was like, hey, did you cast mana? Did you lose 2 life? Phil's like, no, you got Vexing Bauble.
There's something.
So yeah, the stock up is to say the Force as a PO as well. Oh, the PO got countered by the Spell Pierce.
Yeah. Thoroughly pierced. And
there's the breach as well, isn't there?
I always keep waiting for Phil to pick a card to discard.
Yes.
I would have totally done that. Like if
Yeah.
Phil tells me, okay, you discard the first one, okay, here we go.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So Phil, now the information, I would say it's always great to have this information of what your opponent's hand is, but like Miracles doesn't use it that well. It's the game's going to go so long that the information is going to change in a few turns. So
True.
Yeah.
But like, I guess the best way you can read your opponent's hand in that regard is like, oh, what is like the trap spell? Like, what's the test spell?
Yeah.
What do I really care about? But a lot of situations, like mirrors can actually match very well what the opponent is presenting, and they can counter anything.
Funny you say the trap spell, because seeing the Mermaid Trap is actually huge information, so you can play around it now.
Yeah.
Like the value of it diminishes so fast if you know about it.
Very actively, and like casually resolving a sort Ancestor Recall there. Picking up couple counterbalance. Like one of the counterbalance is probably going to be pitched to Force at some point once we get rid of that Vexing Bobble somehow. Actually, how many wills does Phil have to get rid of the Vexing Bobble? Like we already saw the Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, with the ending gone.
I guess you can Mystic Sanctuary it back.
Yeah. Alternatively, like, you know, the game's going to go so long, you can just cast his forces.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy as that.
Yeah. Here we see a Sol Ring. That's a great draw. The Sol Ring is new information. That's fantastic. His hand has action. Here we go.
Ooh, can't Force of Will this one.
No.
Actually, there's really not all that much that Phil can do here at all.
No.
You can't even Flusterstorm this. This is an enchantment, of course.
No.
So does Jorge have a way to maybe even like close out the game?
This is non-deterministic. The real relevant cards in the graveyard are a Mox Ruby and a Brain Freeze. So he's going to play the Mox Ruby. He gets to Brain Freeze.
Well, he needs to get rid of his own Vexing Bobble first, right?
True. Good point. Yeah. So
And that turns on the Force of Will in Phil's hand.
Yes. And he does have his own force as well. So here we might see like he's got one floating as well. So there's also an Ancestral Recall that you can just cast.
What is going on? This game just like oh, by the way, we got an Ancestor Recall as well.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm actually like I want to play Vintage again. It's been a while,
Ah,
gotta say.
Breach is a hell of a card.
Like we got these really big tournaments coming up once a year, like in North America, Europe, and Japan.
Mhm.
I know a lot of people actually who came here from the US who are going on to Japan as well to play all
Amazing.
3 tournament weekends.
I love it.
Yeah.
Like Brian Koval maybe doing that.
I heard about that. Justin
Yeah.
Gennari as well, apparently.
Nice, nice. So this is the storm count, I think. So I think he's probably looking to just brain freeze to start because he can brain freeze with and still have 1 mana at the end, and then you can crack the bauble if you find the lowest pedal. Oh, he cracks the bauble first. Okay,
Picks up Pool of the Delta, no help there.
land's good. He's not played a land drop, I think.
Oh, and you also can't replay the lands from the graveyard using Escape, right? You can only
Yes.
like cast stuff.
It's only cast stuff, so- yeah.
Smart.
I like it. He's probably gonna like just wait and see if he finds some other lands. So I feel like he'll probably start with the Mox. Yep, here comes the Mox Ruby. Build up the storm count, and then with the storm count higher, it's a very high chance that the brain freeze does hit one of the lowest pedal or the Black Lotus.
You know what he should be playing? Remand.
Remind, yes.
Remand you on
your
Brain Freeze, get
yeah.
it back.
All the value plays. So yeah, Phil, with the breach in play now, the force not doing a ton. So we're gonna have 12 cards hitting the graveyard.
The Breach and Play is such a scary spot.
Yeah.
So, Jorge, like, to be clear, like he's not drawing these cards, right? But
No,
it feels
no.
like he's basically drawing these cards
Essentially
for
is.
this turn.
Yeah.
He essentially is, yeah, as you say, there's a brain.
So-
Slimebug, one of those cards that doesn't work that well with Breach, but I mean, still.
Yeah, he's got a rebuy. So basically, he didn't hit the lowest pedal or the Black Lotus, but the Mox here allows him to have Mox and Volcanic Island to cast the Brain Freeze again. And I expect Phil to snap force this Mox.
He has to, right?
He's going to jump on this so fast.
He's probably going to be very, yeah.
But he knows that there's a force and a Mind Trap. So Phil,
The thing is, the longer you wait, the harder it's going to get.
yeah. I think they're going to fight over this Mox, which is very funny because the action cards are not this Mox, but it's so pivotal. We've reached this like point in the crossroads where this is going to allow Jorge to like carry on the combo.
So
One.
help us out again. Why exactly is that Mox so important?
So we have no mana floating right now. So with the breach in play, the breach says at the end of the turn you have to sacrifice it. So this is his window to win with the breach. So the brain freeze is 1 and a blue. He only has the Volcanic Island with 0 floating mana right now.
Yeah.
So he needs the Mox Jet to resolve so he can cast brain freeze from the graveyard again. Oh, he has a land drop as well. My mistake.
Okay, makes it even easier. Okay, that also explains why Phil doesn't fight all that, right?
Yes,
We
yep.
expect him to fully do it to like basically stop the combo turn. Yeah.
My mistake.
Okay, so what is he actually looking to find on that next brain freeze that we're gonna see here?
He really wants to find the Black Lotus or a Lotus Petal.
Black Lotus or Lotus Petal,
Yeah.
basically the same card for his purposes.
It is completely the same card. Because even though the Lotus Petal...
Okay, I got some good trades lined up for you.
yes. All right, I'll give you some Lotus Petals. So there's
Great.
another Mox and Mana Crypt. So finding these Moxen, even though they're not the ones that sacrifice, he can still, carry on and go off with them because he can, add another blue mana with
Yeah.
the Mox Opal. So I think we're entering a world where, despite having all this counter magic, Phil probably is a bit dead here. So yeah, I think Jorge's like, he's got these Moxen, he can make enough mana now. He can cast the Brain Freeze, probably just targeting Phil almost at this point. Cast it twice, targeting Phil. Because it's closed deck list, I don't think he'll want to risk doing that, but the storm count now is very high. So he could do it. Phil packs it in. He's like, right, we've got a few minutes left on the round. Phil says, yep, that's enough.
Very smart choice, right?
Yeah,
3 minutes. I mean, there's gonna be some sideboarding on Phil's part for sure, right?
I think he
I
needs...
would expect them to basically start the third game with like a minute or something on the clock.
Yeah, there we go.
It was lightning fast sideboarding.
They're the fastest men in the West.
Yeah.
I think Phil must... So look, there's no Lurus.
There's no lures, as you
No
said,
lures.
right? So yeah, we're definitely gonna try to find try from St. Catherine as
Yep.
soon as possible. How exactly is Jorge gonna fight over that, or is he just gonna try to ignore it and do his own? Is this gonna be like a
Yeah.
two strips passing in the night thing?
I think so. I mean, I think this massively favors Jorge here, like, because he can win in one turn with Breach.
Yeah. And,
So,
and Phil's best draw is I kill you on turn 6 or something, right?
yeah, because turn 2 you play, I guess technically if he had some fast mana, he could have Miracle Triumph turn 2. But yeah, he snaps off the force on the Time Warp. Yeah, I think Phil just cannot win this game. It's too slow. And what's interesting is Jorge's win condition is Brain Freeze you. Oh no, then he has the Ancestral. I was thinking like Painter, you'd be decked out, but you need a whole turn to draw a card.
Mhm.
But Ancestral Recall can target Phil. So It is a one-turn kill.
Oh, and he's got the Black Lotus.
Found the Black
Could
Lotus.
beat up any potential quick kills.
He's
we
got
got-
a Chain of Vapor and 2 Thumbs Up trainers.
Yeah,
Which
that's
is
like a
not the-
lot of value.
It's not the hand he wants though.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. And it's gonna be hard to actually fight through the counterbalance there.
Yeah.
Do you smell a draw here?
It could be. It could. It really depends how way like if you can find the breach kill, right?
There's a 0 on top. Mana Crypt gets countered here, so we're gonna run out one of our Otters, most likely. I mean, there's a world where you just try to, Chain of Vapor the counterbalance there, knowing that there's a 0 on top. But then again, what are you gonna do with that information? Nothing really. You might as well just run out the 2-drop. Yeah, that's true.
I love this. He sacks the Black Lotus to offspring it because he realizes he needs to find a Underworld breach. This is the way he wins this game. So he's like, my Black Lotus is going to be in the graveyard anyway. That's fine.
Yeah.
So I really want to find the Underworld breach, and then I can recast the Black Lotus when I find the breach. So he's really digging deep to try and find his combo.
So you think there's actually a way that he's gonna try to win on this turn even?
Not this turn.
Not this
probably,
turn, right? Okay.
But they're probably entering turns now.
Okay, yeah. So let's assume that this is still gonna be a regular turn. We'll
Yeah,
figure it
could be.
out. Could be turn 1, could be turn 0.
Mhm.
So
Turn 6.
That's a turn 6. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. That probably was turn 1, but Phil has countertop. That's going to shut off the Black Lotus or the Lotus Petal coming back. I think that smells like a draw to me. That the countertop does.
Dude, if Yorgov actually finds a way to fight through countertop using the combo, like, and he's got like is that the first turn? So he's got like a 3-turn window there.
It could happen. It could happen. He has Chain of Vapor in hand, I believe. So Phil,
You know
Yeah.
what he could do? If there's
Ooh.
no 1 on top and Phil has to like flip the top, you can bounce the top in response with the Chain of Vapor.
yes, yeah,
That's
true,
another way
true.
to stop like the 1 lock.
It's very true.
Dude, I want to see that.
Yeah, there's a way through it.
Tell me why this is a stupid play because you don't seem too convinced.
No, I'm just pointing out. It makes sense if you need to get because your combo is 0s and 2s. You're totally right. So yeah, if you Chain of Vapor at the top, I think if you were Phil, you would just put a 0 or 2 on top and then not tap the top. Because we're in turns, you've got to be realizing like, right, the way I lose this is breach.
Yeah.
Right, and that's how he lost game 2. So
So the best he
Academy-
can do is to basically like float a 2 on top and know I'm untouchable, kind of.
I think so. I think so. Yeah, because like the POs, as powerful as they are, the kill is Brain Freeze and Breach in this deck. So yeah, I think Phil needs to really lock up a 2-drop on top, as you say.
He's only got 1 activation of top going. Is that a Misty Rainforest, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is indeed.
So you got like 1 blind lock and then another one, and at
Yeah.
some point, yeah, okay.
And he's waiting. He's not trying to counter the Otter because that doesn't matter. It's not how he's going to lose. He
Yeah,
needs to.
The Otter is basically just an impulse, right?
Yes. Yeah. So we see off the Otter. I see a Saga that you can't take, but he sees a PO, he sees a Portable Hole, and he sees a Flusterstorm.
Yeah, we're trying to figure this out, counting out. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. I like seeing the PO. I think at this point now he really wants to find a couple more like fast pieces of mana to turbocharge the Tolarian Academy. So we would have loved like a Mana Vault or a Solar Ring or something. They attack for 3, get the Otters in.
How
Probably-
does it work with extra turns and time walk? Explain to me.
Yeah, it's a good point. Time Walk takes the turn. There's only 5 turns available in the remaining of the game. So if you take turn 4 and you cast a Time Walk, your opponent's not getting any more turns.
So the rule is not like you get 2, I get 3. It's like there are 5 turns up for grabs, and you
Yep.
figure it out.
And we're going to share them because we're friendly. Exactly.
Sharing is what you call it.
Sharing is caring.
Just like counter top balance shares the fun.
Yes.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
not in a very split way. But you know what? I really, really wouldn't count Jogge out here. I think he can combo through because we don't know there's a 2 on top, right?
We don't know that. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Is that fetchland on the stack right now? You
Yes.
pulled it to the front, right? So he's gonna response bounce the counterbalance. Okay,
Yeah.
sure, that works.
Graphic Cage on top.
Also smart thing to bring that one in, right? Because
Yeah.
Phil knows that's I mean, maybe you already brought it in anyway, but definitely for the third game.
Very true. Yeah. Yeah, because we saw a lot of his deck game 2 and didn't see it. So I think he did think this is the way I die. No, very heads up. Really good sideboarding from Phil, noticing the time conditions under the thing. So bring in the St. Catherine's, bring in the Graphic Cage because that's how he wins.
Dude, I tell you, Phil is gonna win this. So like a way where he goes like drive on St. Catherine twice on his turn. Nah, there's no way.
You know, he doesn't even play Time Walk in this deck.
He does not play Time Walk in his blue deck.
No, I don't think we've seen it, have we?
No, okay, let me. I'm gonna double check that for a moment here. I got the deck list somewhere.
No, no time walk.
He's literally he plays ladies and gentlemen, please. This player, Phil Blackman, plays 3 copies of Mystic Sanctuary, but is not playing the most broken sorcery ever printed. Okay, shout out to Shakma Thrill, but you know what I mean, right?
Yep, yep.
That's a statement.
It is indeed.
What do we need extra turns from? My opponent is supposed to do something. I want to counter their spells.
Why would you take an extra turn if you can just pass the turn and then get your turn back straight away?
If you can just pass the
And then you get the turn back straight away after that.
That's how it works. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. You're right. Okay, Phil. Probably gonna run out that predict there. He still knows what's on top, I believe.
No, he's shuffled the mystery in for us. Oh no, he would have topped in the turn. So yeah, he would.
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Yeah.
And now Yorga is gonna be like, maybe I want to Ancestor Recall, but I mean, the top is on board.
Mhm. It's still in response to the PO as well. Yeah. So PO and then there's the fetch and the predict.
Yorga's gonna try to work it out. You know that hand movement. You're like, okay, this happens, that happens, that happens, and then you rewind it all the way back, and he's like, this is the point that I
Yeah.
want to pick for my Ancestor Recall.
Yeah.
By the way, do you call it Ancestral or Recall? That's a very big important distinction to
I
make.
think I say both.
If you say Recall, you're doing it wrong.
Okay.
There's
okay.
actually a real card called Recall that people use in some obscure format.
Oh, he hits the Grafdigger's Cage to counter the Ancestral Recall. Yeah. And then he gets to predict it away because he knows
Oh,
it.
dude, my bleeding
it.
heart. This is, by the way, this is what you guys used to do to people in Legacy. I still can't believe it. Like, we've seen the Mox Sapphire, but other than that, this is straight up a Legacy deck.
There's the Catherine. There's the
Oh.
Catherine.
Yeah, like he's got 1 attack phase left in the game. Oh, yeah, well, he doesn't
2?
even have time mark. Yeah, so 1 attack phase left in the game.
Yeah.
It's not gonna work.
No.
But
I
it
th-
looks like he's also not gonna die.
No. I think with the yeah. Well, we don't know what's on top now. He could still not have a 0 and a 2, and then breach comes down. It could happen.
But Yorga shaking his hand.
Yeah.
Explaining why the situation. This is the kind of situation where you explain to your opponent why you can't win anymore. Like you're basically like talking yourself through like what is still possible.
Yeah.
And like Yorga has that demeanor of somebody who doesn't think he's still got a chance, but maybe.
I mean, the reality is he probably doesn't. It's so thin margins that there's not the things on top of the countertop, and he has to have all the right cards. But it's possible. Whereas Phil can't win, but Jorge can win. So
Yeah, he's probably like just coming to terms with this being a draw. Maybe the
think so.
players are considering like, okay, who's ahead? Is anybody gonna scoop? No, but also perfectly fine to just take the draw, right?
I think so.
A point is a point.
Yeah, and he's still got another turn. He's still got turn 5. He could draw a breach into things just resolving. You never know. Like as the one that's played counts up a few times, sometimes you just don't have the right things.
Is that
It's
actually
rare.
Nah,
It's rare.
nah, come on. This is the propaganda that you got. This is how you kept Countertop alive by spreading that. Like
It's
nobody believes you on that. Seriously.
look,
Like I've had my Krotov Behemoth counter by Dig Through Time. Like
I've-
don't tell me things.
I've done that blind.
Yeah, of course. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah,
You don't even look at it. You just like flip it over and you look at them in the eyes as you do it.
yeah. Look at Jorge here, like just shaking his head, being like, "Is there any way that this works?"
Could this actually become a deck in Vintage? Like did Phil spark something there?
I don't think so.
Wow.
Maybe if he wins, though.
No. Maybe if he wins the tournament, yeah. Sure.
You know what? Okay, so my mistake earlier. Pio wasn't on the stack. It was just revealed in hand from the Gataxian Probe. So he was playing with it open. That was nice.
Okay. So
So Phil doesn't find the 4 for PO, so he's like pick up 1, 2, 3, draw 3. He does have an extra turn here. Like it's possible.
By
It's
the way, behind Phil, there's Zach Clark, co-host of the $200 podcast. Check them out.
possible.
They just told me they release 5 episodes a week.
I barely think 5 times a week.
Anyway, so Jorge, still deep in
Spy,
thought.
Spy Mox, Emerald, fine. I saw Mox Sapphire as well. Yeah, here's Mox Sapphire. Yeah, Phil thinks he probably can't afford to like shuffle away a 1 or a 2 on top or something.
It's like, yeah, you got all the extra mana. I don't care. I just want to count your breach.
Yeah.
Is this
Yeah.
where you like pivot as Jorge and you have just like, I don't know, 4 uncounterable big creatures in your side? Like, I don't know, you just Thran or something?
Thran, God,
Yeah.
can you imagine?
Double green, easy game.
Loses to Terminus.
Yeah.
Which-
Gladly we got rid of that card.
No, there's a Terminus in Phil's deck.
There's a Terminus in Phil's deck.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
You can mystical tutor for it.
That's
then-
so disgusting.
Then rebuy
seriously.
it with the. So you mystical tutor for it, counter a 6-drop, and then you predict it, and then you Mystic Sanctuary back.
I feel like Netflix is gonna have some, documentary about Phil's life at some point.
Yeah.
Like he's
All
been
the things
doing
he can do.
things to people. I can try. Terminus, Mystic Sanctuary, Entreat the Angels, Predict.
At this point, Phil is still just thinking, right, he's going to just draw, pass the turn with all the mana available, all the defenses up he can think about. So it's not on him anymore. This is a draw at best in his eyes. So he's just
Ooh.
seeing like, okay, probably just a judge question, just seeing how something interacts, how something works.
Oh, I thought he was just gonna ask the judge whether he sees a line to still win the game.
Interesting.
Phil is like fair.
Mhm. Yeah.
Do you think we should have that in Magic at some point? Ring a friend or something?
Phone a friend.
You guys still got like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
You know what? I have no idea. I'll be
Okay,
honest.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, you will see.
Maybe he's asking a question about like how Counterbalance interacts with some things, like timings and copies go on the stack.
Yeah, the most common question like that we had earlier today is the one about Chain of Vapor copies, right?
Yeah, it could be a Chain of Vapor related question. Though I think he only has one Chain of Vapor, and that is in the graveyard that he casts. He tried to cast, and it got countered by a revealed Grafdigger's Cage.
Mm-hmm. Are you gonna bring back something like Wipe Away?
Wipe away, yeah,
Yeah.
better than Crimson Grip.
No.
But we see the breach. We see some thumbs up trainers that
Is this his hand, by the way?
yeah, they got PO'd back, so we know about the trainers. But there's a misstep force, and he has the breach. You know what? It really just depends on if Phil finds the 2-drop. I think.
How many 2-drops does he actually have? So he's got you've got
Four
it over here. You
Predict.
got 4 copies of is that is that
One
no
Merchant
Snapchat coming?
Scroll
Okay. And then
and counterbalances as well.
yeah, okay, I mean that's a fair amount.
It is a decent amount. So there's going to be 2 more counterbalances. There's going to be, I think he's played 1 Predict. We see a 2. We see a Merchant Scroll on top.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That probably is it. If Phil, we see him leaving the Merchant Scroll on top. So I think 2. He's just completely identified that 2 is the really important number, and he's left it on top. Mystic Sanctuary, put a Force of Negation on top probably, or nothing.
I was gonna say, like, do you even put something on top?
I don't.
There's
think
nothing
you
that actually
need
like
to.
that's exciting to me here.
He's got the 2 already.
It's like, yeah, maybe I don't need any. Like, I guess Ponder and then Brainstorm it, but
Yeah.
it's not too exciting, honestly.
No, I like it then. That means there's not a 1 underneath the Merchant Scroll that we know about. So
yeah.
like that's insurance against maybe another Chain of Vapor or something to balance the counterbalance.
And picking up a Flame of Anor is Jorge on the very last turn of the very last game, and this round 2 here at the Eternal Weekend main event Vintage.
Yeah.
We got 250 something players here. There's going to be tons of rounds. Like this is only the second round, right? And we've already seen four different decks, kind of.
Yeah, I think 7 rounds as well.
Yeah, dude.
Yep.
That's going to be top 8 today as well, right?
Yeah.
And Legacy tomorrow. Legacy, of course, being split over 2 days on Saturday and Sunday. And we hope all of you are going to tune in. Also, let your friends know, right? Hit us up on X, Blue Sky, everywhere. Use the hashtags. And yeah, there's only going to be 3 of these a year. These guys at Four Seasons are putting a lot of work into making this work. As is Jorge trying to still win the game here on the last turn with a Flame of Anor, trying to kill this Sensus Divining top.
Yeah, then you could not have the 2-drop on top potentially. This is him trying to bait out a mistake from Phil, I think.
But if he has like a 3-drop on top, oh, he's got no.
Catherine.
Oh,
It's Catherine, Merchant Scroll, and Ponder.
he's got a Brainstorm in hand and a Force, I believe.
I feel like you need to leave the 2 on top.
I was
Okay,
gonna say,
forces
yeah,
it. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Definitely. He can force back, and he's put the Catherine on top to counter a force back.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
He's just gonna flip it.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, Jorge really knows what he's doing from what
Absolutely.
it seems like. Like he's really setting up these things where Phil could have failed on multiple different instances.
Absolutely
didn't.
correct. No. This is the way you got to do. Like, if you're in a position where your only out is to your opponent to make a mistake, you try and make them make a mistake in as many ways as possible. Because Phil could have like instinctively tapped the top. In response, top goes on top, and then you can play a Underworld Breach and go from there.
True. These games are so technical, seriously.
Really
Like,
are.
if you've never played Vintage before, you would think, oh, this is like this big, stupid, who's got the best opening hand duel, and then it's going to be over. Like, we are deep. I want to say we are like 10, 15 minutes almost into like extra turns.
Yeah. But the turns have been very intricate.
Yeah.
Especially
And I
these
mean,
ones.
part of that is because it's miracles, but I mean, that's the nature of Vintage as a whole. There are so many small, tiny decisions that can then snowball, and sometimes you get Vintaged, as Justin Gennari calls it.
Yes. Yeah. I think here we're going to see Snapcaster for like maybe the Chain of Vapor still in the graveyard, but you can spin the top in response. But then that's okay because then the top's on top. But he knows he goes and gets the Merchant Scroll now.
Yeah.
This is why it's just like with so much mana available, he can do so much. And now the Merchant Scroll's on top. The breach is never going to resolve. I think again, Phil could make a mistake and he could tap this top, but I don't think he will.
Yeah, and with the cards that Jorge got in hand, like with the 2s locked out of those, yeah,
There
that's
we
gonna
go.
be a draw.
They're going to call it a draw, which I think is fair because like Jorge's not for sure winning here. Phil could
Yeah.
definitely win from here as well because the lock just blocks out so much. So I think I would say Phil is favored here. So
Yeah, the thing is also like I like taking the draw here because both players would have totally played differently anyway.
yes,
Had this been
yeah,
like an
for
untied
sure.
match, so there's like no situation of like, oh, I would have won this one, yeah, but we would have like have a totally different game if it wasn't under
Absolutely.
time limit. So yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, still like both players are still alive for top 8, like X1
Yeah.
is still like a thing that they can get. Like, I mean, they have to win out here to have it guaranteed.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I think yeah,
cool.
a draw early is always. It doesn't feel quite as bad a draw early as later because then you're just like you're playing on knowing that you got a draw. It's like a loss in a way.
Like Phil sits down with a draw and the next round you're like, oh, didn't
mean,
expect that.
I'm in the miracles bracket. Oh no.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, kind of, I would have never expected to be excited about seeing Miracles on camera today, but Phil Blackman made it work, going here down to 1 and what, like basically like trading the games for the draw here against Jorge. I'm excited to see more of this. Like
too.
Vintage, every time I get to play Vintage, every time I get to cast Vintage, we talked about so many tiny little next level decisions where both players can stumble. This is what you get here. And Eternal Weekend is the highest level to put your Vintage skills on display. So if you're not playing today, maybe you can make it to Japan like for short notice. Otherwise, play it at your Magic Online, like local shops, not so much anymore, but just like get into it. There's a really thriving community. I've known some players out here, they have lent away 5 sets of power.
Only 5.
Only 5 sets of power, and only 2 of them were Black Ordered. So what can you do?
Amazing. Yeah, the format is also just incredible right now. It's so diverse. As I've been walking around the room to see what people are playing, there's actually a ton of Dredge, which took me by surprise. There's this mono black unpowered deck, which is everyone's on. And it's got this new card, Mai, which is like 1 in a black for a 2/2 legend with first strike, and whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, they lose 2 life.
Oh, that sounds good in Vintage.
It's so powerful because it goes in these mono black decks and it shuts out off these POs. I mean, what we've seen on here, like the casting so many non-creature spells, and it's symmetrical, but it's not really, is it? It's like the mono black deck is casting a few non-creature spells, but not many. And the mono black deck is very aggressive, playing very early Dauthi Voidwalkers, Orcish Bowmasters, Griefs. So it puts on the pressure very fast. So the 2 life really adds up and can lock people out. So I'm really especially excited to see how that deck does because we saw one in top 8.
We're going to step out here for a moment. Just short moment, guys, stay tuned. There's going to be Sam Dams and Andreas Peterson, of course, stepping in right away after us, bringing you round 3 of the Vintage main event here at Eternal Weekend in Lucca, Tuscany. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. We're excited to see tons more of Vintage today. Stay tuned. Get all of your friends on the stream as well. Hit us up on socials. And with that, going to be right back. See you in a moment.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome everyone. Welcome back to round 3 of Eternal Weekend Europe Vintage Champs. So I've actually been walking around a bit in the room and there's so much magic going on. There's even Paupergeddon right now. This is just a feast for everyone, right, Andreas?
Yeah, Paupergeddon next door. What's not to like? Even the stream over there going on, and yeah, the room is just filled with passion. And so we take our time between the rounds to really soak in that atmosphere, and hopefully bring just a tiny bit of that into the show here for you guys. Pleasure.
Exactly. I've seen a lot of smiling faces, so many fun decks to be had. So if you're playing Vintage or Pauper, there's magic here for everyone. And speaking about magic, let's go watch some decks here that we are going to be seeing for the following round. So of course, in when we're playing Vintage, we have a lot of decks, and this is one that I'm sure is typical for Vintage, if I'm not mistaken, Andreas. This is Lurrus PO.
Yeah, so I got a little bit surprised by this one, but we can take it from here. The Lurrus PO deck, 4-color, big mana, super splashy, tries to draw its deck with a paradoxical outcome and finish with a pretty unlikely win condition in 4th Eolingus. So even though it's a big mana deck, we can still fit Lurrus as a companion. So this deck is like a hybrid between control and combo. You even see all-stars like Thundertrap Trainer and Stock Up making an appearance here for some nice, juicy card advantage that does not get hit by Orcus Bowmasters.
I actually played this deck yesterday, and I loved it to bits. It was amazing. Having played Jeskai Control, it felt really home to like the gameplay I like. So I have high expectations for this one. Let's see what we're up against. In general, Lurrus deck always wants to play as much Moxen as possible, right?
Yeah, certainly. And now the opponent here is in the absolute opposite end of the spectrum. 0 ways to produce mana in this deck, aside from a sideboarded strip mine. I'm just noticing this deck Dredge is blazing fast. You could see it as turbocharged Delver. You're looking to have a Bazaar of back that in your opening hand, put as much free power onto the board as possible, backed up by free disruption, and hope that that is enough. This deck is very good in game 1s, and then it will try and get over the finish line in games 2 and 3, where it's going to be facing a ton of hate from almost any deck.
Yeah, exactly. So when I started playing Vintage, this was for me the deck. I knew that I related it to Vintage, but after playing a lot, it's there's so many stuff out there. But this
Yeah.
is like the most Vintage-esque, if I can call it like that.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to see how these games will play out. So let's just dive in. I imagine if you are the Dredge player, you really want to be on the play.
Yeah, so this matchup is actually quite ideal for Dredge because it's up against a deck that. So first of all, the opponent does not have the information unless you mulligan, right? So it's just you can really hit some polarized hands where normal cards like removal spells or Flusterstorms are almost dead cards. But yeah, it's just pretty high variance here, I will say, because you can also reveal your plan being on the play with Serum Powder and then mulligan and reveal your plan to the opponent. And now they can use that information to use their mulligan, right? So I actually don't think play draw is that huge in this matchup.
Okay. Immediately, when we saw the Serum Powder, Emil knew what was up, so he was knowing that he was playing against a very, very scary deck. And what are we looking for here when we use the Bazaar?
Yeah, we want to put some dredgers into the graveyard, and ideally, we also want to put something like Icarate into the graveyard, so we next upkeep can turbocharge the deck and kind of get going. Right now, Shota is also not sure which Lurrus variant he's up against. So this variant will not have Wasteland at the ready, where the control versions will. So, oh, we see a second Bazaar here. So this is going to be a really cool turn too. It's going to be very explosive with double Bazaar.
Yeah, and from the Lurrus side, I don't think there's that much you can do right now, right? So what are we looking for?
Yeah, the Lurrus deck is mainly looking to say, I have to finish the game before you inevitably beat me with these zombies coming out of the graveyard. So in this matchup, it's very much a combo deck.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing a very powerful start here, right from the bat. If I look at the hand, nothing really particular stands out. Immediately force a negation here on that one.
I
Andreas.
really love that play. Force negation onto Mana Crypt is a play that's saying, I can actually lose this game if you have access to a ton of mana, so let's make sure that doesn't happen.
Right, and we are seeing another counter spell here. Yeah, so that is really, really important. Andreas, I don't know if you remember the bingo card. You had one on there, I think, a stack of 4 counter spells. Do you think we're going to see one here? That's number 3.
Ooh, number 3.
We're getting close.
Come on, let's go.
Come on, let's do it.
Initially, I think I had 5 counter spells on there, but I
Really?
actually reduced it to 4 because, I wanted to be actually
It's just going to be 3. So close.
So Mana Crypt hits the Exile here because of Force Negation. Attention to detail here by Shota. And that is a very, very good exchange because, sure, you got 4 cards out of your opponent's hand, but, you know, they're playing Dredge, so they don't actually care about that detail. So now we see a little bit of a fun one where we're not going to see upkeep activating Bazaar because the last remaining card is Bazaar, another Bazaar Baghdad. So we're just going to take it slow here, go to the draw step.
Nice. Okay. Is this something that Emil would expect?
Not activating Bazaar?
Yeah.
Well, now he knows, since there's only one good reason to not do it here
Yeah.
in this spot. So he just knew a little bit before actually
That's
seeing
spoiling
the
it,
card.
right? That's spoiling it.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Well, for you it was. I didn't know what was going on. So thanks, Andreas, for covering that.
Yeah, you got it here. So the whole point is with 2 Bazaars in play, we can now, you know, we're now running at double speed essentially. So we can replace all of our draws with these dredges. These dredgers will find stuff like Creeping Chill, Icarids, as we see there, prized amalgams, Narcomoeba, and the more the merrier.
Yeah, we can see all this stuff happening here. And what I love is this is typical like a dredge thing. Like, keep in mind, these permanents are not in play. Yes, sure, it seems that way because of the playmat, but this is just a graveyard, right?
Sir, also, something I wanted to point out is actually Shota was quote unquote unlucky with the dredges here, only a dredge 4 and a dredge 3. So Golgari Grave Troll is restricted, fair enough, but no Stinkweed Imp showed up, not even 2 dredge 4 cards. So, you know, could have been way worse for Emil here.
So I imagine for Ciota, what do you really want to find now?
Yeah, now we're gonna, let's see. Now we're gonna trigger double Icarid and get back a ton of amalgams on the end step. So I think here you just want to find as many Creeping Chills as possible to shorten this game in the most efficient manner.
Yeah, because I imagine now you're feeling pretty confident, right, at this spot of the game, but you never know what they might have. Very often Lurrus does play like a graveyard head main. Not that much, but it does happen, and that could be really scary, right?
Right, I would say like a single copy of Soul Guide Lantern is probably the average that you can expect. So this is why it's really, really important to put stuff into play here. So even a Narcomoeba was hit, and was that double Creeping Chill? So that double Lightning Helix to the Dome, and then the 2 Icarids get back from the triggers here. We're still on Shota's upkeep. Shota is responding to his own Icarid triggers by simply see if he can find, you know, the worst black creatures in his deck, but also just more prized amalgams, which will then be a bonus with the delayed trigger on the end step.
Yeah, for sure. And usually if you have like a wasteland against these dredge decks, then you have like a way to get out of this. But with 2 Bazaar, I don't see how we can actually come back from this as Lurrus side unless we have dedicated graveyard hate. Right?
We can basically, once the dredge deck also builds a board here of double Icarid, it looks like prized amalgam, even 2 of the ghouls coming back end of turn, then we can only try and combo. That's the only way to do
and did you see what was put into the graveyard right there?
3rd Creeping Chill?
And the Troll. So I think Troll is probably the big bonus here, or is that already that's like an extra?
Yeah, that was actually this was actually just discarded to Bazaar Baghdad. He even hit it earlier, but yeah, that's the big one, right? Then you get to dredge 6 every time. Yeah, that's huge. So now we're resolving Icarid triggers, which will then trigger amalgams to come back end of turn.
Yeah, I think meanwhile the players are probably forgetting to keep track of the life totals there because if I can correct, Emil is not at 20 life, right? Because
No.
he's been Creeping Chills.
Triple
So-
Creeping Chill puts Emil at 11 and Shota up to 29 here. And it looks like 2 Icarids getting in for damage. This turn as well is going to be attacking down to 5. So next turn is where the magic has to happen for Emil.
Yeah, so we need a very good top deck here from Emil. But I mean, in general, even if you're Emil, if you lose this one, that's actually kind of what you're expecting, I guess. So nothing lost here. If it does happen that you win against Dredge turn 1, I mean, I guess you feel amazing.
A game 1 win against Dredge is like the yeah, exactly. That's a gift. Then you know you have 1 to give, and there's some fail rate in the Dredge deck, a lot of variance. So yeah, this is going to plan for Shota, and you're right, it's not the end of the world for Emil.
And I think we will probably see a passing of the turn very soon. We see a Swords to Plowshares here, just getting rid of some creatures, trying to stay alive as much as we can. But I'm curious to see what Emil can come up with for the next turn. Especially since that Mog that you see is actually not generating mana.
Yeah.
Just to be clear about that.
Mox Opal is not on, so you would need a very, very good stock up here to catch up, because this board is going to get a lot bigger on the end step, as you see here.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, since Creeping Chill has been triggered, these ghouls will come back. It says if you've gained life this turn, it enters end of turn, and here's
There we see the mocks.
the unglued mocks adding 0 mana here.
Anything we are seeing in the stock up? No, and they just scoop it up. Yeah. What can I say? As expected, I guess, Andreas.
Yeah, I think so. I think that mana crit was a big difference maker. Imagine the dredge deck doesn't have the absolutely nuts here. Double Bizarre, double Force is almost unplayable for any deck. Then if that mana crit resolves, then we have a different ball game because then we're casting stock ups, then we're building up for PO. Opal is closer to being on, and then we have a different game. But that
I
was
guess-
just for the imagination.
Exactly. I guess the most important part playing against Dredge is the sideboard, right? So talk us through here what we like.
Yeah, so any deck in Vintage will have some counterplay against Dredge. We have the Soul Guide Lantern here. We have Swords to Plowshares against Hollow Ones. So if you like Swords to Plowshares here, you're essentially saying, I think I'm going to have the graveyard under control, but I want to have answers to the initial onslaught. But I actually think this is going to be super low on sideboarding.
Which is weird to say from the Lurus deck, right?
It is, but we have a combo finish, so there's hope here. Maybe the plows will come in for something like Fourth Eolingus, or let's say something like Flush Chain of Vapor is probably not the best card here. Also note that Vexing Bauble is super annoying for the Dredge deck because now they cannot cast Force of Vigor, they cannot cast Forces. So yeah, I expect light sideboarding here, but hopefully capitalizing on being on the play is the strategy for Emil.
Yeah, that makes sense. And now let's go to the Dredge deck. What are we looking at?
Dredge wants to sideboard answers for the opponent's answers, essentially. So in this matchup, since we can both lose to their combo angle, I want Force of Negation. We can lose to their hate angle, I want Force of Vigor. So we probably slow our deck down a little bit here, cutting something like Creeping Chills and the Ghouls in order to fit more disruption. I would actually imagine a clean sideboard plan of -4 Chills, 3 Ghouls for 4 Vigors, 2 Negations, and the Strip Mine. That's a pretty clean sideboard plan for this matchup in my book.
That's how it feels to me. Like Dredge is the most difficult part. Is what do you take out? Like the shell is relatively clear, but sideboarding is difficult. Okay, let's go to these games. There's a die already on the table, so I'm not quite sure what that's for. I'm guessing just for Mulligans, and that's something that we see very often, right? Dredge is just a deck that, as you said before, we just need to find a Bizarre. How low can you go with this deck?
Yeah, you need to go all the way with this deck. So Serum Powders, normal mulligans, everything is gonna be on the cards if you haven't seen a Bizarre Baghdad yet.
None in here, so we do have Serum Powder. Let's see. How many times do you think we are going to see a let's do a small mini game. I'm saying 3,
I think
including Serum
I
Powders.
think Shota will keep a 6-card hand.
Okay. I'm seeing a Force, no Baghdad.
Ooh, I'm still in it. This is a powder, so this is gonna be...
Okay. Okay. If they keep this one, that's technically 3, I guess.
Oh, so your guess was how many times do they mulligan?
Yeah. So I said they were going to keep.
So they
this
had
one.
normal mulligan and now 3 powders. So
Already failed.
Okay.
Failed.
yeah, that's all good.
Yeah. Okay. But does it matter, honestly? Like, imagine in a world where you have like 1 card and it's a Baghdad. Is that winnable?
Yeah, it is. I've unfortunately lost to to 1 card keeps before. It's happened a few times. If you hit a Dredger and then you kind of get going, then it's possible. Yeah.
But it is unlikely.
It isn't likely, especially against a deck with a combo finish. So I'm actually maybe we can get this on the screen. Over Encumbered.
That was a sideboard card, right?
That was a sideboard card. I'm trying to make sense of this card. So when this aura enters, enchanted opponent creates a clue token, a food token, and a junk token. At the beginning of combat on enchanted player's turn, that player may pay 1 for each artifact they control. And if they don't, creature can attack this turn. So this is actually something that stops Dredge from attacking.
Pretty sweet. We did find the Baghdad, keeping 5. All right, let's get things going here. Over Encumbered, so they probably just brought it in.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Black Lotus, excellent. Is that a first Black Lotus for us today in the opener?
In the opener it is. We did see a Black Lotus getting discarded to a frog in the face of a Vexing Bauble at some point.
But we do get that Force of Negation for that, right?
Also note that there's a little bit of sequencing here when you're playing against a deck that might run Mindbreak Trap.
I think that was an Over Encumbered. Did you see?
Yep, that was
Nice.
certainly it. So
Okay.
that card is essentially like a propaganda, essentially.
It's a cool card. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. It's a relatively new one.
Yeah, it
Pretty
slipped
cool
through
stuff.
my cracks as well.
Yeah, so I think it's a relatively new addition. Like, are there other decks where you would want this?
Great question. I would just imagine it's a very good card against Dredge that needs to get answered. Otherwise, the game is very complicated because then, in theory, you can only get hit by creeping chills.
Okay, let's see. We have a couple of things here in the graveyard. Anything that's good for the dredge player?
Yeah, we like our dredgers over here. There's an Icarid. Vexing Bauble means it's the end for casting spells. Oh,
Ooh, that's scary.
Force of Vigor and Response, just killing the Mox, but not bad.
Over encumbered.
And I'm not sure Shota has a plan for that card.
No, we have a reader. We have a reader.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we can get it on screen again, that would be useful because it's nothing that we see very often. So maybe you can talk us through this again, Andreas.
Yeah, so a white and a colorless enchant opponent. When overencumbered enters the battlefield, enchanted opponent creates a clue token, a food token, and a junk token. So essentially some almost useless artifacts here. At the beginning of combat on enchanted player's turn, that player may pay 1 for each artifact they control, which would be 3 at that point. And if they don't, creature can't attack or block this turn.
And dredge does not make any mana.
Dredge cannot make any mana, and with Vexing Bauble in play, Force of Vigor cannot get cast anymore. Well, it can, but it's gonna hit the bin.
So is this just lights out?
Yeah, I'm relatively sure this is lights out, depending on if Shota is interested in playing on for info.
Information, yeah.
Like in theory, he could play for his opponent sacrificing Vexing Bauble, him finding green card Force of Vigor before he loses to the opponent's strategy, which is highly, highly, highly unlikely.
Yeah, because even then we have the vexing bauble.
Yeah, so that's part of the equation. You need your opponent to willfully sacrifice the Vexing Bauble.
Is Emil going to do that? I wonder. Also, what's a junk token? I don't even know what a junk token is.
Yeah. So a junk token is an artifact where it's like you can sacrifice it to exile the top card of your library, and then you may play that card until end of turn. So essentially, what I call like a Chandra ability. So not something that's going to help Shota here. This could be a never surrender situation.
It makes sense. Is they have a lot of time. They are not going to go to time. If I was in Siota's shoes, I would probably do the same. Just let him play it out, get as much information as you can, because that can be important. We've talked about it in the last time where if you're playing against Lurrus, sometimes it's blue-black. You've seen already white cards, but you never know. Like, for instance, the over-encumbered, that's not a card that I would have put on my bingo card.
Yep. No, you're certainly right. This is all about info, and I think Emil knows that as well. So that's why he puts Lurrus to hand here and is looking to just end the game in a simple fashion instead of revealing a bunch of more hate cards or flex slots or whatever the case may be.
Well done by Emil, not playing his own Mox into the Vexing Bauble. I've done that myself before. So he's definitely better than me. Okay, they are keeping track of life totals now. Excellent. So all good stuff. And I imagine we're just going to see a couple of attacks. And if you were in Emil's shoes, even if you had another threat, would you play it?
So if that threat is just like another Thundertrap trainer, sure. But I would actually avoid revealing Soul Guide Lantern in this game if I can. So it's just a little bit of concealing information, knowing where this is going. Because even if Shota got to fire off 4 creeping chills, it doesn't do anything, right? It's 12 damage.
Yeah, that's fine. We are seeing, I think it's a Time Walk. And I think Emil is debating, do I even want to play that? But is there a reason not to?
No, but here we actually see the bubble crack. So the game is,
Ooh.
in theory, on here.
So why is Emil doing this?
Great question. I will try and come up with a smart answer.
I think it's just feeling safe. I do see a Force Wheel in hand, and I also think I see a Spell Pierce, if I'm correct. So I think he might just be feeling safe.
Yeah, the thing is, the bobble in play makes any counterplay, impossible. I could be missing something here.
And also interesting because we decided to crack the bauble, but not play the Time Walk. So I mean, I think we're just all in on these counter magic spells being used. That would be my guess.
Which is also good enough. The thing is, the only thing we're countering is something that does not cost mana.
That makes sense. Right, meanwhile, we are seeing Siota here doing some dredging stuff. Like, talk us through this, Andreas. You're much better at this than me.
Yeah, dredging 5. Also, Shota is actually revealing a little bit of info here. With so first of all, the Force of Vigor had to get cast for strategical reasons. So, but even just the fact that Creeping Chill is still in the list.
Okay, nice. Is there maybe a reason for Ciota to, if he is on the losing side, then knows I'm not going to win, to just scoop him up? Because you said we're revealing information. Is that something that you can do as dredge player?
Yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Unless there's actually a piece of
Oh,
information
look
that
at
you
this. Look
yeah,
at
this is
we do see the Force of Vigor, so make that counter magic work, Emil. You're going to have to.
yeah, so the information game is a little bit funny here, where the amount of info gained here from the Lurrus PO player is very minimal. So if you think your chance of winning the game is higher than that, then it's like an estimated value consideration you have to make.
I think Emil is deciding he's not sure if he wants to actually counter the Force of Vigor.
Okay.
Or, no, I think he just said I have the Force or stuff.
Yeah. So
I think they just had a brief discussion of what they had, or maybe he revealed the hand.
yeah, very
Uh,
possible, because I think we will go straight into game 3 after this one. I expect very, very few changes from both players. There could be a little bit of tweaking here, or just the way you mulligan with that card in mind from the sign of Shota, or sorry, not mulligan, but like what you discard to your Bazaar back that turn 1.
We actually just saw immediately shuffling, and Ciota just going directly to the deck. So I
Okay.
don't think we will have any changes.
Sure.
So, all right, we're on the play now with Ciota, and this is the game where it's all about, right?
Yeah, game 3. Dredge's on the play. If Dredge has a sizable hand with the backup disruption, then the PO deck is in trouble. If the Dredge deck is simply just racing with Bazaar and free creatures out of the graveyard, then that's the game where Emil can get the job done.
I'm not seeing a lot of graveyard hate in Emil's hand. Now he is going through the cards relatively quickly, but is there a hand that you would ever keep without a single piece of graveyard hate?
Yeah, you have basically 2 ways to win, and one is via hate card, and the other one is via having like a potent combo.
And the grief is a good one here, right?
The grief is certainly a good one. That counts as free disruption.
Yeah, for sure.
We will do our best here to make out what's in Emil's hand.
I think it's a PO, a snap, 2 lands, and the other 2, that's the same card, but I can't quite figure it out.
Yeah, the glare not doing us any favors. This
And I think that's an over encumbered that we actually see there.
okay, that makes a lot of
I'm
sense. So
not
Emil essentially offering up that card.
Yeah, it is over encumbered. Yeah, he just he put like, you're gonna want this one, and she was like, yeah, just put it back. I'll decide. I'm not sure, but I mean, is there a reason not to take that? Yeah, okay.
No, I think it's pretty clear that it's
Yeah.
two mana win the game unless it's answered.
Hmm.
And look at this sweet one. The 2 last cards in Shota's hand, force blue cards. Not bad.
Yeah, he's just going for beatdown here with the hollow one. Ooh,
Okay, so it
So-
was Pierce or Fluster?
Fluster
It was
Storm. That's the one.
that's
Yeah.
the one. Yeah, that's
Okay.
actually a beautiful one.
It is. Really, really nice art.
Fluster onto
The Force.
the Force, which Shota knew about. So I'm a little bit curious if there could have been a time where Emil would tap out. But I guess Shota is doing this as a quote-unquote free roll, because the plan is to just start activating Bazaar and thus doesn't care about cards in hand.
I mean, I guess if he knew about the hand that they will double Fluster Storm, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah.
So he was like, yeah, I'm just gonna use my resources, I guess.
So let's imagine on a later turn, the opponent taps out for a PO, right? That would be the spot. But the thing is, the cost is to slow down dredging.
Mhm.
And that's, so it's just forcing the issue here, which I like, because now we're going to see upkeep Bazaar back that activation
Yeah. Okay. And
with an empty hand.
but do you think that the graveyard Ciota currently is very powerful?
Yeah, let's see. Are we looking at any dredgers down there? I guess we will see here. Oh, yeah, there's a
One of
Stinkweed
them?
Imp. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Perfect. So dredge 5, you're very likely to hit the next one.
There it is.
So now there's a chill trigger, another replacement effect here from the second Stinkweed Imp.
Man, this is so cool. I love Dredge that it's such a unusual style of
Yeah.
playing.
Oh yeah.
So I'm actually just like when you're talking me through this, I'm just enjoying it. I feel
Yeah.
like I'm almost in a cinema at this point.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
seeing this happen. It's such cool gameplay that you don't see very often, and I don't think there's any other
No,
format
it's
where you
very
can
unique.
see this, right?
Super unique. So now
Yeah.
we're going to see the draw step dredge, which really wants to see an Archamoeba to get all of those amalgams back, but no such luck. So just 4 damage coming in here.
I mean, 4 damage a turn is very quickly. Let's see what Emil can bring back, because as we saw, especially now that the over encumbered is gone, there's not much he has left. So also no way to draw cards currently. Maybe we can do it with a PO, but it's difficult, right?
It sure is, with no critical mass of artifacts. So here we see a little reminder about rolling for Mana Crypt.
Mhm.
So let's see how many Icarids is Shota working with, because Emil has to be a little bit worried about if he even gets another turn, especially because we know that Shota has the Creeping Chill still in the deck, which gives a little bit more reach.
Yeah, and if he would have to take damage, that would have been quite a big deal.
Huge deal. So I know about
Wow, that was the most casual flick of the of
Black
a Black
Lotus.
Lotus on the table I've ever seen. That was that was pretty nice.
So here's Black Lotus bringing back, Lura's bringing back Black Lotus, but now the relevant question is, what is that going to be used for?
Yeah. Okay, just a Thunder Trap.
1 blue floating here. So
What are we looking for?
Ancestral Recall sounds like a good one, but no such luck. But any artifact to help bolster a good PO for a next turn is going to be valuable, if there is a next turn.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess you just take the Mox here and hope that you survive.
Yeah, so let's see. Lures is going to be a blocker. So is Thunder Trap Trainer. But in a perfect world, we want to keep as many of those as possible, right?
Is there a world where now we get Emil down to less than 3 life and he could potentially die of the crypt?
Oh yeah, certainly. This is something vintage games end
I-
like that all the time.
I would like to change my bingo card right now.
Yeah.
That's another one I should have thought of, right?
The Mana Crypt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dying to your own mana crypt. That's another one.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is very likely to happen over the course of the weekend, I will say.
Ah, nice. I wonder if we're going to see it. Okay, looks like players are just talking through a couple of cards here. But I imagine we are going to see a passing of the turn of Emil and then just pass it over to Ciota.
Shota will be looking to respond to the Icarid triggers on the upkeep and dredge away, and then trying to hit as many Creeping Chills as possible, because that's going to be the extra reach. Let's see if it's okay. 2 copies of Icarid. That is not bad, but it's also not enough. We need a little bit of help from Creeping Chills here.
Okay, so let's see. You can see Ciota thinking about this. There we have it. So how will Ciota be able to finish this in in this turn?
Yeah, so let's just imagine that Shota hits his remaining 2 or 3 chills. That's also the thing. Is there 2 or 3 left?
No chills, I think.
Yeah, no chills for that one, but it has to do with creeping chills. Let's see, 2 Icarids and a hollow one. Lurus blocks, that puts the opponent to 15. Just then there's a chump log on another one. I actually don't think it's possible to finish the job here.
Okay. Can we get him down to 3 though?
True, that is the one, but it doesn't look like it. Like, these are
Okay.
amazing hits, but the game might not be. This might be Shota's last turn of the game. That's the thing.
But we said the same about Emil last time, so variance is a thing in Magic, of course. Okay.
Yeah, the thing is, the PO deck does such a good job of winning the game in one swoop. Especially once you start like replaying Black Lotus out of the graveyard or replaying Thunder Trap Trainer. There's so much critical mass for a paradoxical outcome.
So if I had to ask you now, put some percentages on the win rates currently for these players. It's
Yeah,
a difficult question.
it's very difficult. I will give the advantage to Emil here, because he's gonna untap here. The only question is, how much material will he have for the PO? Because all of these creatures now entering, sure, if the game goes to Shota's next turn, then the game is over, very, very likely. So it's all about Emil's next turn.
I imagine also if we had a heart rates now, if I was playing, I would be. Doesn't matter which side I'm on, but my heart rate would be through the roof.
Yeah.
Because it feels like any one of these players could have just died at any single point.
Yeah, yeah. So now we see just
Jump
Emil
block.
knows exactly what can and cannot happen here. Block the hollow one, take 6, go to 6. That's a super safe life total. But he is losing, a permanent that could have gotten bounced by PO. But I think that is
that is a solid trade-off.
And if Emil doesn't win now, do you think the game's over?
Yeah, because look at all the creatures that came back on end of turn here. I think that's going to be very hard to
Yeah. And we're down to 3. So if it would have gone down to 3, he would have lost here.
Yep, yep. So that's why you block with one of your creatures here, right?
Mhm, yeah, for sure. Well,
We-
there may be a reason to block with Lurrus just to gain more life, but not at this. Not
The thing is,
state of the
replaying
game.
the Black Lotus is more valuable, and
Uh-huh.
whether you're at 3-1, it's more or less the same, right? You just need to survive here.
Exactly. Life is a resource, right?
You
Okay,
can
so
also do-
how
Yeah, go ahead.
how would you set up this turn if you were Emil? We don't have that many artifacts, so we're not going to draw that many cards, but we do need to do that. We don't have Lurrus that we can possibly bounce. So talk us through what do you think would be a good setup?
Yeah, so we need to replay probably Black Lotus, but you could, if you're super frisky, try and replay the trainer. No, that doesn't make sense mana-wise. So you want to replay the Black Lotus, then you want to fire off a PO, and then you have, if you replay Lurrus later, you can replay another thing from the graveyard. So at that point, we hope to have seen enough cards then that the second PO from the Snapcaster is going to be lethal. So
Yeah.
it starts with a PO for 4 here.
I think, yeah, okay, so they do bring back the Lurrus, nice. So that's just drawing a bunch of cards here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Not terribly exciting currently, I think.
No, the Opal is a good draw, but it's also a little bit unexciting. We will probably see Snapcaster Paradoxical Outcome here, a very cool combo where you get to bounce the Snapcaster itself, and then kind of keep going from here. The
Sure.
Bauble is also a 1-mana card that combos with just drawing an extra card like for a mana with PO. So that could be worth it. It's oftentimes a matter of whether mana or the amount of cards you can draw is going to be the bottleneck. So I'm pretty excited to see how Emil maximizes this.
And also finding the lines, because very often there is a line here. I just need to find it. That's
Yep.
something that I was able to find out yesterday as well when I was playing the PO deck. And we went into time, and I was like in round the extra time number 4.
Mhm.
I needed to win right now, and I had a PO, and it took me like I think 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And eventually I got there. But you need to think, okay, snap, and then how many mana am I getting, and is it enough? And in the beginning it's difficult, but once you get the snowball
Yeah.
rolling, then it becomes easy. But this is why you can see Emil really thinking about this. That I
Yep.
can't screw this one up because I'm not getting another turn. So this is what it's all about.
This is super crucial. And there's already one thing here that I'm curious about. Playing out the Volcanic Island is something you have to be very aware about in this deck. Can I delay my land drop? Because Tolarian Academy is so much better than my average land drop. Could I have delayed my land drop and see a bunch of more cards?
Mhm.
So I'm pretty excited to see where this is going.
Mhm.
But it looks like
So do you think you just had to do this now?
let me see the play here, and then I will give my verdict whether we actually needed that one. It looks like we're just trying to replay Lurrus as a free roll with Black Lotus. That makes a lot of sense.
Looks like that's 1 mana floating, I guess.
And here, a little bit out of order. So you could have replayed Black Lotus from the graveyard. Oh, decides to slow down with that card. Okay, so we forgot about that one getting griefed on turn 1, I guess. Joke's on us.
I mean, this is the thing where you could have gone for, can I combo off here, or can I just find another route to just shut down Ciota and see if we go from there. So what's going to happen now, do you think, for the Dredge player?
I'm very, very nervous about the 3 life total and the
Yeah.
creeping chill count.
I had the same. I'm like, ooh, I'm so afraid.
So let's see how much counting has been done here, because if there's 4 chills out there, then there's no problem.
No.
If there's a chill,
Just a quick
left in
reader
the
again.
there's a big problem.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna see how many creeping chills have been. I think if I'm gonna try and peek here, but it is
Yeah.
difficult. I think I actually see 1.
Yeah, I think it's either 1 or 2, and this is a huge gamble. So
Nice.
maybe Emil didn't think about that he could play another, like the Lurrus has been reset.
Yeah, I've already gotten a Lotus. I can't do it again. That does make
That
sense.
type of,
right?
yeah, exactly. But you bounced it with PO, so oh boy.
Magic's hard.
Magic's super hard.
Magic is hard. And keep that in mind. Like these players, they are playing, especially in paper Magic, it's extra difficult. So many triggers that are happening. And look at this Dredge deck. It's so many triggers too. Like you need big brain to play this game properly.
Yeah,
that's
certainly.
the thing.
Especially because you have to Shoda's actually doing a decent job here. I've seen Dredge players be very messy.
Yeah. Okay.
So I just assume that there's creeping chill in the deck since Shota's playing on here.
Do you think it potentially have boarded a bunch of them out?
That's what was my initial thought,
Exactly,
but
yeah.
we have seen, the opposite to be the case. So now it's draw
Siota
step.
is counting his deck. What do you think that means?
I'm actually not sure if because he has no cards in hand, and the game is, the mana crypt is off the table. So, I mean, I think he's just playing with house money here, trying to spike the creeping chill.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Maybe he's wondering if he like boarded them out.
Yeah.
But then you just concede at this point, maybe? I
I
don't know.
mean, it's very different what players like to do. Let's see. One more card.
Ooh, and oh, the four. Uh,
And
It
look
must-
look at the relief on Emil's face. That's-
they both knew it was coming, especially Siota is slow, not revealing the top one. I think he knew that maybe he has like one left in the deck.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be in one of these. Statistically, what are my odds of finding them? Because how many cards are remaining? Like 3 or 4 maybe from Siota?
Yeah, it's very, very low. Players having a little bit of friendly discussion here around, Lurrus and Vexing Bobble. So attacking here is a really cool play, right? You get yourself up to 6 life.
Yeah, that's very smart. I love it.
So now you need double chill in the remainder, or the game is over.
Okay. But I mean, if you're Emil, even if he only has one of those left, you can't. You need to play on, right? I'm just gonna try and get as much value here as I can.
Oh yeah. So look at this. The lantern is probably gonna seal it, because even if the creeping chill hits the bin, we can respond to make sure it never triggers.
Nice. Yeah. So I think we've got this locked up. Is there anything that Siota could possibly have that makes it so he does win?
I
I'm
don't
not
think
seeing
so,
it, no.
because Golgari Grave Troll is the last card in hand from the dredge. We're never, we can go to a normal draw step, but that's not going to get us anywhere. And yeah, I think the Soul Guide Lantern was the needle in the coffin here.
Yeah. And if that does happen, this is kind of how you would expect it to go. Like Dredge winning the first one relatively easy, and then games 2 and 3 become more difficult. I just showed it.
I
Yeah,
love it. That's
exa-
that's showmanship.
Was that not the top deck? One card show? I think it is.
Yeah. It was one
Oh,
one
man.
card off from hitting the lethal one the turn before when it actually
Oh.
mattered.
Man, poor Siota. He did get a bit unlucky there with revealing the cards, but I mean that's magic, that's variance, and I'm sure if you're in Emil's shoes, you're just you're just very very happy about this, right?
Oh, certainly. 3-0 start. Not bad, not bad.
No, definitely.
Still a long way to go, though. 9 rounds of Swiss today. Just a reminder for everybody at home.
All right, awesome. This was some sweet magic again, so I think we are ready for the next backup feature match. We're going to set that up as well. There we go. So we have Philip Klein on, Empowered Initiative. Talk to me about this one, Andreas.
Yeah, so Mono White Initiative is a mainstay in Vintage, and if you have to build it without power, you're looking at Spirit Guides, you're looking at Mana Vaults, you're looking to really open a lot of Chrome Mox in your openers, but this deck is a very, very disruptive deck. It's essentially trying to make sure the opponent does not play Vintage. Archon of Emir is the best card for that. Void Mirror, the same thing. Then we're packing a lot of punch with the Initiative duo of White Plume Adventurer and Seasoned Dungeoneer, and we can even have some good hedges on the draw with a revealed Chancellor of the Annex to slow down the opponent. So very, very aggressive stompy deck that's trying to be the policeman of the format.
Yeah, it's not because we're playing unpowered that we will not be ramping in this format, right? And then the other deck is another Lurrus deck. So I think we've seen this one before, but it's a little bit different than the ones we've seen. So talk to me about this one.
Yeah, this is a Dimir version. We featured the Esper version earlier when we commented round 1. So the Dimir version is going to have slightly better mana, and it's going to have slightly less, flexible removal spells. We're going to see Fatal Push instead of Swords to Plowshares, but we're going to see basic lands against the Wasteland deck. So maybe that's going to be great. I really love the Time Twister here. It combos with Orcish Bowmasters, especially against non-blue decks where Bowmasters is usually a little bit of a unexciting draw. So I want to see some Bowmaster Time Twister action in this one.
Excellent. Who do you think is favored here?
Whoever plays first. I would
Really?
say,
Well,
yeah.
okay, that's that's an easy answer.
Yeah.
Well, we're already off to the races. Can't quite make out that card. It's okay. Once Upon a Time. That makes sense.
Starting with Once Upon a Time here is pretty cool. For now, Pedro will not know all that much about what's going on.
I guess
Just
we
to be-
already saw. Is that an ancient tomb in the
Yeah,
graveyard?
we've seen Ancient Tomb, and Pedro has already wastelanded
Okay.
that, so
So
it may be weird, but once upon a time, you can play it for free if you haven't cast a spell, so this is fine. You know, if we want to prevent people from having lands, that's all okay. Wow, so many wastelands.
lots of wastelands here, and it looks like a spirit guide. And I really love this land drop from Philip. This is high level. You want to play the land out first that you care the least about in the world of wasteland.
Okay, excellent stuff. And we finally get a plains here. And what are we naming with this cavern?
So I think there's a White Plume Adventurer coming. So this is a cleric name. So Spirit Guide and Cavern accelerating out an uncounterable White Plume Adventurer here.
Okay, nice. And now we will see here the initiative being triggered, and we get that. I imagine that's something very difficult to deal with from the Lurrus side, getting
Yeah.
back the initiative. We do have Bowmasters, but it does seem challenging.
It is, because this is a 3/3 that is also going to untap on the opponent's upkeep, so we can play both offense and defense while we spiral the advantage of the initiative. So yeah, you're absolutely right. You want to fight over the initiative. I think it starts with a Psychic Frog, but okay, no Psychic Frog. So I guess that means Orcus Bowmasters, which is not that bad. Phil with a decision here on his upkeep chooses to go for the +2 counters onto the White Plume Adventurer.
Yes. Maybe we can get that on screen there. The
Oh yeah,
dungeon.
oh yeah,
that
the dungeon
would be
from the
useful.
initiative. Yeah, you're right. That would be cool to follow along.
Meanwhile, we are seeing. I'm blanking on the name here.
Yeah,
The,
it's an anointed peacekeeper.
Yeah, that's
Getting
right.
and that's also a cleric. So when you play mono white initiative, it's very important you have your cross creature types lined up, because the two
Very.
initiative creatures don't share a type.
Here
they-
we see the Undercity. I think Philip has one of his own. But you can say all the options.
Yeah.
Um,
Starts with getting a plains, then choose to go into the forge to grow the creature to a 5/5 instead of scrying for 2. That generally represents a lot of strength in the hand. So it looks like
oh, there's Forcer Wheel being counted. So I guess we are not naming Cleric then with the Cavern of Souls.
okay. Then you can name Orc. It's also an Orc. So in theory, if you play like a black version with Orcus Bowmasters, that could be a name. I am relatively sure Anointed Peacekeeper is a human cleric.
Okay, yeah. Maybe we can get that on screen just to be sure. Okay, but, well, it got counted, so I imagine that's unfortunate for Philip. But you usually just choose the left side of the dungeon because you want to kill as quickly as possible, right?
Usually, yeah, but let's say your hand is, super low on gas. You only have mana sources. You kind of need to make sure the next threat is coming. Then you go right. But in this case, when you have a second card lined up, I think it's totally fine.
And this is a good one. Bowmasters. That's probably the best creature to take back the initiative because you get 2 bodies. And I think this was played end of turn, if I'm correct. So the girl here seems to me to be taking back the initiative and then hope to be able to control from there.
Right. So this will take a spot removal. So a fatal push onto the White Plume Adventurer would be amazing. Otherwise, we're just suiciding our creatures into the White Plume Adventurer, and then they're going to take back the initiative on the next swing. So
it's not worth just attacking it to gain back initiative once.
Ooh, wow,
Yeah, that's
what
a good
draw.
one.
I think it's worth it. It's just that you need to have a removal spell at some point.
Yeah. So if you do not have a removal spell, you just pass the turn.
Actually, I still do it here because a removal spell from the top of my deck would be so good. So I actually still do it, but it's not trivial.
Of course, we did find that draw 3 cards for 1 blue, so we're definitely going to fire that one off, but it makes sense to attack first. Now, Pedro also has another Bowmaster, so we could just slam in, take it back, the initiative, and then just try to block with one of these Bowmasters.
That is for sure a possibility. Lots of options here with Ancestral Recall getting drawn.
So deal 1 damage, take the initiative.
So Phil blocking the token here is a little bit curious. Blocking the token over the Bowmasters.
Why do you think he does this?
So one thing is like Lurrus Recursion to be thinking about. I'm a little bit suspicious here. Let's see how this works out, because Bowmasters in play makes Time Twister potent. If you play a second Bowmasters, you now get 2 bodies, where if you block a Bowmaster, I guess it's still 2 bodies. No, then it's 1 body because it grows the previous so yeah, it's just a little bit of okay.
Of course, Time Twister is not a card that always see play, so maybe we're not thinking about that.
Yeah.
That's of course an option.
There's like some tiny argument of saying I don't want to help build your graveyard for your delve spells.
At this point, if you look at Pedro's mana base, when you're in the seat of Philip, do you think you're black blue, or do you expect it still to be Esper as a possibility?
The swamp gives it away here.
Yeah.
So great question. The swamp is exactly the clue you need here to know that you're fighting fatal pushes. You're not fighting Swords of Plowshares, and my opponent has basic lands, so they're less likely to be bad against my wastelands.
Mhm. So again, just getting the swamp. Of course, you're always going to do that, but it does give away some piece of information. Interestingly enough, we did decide to not draw cards last turn.
Yeah, slow rolling Ancestral Recall.
We are seeing here another initiative creature being played. Pedro taking a spin with the cards, thinking. We, of course, know that they do not have counter magic in hand, but I always think it's clever that even if you do not have counter magic, just pretend like you're thinking about a play.
So for this one, that was uncounterable, right? So the cavern on Phil's side of the table gets the job done here.
All right, if we did name Orc, that's the one that we could they couldn't have counted.
Yeah, it's the second white plume, right? So I just assume it's also going to be uncounterable.
Indeed.
So let's see the initiative here for Phil advancing. Because let's see, did Pedro take back the initiative last turn?
Yeah, I think it would. They
Yeah, with the double attack.
They just have two different dice on the token there.
Right. Yeah. These two are going to be very hard to beat for Pedro because they both, they can attack and they both untap on Pedro's upkeep.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I think, in general, I don't think you really want the initiative to hit the table. Once that happens, it becomes really challenging.
It does. So what are we looking at here? So there's a fun play available that I'm not going to advise, but it's possible to make. So Ancestral Recall on your opponent when you have double Bowmasters is
cool.
something that could do some damage here. I'm not sure it's enough, but there's some math to be done here.
I think if you ancestral the opponents, have you ever lost a game where you have decided to do that? Nothing seems like a play that if you make that play, which is so weird.
Yeah.
But you win the game if you do that.
It's certainly a game-winning move a lot of the time. Yeah, it's some weird one like, milling out a dredge player, or I had a Hull Breacher in play, used it to hardcast Sphinx of the Steel Winds to get 3 treasures. It's some weird ones like Doomsday Opponent is the classic. But yeah, you have to be pretty sure that it's gonna work.
It's funny because if you look that statistically on on a piece of paper, like win rate 90% when you do that, it doesn't make any sense once you know why.
Yeah.
What's the reason behind it? Okay, so we are fetching here.
That's the 3rd mana. So Phil should be worried about Time Twister here, but probably isn't.
No, indeed. I don't think you play around that card realistically. There's not much you can do about it anyway. So.
Well, the last combat step was a good place to start with blocking the Bowmasters. But I think it's simply not on his radar.
And yeah, I think it's going to be difficult for Pedro. What do you think he needs to find here to get out of this?
Yeah, so it's a little bit surprising here that he goes for the Undercity Sewers here before firing off the Ancestral. So in theory, he does not know what he needs off of this Surveil, but the Surveil lets him go 1 card deeper in case this card is a bad one, right?
I guess he's just looking for removal spells. Maybe just wants to dig as deep as possible. Like if I find 1, that's good enough.
Yeah, removal spell would be amazing. He could be like super desperate for exactly Fatal Push. Something like Black Lotus Time Twister would be the dream as well.
Yeah, he's also just looking for. I really want my opponents to draw cards and kill him that way. But I mean, Philip is at a healthy 17 life, so we are very far off from that, unless with Time Twister, of course. But let's see what the follow-up is. I think you just need to draw these cards. Yeah, and that's what we see happening here.
Targeting the opponent.
Okay,
So we're gonna see it now. So this is gonna kill the 5/5. Ping for 1 and build a 6/6, right?
We're just going all in here on this play because you're giving the opponent 3 cards. So potentially we could see here that we are letting the opponent draw these 3 cards, but still lose. So my percentages are way off.
Let's see about this, because now Pedro is able to take back the initiative here.
Always good.
Block 1 makes a ton of sense.
And what do you think when you're Philip? Okay, I get to draw 3. Are you feeling good or bad about this? I honestly couldn't tell you.
To me here, it's like a very desperate move from Pedro. So I like my spot a lot. If I'm Phil here, if I can follow up with almost anything here, that this game is going to be very complicated. But I think some of these versions don't even play removal spells main deck, so that's 6/6. You know, the 6/6 Orc army just might be enough to stabilize here. Also, it looks like Phil drew a ton of chaff.
Okay. Pedro on his side also not the greatest here. So shuffling that away. Am I missing something here? Was that a ponder? Was you?
I don't think there was a pawn. Oh, let's see. What is the pawner in the exile? We pitched it to Force a Will.
Ah, okay. That
Yeah, I
makes
think he
sense.
was just shuffling, maybe.
Okay. Wasteland here. Maybe it was the initiative. We get to look at the top two.
Ah, he got yeah, you're right.
That's probably
Scry
the
2. Yep, Scry 2 on the attack. Yes, you got
Yeah,
it.
That was definitely the one. Okay, so Philip really needs to come back from this because these orcs are definitely going to kill very, very quickly. And just the passing of the turn, that's not what you want to be seeing, even after drawing 3 cards. Yikes.
Exactly. Pedro still has the initiative.
Reading, what am I going to do?
I think this is a getting a treasure, if I recall correctly.
Maybe we can get that on screen again so we can verify.
The Undercity is some very complicated magic.
Especially to know out of the top of my head. They did choose the middle one.
Oh, the middle one. So this is goading the White Plume Adventure and thus forcing it to attack next turn.
Trying to get rid of it. And no attack, so they just want to kill the creature.
Uh-huh. Delayed draw from Mishra's Bauble being Urza's Saga.
Mm-hmm. Urza into Urza, very powerful. Ooh, and talk to me about this card.
Clarion Conqueror. So it's not just a stony silence on a dragon. It also shuts down activated abilities from creatures and planeswalkers. So that would be Psychic Frog in this matchup. So if you manage to land this card before the frog, it's simply gonna make the frog a 1/2 for the remainder of the game. So
Is that a big of a deal for Pedro, or does he not really care?
well, right now it's not the end of the world because Pedro is currently cruising with the initiative, but evasive damage could add up.
I can see that. But is it enough?
He can now choose between drawing a card or making a 4/1. Because he was in the middle with the arena, and now has to go in either direction. What's best, a 4/1 menace or drawing a card?
I guess in this spot, you just want to win the game. So I would go for the skeleton, especially since you can take back the initiative if you do end up losing it. Drawing a card is always powerful, but if I was in Pedro's shoes, I just want to try and win.
Yeah, so I wonder what did Pedro do on this upkeep?
Taking Blurs into hand.
Did he miss?
I think it was just the
Because we saw last turn we forced the White Plume to attack. And then what about this turn? Maybe he just drew a card.
That's possible. Makes sense. Just drawing a card.
I like the 4/1. I want to get in there with a creature.
Yeah, exactly.
6/6 coming in hot. And now Philip has some explaining to do because he not only has to stabilize, he also has to race, which is very, very complicated once the snowball gets going.
Yeah, and we also have this as a saga, so we have tokens everywhere. You know, being able to take back the initiative all the time. Ah, this is smart. So Pedro, maybe he missed a trigger and he just put a die on the deck, right? I'm not missing that again. That's possible, right? Because again, this is paper magic. You can forget these things. Something that I always like doing, just put a die on there because it's very, very a good reminder.
That explains a lot.
Philip is thinking about attacking.
Trying to get in with the flyer here to take back the initiative.
Not much Pedro can do, I guess. Tapped out.
Wait a minute. If Phil attacks here, takes back the initiative, that's 8 damage if he's currently in the forge. So he goes to the trap. 3+5.
Ah.
But I'm sure there's more to it. I must be missing some detail here.
Yeah, that would be, he would have done that. He would have done that.
Otherwise, the game is just over.
Yeah. It's the thing because we can't really see the entire Undercity, so maybe the die is somewhere else. I'm not sure because they're using the same Undercity, and that's confusing for us.
We already moved past that one, so it's now a draw that will uh, ping Philip for a single point of damage thanks to the Bowmaster
Yeah,
and grow
that's,
the Orc
so that's
army.
what happened. That's why
Yep.
they couldn't do the trap. Yeah. So they are using 2 dice, and that's why we we have a bit of issue with seeing where exactly is who on the other screen.
Yeah. Another Clarion Conqueror added to the battlefield.
I guess that's on blocking duty.
Yeah. 8 life is not a lot.
Okay, draw. Let's see what we have. Just a land. Wasteland, not ideal. Not the best hand currently. We do have Lurrus, but is that something we want to play, or do we just want to get some of these tokens created?
Yeah, let's see. The thing is, we're at 5 life. I guess we're forcing the block. Maybe we're not. Let's see here, because the Orc army is a 7/7. So in theory, if the Clarion Conqueror just blocks Bowmaster, Philip goes to 1 and can attack for with 2 lethal flyers. However, you would need ice in your veins to do that against a potential 3rd Bowmaster.
Oh, that's scary. Yeah, yeah. And this is I love not doing anything now
Yeah.
because it really makes it so Philip has to block. If you would play a something like a permanent or a threat before attacking, I mean that's just spoiling everything. Right? And
Absolutely.
then Philip just knows
I
what
love
he needs to
this.
do.
Make your opponent sweat.
There we go.
And wow, Phil calls the bluff
Whoa,
down
that-
to 1.
That is a risky play, but it's gonna maybe just work out well for him. Ah, there we go. So Philip is using the blue die, and Philip is using the okay, that's good. to know
That
for us.
missed trigger is like really haunting Pedro here.
Mm.
Drawing an
Going
extra
to
card, and that is
1.
not a time walk.
Wow.
So I'm trying to see why the Clarion Conqueror is not in play anymore. It blocked the 1/1.
He blocked the 1/1. Did we miss anything here?
I think not. I mean, we took 7. We basically tried to call the bluff here. So yeah, very hard for us to do anything about here. But Clarion Conqueror has hit the bin.
Okay, we'll see. Looks like we're going to go for Lurrus. That's at least what Pedro is thinking about. Thinking about playing the land too. This game has been going on for very long as well. As you can see on the clock, we've already almost used half of our time. So if we do go to game 3, we could be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, you're
Are
right.
we going to get another draw, Andreas?
Oh yeah, the drawing in vintage meme is alive this weekend already.
Yeah, for sure. There we go. The very powerful Lurrus hits the battlefield. Not a lot else going on for Pedro, so let's see what we bring back. There we go.
Mistress Bauble for a little bit of, I guess I was about to say cantripping action, but the Clarion Conqueror has something to say about that. No activation on the artifacts.
Maybe untap. And let's see what Phil needs. Once Upon a Time
Once
is
Upon a
not going to
Time.
be very good.
No, that's the worst possible
I
draw.
think there was another one too. So he actually
Yeah.
has 2 Once Upon a Times in hand.
Yeah,
Not
with
what we're
already
looking
the
for.
first one getting cast, so that's all 3 copies.
Yeah. And at 1 life especially, you need a lot going to go right here to survive next turn. Especially Pedro could potentially just get some stuff with the Saga as well, so he's going off next turn.
I did spot a Witch Enchanter in Philip's hand, which can get cast for its, non-mana moat here on the other side, trying to take care of the Saga.
Yes, indeed. Getting rid of that. Doesn't matter though.
It's tough. It's very tough to say because the Lurist replaying is just. I think there should be a Bowmaster down there.
I mean, yeah, it got blocked by the Clarion Conqueror, so he can just replay that next turn. Go to 1. No, go to 2 indeed.
Yeah, go to 2, and then this is now the cool one. When you get to Throne of the Dead Tree, reveal the top 10. Choose any of these creatures to put into play with 3+1 counters on it, and then that creature has hexproof, I believe, until the end of next turn or something along those lines.
I don't see anything that finishes the game
Right.
in here.
So you have something like Chancellor of the Annex, but it's going to be no problem for Pedro to pay the 1.
These life totals, dude. 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
That's that's about as close as it gets.
It really is. Phil is deep in the tank here. What should I do? The world is my oyster.
Yeah, he's just thinking, is there a way how I can win?
Yeah.
He's going to take that one, big creature. I think we're just looking for blockers. I mean, it buys you another turn, so that makes sense. You just block the Lurrus.
I'm
and he
excited
opens
to
up
see if that Bowmaster is still down there, because that will make things very, very simple for Pedro to
Yeah.
finish.
Philip just needs to hope. I hope that Pedro forgets about it, which I mean, it happens. You know, paper magic again. So we'll see.
Chancellor of the NX with this little, it's not really a Thalia, but it's like it force spikes everything. So it's a trigger you have to pay for.
Yes.
So you don't want to get caught with an uncracked fetch and stuff like that with the card.
Pedro draws. Let's see. Is he gonna think about it? Yes, indeed. Okay, so
It's Realm Masters.
indeed, Philip. You know, you have to try, right? You know,
Oh, yeah.
sometimes your opponents forget about this.
Oh, yeah.
So a very interesting game. Lots of back and forth. But I'm just wondering, what do we do here in this matchup? It doesn't seem easy to me for the initiative. But what are you thinking?
Yeah, so I really want to upgrade my deck with removal spells here. The stuff I want to cut is probably something like Void Mirror. You can think about Chancellor of the NX. You're basically trying to just handle Psychic Frog and Lurrus a little bit more cleanly. Then you still want to keep up the pressure and hopefully finish the game off before the initiative backfires.
But that means you can't hardcast it. He needs to play now bingo card, Andreas.
That is true.
That's a big issue.
That is a big one. I think without Black Lotus in the list, I think Phil is not our best bet for that one.
That's true. Yeah, it's unpowered. That's true. Let's go to the next deck and see what we are going to change from the Lurrus side. What are you thinking? What do you do when you are playing Lurrus? How do you want to navigate this initiative deck?
Generally, when I build my Lurrus sideboards, I want to have removal spells that are going to be useful against initiative. So I expect to have a little something of that going on here. We even see one of my favorites here, but let's start with Snuff Out. Snuff Out, 0 mana, kill a creature in this matchup. Very, very good. Long Goodbye, super serviceable, kills a lot of things except the 4-drop. And then we have Ray of Enfeeblement, which is a card not many players necessarily know. It's -4/-4 to a white creature for 1 black at an instant speed, but it can also target any creature, and I think it's -4/-1 if it targets a non-white creature. So yeah, nice removal spells to go into the deck, and I would expect cards like Spell Pierce, Force Negation to be on the chopping block. You might want Needle against Wasteland.
I'm always curious, like, Consign to Memory is a card that I'm always thinking about because you can actually stop the initiative from
Yeah.
entering the battlefield. Is that worth it, or is it just a bit too cute?
It can be okay, especially when you play first against initiative, because then it can always just counter a Mox in a pinch and delay the opponent's game plan. So that card is, I would call, serviceable. So it kind of depends on how deep we want to go, because Spell Pierce can, in theory, counter Swords to Plowshares, where Consign cannot. And there's just some pros and cons going on here. We have an easy cut in Nihil Spellbomb as well. Maybe we want to hedge against the dragon and cut our bauble. So yeah, we could see a copy or two of Consign to Memory. I wouldn't be shocked.
All right, let's see what our players did, and let's dive in for the next game. Of course, being on the play, I imagine, really, really important here. So for the Lurrus deck, I think you want to be in that seat.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the game can get out of hand very, very early, and this is exactly what. Ooh, I really love this. This is a cool dynamic.
Yeah, you
where,
can see, you can actually see Pedro sliding over to the Force Negation. Do I wanna?
yeah, which is actually a tough call. You frequently want to stop the mono white initiative's mana if you don't have an actual Force of Will.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have an actual Force of Will, you might need to cut it off at the legs essentially.
That's what I said. You really want to be on the play, but not being here. Yeah, we need these forces to work. So very strong, powerful start by Philip here, but this Wasteland is going to be very good.
I actually love this when the table turns a little bit here on the resource denial plan, and Pedro is just like, well, you just stone drained yourself, and I'm going to stone drain the other land, and I will find a fetch line from my Fatal Push and deal with your dragon eventually. So if, in theory, Pedro bricks for 7 turns, this card will finish him. But I like playing to your outs here, essentially playing in for the math of it.
Ooh, but wait, just a duel, and Philip deciding not to use the Wasteland, so looking like he needs the resources. But it did. I think it was an Ancient Tomb. That makes it easy, right? I would
It
guess.
really does.
Yeah.
And here's actually a very cool sequencing thing, where if you're playing against Fatal Push, you need to get your attack in
Nice.
first, and
Yeah.
then you wasteland your opponent, right? So Pedro very happy with buying himself a little bit of a healing salve here.
No follow-up for Philip. Okay, that's interesting. Ooh, no lands for Pedro. That's scary. Right, this is exactly what Philip was hoping for and what he wants to do. So of course he needs a follow-up now. I think he wants to finish as soon as possible.
Oh wow.
But not enough. I didn't quite get a look at the hand of Philip, see what's remaining, but ooh, Pedro found the land. So very, very good here, just passing the turn.
It looks like Pedro has a lot of removal spells and a lot of counters. So I
Exactly.
think Cavern of Soul with an initiative creature would be so strong here.
Okay, and Archon of Emeria, that's a good one. I think in response, Pedro wants to fetch. But then again, he has Surveil Land, so maybe it's just fine.
Yeah, what you can do here is fetch an underground sea in response, so you have revolt and kill it with push. That's a pretty normal anti-Archon play. The thing is, right now Phil has the strip mine in play at the ready, so
Yeah.
but this could be a forced play we're looking at.
Looks like we are fetching.
The other move is to force a will the Archon off the stack, simply saying, I want to protect my mana, hopefully find a second mana source at some point. But here, you kind of put yourself straight back into the dumpster after Fatal pushing this Archon.
I think especially with this hand, you really want to keep the initiative off the table, so I think you just have to do that. And again, really smart sequencing here. Now, the fetch land also already had turned on Revolt, but I mean, it's always good to just do it like that.
It looks like Phil is letting Pedro have the Underground Sea, which
Oh,
surprises
okay.
me quite a bit. Phil might value his own mana development over stopping the
Yeah,
opponent's.
I think so, indeed.
al-
Now, I was just waiting for the response. Okay, that makes sense.
So maybe there's a little bit of a psychological aspect of Strip Mine. You want to take out a basic land with Strip Mine.
Yeah,
There's a little bit of that going on, maybe. But yeah, I think with Pedro having missed a land drop this game, you need to smell blood in the water when you have a Strip Mine at the ready.
yeah. Let's see. Okay. There's a fetch land in Pedro's hand, so we should be okay. Also, Ancestral Recall, I think.
Yeah.
And Time Walk. Okay. So
Great
we
card.
have
I can
yeah.
I can recommend drawing those for sure.
recommend playing it. I mean, so if we find lands, we're good. But I think
Yep, that's exactly what this game is about. This is about
Yeah.
Phil trying to, get the job done before the superior individual card quality takes over.
yeah, for sure. And what is Philip looking for? I think it's the threats. He's not.
Yeah, he's been
not presenting,
super thread light this game. Also been so unlucky with the timings of the Once Upon a Times, and
Yeah.
just keep following him around whenever he doesn't want it.
Exactly. Okay, so we are probably getting a Surveil land, I think, because we just want to have the highest shot at finding a land, or do you just draw 3 instead?
Yeah, so I think mana usage is big, especially in Vintage, but in Magic in general. So if you can Ancestral here, you open up lines for, oh, I found my second land, now I can play Psychic Frog.
Yeah.
So
drawing 3 is better than seeing 1.
it sure
Yeah.
is. So I think with Brainstorm, it would be an interesting discussion. But with
But he
Ancestral,
actually missed on a land drop.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Now Lorien, technically, technically true, but I
Yeah.
mean it's the same thing.
so now I think with Ray of Enfeeblement in hand, you should just go and get an Underground Sea.
Maybe we can get Ray of Enfeeblement on screen here. That would be useful.
Yeah, Ray of Enfeeblement. Vintage. I remember it's also playing Pioneer. But that was mainly because of the smaller card pool. But here it's actually just pretty cool card.
I think Pedroin's considering if he wants to get a Surveil land now. There we go.
Okay,
If
so
you
s-
can't do anything else, so it makes sense.
you could hold up Ray of Enfeeblement, right? So this is if you want a sequence of end step, kill the opponent's creature,
Mhm.
untap, play frog. That would have been better with the untap land, but this digs deeper for the next land in anticipation of getting wastelanded. So
Yeah.
it's different pros and cons.
Yeah.
I like Pedro seems to know what he's doing.
Exactly. Especially since Philip has bricked a couple of times already. I think he just wants to be sure to gain value, and it makes sense. He also has a force, so it's not like he has nothing to do. So I like it.
Yeah, that's a great point. So with Force of Will covering a lot of what's going on the side of Phil, then I like minimizing the variance a little bit.
And the frog is scary for Philip for sure. So Philip a bit unlucky here with the draws. Maybe he has some way to get rid of the frog. So maybe he has a hand filled with removal. That's an option.
It is because Phil has had a lot of cards for a long time without playing anything. Even
Mhm.
was at 4 mana at some point without playing anything. So we can
Exactly.
narrow down the list here.
Ooh, fighting for the frog.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah. It's a powerful card, that frog. It draws cards. So if you pitch 1 card or 2 cards using the Force of Will, it's not that big of a deal. You will just recoup. And
Right.
Pedro has another Force of Will. So it looks like he has everything set up to take control of the game.
Yeah, this is just incredible. Your initiative opponent has stumbled a lot, and now you get to stick a Psychic Frog.
We see Philip Du playing a land. That's good for him, but no follow-up. Let's draw some cards here.
I like it here, just playing it as a 1/2 drawing card. So that's actually some cool lines with Time Twister and Frog. Just imagine the coast is clear. You pump your whole hand into the frog, you Twister into a new
Yeah,
hand, and
that's
then
cool.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
really cool. I hope we get to see that. Another one for the bingo card.
yeah.
Can we
The
get a new one? Another one.
Psychic Frog plus Time Twister is potent when you know the coast is clear. If
Yeah.
otherwise, it can be a little bit
It can be scary.
dicey.
Okay, we did find the Mox, so we play that. Pedro is currently in the driver's seat, feels like, but it can still swing around very quickly.
Oh yeah, you're not wrong about that one. So this is Phil's fourth mana source. So maybe he drew Seasoned Dungeoneer in the meantime, and this is the best he can do. But it looks like a Witch Enchanter getting pulled to the front, which is
I think this is mana
highly
source
unexciting.
5, right? We have Tomb, 2 Mox, and then we have a land. underneath?
I think no, I think that's imprinted for the Mox.
Ah, right. Yeah, you're right about that. Thought it was because I think it's the creature land, and that's what messed it up.
Yes, exactly. Could easily have been
Yeah,
MDFC.
for sure. Let's see. Doesn't look like it, no. I mean, this play is not ideal, I guess. That's not what you want to be doing. But I
No.
mean, he did find the blanking on the name again,
Um,
the initiative creature. that we are going
white,
for
the 3-mana one or 4-mana one?
the 4 mana one.
Yeah, Seasoned Dungeoneer.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, the thing is, this is just getting away from Philip at this point. 1 mana floating. What is this gonna? Okay, yeah, the cavern was a good one, and then
That's a good one.
so now we're gonna see the interaction between Clarion Conqueror and Psychic Frog. So if Pedro wants to do something here, I guess the Rave Enfeeblement makes it a little bit uninteresting. So let's imagine Pedro didn't have a removal spell, then he would need to respond and pump the frogs. We actually saw a crucial playoff match at Eternal Weekend US where there was a little bit of confusion with regards to that, and the mono white initiative player gained a massive advantage. So you really have to be on your toes. It's not only shutting down artifacts, it's also shutting down planeswalkers and creatures.
Yeah, and these frogs are going to slam in and draw 2 cards each turn. I think we are on our way for Pedro to just really take over the game. Especially since he also has the Bowmaster and the Time Twist. I think we're going to see this happen.
I think we're going to see it. So Pedro is basically saying, well, how can I possibly lose this game? And a lot of the answers to that question is covered by this just Bowmasters into Time Twister line.
Exactly. Technically, they could have Solitude, but that's not something that sees a lot of play.
You're right, especially when the deck is a Void Mirror deck. That kind of takes Solitude off the table.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's almost a zero consideration.
Yeah, so I think you just go for it when you can if you're in Pedro's seat, especially since you have the Force of Will to protect it. But we are just going to take Lurrus here.
I'm a sucker for tapping your mana in a smart way, and this is just perfect, right? You tap all your non-basics, and you only have the basic land and the Mox left exposed. I love that.
Yeah, that's a very, very smart play.
Just a minor detail that I always love to highlight.
Okay, I think there's not much for Philip to do, but just play these threads down. Saga is a choice, makes sense. And do you just flash in Bowmasters end of turn?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And then you cast, depending on, let's see, the opponent's tapped out here. Yeah, I think, okay. It looks like we're actually considering Solitude a magic card to play around. So I like this. This is clinical.
Right. And also we have full control of these frogs, so no need to go for the risky line if you can just have a slow control the game plan. Philip is 1 card in hand, you have like 1 million cards in hand, so you're safe, I guess.
Yeah. So let's see. Is this a mana source? Actually didn't see. Okay, we're
just
starting
pitching to the frog.
Yeah, we're pumping a little bit here. I like that a lot. So the Time Twister is lethal here with Frog just alone, but again, we don't want to risk that our opponent has decided to put Solitude in the deck.
Yeah.
Pedro didn't see the Void Mirrors, which would usually be my, let's say, then that's the check mark for no Solitudes.
I like it. If you can just play safe, just be sure. Like now, Philip only has 1 card. You have Force. You can probably just go for it now if you want to. As soon as they have 2 cards, that becomes more difficult. But here we see the very powerful interaction. Andreas, I'll let you take this one down. Just quickly run down what happened here.
Yeah, Orcus Bowmasters is punishing draws. And what if I told you you could force your opponent to draw 7 cards with the power 9 card of Time Twister? So
that's really cool.
Ending in a flashy fashion, but to be honest, Pedro had this on lockdown on all accounts.
Exactly. Wow. These are some cool games. Yeah, Initiative, first time we see it here on camera, at least for us. It did seem powerful, but I did feel like Philip had a bit unlucky draws, especially the second game. It was a bit unfortunate for him, right?
For sure. Definitely below average.
Yeah.
I think game 1 was his to win. Game 2, certainly not. And then who knows what can happen in the third game. But for now, Lurrus gets the job done, and the player is off to a nice 3-0 start.
Exactly. We've seen a lot of Lurrus action. I'm sure we will see more of that. Don't go away because we have soon round 4 for you at ready. Stay tuned for more Magic. See you soon.
Welcome back to the Vintage main event of the Eternal Weekend Legacy here in beautiful Tuscany in Lucca. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. And we already got a couple of matches into this tournament, right? There's over 250 people playing, so we're going to be in here for the long game. Get your friends in as well. And Callum, I'm excited because we got some big names here coming up for the next round. Are you excited as well? Like, we saw some amazing matches going on, and I see that we're seeing one of the new decks here. So let's take a look at one of the first decks we got going here. Because this is something that actually has been going on in Vintage for a while, then was completely gone, and we're going to reveal it to you in a second here, because here on the first side of the board, okay, we're going to go with this one first. We got Victor Hager from Stockholm playing one of the actually new additions to Vintage, I want to say, Flashraker.
Yeah, this is like, it's a Shops deck. Shops deck's been around for a long time, sometimes aggro, sometimes prison, just all manner of things. But Glaring Fleshraker is a crazy, crazy new card from the last couple of years. And it just combines with Sensitive Divining Top to combo with each other. So when you cast Sensitive Divining Top, it creates a trigger to make a Scion token that adds a mana. And then with two tops, you can keep tapping themselves to draw the other one. And it goes infinite, so the tops draw each other and you cast them off the Scions. And then with the Fleshraker triggering whenever you want to enter play, it kills them. So
dude, you're already giving PTSD. Like, we didn't have like top in play like last round.
We
We cast
did.
it like two rounds ago. Philip Blackman bringing
did.
back top.
And now
I
we're bringing
think
it back.
like coverage is doing this, like production is doing this on purpose, right?
Yeah.
Just
okay.
getting us all the top decks.
But other than that, this plays Time Vault and keys. So like you can win with that. Like it plays 3 keys because it's so good with the Grim Monoliths. Tezzeret Cruel Captain is also a new addition that combos with Grim Monoliths to untap it. Combos with Time Vault itself. You can untap it. Plays Scrawling Crawler, which is another newer card. It's a 3-mana 3/2, and beginning of each upkeep, each player draws a card. Whenever opponent draws a card, they lose 1 life. So this is a really punishing aggro-centric kind of card, and often it kind of combines with Patchwork Automaton, but we don't see that here. So this is a bit of a hybrid one, I believe. Then we see 4 rings, a Mystic Forge because that's restricted, a Lodestone Golem and a Khan because that's restricted, and Trinisphere as well. So this deck is a bit of a hybrid of like the aggro and the kind of combo versions as well. It's got 1 Tinker with the mana source, the blue mana sources being like an island, and Talongates and Moldara like filtering mana.
Yeah.
And Lotus Petal and
Okay, so
a big thing about the power though.
I was gonna say, yeah, enlighten me about this one, because the way I see shop stacks is they would always play the full set of power.
Yes.
But looking at Victor's deck, he's only playing a copy of Mox Ruby and Mox Pearl. What's going on there?
So we luckily know one of his friends, and Julian did some good scouting and said, "Can you tell us anything interesting about him?" So apparently he's part of a really cool small group in Stockholm where they play each week, and apparently he's winning every single week their local legacy. And he got them to play Vintage, but he doesn't own power, so he's only been lent 2 Moxes. So he's got the Mox Pearl and he's got the Mox Ruby. He's just like, screw it. There's no unpowered prizes, or there's no powered prizes. It's normal power prizes. So he's just here to play, and this is such a cool thing to say. See, like just like the unpowered prize as well. Just you can rock up and play. Here he is,
Yeah.
undefeated.
Awesome. Yeah, dude. Working out really well for him. On the other side of the board, we got one of the juggernauts of Eternal Magic here. We got, of course, Rodrigo Togores from Madrid playing Luris Breach. I guess Rodrigo doesn't need many words. He's won 2. He was on Legacy GP, and I want to say a Team GP back in Prague, but he's also always been like one of the more prominent Vintage players. And he brought us what we call Luris Breach here. But I spy with my little eye like a very interesting card that has a very long and well-storied or troubled history across multiple formats here, and that is 4 copies of Gifts Ungiven. Like, what happened there? Is that a thing again in Vintage?
It's just become a thing. So people have realized that it's a really new addition to the format in a way that the cards are not. But Gifts Ungiven and Mana Drain, a bit of a combo together, because the Gifts Ungiven anything that costs 3 mana, maybe a Luris. And then that gives you the 3 colorless mana to cast Gifts Ungiven. And the combo we're looking at for here is Underworld Breach with Brain Freeze that we've seen before with either a Black Lotus and a Lotus Petal. That's, we saw that last round or a couple of rounds ago on camera. But what you can do is with Gifts Ungiven, you can go for Underworld Breach, Brain Freeze, Black Lotus, and Seven's Reclamation. So anyone that doesn't know, Seven's Reclamation is 2 and a white, and you can bring back a permanent from your graveyard to play with mana cost 3 or less, but it has flashback for 4 and a white. So if you flash it back, you could bring back an Underworld Breach, for example, or a Black Lotus. So the pile you want to do is get those 4 cards. And I believe there's like, if you have 3 mana floating, there's no combination that can actually get them out of it. And it's the
Whoa.
combo.
Okay, so basically this is the rare breed of combo control deck.
Yes, absolutely.
There's like no aggression here at all, except for, I guess, the one of Urza Saga. Other than that, you're just sitting back and trying to resolve your Gifts Ungiven for the win.
Yeah, like there's Luris, like as almost every single blue deck these days has. There's no Thunder Trainers to try and go aggro or anything. It's just Rodrigo's going to win with the combo. It's just how to get there and how long it takes.
Okay. We're ready to go. Players are ready in the feature match area. We got Victor Haga on the play on his Flash Raker deck. Starting out the way you would expect this kind of deck to, running out the namesake card on the very first turn.
That's brilliant start. Exactly what you want. Flash Raker. Really, Rodrigo doesn't have too much removal, so it's just like, yeah, it's counter or bust in a way.
Yeah.
And it's Flash Raker is part of the combo. You have the 2 sets of Divine Tops, and it will combo out. But it's just so aggressively piles on so much damage, give you so much mana. So
Yeah, it looks pretty innocent, right? Sitting there at 3 power, but it actually can close out the game like in 2 or 3 turns.
3 mana 2/2. It's not even as good as a bear, but then it just goes crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Rodrigo's drawing some powerful cards. What do we see here?
Well, probably the 2 single most powerful cards in the entire format. Some might say in all of Magic. Black Lotus into Ancestor Recall. Yep, resolve, says Victor. Not too much for him to do about that.
Yep.
As Rodrigo picks up a bunch more cards and cracks the Scalding Tarn for Blackboard at Volcanic Island. Always love to see those.
Alpha, I believe.
Is that Alpha?
No, there's no alphas.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
true. Oh yeah, that's the one that they don't
Yeah.
have, right? Yeah.
I mean, Lotus into Ancestor into stock up is just such a powerful summon. At the end of the day, he's going to pass with just like 1 land in play.
Do you think he's gonna need to go to discard
unless
step?
he'll find some jewelry. There's some jewelry there. Some
Okay.
Moxen.
Yeah, he's also got a Lotus Petal in hand.
Yeah.
He's also got Breach in
He's got
hand.
the breach, so he just needs to find the Brain Freeze, and it's basically a kill next turn. That fast.
Is it unthinkable for Breach actually to have to turn 1 kill?
No,
Like-
not at all. You just need Black Lotus, land, and Brain Freeze and Breach. Though to be fair, this build plays 1 Brain Freeze and 2 Breaches, and like obviously 1 Lotus. So it's pretty rare, but we'll see. At the same time, the kill does require being able to target Victor, and Victor plays the 1 ring, so we might see the 1 ring come down by a turn, and the combo is sorcery speed. So I think we do see a ring in Victor's hand that he can cast off the Ancient Tomb and the Soul Ring. So that'll buy a turn at least. And
Is there any way around the 1 ring?
I don't believe so. Like, because you need to Brain Freeze the opponent and then Ancestral
Yeah,
Recall
yeah.
them. Is
Could,
pretty
could you like Brain Freeze yourself and then have Chase Wheel of Mystery? But I mean, Rodrigo doesn't have the card, of course.
You could if you had it in the deck, yeah.
Yeah.
Or Fastest Oracle.
So practically the 1 ring is a Time Walk.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
4 mana Time Walk. Much more fairly costed.
Yeah. It does draw at least 3 cards as well, but
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So we see the ring countered by Force of Will. So Rodrigo, after going like Ancestral Recall into stock up, does have all his surplus cards to pitch away. So we now see Gifts, we see Breach, we see Force, I think it was.
Force of Negation, I believe.
Force of Negation, and yeah. So he's only got the 3 mana, so awkwardly can't cast the Gifts, otherwise that would lead to a kill next turn. So, I mean, I feel like he can just pass here and like hard cast the Force of Negation.
Yeah. I mean, he's gonna lose his Lotus Battle for that, but
Mhm.
maybe he's gonna be fine about that. Technically, you could also get Lurus, right? But he doesn't even have the mana to cast it yet.
No, if the pedal goes as well, that's white
Yeah.
or black mana, and then he's just got like 2 blue and a red.
Yeah, at that point you have 2 mana, right? So
Yeah.
he's just like happy sitting back and watching. Like the thing is, like Victor is probably not gonna resolve his next 2 business spells, right? Like any kind of Moxen are gonna get in there, but Rodrigo is like basically 2 ways of stopping him.
Probably, but at the same time, Rodrigo's down to 4 cards despite having that amazing start. And this sacking the pedal there really hurts. So I don't know. He can still what he can do still is, play Breach off the Volk and the Sapphire, and then recast the Lotus pedal, play it again.
He picks up a Tundra that's halfway there to Lurus.
Yeah, I could see him just grabbing Lurus now. He can go because he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 cards in the graveyard. He needs 6 to pedal twice. Just trying to
Ooh,
work it out. Yeah.
yeah.
He's gonna go for a value on with recall as well. So he's gonna be able to recall here twice at least.
It's disgusting. Did you know? It's
It's
completely disgusting.
Yeah. So yeah,
How is Victor okay with that?
he's not.
You should just like call a judge, like, dude, this is like the 3rd Ancestor Recall at that point
Yeah,
of the game.
yeah.
Like on turn 3, like no way.
He does need to find. Oh, he can Black Lotus as well, obviously. Not the Lotus pedal. So you can Black Lotus and play a land, then Gifts, and then replay the Lotus. I don't think he has enough to play it twice to get the 7th Reclamation though, but he is very close to winning here.
So what's the best Victor could do if he ever gets another turn? Like just cast another ring?
I think so. Ring is the way to do it again because it's going to buy you at least 1 turn, and that's going to lead to multiple draws because of the Voltaic key as well. So Ring is definitely his best draw
Yeah.
because he could just find Ring into Flesh Raker and 2 sets of Divine Tops.
Yeah.
That's the win.
So if he actually does get his Trinity Sphere, how does that interact with Breach?
Everything costs 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the only two exceptions to Trinisphere after they changed the rules are like Convoke or something.
Convoke and Delve.
Yeah, those are the two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so he just goes for some mana. I like this because his hand has action. He has the gifts, and he has a force. So he's like, right, if I can survive the next turn, then he should be able to combo next turn with the gifts.
And I see a Tinker in Victor's hand, but I don't think any blue mana is available
Yeah.
yet.
Talon Gates of Maldara.
Oh yeah, you
Gates
can use
filters
that.
mana.
The
Yeah.
one, the hidden mode of actually
hidden
tapping it for
mode.
mana. Yeah.
This is why all these decks can play like portable holes and stuff. So yeah, he can filter blue, sack probably the Soul Ring. I think here he's got enough mana from his lands, and the Voltec he can untap a ring if he finds it. Oh, Time Vault. Time Vault's a good card.
Time
Okay.
Lord. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. So
that sounds pretty good. Like if that resolves, is that gonna be the game?
this is Force or Death, but Rodrigo has another Force.
Oh, of course.
That's
he
the
does.
4th Force. Which so all you can do is throw these haymakers at your opponent. Like he's spent all these cards, which like it was just going to be an instant win because there's no mana crypt that could kill you or anything. It's just going to be Voltec key. Oh, Manifold key even.
Is that
Tap
the
on.
natural dynamic of the matchup that you just like run it out and you hope that eventually something sticks?
Yeah, because like if he's not casting, what are you doing?
Uh-huh.
Like Forcible is always going to be up. So for sure.
Okay.
So Rodrigo
Mhm.
buys Lurrus, casts Lurrus with the Black Lotus, and then recast the Black Lotus from Lurrus. So just get into play.
Basically for free at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember
yeah.
when you could do that right away?
Yes, I do indeed. Luckily, Lurrus and Breach were never legal together in Legacy.
Yeah. Very lucky.
Yeah. Victor just drawing haymaker after haymaker. He's got Khan, the great creator. Khan shutting off half of Rodrigo's mana there. So that will shut off gifts. So he phases out the Lurrus as well and gets to play Khan. This is an amazing draw.
I mean, who
Wow.
needs extra Moxen when you can just like top deck every single turn?
Yeah.
It's also a one-off, and
Ah,
you
he's
don't
got the
who's
Sinking
taking this one out.
Yes. But yeah, if he resolved that, the Lurrus will be phased out. And then maybe he can go and get a Time Vault. Might be in the deck. No.
Yeah.
But Rodrigo, still with the gifts, drew a. You know what? Maybe he doesn't have a gift. He pitched the gifts to the Force and he kept the Sink into Stupor.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So that's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
idea. Okay.
Yeah.
But basically, if he ever draws gifts again, that's probably gonna be game from there.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so. But he doesn't really have much going on now.
I mean, but his deck is like full of card draw and everything.
Yeah.
There's tons of things that this kind of deck can find.
Yeah.
I guess mana drain. He plays like 3 copies of mana drain, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me again, how does it work if we? Oh, never mind. We just found another breach here. Okay, let's go for that. Another Ancestor Recall, says Rodrigo Togoris. I would like that. Yes, sounds good.
We are not hitting the things here. The Breach being in the graveyard, you can replay it with Lurrus, of course.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
there's a reason. Like you don't want the 3/2 life link. Yeah, okay, that makes
Yes,
it all the much
yeah, yeah,
easier.
yeah. Yeah, Lurrus and Breach are so good together. Recall.
I mean, there's a reason that Lurrus made it to the ban list of the actual ban list of Vintage for a while, right?
Yeah.
Not many cards can actually say that unless they're like dexterity
The
cards.
only Dexterity anti card, I think.
Yeah.
So the awkward thing here, from what we can see, there's not enough cards in the graveyard to Ancestral again. I think we see a Pyroblast in Rodrigo's hand. He could then just cast on anything so that he can cast a Recall again.
So it's the weirdest Lotus battle in the world, you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. 1 mana load spell.
Kind of like a storage land.
It's like filtering,
Yeah.
which I expect we'll probably see that here because well, he's seen the Tinker, so maybe he thinks there could be
A Time Lord.
well, he's thinking about a blue card's counter. There could be PO or something. But he's seen the Glaring Flesh Raker. It could be like a shop stack, a coveted jewel deck.
So Rodrigo looking to cast Pyro. Actually, that's the play you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
And tell me, why can you do this with Pyroblast, but you can't do it with Red Elemental Blast?
So Pyroblast says destroy a permanent or counter a spell if it's blue, and so it checks, after resolution, like is that spell blue while it's resolving. Whereas Red Elemental Blast says you can only target counter target blue spell, or as opposed to counter target spell if it's blue.
Yeah.
Just a slight variation of the wording.
So basically, the condition is checked on resolution,
Yeah.
but not on target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we see him going off with tons of mana, but the Breach should die in a turn here. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
But if the Lurrus sticks around, which surely will, he can cast it again. But Rodrigo, he's got tons of artifact mana, and the Khan's still in hand, and he has a mana drain, but not double blow up this turn.
Ooh, that's
So
rough. That's rough.
yeah,
And Karn just comes
I
down.
think Khan is going to resolve.
What's Karn actually gonna grab from the sideboard here? We got Grafdigger's Cage would be a big one, right?
Yeah.
Disruptor Flute. We got Portal to Phyrexia, not so much.
Mhm.
Against him, Masticore.
I think he does need to be a bit careful here because it going to 3, Lurrus can attack and kill it and unlock all the mana. But he can get a Stoneclaw Serpent.
Stoneclaw Serpent, yeah, protection from multicolored.
Yes, that,
Ooh,
and it'll come down as a 3/3. I think that's a great choice here.
yeah, that
So
sounds good.
Lurrus can't attack the Khan. Khan shuts off the combo and half of Rodrigo's mana.
And Rodrigo also probably doesn't have ways to get rid of the Stoneclaw Serpent, right?
No, probably not in the main deck.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. There actually is the Stoneclaw Serpent.
There it is. There it is.
The Stone Cold Stone Coiled Serpent.
Oh my god.
That's how you do it.
Yeah,
Right.
this Khan has just really turned it around, despite Rodrigo forcing 4 times and casting Ancestral a lot of times. 5 times? Who knows?
Did you pick up Flusterstorm there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
Flus-
great. So
Well, at least you know he won Academy. So
Yeah.
all of a sudden his artifacts are producing some kind of mana again.
yeah, so it's got mana drain up now, but yeah, boy, this really turned around, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because right now Victor is actually ahead on board, and it's great that you got counter spells sitting across from that, but you need something, right?
Yeah.
What are we looking for? Like a gifts again?
I think a Sink into Stupor to unlock the Khan.
Mhm.
So yeah, Grafdigger's Cage comes down.
Oh, all of a sudden, like how many ancestor recalls have we resolved? 4?
I think 4 or 5.
Uh,
I cannot believe that Victor is winning this game now. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes, right? Karn, no, okay, Karn again, yes, thank you very much.
Oh, he's run a Dress down? That can take away the protection from multicolored, so you can trade, but
So how does it actually work? So you take away the protection from multicolored, but it still stays 3/3, right?
yeah.
Because it got the counter, and yeah, it doesn't change the.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is a way to draw cards with Lurrus. You can like cycle it, it dies in a turn, the next turn it can be in the graveyard to cast again.
Mhm,
But yeah, Rodriguez just doesn't have much going on now.
It's got so much. Oh, there's a
Oh.
time vault. Ladies and gentlemen, time vault has been called. Is this the first time that we're gonna cast like an infinite round thingy now? How have you never established like a word for that when you take infinite turns? It's called. I guess we call it vault key.
Yeah. It's just the game's usually over before you can say something.
Like the only way to still lose under that, is there any way in Vintage to still lose if the opponent gets vault key?
Mana Vault.
Mana vault, exactly
yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's yeah. Although Rodrigo has the mana drain here for it, so I'll go to the graveyard and can't get it from the graveyard. I can get it from exile if there's a way to exile it at some point.
Yeah, if Victor has a way to exile his own graveyard, then he would actually be able to minus Karn again to try again.
All right, Rodrigo found the gifts.
Ooh.
That's big.
Is Vintage always this exciting? Like, don't you ever just like, oh, top deck land?
Yeah,
Like, no.
yeah.
Haymakers all the time?
What does he get here? I think he just gets action, right?
Yeah, probably like four action spells.
Maybe like a Sink into Stupor, another gifts potentially.
Sink into Stupor is such a weird card to
Yeah,
get for.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
He has so much mana. He just wants to find more things that draw cards and get more value, and then eventually he'll find
Yeah.
like the bounce spells or something.
Also, notice like if he gets Serene's Reclamation, he cannot cast that under Grafdigger's Cage, right?
Yes.
The flashback.
Yeah, I think he's saying he's just like he needs to draw cards and probably find the other saga, right?
Is he gonna put another gifts in the gift? In the gifts?
That is the true value play. Look at
He
it.
did.
He did.
Loving it. Dude, this is, you remember Mystical Teachings?
Yes.
Mystical Teachings for
Teachings for
teaching, teaching for teachings? Yeah.
This is it.
This is what Rodrigo is up to.
So as Victor, like, what are we looking at here? I think you just have to give the things that draw the least cards. Merchant Scroll is like it can go and get another gift, but costs 2 mana. And then like I weirdly think
Honestly, Merchant Scroll is probably gonna get Forceful, I would guess, right?
so he gives him Stock Up and Lorien Revealed. Also, like Rodrigo's deck, there's a lot of air, a lot of card draw. So he has one Chain of Vapor and one Sink into Stupor. So the Sink into Stupor's gone, and he needs to find the Chain of Vapor for the Khan and or the Grafdigger's Cage, really.
Oh, so that's what Merchant Scroll was gonna get.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
I
he-
mean,
he-
the thing is, like, Rodrigo can do whatever he wants, right? In a way, like, Victor's not gonna like stop him from resolving any of the spells
Yeah.
at this point.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So he needs to just find
Sucking up. Looking at another artifact that's not gonna do anything. There's a Time Walk in there. He picks up a Time Walk, and the second card I'm not too sure about.
I think the card he really needs to find now is Urza's Saga to win with the constructs. Because basically, the Khan is shutting down the combo and lots of his mana, but the mana is not an issue anymore.
Oh, he's got a Chain of Vapor, though.
Oh, he found the Chain of Vapor.
He found a Chain of Vapor and a Time Walk.
Okay.
That should do it, right?
That. I
Oh,
don't
but you still need to get rid of the Grafdigger's Cage if you want to
Yes.
combo out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. But he could find another breach. So then, like, it needs to get rid of the Grafdigger's Cage first. Then with the breach, get rid of the Khan. Yeah, here he can attack Khan.
Yep.
At least. Or he could sacrifice a land to bounce the Lurrus then. I think.
Is he
I would
going to do that?
Hope
Is that going to be worth it? Or
Yeah.
do you think he's not going to... He's considering it, right?
This is how he protects the Khan if he sacrifices. I mean, he's at 3 life and he has 2 Ancient Tombs in play.
Yeah.
So I would
That makes sense. Yeah.
I
not
would
gonna need any of
sacrifice an Ancient
those.
Tomb here to bounce the Lurrus.
Yeah.
But he does not.
And also Rodrigo consciously leaving it on the battlefield, like not like just putting it in the graveyard right away because he knows there's an option for Victor to do it.
Yeah, counter argument to this is Rodrigo gets to cast another Chain of Vapor, which then bounces the Khan of the Grafdigger's Cage.
That's true again. True. Oh. And he just takes out
Oh.
the card. Okay.
Okay, so you probably
And
think
he was down to 3 life anyways. There was something about losing life in Vintage, right? We talked about like low life. That's one of the ways you can actually lose.
so. He probably did need to bounce the Lurrus.
He should have actually done that. Yeah.
Yes.
It looks like that was actually a miss that we also didn't
Yeah.
recognize immediately. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So
Didn't
yeah,
put the life.
somehow the mana drain gifts and given deck,
Yeah,
one of the greediest, more card advantage oriented decks in the whole format, just gets it down with Lurrus again.
just attacking the Lurrus. The Ancient Tombs had a bit of a helping hand.
Very much so. Very
I
much
think
so.
I think Victor did about like 20 damage to himself with the Ancient Tombs.
Close to
Close
it.
to
Yeah,
it.
pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Victor, what you got here? The thing is, of course, we got a Karn deck, but we got some stuff that we might be able to bring in. What do you think about, like, let's say, well, against a Masticore, probably not so much. Anything
Yeah.
that jumps out at you?
The Grafdigger's Cages are good. I think you probably sided all 3 in. I think like the Khan getting one was great that game, but the Khan is only a one of, and now you can bring them in. You can get it off the Urza Saga as well. So I think you'd bring in all 3 Grafdigger's Cage definitely because he's obviously a breach deck. Disruptor Flute, I probably. It's this one's a bit unclear to me. Like you can name the important spell. There's not a ton of activated abilities you'll want to name. Maybe the one of Urza Saga, but that's just a one of. There's no tutor for it. So my instinct is you don't bring the flutes and you just bring in 3 Grafdigger's Cage. It depends what you're looking to cut as well.
There's honestly not too
Grappling
much.
Crawlers maybe are not great here. 'Cause-
Yeah. I kind of like that card. I don't know. Like I've played with it a couple of times and always felt good.
Yeah,
It was like really good.
it's not bad. But
It's also like it can be pretty punishing to Rodrigo. I mean, it doesn't really
doesn't
punish
dro-
gifts, but
gifts and stock up just don't get hit by it.
that's true. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good reason. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stuck Up doesn't draw as well.
I think a big part of why this gifts like mana drain deck is doing well is because you don't get hit by the Bowmasters as much as ever in the format. So
Smart. So that's another avenue into the format where you're like, okay, I'm gonna ignore one of the most important
Yeah,
creatures.
just gonna draw cards without drawing cards.
Okay. So let's see what Rodrigo got going on there on the other side of the board. What he has brought to the table here. So he's got. Help us out, Callum. What
Yeah.
do you like here?
So love the Good Sign to Memories. They're just phenomenal here. The Pithing Needle names the One Ring, names Khan potentially, but mostly the One Ring or Time Vault or the Manifold Key. Swords, he could think that maybe there's some creatures being sideboarded in, but I doubt it because he's such a combo-centric deck.
Yeah.
I think Portable Hold's probably coming as well. It hits like the keys or Grim Monoliths, things like that. So I'd probably be expecting him to bring in the 2 Portable Holds and the 1 Pithing Needle and the 2 Consigned to Memories.
What about the Brotherhood Sand?
Yes, the Brothers in as well. Yeah, that seems fantastic. Just to destroy all artifacts with mode.
That sounds pretty good, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, against the artifact deck?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'd be
yeah.
down for that. Okay, cool.
Absolutely. And
So-
look inside out, he's probably looking inside out the Soldai Lantern. I think maybe the Vexing Bauble on the draw. Maybe meant the 2 Fluster Storms are instantly out as well, despite him seeing a Tinker.
Mental Mister probably.
Miss it probably as well. It does play like multiple keys and gonna have a Vexing Bauble and things.
Yeah.
Or the other thing is he saw Khan go and get Grafdigger's Cage, so he's expecting cages in game 2. So maybe you leave it in to snag the cages.
Oh, because you're expecting multiple K. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
think so.
Yeah.
So I would be leaving the Mental Misstep in personally. There's a Made Pyroblast as well, so to go.
Okay. So we got Victor on the play here. Both players looking to keep on 7, I believe. Yeah, looks good.
So I think Rodrigo gains a little bit more here, but it's again both players just with a few cards.
Oh, and he's got the, is that the Brotherhood's End in
Yeah,
hand?
we do indeed. We keep the
Oh,
brothers in.
awesome. Can we get that on screen again? And maybe it's one of the big artifact hosers that we got in the format. Used to be a thing in Legacy, not so much right now, but kind of an annoying card. Meanwhile, Victor, of course, starting very, very classic start, tried and true for over 25 years now, Ancient Tomb into Grim Monolith. But Tezzeret, of course, a new addition to the format. That's a really good card, but Rigo says, no,
No.
don't want that in the house.
Tezzeret is so good off Grim Monolith because it just untaps the Monolith straight away. It's essentially free to cast off it.
Pretty much, yeah.
Cool. So Rodrigo with a couple of lands. He's got a Flooded Strand. He's got a Mox Emerald, stock up, Brotherhood's End, Tundra. So pretty fair hand. He's looking to turn 2 stock up, I think. He's got the Brotherhood's End to come down in a couple of turns, but nothing crazy going on.
Okay, so
And
let's see.
Victor, he's got a Mana Vault. He's got a Lodestone Golem. He's got a Glaring Fleshbreaker and Ancient Tombs. These tombs are just busting his killing him. But yeah, Glaring Fleshbreaker. He's chosen to go Glaring Fleshbreaker over the Lodestone because then you can go Mana Vault, make a token, get the extra damage in. And now with the Scion and the Mana Vault, he can play the Lodestone Golem as well. So he gets to cast both of these here.
Do you need the green math to actually play that deck? It's just like you just told me, okay, so basically we play this 3-drop on the first turn, but it's actually free.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
we get Glaring Fleshbreaker down, also that pays for all of our spells. So okay.
Just add one every time.
And run every time,
Yeah,
easy,
yeah.
okay. Lodestone Golem, another restricted card, right?
Yeah.
Hey.
Absolute classic of the shops genre.
I remember when we used to play 4 of those. But I also remember when we get to play like Fortune Spheres and Vintage.
Yeah,
There
and-
was
and
something else.
Chalices. Lodestone super powerful against Rodriguez's draw here because the draw is just like Brotherhood's End and some lands, and so he was planning to play stock up at Brotherhood's End here this turn. Now he doesn't have anything going. He drew a Pithing Needle, I believe. So he may play that out, just naming the One Ring or something to slow that down. I think he's also doesn't want to get hit by like a Strict Mine or a Wasteland potentially. So some thinking behind it.
Yeah,
But-
Rodrigo's already under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah,
Like,
this
this
is
is really serious.
Yeah.
He drops down to 14 of his fetch lands, of course. Puts Lurrus in hand. I mean, Lurrus, of course, lifelinking blocker. That's one way. I guess that can trade against the Lodestone Golem if it has to.
yeah. Well, he's a bit of mana off casting it.
Yeah,
He's-
ever so
Dou-
slightly, right?
Double Vulcan the Emerald. Do you in Victor's hands? Do you think you can read Brotherhood's End off that?
The thing is, you probably don't even know that it's in the sideboard in the first place.
no.
Yeah.
We've got the
But the thing is,
streamer
like,
advantage.
he consciously fetching for the second volcanic is
Yeah.
awkward, right?
And getting Lurrus.
And getting Lurrus, yeah.
It screams that I need this second vault for something.
If the card is on your radar as a potential card, then you would very much put Rodrigo on it, I would
Yeah.
say.
But the other question is, can you even do anything about it? Oh,
He can, apparently.
dude,
But
if
dude,
he names Brotherhood's
that
End,
would be dude, I want to see what he named.
Victor, if you are such a hero if you name this.
He might have named Lurrus, though.
He could have. He
Yeah.
could have.
Okay, it looks like
We're gonna find out because he can cast it for 4.
that looks like the Brothers End.
Okay, yeah.
And take out all of that. Oh, he's like, oh, what is this? No. Are you serious about this card?
So it's probably 3 damage to each creature. Or yeah. Be good to know what the disruptor would name. I think Lurrus, could be a right name.
It's most likely, right?
Yeah.
And he's, of course, untapping his Mana Vault, Mana Crypt, Mana Vault there.
Yeah.
There we go, second time. Doesn't want to take 4 damage here
No.
on his upkeep. And this passes back to Rodrigo, who now has a window to just run out. Oh, well, stock up. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Vintage, right? Right now, everybody's just stocking up to then eventually unload.
Just stock up more and
Stock up is such a big addition to the format. Like in Legacy as well, right? You
Yeah.
see it everywhere.
It's amazing how the difference between divination and stock up. Looking at 5 cards. or
Give it
looking
2
for-
more years, then it's going to be an instant.
Yeah, probably. So Rodrigo's just sitting so comfy here. He's got Lurrus, he's got a Force, he's got Lorien Revealed to pitch the Lurrus. Pithing Needle, probably naming the One Ring. I would expect.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah. If there was like a Manifold key in play, you probably name Time Vault or
Exactly.
vice versa. But I think the One Ring is probably the one here. And
Killing
just
Gates of Muldara and Victor's hand, no help there.
along with a Solar Ring, not what he wants.
Okay, that's pretty rough.
Yep.
I mean, he's basically hellbent for all purposes here, right?
Yeah, it's essentially. Rodrigo could probably guess that because he's got so much mana. He would just, be able to work out. If there's something good he could play, he would have played it.
Is there a reason to like not run out the Soul Ring there?
Fleshraker?
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
okay. So you keep it to get more additional triggers.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'd probably, the Talon Gates, maybe you want to run out, just play lands, but you don't need to.
Yeah, but you also you end up losing your City of Traders, right?
True. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely true.
Yeah.
Absolutely true.
Rodrigo probably getting a not a Scryland, so Wayland there.
Yeah.
With those cards, honestly, the addition of those cards, that was something else. I remember when people were discussing them, whether they were like good enough for certain formats, but yes,
Oh,
very much. They've made it all the way into Vintage.
what I love about them most is it's made all the formats just a bit more accessible. Like they've replaced the duel in most decks in Vintage and Legacy, and so it's just a whole dual land cheaper for a deck.
Yeah,
So all you need is £20,000 rather than 22.
Okay, so there we go. Picking up another Gifts and Given, dude.
Oh,
I want to say Rodrigo is very much in the driver's seat now, sitting behind a Forcifer and a Gifts and Given. Like he got like free reign now. He can reserve a Gifts and Given and do whatever he wants with that.
absolutely. He's only at 5, but yeah, absolutely. I think he's just going to end the turn gifts here for probably Sevin's Reclamation, Black Lotus, Brain Freeze, and Unworld Breach.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to lead to a kill next turn.
And there we go. Let's see whether you got it all figured out here.
He picked up the deck very fast there.
Very much. Yeah, he's like, oh, look at this, whatever you pick, I don't care.
Yeah.
Win.
And that is those 4 cards. And Victor cannot choose correctly here.
Mhm.
If you give him the Lotus and the Underworld Breach, the Breach can buy back the Sevens, or you don't even need Sevens, you just cast the Brain Freeze. If you give him like Brain Freeze and Black Lotus, you flash back the Sevens, getting back the Breach. If you give him the...
What's the most troublesome way, like the most mana intensive thing you can give Rodrigo? Probably Sevin's in hand, I guess.
I think, yeah, there isn't one. It's just like...
It's just like,
Yeah, there's no... Because to punish him with mana, you can't give him the Lotus. And you can't give him the Underworld Breach because that just plays the Lotus back. So it has to be Sevens and Brain Freeze. So you cast Sevens for 3 mana to get the Underworld Breach, then you cast the Lotus anyway.
okay.
So I think the most you can tax him is make him pay 3 mana.
So at that point, my thought would be, if I cannot beat it, how can I give him cards that at least represent that I got something? So there's like the 1% chance that he doesn't go for it because he's scared of something.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can represent with this deck? Probably not.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Neither does Rodrigo as he goes for it.
No,
I
he's
think.
playing it very fast here. And he's got a force as well. Like 3 cards, you're thinking about Mind Break Trap here, I guess, but
They're more like Fairy Macabre.
Yeah.
He's like, no, use the big boy dice here. Okay. This one is a little heavier. Rodrigo
Yeah.
like, oh god, sweating from the heavy dice.
yeah, Rodrigo casts and resolves the gifts very, very fast. So he's clearly knows the pile. I think he's taking a second here to be like, right, I can win this turn. I just need to make sure I resolve it in the correct order because Vintage is a punishing format like that where things can just go in the wrong order.
That's true.
So here he uses the Black Lotus and 2 mana to flashback the Sevens.
Okay.
So
This is basically like a deck primer now. Like, how does the combo work?
yeah.
So walk us through it.
So Sevens also is a funny kind of templating where you choose a second target on resolution. So you flash it back and you choose a thing back and then another copy goes in the stack. So he brings back the Brotherhood's End and the Black Lotus. So this essentially costs him 2 mana to do.
The Underworld Breach, not the Brotherhood's End.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
Underworld Breach. So now the combo, he's got the Brain Freeze in hand because he gifts for it and was given it. So we're going to see him Brain Freeze target himself. And then he's going to sack the Black Lotus for 3 blue mana. He's going to cast the Black Lotus again. And with that blue mana, he can cast Brain Freeze again, targeting himself. And every time you cast Brain Freeze, it's going to net you more cards in your graveyard. And for each 3 cards in your graveyard, you can play the Black Lotus again. So you're essentially going to put your whole deck in your graveyard if you want to. And then eventually, you're going to, when you've done that, you're going to Brain Freeze target your opponent. The storm count will be like 20 or something. And then even if they have like a Gaia's Blessing or an Eldrazi that shuffles back in, you can cast the Ancestral Recall that's in your graveyard because your whole deck is in your graveyard, targeting your opponent. So they draw 3 cards
Okay.
in response to the trigger.
Okay, easy. Rodrigo moves on to Forendo, reporting his result there on the app, of course. Halfway there to the top 8, right? Rodrigo, no stranger to top 8s here.
Not at all.
Victor's still in the game. But yeah, the gifts. But I struggle to call it Lurus Breach. I want to call it the gifts deck. You know,
Yeah.
gifts is just like such a deep history, and everybody likes gifts to give it. Like I've never really ran into somebody who's like gifts and not so much not my thing here.
No, gifts are a beautiful, beautiful thing. And again, it's this like slight resurgence. It's so exciting. Like when I was looking at the decks to, research this and maybe play some vintage aside, I saw this. I was like, well, I love Breach anyway, so I want to do this. And like, oh, if you can play gifts and Mana Train as well, it's very fun. And it's very decision rich, right? Well, I guess there was no correct decision. There's still a decision to make on like.
Amazing. So we got more action coming for you here in round 4 of Eternal Weekend Europe in the Vintage main event, over 250 players. And in round 4, we got somebody who has made a name for himself, especially like in that's the eternal discussion: is modern eternal format or not? But we got, of course, Samuele Strati from Italy, local homeboy, against your friend from London. We got Yatka Leung.
Yes, Yaka, great guy from London. Lovely to see him here. Lovely to see him doing well. He is. We're going to see a pimped out deck. First of all, he loves to pimp out his deck, so we're going to see a very cool one. He's playing what I think we can consider pretty stock now. It's like blue-black Lurrus, very powerful deck. It's just playing tons of interaction. Look at these 3 spell pierces, like the 4 wastelands and the strip mine as well. Orcish Bowmasters and Cyclic Frog as threats. Just they're so phenomenal. You can buy them back with Lurrus. This deck is really a premier control deck of the format. Got 7 forces and the misstep as well to go with those spell pierces. So he's really looking to just play a hard control role. And this deck
Does it play out like that? Does it really feel like a proper hard control deck? Because I always figured like this would be some kind of like aggro or mid-range deck, but this can actually go the long way.
This is
long game.
Yeah, pretty hard control. Like, because you're looking to loop some things as well. You've got 1 Mishra's Bauble to loop with Lurrus. You've got 1 Nihil Spellbomb to look out the graveyard decks if you can find it. You've got a Demonic Tutor to find these 1-offs as well. So yeah, you're really looking to prolong the game here because the value you can gain from Psychic Frog, it does have a flary kind of combo finish. So part of the combo finish is you've got 1 of Time Twister. So what you can do with Orcish Bowmasters in play, you can probably see where this is going. It's for each Bowmaster in play, it's 7 damage. So very commonly you can go like you can attack them down to maybe 8 life with Psychic Frogs, or if you have a Psychic Frog in play already and a Bowmasters, Time Twister, that's 7 damage to their face, and then you discard the 7 cards to the Psychic Frog.
Oh, that makes so much sense because we actually don't really see Time Twister in like value decks, right?
Yeah.
There are some combo control decks that do it, but like in value decks not so much. But ever since
Yeah.
Bowmaster's been a thing, yeah.
With that combination of a Frog and a Bowmasters in play and no blockers, Time Twister is just 15 damage.
For 3 mana.
Yeah.
Okay. Walk us over to Samuele. Samuele, of course, the winner of GP Philadelphia 2011, playing Splinter Twin, the very first modern GP in history. And he brought Oath to the table. This time, slightly different from what we saw in the second round, because you know what I see over there? Another broken card that has made its impact on all of Legacy Magic known in Flash and, of course, Show and Tell.
Yes. So the key differences here from the build earlier. The build earlier we saw had a white splash for Source of Plowshares and Balance and things. Didn't really come up in the match when featured, but here we see the black splash as well for Vampiric Tutor. But we see 3 Show and Tells, which is super important here, and only 2 stock up. So you can only have so many 2 and blue sorceries in your deck, I think. Otherwise, it becomes incredibly clunky. We also see 4 Atraxa as opposed to the 2 from earlier. So we're really utilizing this flash. So flash with an Atraxa is basically you get Atraxa's trigger, and hey, if you have loads of mana, you can pay the difference as well. Pay an extra 5 mana and keep Atraxa in play.
How often does that actually come up?
I
I would have totally forgotten about that at this point.
Can you imagine your opponent's just like innocently attacking with a Lurrus, just attacking in, and you 7 mana, flashing Atraxa block.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, gain 7 life. Here we go.
And we see the classic Forbidden Orchard with the Oath. So
Yeah.
I think we'll see a similar play pattern to earlier.
Oh, Samuele is actually from Brazil. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I always thought he was like Italian.
He is.
He is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, very much so. Okay, so here we go. Of course, fireworks once
Sapphire,
again.
Orchard, Black Lotus. Oh my
Ancestral,
god.
here we go.
Did he just watch Rodriguez's game? See
He
what he was doing?
probably- I mean, that's how you end up at 3-0, right?
He was like, oh, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
It's so easy. We keep doing this again and again.
Okay. Yaka with the Force, though.
Pitching, what is that?
Looks like a Ponder.
Ponder, yeah. Pitching Ponder, yeah. That's a fine pitch.
Oh, he's got
Oh,
the Fluster Storm
He's
as
got
well.
Blaster Storm, and he also has a Force of Will. I think with a
Atraxa?
Traxxas, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd be wishing for opening hands like this all day long.
Fireworks indeed. This is so good. Imagine he draws an Oath off this Fluster off the Ancestral now.
It's been scripted. Like, people are gonna accuse us of like you guys like pre-played this match. Like you have a script writer back there who's just like, okay, and then he has this card. Like
Well-
there's no way.
He drew the Show and Tell. So he can just cast Show and Tell off the Black Lotus.
Oh come on, come on, come on. Vintage, baby.
Yep.
So this is what getting vintage is like.
This
Not
is what-
everything is like miracles trying to grind you out with Retreat the Angels after 16 turns.
No,
No, sometimes it's just a tracks on the first turn.
this is it.
Yeah, resolving against a Rico just to go along. Yeah, easy game.
So Uncity Sewers versus Atraxa. Who wins?
Ever so slightly.
They're shortcutting a little bit. Yaka's meant to active play and not active play. He's meant to resolve his Undercity Sewers first. But that's a little thing they can catch and carry on. It makes no difference to the game.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, Force Negation a bit too late to the party, I think.
Honestly, at this point, Samuel is just gonna try to pick up protection, and that's gonna be it.
Yeah, yeah. So he's going to have double Force Will up because he can take the stock up as a sorcery. He can take another Force as a second Force of Will. And then just take one of the Moxen and the land.
Yeah.
And then he's just double force of will and
Which box do you pick? Do you pick Ruby or Chet?
Jet because you got black cards in your deck
Yeah,
like
makes sense.
Vampiric and Demonic Tutor.
Do you
And
pick Ruby just to like screw with the opponent's head?
oh, Jet's cooler as well.
Is it though?
Yeah,
I mean, we need like a proper definitive ranking of the. But we talked about this earlier today.
blue black is just clearly the coolest colors.
But I mean,
You know
yeah,
it's true deep down in your
No.
heart.
I mean, the only thing is like Mox Emerald has a really weird shape. I guess
Yeah.
some people like it, but I'm not down for it. The Sapphire has the best shape though.
Yes,
Yeah.
Sapphire is definitely the coolest.
Okay, so honestly,
That's
Yatka just packing it in, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Don't need to show him more of your deck. I think you've shown a force and a ponder, and
Which could be
Uncity Sewers.
almost everything.
Could,
Like,
could be Doomsday.
Yeah.
Could be any other kind of combo deck. It could be a lot of things. So I really like the scoop there, and because the game was essentially over as well.
yeah.
I think these blue black decks don't really play a removal spell for Atraxa.
Okay. So Yatka, at least Yatka knows what he's gonna be up against here, right?
Yes.
So what is he looking to bring in here to stop the oath deck? Oh,
We'll go for-
actually, you would assume it's an oath deck, right? But you
Yes.
see show and tell, you assume
Yeah.
so.
I
Oh,
think-
and the Orc card as well.
Yeah, the Orchard gives it away for sure. So here, 2 Grafdigger's Cage, fantastic. That stops Oath. Consign, no. Raven Fulment, no. Nighthold Spellbound, no. Pithing Needle sometimes can be okay against Oath because you usually assume that they have Oko. So that could come into name Oko.
Oh,
It's not great though. It doesn't
Yeah.
beat how they're good draws either, does it? Longer Bide, no. Ixtal Jailer, no. Nullera, no. Snuff Out, no. Doesn't even kill Atraxa. So not a lot really. The 2 Grafdigger's Cage need to pull a lot of weight. They don't even stop show and tell. So I think at the end of the day, I think Yatka's deck is lined up very well against it. Just fundamentally. That
Mhm.
was just an incredibly broken start.
yeah. You talked about this, right? There are 3 copies of Spell Pierce as well, like a pretty good card against Oath, especially on the play, I would say.
Yeah.
So let's move over to see what Samuela. Well, we will see how much Sapon he's actually gonna do with the limited information he has
Yeah.
available.
We saw like half his deck in that first game anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we actually did.
Yeah.
You're right.
So I think Yatka
Nothing to hide.
is almost like pre-sideboarded for it. It's just got vintaged.
Vintage, yeah.
And yeah, the Grafdigger's Cages are very good because if a Oath comes into play for blue-black, you just don't really have an answer for it. It's just the Oath is there. And you need to win with like a combo win with like double Bowmasters and Time Twister kind of thing. And it gets really hard to do that.
Okay. So Samuela's side of the board. He's gonna have a couple of things to bring in now. What is honestly with the limited information he has, is it
Yeah, he probably doesn't sideboard a ton. I mean, he's seen the Undercity Sewers, so it's obviously blue-black based. So he can make an estimated guess. I think sometimes you think, how much do I lose by sideboarding into a guess? You know what? We just realized you revealed Lurrus as well, so that takes away like a Necro deck or something like that. But I would be guessing it's just blue-black Lurrus here. I think it's the most popular deck in the field. It could be Esper as well, but he's going to have similar ideas. He probably wants to bring in Abrupt Decays because that kills Psychic Frog and Orcish Bowmasters anyway. But if it is Esper, they could have Lavinias, they could have Containment Priests.
is Oko a thing? So you can like Elk
Yeah.
Lurrus?
Yeah, Oko I think will come in as well. I think it's
Okay.
just good in grindy matchups, and you can be pretty sure with Lurrus it's probably going to be grinded to an extent.
Mhm.
I don't think Sphinx of the Steel Wind comes in.
That was for Dredge, right?
Dredge, yeah, because they can't force a vigor it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think we just see the 2 Decays and the Oko really.
Okay. So let's see how this is gonna work out. By the way, Samuel Strati, friends of mine played him a couple of times on the Pro Tour, and they told me he's one of the most menacing players to sit
Really?
across. He's
Yeah.
got that aura that just like eats you up like the moment you sit down. And I mean, he backed it up here, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, if I died turn 1 like that, I would be scared as well.
Very much so. So let's see whether he can follow it up again with an even greater play. On the other side, Yatka is starting out the Ponder we already knew about from the first game.
Yep.
But what are those sleeves Yatka is using?
I couldn't tell you, I'll be honest.
They look kind of cool. Okay.
Yeah. Ponder's very, very fair opener. Okay, Soul Ring Boseiju. Much fairer hand from Samuel as well.
Yeah, he's got Flash in hand. He's got Abrupt Decay in hand. Orchard. Yeah, he's just sitting back, seeing what Yatka's brought to the table here. Okay.
Yeah,
Yatka still trying to figure them out.
Yeah.
Did you watch that Pro Tour back then, 2011?
I've watched it many times.
Many times over, right?
Yeah.
I remember when, like all the broken stuff was allowed back
Yeah.
then, like Cloud Post and everything.
Oh, there was
The Infect deck, right?
the Infect deck, but there was also like P-Fire Grove with Pyromancer's Ascension and
Yeah.
stuff. That was my favorite. Yeka really would love to get down like a Psycho Frog here, I think. Get some pressure going, get some card advantage going. So ideally, his hand would have like, yeah, a Moxen, so he could play a Psychic Frog, have Spell Pierce up, and have a Force as well. Is that too much to ask?
I mean, vintage, not so much really.
Yeah.
Honestly,
There's a lot of his deck, so I think he'd really like to present the threat this turn while having some shields up.
I feel like that's always like a historic archetype of vintage, like having a 2-mana card advantage creature.
Yeah.
Like we started out like confident, well, technically something like I don't know,
Ophidian back in the day.
Ophidian, exactly right.
Okay, brilliant. Here's the Psychic Frog.
Oh, the script keeps working.
Yep.
And so at this point, is that your game plan? Like protect the Psychic Frog and stop anything that kills you? Pretty much, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, protect the Queen for sure. Oh, Dismember. Okay.
Which member?
I didn't fall for it. Oh, Yaka has 5
Are you
cards.
gonna
in
discard your entire hand?
Do you discard 4 cards here? God, this is such a tough question to ask.
That's
You know what? Beseiju into Soul Ring is pretty weak start. I guess you
it
could.
just doesn't happen.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's probably very context on depends on Yaka's hand because if he has another threat, it's okay.
Oh, he accidentally revealed the oath there. I mean, he's probably gonna play it anyway.
Yeah, because he's got the Orchard to go with it. That was a pretty good draw. I like this. He's got the Orchard, but he's not giving the information that there's an Orchard away.
Yeah.
So
Is Daze still a card in this format? Because I rarely ever see Daze these
it
days.
is. It's a one-off in a lot of blue decks. Well,
Okay.
not even
It's
a lot.
that one-off.
It's a one-off to get people sometimes. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's not very good against like all the fast mana, the Moxen and things. So it's very often a dead card. But at the same time, because no one plays it, no one plays around it, and it makes it better.
Mhm.
And then as soon as it's on people's radars more, they'll play around it and it gets worse. It's a lovely little cycle.
Yeah. Metagaming, I guess.
Yeah. Yaka, I feel like this is a must force. Like the blue-black deck just doesn't have a way to deal with it once it's in play.
So no, is there any? No, there's nothing right. Really. I guess you can gain protection because Oath targets technically. Oath is like one of the weirdest Oracle texts that actually exists.
Yeah.
You need to target player who is your opponent, but you don't target opponent.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
just it's really weird.
Okay, we see force back and forth. So Yaka absolutely rightly forcing, and Samuel just has the answer again. His own force.
What did he pitch there?
So Yaka pitched a Ponder, and Istrati pitched the Flash.
Oh yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So don't need flash when you already got Oath. And there's the Orchard. Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
dagger.
just perfectly executed there on Samuel's part.
Yeah.
That cast.
I would say Yaka, even if he had another force, I would expect he would have forced it. So
I mean, he could like technically, if he has Fatal Push, like Fatal Push is our token for a turn or something. You're laughing, but I mean, you're
yeah,
trying to keep your boy alive.
yeah. You got to do what you got to do. Is the way to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Istrati's hand. Otherwise, he's got a second Beseiju, which is not very good because the legend rules away. It destroys something, I guess. But
So hear me out. So we wasteland the Orchard, assuming we have one.
Yep.
And then we
Push your own-
push our own creature.
Yeah.
And then we somehow get back into the game.
yeah, and then you just play 3 Bone Masters and Time Twister.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a game plan.
It is.
Yaka has 4 cards in hand, so he could definitely have the wasteland and a push. But like, I don't think you'll even fiddle push against Oath.
That's
right?
true. There's no point
Yeah.
doing that. Like hitting Ulurus, no.
He might have long goodbye because he might expect Oko.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could make sense. But Yaka keeping his cards close to his chest, not letting us see.
Doesn't really strike me as yeah, he's rereading it. That's not helping so much for Oath.
Mhm.
Like I said, the Oracle deck is just like
Yeah,
pretty
if he could just magically put some 1 rings in his deck, he could have protection.
I think there's nothing. I feel like Yatka is feeling the same right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually kind of sad. Like he didn't really get to play all that much Magic this
Yeah,
game.
absolutely.
Like-
This is the power of Oath. It's such a vintage deck in a way that it just does such a powerful thing.
Oh, he's got the Wasteland though.
Got the wasteland?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, you got the token. He's like, oh, he still get the token. Yeah, okay.
If you just wasteland it really fast, it'll go away.
Define really fast.
It works in paper.
By the way, are all of these cards like white border or something? No, those are the sleeves.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe
You told me about a madman earlier today who's got like an entire vintage deck and
Yes.
white borders.
yeah, it's all whiteboarded, absolutely everything.
The Lotus as well. I mean, yeah, okay, I guess you get the unlimited one.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a next level degeneracy when you like white border your beta Lotus.
Yes. So another option, he could have sided in Consign to Memory to counter the Attractor trigger, and then he could consign the Forbidden Orchard.
Ah, okay. Can
potentially.
you like consign the oath trigger?
Yes.
So like a fork effect kind of?
Yeah, yeah. But if he counters this Orchard trigger, of getting the 1/1. He
Oh,
doesn't-
that's even better.
Yeah, he doesn't have the creature in play. So he could have consign here. Samuel is just
Yeah,
making a mana.
it makes sense, right? I mean, you adding the mana doesn't go with the stack, but like
Yeah.
the trigger ability, of course, uses the stack.
Exactly. So it really depends what's in Yakka's hand here. He's got 3 cards. It's got to be a removal spell for the spirit or a consign to memory. Really.
Yeah, yeah. Or does it actually work that way? Because let me check that. We're gonna pull up the flavor text I was gonna say. Yeah, that one's not gonna help us all that much.
For Forbidden Orchard?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's whenever it's tapped for mana, your opponent gets a 1/1.
Okay, so it's not part of the mana ability.
No.
Yeah, whenever you tap Forbidden Orchard for mana, target opponent creates. So yeah, okay,
Yeah.
you're right. So that's actually you would be able to like stifle
Yeah.
or like as you said.
It's like no, it's a trigger, not an activated ability. Triggered ability. So you could consign it. Yakka reaching for 2 mana. He could also Bowmasters his token.
Dude, this is actually a way to stay in the game. Like as you mentioned, like there's
Oh,
still
he's got the consign.
he's got it.
He's got the
Okay,
consign.
okay.
Okay, game on.
Dude, heads
You
up
ready
play.
for another Orchard from the top? Okay.
Just don't randomly run out of creature now.
Yeah. So I still really like Samuel's spot because Oath in play against the blue-black deck. Blue-black historically has always struggled with enchantments.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Yakka. See, the Saga is like, you don't want to make the constructs, do you?
There's no reason unless you have like all your marks into play. But even then, it doesn't. I
Yeah.
guess you gotta have something that's bigger than Atraxa.
Yeah, they could be really big, but if he had like a Graphic Cage, he could find off it.
Okay, hear me out. So you want another way to counter a triggered ability, so you can like counter the trigger on the
Yeah.
Atraxa,
So yeah,
and then you I don't know kill Atraxa somehow, and then you got your big two big constructs. I mean that's a lot of ifs, and
it's a
then
lot
but
of ifs.
you already got the play of killing your own token and having a wasteland.
And I do know I'm looking at the deck list now for Yakka, and apart from Bowmasters and lots of triggers, there's just no removal spell for Atraxa.
Ooh, rough.
But Samuel's just sitting there, nothing going on. Does Yakka make a Saga token? I feel like he can't here.
There's no way you can do it.
I don't think so.
Like, I mean, it's gonna be like a 1/1 here. Like, okay, I guess make it a 2/2, 3/3 at that
Yeah.
point. I mean, if Samuela was like, I don't know, at like 6 or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe he needs to hope to top deck a Time Walk.
Ooh, yeah. Time Walk is actually a way to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, but he's like under no pressure to go for it right now. I mean, you
Yeah.
let the Saga token go and go. Okay, but I can respect that. I can
Yeah,
respect that.
yeah,
It's an actual game plan.
Yeah.
And you could also find, let's say, okay, he's also not making the second token because he might find Demonic Tutor or something.
It might be. Yeah, he could also draw another consign to counter the Oath trigger
yeah.
by another turn.
We need as a concept of consign to memory or something.
Yes, yeah. There's a game plan here for sure.
Yeah.
So if he does try like find the Time Walk and go for lethal, Samuel does have Boseiju and Abrupt Decay, so he can kill at least one of the constructs.
Mhm.
He doesn't have the mana to cast both of them in the same turn, interestingly. So that could be interesting. But yeah, going through, maybe finding Black Lotus. Depends what's in his hand. Fine. Oh, he does have a Graphic Cage.
Is it the main deck?
Let's
Let's check it out.
So we missed it in his sideboard. He has 2 Graphic Cage, of course. Okay, we've been looking at the decks wrong, and he does have 2 Graphic Cage in his sideboard. So that changes everything. Making the constructs makes complete sense then. And yeah, so Samuel does have the Abrupt Decay for it. So he's going to get an Oath trigger unless Yakka has a consign to memory to stop it. But yeah, no, totally makes sense then. Everything happened.
Okay, Yatka constructed a way to win the game, but of course, Samuele, with the second copy, taking out the Grafdigger's Cage here, can't really stop that. That's
No, can't counter this.
Dude, Yatka got his head in his hands. Like he navigated this so masterfully.
Yeah.
Like he really, like he found the one avenue that would actually allow him to win the game. Unfortunately, of course, Samuele has a way to block that, but he couldn't know that. I mean, I was gonna say, what if Samuele draws all the Atraxas, but no, he
Yeah.
just
Ancestral yourself and draw 3 Atraxas.
yeah. He's only got
Okay.
1 copy in hand. He's playing 4 copies, of course, because unlike the other Oath decks, he's also playing Show and Tell, so he's happy to draw additional copies.
Exactly. Show, Tell, and Flash makes you want to go up to the full 4.
True.
So Yakka gets a land off this at least. So yeah, it was between Boseiju and Abrupt Decay to cast there for Samuel, but I think
By the way,
the same.
it's so interesting. We talked to Justin Gennari on Everyday Eternal about this, right? What's the difference between blue-black and blue-black-white lures? And he talked about so much about like how the white sidebar cards help you out, and especially like the Oath matchup,
Yeah,
like Containment Priest and all that, like potential enchantment removal, artifact removal. That's a
absolutely.
big upside, of course.
Because here you could have, white enchantment removal for Oath of Druids. Containment Priest stops Show and Tell and the Oath. Lavinia is fantastic in these blue matchups as well.
Oh, and he did bring in the Sphinx. Interesting. So he probably expected this much more of a like somewhat more beatdown dominated matchup.
Yeah,
maybe?
potentially. Yeah. I
Or
mean,
maybe he just wanted the second creature because he was like, one Atraxa play is not going to be enough.
yeah, it could be. Because like these blue black decks rarely play removal for that beats Atraxa or the Sphinx.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think either are just all as good. So they both have vigilance and flying and lifelink. So
Yeah.
it's like similar.
All right, he's got the Bowmaster.
Mhm.
The last card gonna be like, I don't know. We talked about Time Twister, right? But that's not gonna do it here.
Yeah.
But it's surprisingly close to doing it. Like Samuel down to 11 life, but across the
I mean,
Sphinx with lifelink.
What if he draws like a Time Twister?
Yeah, but you mean like Time Walk into Time Twister?
Yeah, potentially. Or like the Time Twister into
How did Samuel pick up like the a Flusterstorm now?
yeah,
Like
Flusterstorm's
this is the
pretty good.
best card every single turn.
I will say, no makes a difference. Yeah, his mana is awkward. Like the Soul Ring doesn't help with anything. The Mox Ruby doesn't help with anything. So he's got Fluster and Abrupt Decay. So you can only cast one of them as well.
True.
So there's avenues here for Yanka. It's the game has opened up more. Still a tough position. The constructs could be bigger as well. They're 2/2s as well, but they could grow to above the 6/6.
So what do we got? We like protection from green, protection from red.
Yeah, that's it. But now we have an Attractor in play as well.
Oh man,
Yeah,
dude, I really feel bad for Yatka.
yeah.
Like he really made the best out of all of this, but Samuel just went way over the top here once again.
Yeah. I mean, the Oath deck has looked pretty good on stream so far today.
True.
Yeah. It's
It's
just
kind of funny, right? Everybody was talking about how Oath is like maybe not that well positioned.
Yeah.
But that's when they get you.
That's when they
That's
get you.
exactly where you
Yeah.
want to play Oath, apparently.
I mean, it's when people are playing blue black rather than Esper, I guess.
You know what I'm looking forward to? The Oath Mirror at some point later this day.
Oh,
It's gonna be awkward.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
How
Show
do
and tell? Yeah, sure, go for it.
yeah, how do you even play that? It's just Atraxas trading with each other.
Also, like back then when I was playing that, it was a lot about like Wasteland and Orchards. But
Yeah.
I don't know whether they still play Wastelands. I don't think they actually do that.
There's often one strip mine to like Vamp or DT4,
Yeah.
and then
Because they would like constantly give each other like as many insects as possible.
yes,
So at some point you fell behind in the insect wars.
yeah. Okay, Samuel with a hand full of things now. Vexing Bulb as well. He's got Force that he can hardcast, I think.
It could almost be like an EDH game on the right side of the board. Like
Yes.
a Traxa as partner, and it's like, well, I guess Sphinx is not legendary.
But now threatening lethal next turn with the Atrax and the Sphinx at 17 life, no danger of it getting hit down. With a hand full of action, doesn't even bother to cast the stock up because he wants like Abrupt Decay up, wants Force of Will hardcast up. So yeah, I think now it's too far gone, right?
Yeah, just now.
Just now.
Just now. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I
Well-
mean, Yetka's still hanging in there. Probably
Yeah.
like dropping to a 3-1 now. So how many rounds do we got? Like 8 rounds or something?
7 rounds.
Just 7?
7.
On 250 players? That's
think so.
okay. Sounds so okay. I'm gonna trust you on that. So if Samuel is gonna move on to 4-0 here,
Yeah.
he's gonna be like 2 more wins or 1 more win actually. Yeah.
There is the handshake from Yatka. Yep. That was a really strong showing from Oath because they can just slide into these removal spells as well, so they can beat the hate cards very quickly. And it's just such a powerful strategy, right?
Yeah. It is. I mean, it's one of the quintessential vintage decks. I told you
Yeah.
this, right? The first time I played vintage, I actually did play Oath just because it drew me to it.
Absolutely.
I
Yeah.
feel like before we got like all these blue-black Lurus decks and the mono-black decks and everything, like Oath almost was a thing that you
Yeah.
did when you were
Yeah.
not that familiar because you had this very strong game A plan.
Yeah.
But
It
yeah,
really wants a format with a lot of creatures in it.
Yeah.
So like the blue black decks have the psychic frogs, they have the Bowmasters. We see Luruses everywhere. A lot of the blue Lurus decks have the Thunderstruck Trainer as another little creature that comes out
Mhm.
earlier. They all have like the Saga in every deck as well, making some constructs things. So there's a lot of creatures on the initiative deck, of course.
yeah. That's
So there's
true.
a lot of even the combo like PO decks have these Thunderstruck Trap Trainers, which are some creatures in play. So there's just a lot of creatures and board presence in the format. So it's just
So at that point, it's like a one-card combo. You don't
Yeah,
even need the Orchard
think
anymore.
so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
yeah.
That's true. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for this round. We're gonna be right back. We're gonna hop on a very short break. Stay tuned. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. We are here in Tuscany at Eternal Weekend 2025 Europe. Vintage main event, couple more rounds to go before we hit the top 8, so stay tuned. Get all of your friends in here and hit us up on Twitter, X, everywhere, and let us know. See you in a moment. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to Deck Techs with eBay. I'm joined by,
Rodrigo Togores.
and you're playing Lurrus Breach this weekend in the Vintage Championships. Why are you playing this deck?
I tested a lot of decks, and I was probably playing Raker Shops, but I was not able to get Merchant's Workshop, not an easy card to get. And I tested this deck, was quite fun. You play a lot of cool cards like Mana Drain and Gifts Ungiven, which...
They're pretty fun to play with, I imagine.
So, and the deck is strong. And
Why do you think it's strong right now?
Gifts Ungiven makes very huge piles that you win on the spot if you resolve them.
Which brings, it actually brings me on to it. So we've got some key cards. One of them being Gifts Ungiven. Why is this one of the key cards in this deck? How are you utilizing it to win your advantages or turn the course of the tide of the battle we got?
You can use it just to draw 2 cards and get value, but usually the basic pile is to get Black Lotus, Brain Freeze, Underworld Breach, and Sevin's Reclamation. And with this and a bit of mana, like depending on a bit, 2 mana on board, you always win the game on the spot.
Must be nice.
Because Sevine can be flashback for Underworld Breach, Lotus makes the extra mana, and that just loops your...
Yeah, it never
your
does
whole
anything
deck.
fair, Gifts Ungiven, does it? All right, so talking about Underworld Breach, the second key card that you pointed out there, you said it's one of the key cards that you want to find with your Underworld Gift. Why? What does it do? How are you utilizing that to turn it into a win?
Underworld Breach, you need to exile 3 cards to cast a spell.
Yep.
So to foil your graveyard, you Brain Freeze yourself to start with, so that you have every turn, every iteration, more and more cards in your graveyard. That means you can play more and more spells. That gets you to replay Lotus Petal or Black Lotus to get the mana to play all those spells. And then you just Brain Freeze them for lethal, and usually you win. Sometimes you have to Ancestral them after.
Have you done that so far today?
No, not needed. But
Maybe we'll see it on a future feature match or so.
Yeah.
And then the last one, as you were saying, was the Sevin's Reclamation. That's a new deck just to try and get. Basically, the idea is we're getting the Underworld Breach back some way, one way or another. If it's in the bin, if it's not in the bin, we can get it. We can win the game that way.
It's mostly a regrowth that can be cast from the graveyard. So whatever pile they end up doing with the gifts, you always get there.
You're always going to get. What decks do you want to be playing against them? What's this good into?
I think this deck is good against most of the decks. You're playing Lurrus, which is great in overall and an amazing card. And then probably you don't want to face the game 1 of Dredge or Shops.
Why is that?
Because your deck is very built to beat other blue decks. So you play cards like Flusterstorm, Pyroblast, and that kind of cards that usually don't do much against those decks. So their deck is linear as a combo deck, and you have dead cards. So having dead cards in game 1 can cost you the round.
Do they tend to be quicker than you?
Not quicker, but like just having a dead Pyroblast instead of a real card, it doesn't trade off very well. And then post-board, you tend to win because you change all those dead cards for good cards, like for example against Workshop decks, Consigned to Memories and Artifact Hate. So usually starting 1-0-0 is usually rough against this matchup, but you try.
But you fight your way back, and these cards are so powerful by themselves. And you said it's very hard to fight against this. Are there any key cards that people were randomly picking up a vintage deck this weekend? What cards can they be using to fight against this deck? Surgical is any good, or am I
Surgical is not great. I think almost no one plays Surgical in Vintage.
I was about to say, that's my modern brain going, it's probably not a card worth playing in Vintage, but still.
Because Surgical is a graveyard card that your opponent cannot leverage against Dredge. You Surgical 1 card, but they Dredge 25 cards, so it's not that amazing, but Leyline can be good, the Leyline of the Void. Usually cards like Null Rod, Khan the Great Creator, Vexing Babel, those kind of cards are very strong against this deck.
So if everyone in the meta is playing this, bring those cards in your sideboard. Sweet. Well, good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Eternal Weekend Europe Vintage Champs. We are about halfway through this tournament, not including top 8. And if you're starting out with a 4 score, I mean, you're starting to look good, right?
Oh, certainly. That's the best start you can dream of. And a little bit of foreshadowing. I think the players we're going to see a little bit later is going to be exactly at that stage of their tournament. So yeah, stay tuned for that one.
Nice. Now, Vintage Champs, all good and well, but we know what's the real deal here, Andreas. It's our bingo card.
Right? Yeah.
We talked about it in the beginning. Let's see how we are doing with our projections that things might happen but may not happen. So I have two. I have an unknown card name and unknown card art. I think it. Do you still remember the one that we had?
Yeah, the May
The
card.
Mai, yeah. I don't
the-
remember the second part, but there was another part of text on it. I don't even remember. It's so bad.
I think that was just mainly we didn't necessarily recognize the card right away, so I
Yeah.
think we got 2 X's on the
Uh,
on the card for that one.
we knew what it did. I think
Yeah,
that's the most
I was
important
like,
thing,
oh
right?
yeah, the new Black Eidolon card. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Let's scan over some more things here. I think we put somewhere in the counter war. Is it on? Yeah, stack of at least 4 counter spells. I was ready, Andreas.
Yeah.
I was gonna scream.
We almost got
bingo.
there in
Yeah,
the
but
Dredge versus Luris PO matchup.
exactly. We got the 3.
counters. Yep.
Yeah, so close.
That-
Anything else that you think we might get?
Yeah, so I have nightmares about the Delver of Secrets doesn't flip for 3+ turns. That was me and Popper yesterday. But
That doesn't count.
so yeah, I think we're still live for the 8 different decks in top 8s with different flavors of Luris moving around. I'm actually very hopeful for the bottom right corner of a powerless deck makes it into the top 8. I think that's very, very possible. And that should be that should be very, very exciting for aspiring vintage players.
Right. Also, ancestral target on the opponent. We did get another one close, but let's dive into these decks here and go for the next round. We have Doomsday here. I'm going to rely heavily on you, Andreas. Never seen or played this deck before, so talk to me.
Yeah, you're very, very welcome to do that. So Doomsday is a combo deck that wants to cast the namesake card, stack your deck, and end up with a lethal Thassa's Oracle. There are tons of details to this, where you have to hedge against different cards in your Doomsday pile. Sometimes you can even win on the spot if you have a Street Wraith or a Gush or a Gitaxian Probe. And maybe we even get to see Demonic Consultation with Thassa's Oracle finish off a game in a risky but very, very efficient fashion. So yeah, very blazing fast combo deck with tons of backup.
Cool. And then we have the opponent playing another Luris deck, so we shall dive into that list. This time we have blue-black Luris. We've talked about it before. Anything else you see that's quite out of the ordinary?
Yeah, so it's going to be piloted by double Eternal Weekend champion Hans Jacob Guttig. That is
The
a little bit
legend.
of out of the ordinary, but yeah, we're looking at a somewhat stock build, but we do have some spicy ones here with 2 copies of Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize is a card that I'm not the biggest fan of in Vintage, but it's been doing great work in testing for a couple of players that I know.
And why is that? Why you're not a fan?
Yeah, it's essentially just you can see a hand with, let's say, 2 action cards, and then you always trade negative tempo. You spend a mana, they spend 0 mana. So Vintage is just full of these, powerful haymakers off the top of the deck. So I just prefer counter spells to discard spells.
That makes sense. What's the card left in the left bottom? I don't recognize that one.
Yeah, Momentum Breaker is a glorified edict effect that comes back with Luris. We saw it in the Eternal Weekend US be game winning. Actually, I remember the pilot named it on Demonic Consultation, found this one of, and then was able to deal with, and I can't remember the creature, which I guess makes the story a little less impressive.
Still.
Yeah, we're going to see a cool battle here between a blazing fast combo deck and a control deck that's trying to keep up the pace.
Okay, who do you think's favored before we dive in?
I will never bet against HJ Gothic
So,
in
we're
a
not
match.
talking about decks here, talking about players being
Yeah,
favored.
exactly.
Right off the bat. But what are those sleeves? Yikes.
Oh my
Who would want to
God.
play that? Why would you play those sleeves? Andreas, what's up with these sleeves?
I have no idea. They actually look really cool. I
Yeah,
wish
yeah.
I wish I could get a pair for myself.
Yeah, if only. If we're joking here. This is the Eco Baronin sleeves, right? So this is the Eco Baronin special. We
Oh,
are
yeah.
starting off here with Ace of Veil and
That's the secret
Seal
weapon.
Land.
Who cares about companions and stuff? He has the powerful
Exactly.
sleeves.
I think the best companion here are the sleeves, right?
Yeah.
I think it's also a rule where you play these sleeves, you get another companion. Is that the way how it works?
Yeah, he can come talk to me for sure. We can make some
Yeah.
deal.
We'll we'll work it out. So the land got rid with the Undercity Sewers. We are saying probe here, very powerful stuff indeed, and that get countered. It's funny that we have to counter it. Well, we have to. We want to counter a probe because that's not something that you would expect is that impactful, but information is everything, right?
Yeah, certainly. There's such a big difference between guessing what's in the opponent's hand and knowing what's in the opponent's hand. And this could either just be a sign of weakness that Adrian is picking up on here, or it's simply just, what's gonna make this game a puzzle. Right? Am I supposed to play around Flusterstorm? Am I supposed to play around Orcus Bowmasters? How
Mhm.
many forces? Oh wow. Let me
That's
interrupt
a-
myself here.
Yeah.
Ancestral Recall with a cool timing here, because HJ knows there's no companion revealed. This could be a Doomsday deck with no companion, and that deck is known to play heavy Flusterstorm. So perfect window here to fire off the Ancestral.
Do you think at this point, since HJ is at like they are 4-0, potentially have been sitting close to each other, I think it's interesting that they decided to fight over the Gitaxian probe. Is it maybe because HJ knows what's up at this point?
So fighting over the Gitaxian probe is more, let's imagine that probe resolves, and then Adrian now all of a sudden does not fetch the Surveil and keeps up Fluster.
Yeah.
That's a game deciding move, right? So information is key here, and hiding information is also key.
Yeah, there's a reason why it's restricted, right? Gitaxian probe, very
Yeah.
powerful card,
Yeah.
so free.
Gitaxian probe, very, very low cost in your deck, and you have stuff like Delve spells, Monastery Mentor. It's just, Force of Will makes it a very, very low cost to put in your deck.
And this card, talk to me about this one.
Necropotence, skip your draw step, and now you can pay a life to put a card into your hand at the end of turn. You can do it as many times as you want. This card is something that frequently gets the job done, but it can also, jam a little bit on the owner. It looks like a shortcutted spell
Yeah,
pierce.
this is funny. Don't worry, we will see a card here, but this is something that we typically do when we want to play a bit faster. I'm going to do this after fetching. There we go, and people are just, if you've played Magic for a long time, you know how this goes. I'm going to do that, sure, whatever. You just shortcut, but we do see the spell pierce.
Necropotence here on the screen. You don't want that card to stick the landing. Also worth noting, it actually dodges Orcus Bowmasters with the put into hand. They did fix that with the new one I forgot the name of here, Necrodominance. That's actually
Necrodominance, yeah.
draw.
Nice. We get a frog here, Wasteland. All good stuff currently. I think AJ is currently keeping the Doomsday deck in check, but how long will that remain? Because I have seen Doomsday in hand. There it is. Do you just go for it here?
The thing is, you should probably realize that if you wait, things are only going to get worse because you're facing a Psychic Frog.
Yeah.
So in a normal game, I would love to wait here to make my Flusterstorm a live card. Also note that Flusterstorm is what failed to target the Ancestral Recall early in this game, so we're
Mhm.
still kind of on the seeing the
Ooh,
the
double dark
consequences of that.
ritual there. So I think that makes it a bit easier, I guess.
It sure does, because now we can both Ritual Doomsday and win the counter war.
Andreas, important question.
Uh-huh.
How confident do you feel about making Doomsday piles?
Pretty confident.
Okay,
Pretty
so
confident, yeah.
if we do see it, I'm ready putting you in
Okay,
works here.
okay, yeah.
Just setting it up for you so you can think about it. I would not be able to do it, just for sure.
Yeah, it's a lot about understanding that if Doomsday resolves, then you can already cross your some cards off the list. Now we have to think
Uh-huh.
about future cards. So let's say in a situation like this, Doomsday resolves, we are actually weak to Wasteland because our mana base does not cast Thassa's Oracle then. So maybe we have to, Black Lotus solves a lot of those problems. So let's say we're playing against Esper, then we have to think about Lavinia cutting off the Lotus. So we have to make some weird piles with lands in them all of a sudden. And also, this is game 1, so removal spells are going to be live. So we actually have to empty our deck when we put Thassa's Oracle on the stack, unless
Ooh, spoiler, did you see that? Accidentally showed the
I
card.
did see the ritual, yeah.
Yes.
So with Fatal Push being a card, oftentimes emptying your deck is what you need to do. So yeah, let's cross that bridge when we get there. It's just to say that it's not as simple as it may look.
Mhm. Looks to me like Adrian is setting up for next turn, or maybe just going for it now.
I
He
would
could.
love to see the Ritual Doomsday with Fluster now, but we
Yeah,
actually see a
indeed.
path.
That's what I was wondering.
Wow.
So why would you do this?
So we're passing because we think there's a better spot next turn.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm willing to be convinced of that, but I need to see some stuff here. Oh wow,
Yeah,
was that
because you give the opponent so much resources, potentially drawing cards, etc., and they were tapped out too.
Yep.
So it's an interesting choice. We'll see if it works out for Adrian. Meanwhile, AJ, I think is just going to try and draw as much cards as possible.
Treasure Cruise? A great way to do that. And if you need cards in the graveyard, you can bin one to the frog to save a mana.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's a play that HJ is considering right about now.
You can see him thinking about it.
Because if you just put an additional card into the frog that you may or may not need, that mana could come up, right? You see an Orcus Bowmasters. Mana efficiency is huge here.
Yeah, for sure. One thing. Oh, just a passing the turn. People playing safely here. Do you agree with this play?
Yeah, so let's see. HJ is saying I have Force of Will, and I can Demonic Consultation for another Force of Will.
Yeah.
Can my opponent plow through 2 forces while I'm attacking them with Psychic Frog? So this is not your average game where why didn't he just play the Treasure Cruise?
Mhm.
It's more how do I actually lose if I don't? So I this is something of a specialty of HJ here. I've played with him locally and followed his journey throughout the years, and he's a master at finding the line here with the blue decks and knowing his role in the match.
Yeah, for sure. And Adrian, I mean, he's 4-0 as well. These people, they know what they are doing, right? So they must be seeing things that we maybe are not.
Certainly.
At least definitely, I'm not.
No,
I don't want
definitely.
to call you out, Andres.
I can tell you, I played Doomsday at Eternal Weekend EU 23, and I had to call a judge on myself because I was too slow resolving Doomsday. Like this is a big boy deck, and so Adrian being 4-0 here is the basically he has the stripes on the shirt.
All right, and talk to me about this one. What's happening now?
Demonic Consultation. I am wondering if this is an upkeep or it's a main phase consultation.
I
It
think
would be
it's end
pretty
step, right?
Oh,
End
you're
step of
right. Oh,
HT?
yeah. This is actually a cool one because you get to pseudo shuffle your brainstorm here with the 2 cards you don't want. So now we get to play a percentage game where this could end up with Adrian, making sure he loses the game. Like if you mill your key cards, like your Thassa's Oracles here in your top 6, or during the card's resolution, you just can't win. So this card is very, very cool. I assume this is going for a second fluster.
And is this maybe just baiting out counter magic? Is
Also
an
that.
option?
Also that for sure. You would love because the point of this card, I would imagine, is to find another layer of protection. So if this gets countered straight up, that would
I-
just be nice.
I do see a force. Or is that a
I
No,
think
it's not a force, but yeah.
we saw Dark Ritual Doomsday Black Lotus. That's for
Uh-huh.
sure. I assume this is going to name. Is this going to name
Ponder?
Ponder? Okay, I certainly didn't predict that. So the line from Adrian here is to go Ritual Doomsday, for fluster the opponent's interaction, then ponder into the pile.
Nice. So he really is just setting up everything to have a guaranteed win this turn.
Yeah, so advancing into your Doomsday pile has value, but the price here was passing the turn into a player with Psychic Frog. So
So there we see. Look at that artwork. They don't make artwork like that anymore, right?
this is very, very cool. So let's see if this is indeed a consultation with the devil here. The Black Lotus in Exile is going to be important because
Mhm.
now a line of Resolve Doomsday, ponder into gush into Black Lotus Oracle is off the table.
And is there a world where you ponder first to just increase the storm count for Flusterstorm?
So the thing is, Ponder lets you break into your pile post Doomsday, so it simply has more value. But
Yeah.
I have found spots where I need to like up my storm count to make sure that, because right now, if this ritual gets countered, then Flusterstorm is not going to help Adrian.
Right here we have the fight going on now. Could we maybe get the bingo card for counters?
I
I don't think so, right? We only have one
think-
Flusterstorm.
I think we can get to 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, one short. Here we have the Force, Flusterstorm.
So now it's to pay 4. So now we're going to see the consultation. And HJ will be crossing his fingers. There's no triple Force of Will in the top 6.
No. Indeed. Okay, let's get that stack going on.
Yeah, Ritual has already resolved, and we're here, correct?
Nice. Thank you very much, players.
Yeah.
That helps. That
I
helps.
do love this, I must
Yeah.
say.
Indeed. When you know have a, if as soon as people start doing this, you know it's not over, right? We're gonna have a typical like Eternal Magic stack war, which is one of the best features of Magic in general, I think.
Absolutely, this is a treat. So
Alright.
here's yeah,
You can see them laughing. Sure.
That's like a secret handshake Chris,
Yeah, indeed.
between 2 demonic players here.
What are we naming?
I would guess the Force of Will is going to be the name. It's going to be a 3 of left in the deck, and it's going to clear. Okay, it wasn't Force of Will.
No, because we passed that one. Then what are we taking?
So great question. Not Force of Will. Force of Negation, I guess. Yeah, this is going to be Force of Negation.
Oh no, we passed Force Negation
Okay.
just now.
Then I'm not sure.
Ooh, so many cards.
Yeah, this
Is
is
it
a
gonna be the
lot of-
last card?
I mean, I
Imagine if that was true.
could,
Spell Pierce.
so naming a 2 of certainly has its price,
Adrian can pay.
and then there's the days to win the counter war in the end.
Mhm.
But you could also just have gone for Force of Will, pitch the days, and get to the same spot.
Mhm.
But
So
HJ is essentially playing around the last card being another fluster.
yeah, he's playing around everything that he can think about.
So having a bit worse odds here, but a better outcome essentially.
Uh-huh.
That's the trade-off.
So how many cards were? Does this count as a? Technically, did we get the bingo? Force, Fluster, Spell Pierce, and Daze.
Oh,
Yeah, bingo.
Yeah, let's
bingo.
go. Let's go.
Nice.
He
I
did
think
cast 2 counter spells.
I think HJ knew about the bingo card, and that's why he didn't take the Force Will.
Yeah.
That's what really happened here.
So 5 cards left in library.
This is scary
I
because are
this
you
is-
attacking with Frog?
I think you have to, yeah. But you're also
Mhm.
end stepping a Bowmaster. That could help a tiny bit.
Yeah, that's for sure. So, does Doomsday
Or maybe
play,
that was no. That was okay. We untap. We're on the HJ's turn. Go ahead.
does Adrian play like Ancestral?
Mm-hmm.
So if they find it, maybe we have the elusive
that's
draw
what-
three
yeah.
on the opponents.
Yo, you're absolutely right. We could see Ancestor Recall being a brain
Oh, I
freeze.
love this.
as-
We're just drawing a card here from the Frog, discarding the Treasure Cruise. Yeah, we don't want that at this point. We're not drawing cards. This is gonna be scary.
There's a little bit of a math situation going on here. Also, funnily enough, if HJ has 0 cards in the library when he deals lethal with the Frog, it's good enough because it's a
Yeah,
trigger on
yeah,
damage.
exactly. Yeah.
So 1 more card could have been discarded, but wasn't.
And I'm-
Now
Now I'm curious, if you are Adrian, do you just
you need to
do
do
you-
some serious math now.
but do you swap for how can I make HJ lose by drawing all the cards in the deck? Is that a thing?
It just turned into a thing
Yeah.
because the HJ decided to put Demonic
Yeah.
Consultation in his Lurus deck.
Exactly.
Um,
Oh yeah, he's just checking. Anything else that we see here? This is going too fast for me.
So HJ's play was playing around Fluster number 2. So he was basically trying to ask himself, why did Adrian wait an additional turn to set up this? Was this the perfect double Fluster backup
yeah,
turn?
Yeah, maybe. yeah.
So he's essentially playing around the nuts, which I actually do like. The more I think about it, but only 2 Spell Pierces left. That hurt a little bit.
Yeah, he was unlucky that it was so far down. I mean, I mean, you take a pact with the devil, you need to be prepared for this,
Yep,
right?
yep. So Adrian has the Ponder left still, right?
Uh-huh.
We all remember he consulted for a Ponder, not a very normal vintage play.
Mhm.
And now there's a non-play of the Ponder because I think with the Ponder we're speeding up the clock too much.
Yeah, yeah, I like this. This is turning into such a cool game. Like, but technically, HJ has 3 turns, so I think they just want to drop as much threats on the table as they can.
Right.
So if you are losing the race, that means you have to ponder, right? You can't do nothing because then you're just gonna lose.
Yes. Then we're looking at a checkmate situation where it's a forced move.
Yeah. But do
So-
you attack with the Frog? Yeah, we do.
And now let's see. Can we pump 1 more card into it? No. So I just assume that HJ has the math under control here.
Probably.
That's not a card we can cast. That looks like
Yeah.
something that
Was it
grows.
probe? I think it was
Yeah,
probe.
gets action probe. That looks like something that
Okay,
grows
card
in Psychic
draw.
Rock to me. So Adrian being down to 6 here means that next turn is going to be lethal. HJ has a copy of Spell Pierce left in the tank, and even copy of Fatal Push in case there's some really clutch combo turn where Adrian gets to like 2 cards in the library, right?
Yeah, I think you have to ponder.
You have to ponder
Yeah,
here,
there's
and
nothing you can do.
it looks like it's not gonna do it unless I guess Ancestral Recall is the card. You ponder into Ancestral, then you can pay for the Pierce, and then you really need to hit some bangers.
Yeah, just get HJ to draw these cards. Anything else that we could find here?
Oh, yeah, I briefly forgot about that. Yeah, Ancestral is live onto targeting HJ.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah,
I was
exactly.
just like, yeah, then you need some very good card off the top. Well, no, you deck your opponent.
exactly. That's the game plan. Anything else that we can do to get HJ to draw cards?
I don't think such a thing exists here.
Okay, you can see
So, I
these
mean, if
things.
Ancestral Recall is in the top 3 or the random
Oh,
draw,
let's see him. Oh, I can't see. Can't see.
double
I
force and
saw
a Street Wraith, I
force.
think.
Yikes.
I think this is a shuffle.
Shuffle. Let's do it. Come on, reveal from the top. That would be amazing.
That would be pretty cool, I must say. It's a brutal way to go down, but I would,
Exactly. You can see them laughing.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is-
yeah.
This
They-
has been such a fun game.
they know what they're
Yeah, they
drawing
know what's
to,
up. They know what's up.
especially
Right, ju-
Adrian.
reveal. Put it on the table. Let's do it. It was a daze, I think. Yeah, they scoop it up.
Close
I mean,
one here.
Yeah, exactly.
This was a treat because this had so
Thi-
many
this was
vintage
such a fun game.
elements.
Yeah, it really was. Man, imagine if AJ would have actually lost because of getting the spell pierce. I mean, that's what you get when you play these sleeves. You know, they
Yeah.
are not helpful. That's I think that's the lesson learned for this game, right?
Yeah, not enough handicap for the double champ though.
Exactly. Let's go into the sideboards. Doomsday here. What are you thinking, Andreas?
Yeah, look at these three Murktide regions out of the sideboard. These are targeted for this exact matchup. You get to play against blue-black Lurrus with no removal spells for Murktide region, or almost no, I should say. You even have put Consider in your deck here instead of Preordain to power out those Murktides. So Adrian came prepared here with those Murktide regions and the Fatal Pushes. He's trying to slow down things here, cut some stuff like Tuptic Tutors, Vampiric Tutor, not the greatest against controlling decks, and then looking to land a dragon alongside the Doomsday Plane. So it's going to be a little bit of a double whammy situation.
Is the Lurrus deck able to get rid of Murktide if it hits the table?
Momentum Breaker is the Edict card, the enchantment with Start Your Engines. So in theory, you can hitch for that. HJ didn't see any considers in game one here, so I could see him hedging a little bit with a couple of removal spells, but I could also see him going totally naked here and anticipating a combo matchup.
Okay, let's go to the Lurrus deck then. Same question here. What do we do when we are the Lurrus player? What do we want to bring in? What do we want to take out?
First of all, we really want to look ourselves in the mirror and ask, are we willing to lose to a sideboard juke like Shieldred or Murktide Regent? But I think when you've decided to pack Mystical Dispute, you actually have a great hedge here. That card will help you in Counter Wars. It will also handle Murktide on the stack. So I'm actually not that worried here for HJ. He will certainly bring those in. And he will cut some removal spells, and maybe he will add a Snuff Out to the deck, because in theory it handles Murktide and can be clutched against the Thassa's Oracle, but it's going to be somewhat slow sideboarding here. But the disputes are going to be huge.
What are we taking out?
Yeah, I would just trim on Fatal Pushes here, to be honest. Like, if you get rid of all your Fatal Pushes and you leave in one Momentum Breaker with one Snuff Out, that's perfectly fine for hedging against a card like Murktide Regent.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Let's dive into the game and see if these players agree with our estimations. Now, of course, this matchup, if you're on the play, again, very important. So, looks like we are starting off with a fetch land. And there we go, Underground Sea.
Yeah, the play can be huge here, but it's also a matchup where you really want to pick your spots, because both players have Force of Wills, right? Both players have, you know, a lot of stuff to do at instant speed. So play draw, not the biggest not the biggest thing here, unless
we have turn one, of course. Dark Ritual Doomsday. Let's see what we have. Force of Negation. Force of Will. We're gonna have a second one. I'm guessing it now. AJ has another force, and then we have another force from Adrian. We're gonna get that bingo card twice.
Okay, then we're gonna do it twice. Let's see about this. So this is actually a cool situation. Adrian has a choice between pitching a Consider or pitching a Force. So the question now is, do you expect to win this counter war, or do you expect to lose this counter war? And I actually really like this, because now we're hedging that we're losing the counter war, which, you know, because if we win it, it's a very good situation. So I really like optimizing for the worst outcome.
Yeah, I was wrong. He wouldn't have been able to force back. I didn't realize that he hadn't pitched a card yet. So he only had one blue card remaining, so he couldn't force back. So we were just all in. And you can see that Vexing Bauble there in HJ's hand.
Yeah.
Like...
So do you remember when I said play draw wasn't that huge?
Yeah, I remember. Which is why I'm quietly pointing this out.
Yeah. So now this is going to be a cool one, because how to make the best pile here, I would assume this has to do with double Thassa's Oracle, which essentially gives Adrian two shots in the chamber. With being on the play, you have to think about cards like Spell Pierce. So a pile that I like to do in this spot is something like fetch lands, duels, fetches, and oracles.
Yeah.
Where it's just you just naturally thin your deck, and you're not weak to Spell Pierce, you're not weak to Orcus Bowmasters, you're not weak to Force of Negation. But there's also Consigns of Memory to think about in this format. HA does not run it, but a lot of people will. So this is just also, what if you just get Wastelanded here? What if HJ's turn one play is Wasteland?
I think Adrian is putting the cards he wants on the bottom there. So I see one force, double. That must be Thassa, and then Lotus Island. That's what it seems to me currently.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to see if that Force of Will is actually a realistic part of the plan. It looks like it went away there, because usually if you get to resolve Ancestral, go to the bottom of your pile, you're golden, right? So at that point, Ancestral doesn't help you. I'm sorry, Force of Will doesn't help you.
Yeah. What does HJ have left? I just see 2 lands there. Anything else that he can do to stop this Doomsday player from winning the game?
Well, Vexing Bauble is pretty solid against Black Lotus. And so what you want to do when you're playing against Doomsday, you want to quickly scan the cards that goes to exile, and then you can kind of narrow it down. So I don't know how much practice HJ has with this in paper. This is essentially what what I had a lot of trouble with, because when I
Yeah.
play on Magic Online, it's quite easy to, fan out the whole deck and see, is Black Lotus missing, is Ancestral Recall missing, how many
Yeah.
oracles. But here it's going to be a little bit of manual work. So I'm excited to see if HJ has a good, method lined up.
This is so interesting because you don't know what the opponent puts into the pile, so you have to make an estimation. So many things that
Yeah.
that are important here.
Especially because we're actually playing in a competitive setting.
Oh, I think if we do have the Vexing Bobble and Wasteland, it's lights out. See, because there's no land in there.
So if we
So-
land just the Vexing Bauble, how does Adrian win?
Oh no, there's no land, right? But they
So-
did have the force.
Uh-huh.
Not in, yeah, I think this is just game over because they don't have a force in hand.
Oh wow! So now
Right?
HJ is gonna, because he has Bauble, he will be looking for Black Lotus in particular.
Yeah.
In this spot. So if he's fast here, he can also count the number of underground seas and the basic island and the surveil land.
So he knows Bauble, game over,
He would know if he's a super sensei. Yes,
which he is.
which he is for sure.
Okay,
So-
we'll see. We'll see. I'm interested because this is, man, these Doomsday piles. These
Yeah,
are insanely difficult.
Doomsday piles is essentially about what are you okay losing to, and in this case, I don't think losing to Vexing Bauble is unreasonable.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, let's see it. That
can
is
just- Nods the head. Okay. And yeah, I don't.
I-
Unless we are missing something, I think.
yeah.
there's-
I think we saw 0 lands in that pile.
Yeah,
We saw
for sure.
Lotus. We saw Double Oracle. We saw Fluster.
I think it was all counter magic. And then we had the win conditions, but no lands. So
So
I mean, I guess you could try and just slamming down the Lotus. I hope it they don't catch the
That
counter.
is
That's, I
the-
think that's the only thing that you can do.
that is the last resort here.
Yeah.
So with a pile like this, I actually don't think Vexing Bauble is the one we should try and be smart about. Oh, he should have thought about Vexing Bauble. I think Wasteland is the biggest one.
Okay.
So a little bit of a joke here. HJ recently become a dad, so his humor has been upgraded.
Okay. So Black Lotus. See,
And here-
they
here's
try.
here's
Yeah, I can
exactly
say you have to try. You
Yeah.
have to try.
No lands in the pile, and
Yeah.
a Vexing Bauble is enough to get the job done. Although with a Force Negation, a little bit of help on turn 1, but wow,
This was also a cool game, even though we had both of these
Yeah.
games. They were not as we expected that they would go, but they were very interesting.
yeah, they sure were. The first one battling a lot for position. The second one being this kind of, you play Doomsday with Force Will backup. The world's your oyster. What could possibly go wrong, right?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it turned out
Apparently this one.
all it was is the champ scanning your exile and then determining, hey, you don't have any lands in here, buddy. So how about one mana win the game?
Exactly, Andreas. We actually had a game that didn't last for over an hour.
Yeah.
So I think it's good for us that we get a small break here. So don't go anywhere. We will have the next round up for you very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. We will be returning in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to live coverage of Eternal Weekend Europe. We are here playing some Vintage today. My name's Julian Knapp. This is the UK's finest Vintage and Legacy expert, Callum
Don't
Smith.
know about that.
Yeah, that's what it says over here, right? So it must be right.
Sure. Yeah. I trust everything I read.
Callum, we got 5 rounds in the book now. We got
Yep.
3 more rounds to go. Maybe even 4. Actually,
Well,
4.
despite
Right?
me saying 7 rounds last round,
Yeah,
it's
that
actually 9.
totally threw me off there. Yeah. You got like over 250 players. This is probably one of the
Yeah.
biggest Vintage tournaments of the year right now.
Because I think last year was like 100 or so. This is doubled basically.
Well, I
Yeah, it's
mean,
amazing.
it's in Luca. What can
Yeah.
you say? Like everybody
Yeah.
wants to come to Luca. If you haven't been to Luca yet, you gotta go.
So
I
nice.
mean, show up tomorrow for Legacy. But, we got round 6 coming up now. We got some really sweet decks for you. One of them is going to be Luca Marigali. We're going to have his deck on stream and like a short second here. It's going to be a deck that at least the two of us haven't casted yet today, right?
This is one of the decks that really excites me. Like at the beginning when it came onto the scene, it was I fell in love with it, and I think people have gotten a bit sick of it playing against it because it's so utterly broken in the quintessential Vintage way. It just is so powerful. So I always love watching it.
Right. So we were teasing the people out there. We have a deck that even Vintage players say is broken.
When it does its thing, it's so unbelievably powerful. See if someone can guess what it is. It's not oops though. It's
Yeah. Okay, we will see in a moment here. And he's gonna go up against Jorgen Sorli once again. We saw Sorli earlier on stream today.
Yep.
So here we go. This one, Jorgen Sorli. By the way, I got some brand new information. We already looked at the deck. We saw it in action. I think we saw him go up against Phil Blechman, getting a draw in the match against Blue White Miracles. We'll see what we see more of that today. So Jorge is already like in gotta win out mode, right? He already
Yes.
picked up a draw. He doesn't really want to lose anymore. And it looks like he's still undefeated in that regard. Underworld Breach. So
It's a great looking deck, right? This just covers all the angles. It's got a combo finish. It can play a fair game as well. It just grinds very well. It's got some card advantage engines in the stock ups and the Flames of Venor. It's just a really, really strong, powerful deck.
So very quick sum up for the people tuning in right now. What exactly are we doing here? Very quickly.
Yeah, ultimately this is trying to combo with Underworld Breach. So Underworld Breach, Brain Freeze, and then either Black Lotus or Lotus Pedal generally results in a combo kill. And to get there, you're interacting with forces and other counter magic, and you're gaining card advantage with Paradoxical Outcome and stock up. But generally, you're winning with Underworld Breach.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. So it's like a 1-card combo, but the other 2 pieces can be in the graveyard, so it doesn't matter that much. Cool,
Yep.
Awesome. So let's move over to Luca. Let's see what Luca brought to the table, because that's the deck that we teased earlier on, right? The deck that's even too broken for Vintage, apparently, as my co-host here announced. So introduce us to what is called Jewel Shops.
Jewel Shops, indeed.
As I used to know it many moons ago, the Mona Lisa of shop stacks.
Yeah, sure. See, the thing is, I love this. For me, Vintage is about doing like these huge broken things. It's not, for me personally, it's not so much about playing a 1/2 for 2 mana that draws a card sometimes. It's about, doing broken stuff like this. Like for me, I love Tinker. If there's a deck with Tinker in it, my heart is singing. So this deck for me, does some very broken things. The idea behind this is Coveted Jewel is a 6 mana artifact, so quite expensive. You're playing a lot of acceleration into it. You got your Mishra's Workshops, your Grim Monoliths, Soul Ring, and all your usual jewelry to power it out. When ETBs, you draw 3 cards, and it taps for 3 mana. It does
Every turn?
Every turn. Just taps for 3 mana of any color you choose. The downside is if your opponent attacks the creature that's unblocked, they get the jewel, it untaps, and they draw 3 cards. So you really don't want to be attacked, but your opponent can't attack you if they lose the game. So the idea is you're going to keep playing jewels, and it plays a lot of like Phyrexian Metamorphs and other things that copy artifacts. So with the 3 mana you tap the Coveted Jewel for, you can then pay 2 Phyrexian mana and 3 mana to play a Phyrexian Metamorph. It copies the jewel, you draw 3 more cards, and you kind of go off like that. And then eventually you can like Paradoxical Outcome them all back to your hand and do it again. And really this deck often wins the turn it goes off, and it can be as early as turn 1 or 2 sometimes.
Turn 1 or 2?
Yeah.
I've seen people try this in Legacy, and it was like not nearly as broken.
No, I think the Mishra's Workshop card is quite important.
Oh, that one?
That one might be good.
But you can only spend it on an artifact, right?
Yeah, so there's no good artifacts, right?
Not that many, really.
Yeah. The deck does this thing. It's just got so much fast mana, and then it powers out huge artifact things. Look at this. So we're up to
Of course, for good measure.
5 mana already.
I don't know, like maybe production is just giving us all these blowout games that
Yeah.
are completely like outrageous. Yeah, yes, sure. Turn
Okay.
1, Paradoxical Outcome.
For three, this is strong. Don't get me wrong. But if this gets forced, he's got a load of mana and then 1 card left in hand.
I mean, that's why you top deck another PO then.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah. So let's see whether Jorgen got the first of all here.
No.
By the way, Jorgen actually has a baby on the way, as one of his friends told me, and he only got the green light to come to this tournament 2 days ago.
Amazing.
So he came here like on super short notice, and right now he's crushing everything.
I
So
think this is called dedication.
winning at life, they call that.
yeah, amazing.
Dedication, yeah.
So congratulations to Jürgen. And congratulations on being allowed out, because I don't think many would. I love it.
So Luca picking up some extra cards, trying to figure out. So there's a Sink into Stupor in there. It looks like in Urza Saga that we're not going to be able to run out. Oh, it's just a recall, sure. Like, how many pieces of power? Can you get the whole power 9 out there on the first turn?
yeah.
He's getting close.
I think he's drawn 1 card too few as well. That's what they're working on now. He's got the 3 artifacts in hand that he picked up with the PO. He had 1 card in hand at the end of this with PO.
True.
I think he's only drawn 2 cards.
Yeah.
So they're chatting with the judges.
It's probably going to be an easy fix, I would guess.
Just draw
picking
one
up
more
extra
card, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think
Yeah.
both players should be in agreement about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he needs to draw 1 more card.
Still helps like to get judges involved to get the fixed. Very easy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because like he could be wrong, and you need to catch that.
They're like rewinding. No, just draw the extra card.
Just draw the extra.
Okay, so let's see where does he go from here. Like, assuming he draws the extra card, he's gonna get a bunch of more mana into play. He's basically getting to replay his. Does he still have mana floating? I believe he should, right?
Because he tapped because he had Soul Ring and the Academy with 3 artifacts, so it's 5 total. So he should have 1 blue floating after the PO resolves.
Oh, okay.
So then he did draw the Ancestral Recall off the PO. So I think he's probably looking to cast the Ancestral at the end of that. But then while he's trying to cast it, he's realized, I've drawn 1 too few cards. So it should be an easy fix, but this is where they need to agree. Like maybe he wasn't sure if he didn't draw the extra card, and Jürgen very, very rightly is just like, well, can we be sure?
Yeah.
Or the
okay.
judge probably is like that as well. So they just need to
Meanwhile,
be sure.
Jorgen, blue sleeves. Is there any sleeve color that you despise?
Despise or
Or around-
orange.
Oh, yeah, see,
Orange.
that's what I'm saying. Like orange and yellow. If I sit down, like,
Yeah.
call me superstitious. If I sit down across somebody with orange or yellow sleeves, I think I'm sitting across from a psychopath. I think they will like totally destroy me. They're probably playing the most crazy deck known to
I
man.
mean, they've agreed to play a game with you as well, so there's something to be said.
That's true.
Cool.
Okay, so
They
we
fixed
fixed
it.
this one.
Excellent. I think they just drew an extra card, and then recall draws 3 more cards. So yeah, this was a good upkeep for Luca and Jürgen's
Dude, he picked
upkeep.
up another piece of power. Dude, I'm telling you, this
Yeah.
was so close to. We did some like royal power
Yeah.
turn. Anyway, so on the other side of the board, Jürgen, of course, on PO Breach here, running out his Flooded Strand, picking up a dual land, most likely, Mox Emerald. What are we looking to cast here on the first turn? Just like building our mana?
I think so. Like this is the deck. It does have explosive potential. It can just like kind of have a Black Lotus and an Underworld Breach and a Brain Freeze, or some tutor to find the Brain Freeze often. So we are looking to set that up, I think, as fast as possible. He's got to be worked out that it's dual shops by now. So I think he's just thinking, you've just drawn 6 cards in my upkeep. I'm probably in a lot of trouble. But we've actually seen Luca's hand. He didn't even find a Force of Will offer. He's got no interaction. So it's going to be an explosive next turn, probably. But Jürgen here is going to like cast Time Walk, get an extra turn, maybe hit a land. Then he's got some stock ups to cast, try and find a force, some interaction and things. So based on just looking at the hands, or maybe he's like really, I thought he might Time Walk here, but he just needs to find a Force of Will, really. There he finds
Oh
a
yeah,
Force of Will.
there are a couple.
Yeah.
Does he actually figure out that the Luca is on jewel shops? Because he might as well just be on like straight up some kind of PO build.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like the Voltaic key though, or the Manifold key gives it away a bit.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But this thing where like there's an established deck, but at the same time there's variations of all these different things. So you could just have Vault Key in a deck like this. Also, very importantly, he's not revealed Lurrus, so that means he's got some big chongus.
So
in
there's
there.
so many small things to pick up on Vintage.
Yeah. So I think based on that, you could work out his dual shops.
Yeah, true. Okay.
Or yeah, could be like something with Raker and PO, but I don't think you can have the blue count high enough to have force as well.
Dude, we can actually see why Academy is so broken. Did you ever play the Academy deck back in the day?
I did not. What with like Megrim and Memory Jar and things?
Yeah.
I did not. Always found a ring as well. Yeah, Tolarian Academy is pretty good. But it's his only action in hand, right? So he's got this ring.
That one's getting forced.
That's getting
and he
forced.
probably knows.
Yeah. So Jürgen's probably thinking, well, I need to do that. There's a Sink into Stupor. So he could like bounce the force back, but then
Can Sink into Stupor only target your own stuff?
I believe it's only opponent stuff.
It used to be so cool, like when they forced your stuff and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
like you
remand it.
remanded it back to your hand.
Yeah, I believe so. Listen.
But they have like what we call like child protection, so you can't accidentally counter your own spells now. Sink into Stupor. What does
Yeah,
it say?
Sing Super is only an opponent controls.
Too bad.
So he can bounce the Force, hoping that Jurgen doesn't have another blue card.
I mean,
I
it's
mean,
still a great play.
Given his hand, yeah, you do it. Like, if the ring is your only action there, you absolutely do it and just be like, well, maybe you just have like a breach and whatever. But his whole hand is blue, unfortunately.
He's like, okay, let's try this again.
Yeah.
Are you pitching Time Walk there?
Probably the PO
Yeah, you're
or
pretty far off
Snapcaster.
from
Yeah,
PO.
Snapcaster's weakest.
Have you ever seen Snapcaster do something this weekend?
No. It's I think very often you want it to like flash back a time walk in the later games.
Oh yeah, we had one of those matches, right? Where
Yeah.
it was like that was the line.
Where it didn't happen, but it was like the line to try and win. Yeah, it's kind of it's outdated a little bit, but it still does enough because these decks can produce so much mana.
Okay, so Ring not successful here, so we got a backup plan here in Urza Saga. Dude, Urza Saga is also gonna make some really big constructs. That's gonna
Yeah.
be like at least what's that, like 5, 6? It's gonna like the first time it attacks, it's gonna attack for 8 or 9, depending on what we see here. Like
Yeah.
the constructs are gonna be like a game-ending plan unless Jorgen actually finds a way to deal with it.
Yeah. What I would have liked as well is this Phyrex and Metamorph just copy the Thunderstruck Trainer, find some more action. Maybe
Yeah,
it's what we're seeing.
most likely probably paying 2 life, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna make a construct and then copy it.
Can't make a construct later, so it's still
Oh
on
yeah,
one.
it's still on 1. So what is he doing? Oh, he's gonna use the mana. Yeah, okay, makes sense.
Yeah, I think he's copying the Thunderstruck Trainer.
Which it's kind of funny, like how Thunder Trap Trainer is such a like a an innocent little card.
It really
Actually,
is.
has such a presence in this format.
It's incredible.
This
Really
is-
is incredible.
You talked about this. This is also like kind of like a consequence of Orcish Bowmasters being so powerful.
Yeah, if it digs, it tutors, like finds a card in a way. It's got selection and card advantage. And
It's blue.
Being blue to pitch the Force of Will is always a huge part. Being a 1/2 to block the Orcish Bowmasters, absolutely big.
It's kind of funny when you look at it and you say this card looks like perfectly designed for vintage.
Yeah.
You look at it like this otter, seriously.
Yeah. And because these decks have so much, sometimes in some games, like here we see Luca with roughly 1 million mana. If he had his own otters, he would be able to just offspring like 20 of them.
If he had his own otters. The otter wars going on.
Yes.
Okay. So here we go. Cycling Lorien revealed once again, picking up another Volcanic Island, of
Mm.
course.
This is the downside. Jurgen was really hoping to hit a 3rd mana here to cast a stock up, I think. And Lorien Reveal does have that downside of being like a tapped land, quote unquote.
I want to play more vintage, dude.
Yeah.
Like
me
I see
too,
this kind of
me
magic.
too.
This is like the slow, meticulous kind of magic, almost that we sometimes miss from other
Well, that's
formats.
it. Like we said, like, Luca has this insanely powerful opening start of like 7 mana turn 1 or whatever, but they do have just this kind of little almost problem of sometimes they have too much action or not enough action, and a Force of Will on the first action card can really stupid them.
Okay, so picking up that time walk.
His own
running
academy.
out.
So here we probably see a stock up. Yeah. I feel like he just wants to find another Force here.
Most likely, right? But the thing is, like the construct is still going to be a huge problem for him unless he's like drawing into some kind of like breach kill.
Yeah, that's very true. Very, very true.
So he's got a Force of Negation. Probably doesn't want that.
You know what? Considering this, we've got Force Negation, Portable Hole, and 2 Moxen. Considering his last card is PO, I think you take the 2 Moxen here and hope to PO a lot next turn.
I can respect that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds actually pretty good.
Because if you take the Force, you're only. Oh, he's got 2 cards in hand, so I've not seen the second one. But if you do take a Force, I think PO is then your pitch, and that's your action card as well. Can't quite see the second card. It depends on that. But
Maybe it's 2 POs.
I love it. The 2 Moxen.
Jorgen agrees with you.
He's unsure. But they say fools seldom differ. Oh, he's got to reveal them. I know. It's stuck up. Yeah,
It's
no,
just
doesn't
okay.
need to reveal them.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
He was about to reveal.
Like you want to real sure. Like
Yeah,
be
yeah.
my guest.
Cool.
I'd love to know.
And then play them. Oh, he's got the Academy. Yes, that was
He's
the last
going for
card.
it straight away.
Yes, I forgot he drew the Academy for the turn.
So,
So 3 mana,
yeah, that's
5
gonna be
mana.
good
So he's
enough.
going to have 1 blue floating at the end of this. And he gets to draw 4 cards.
And can he also bounce here on Thunder Trap Trainer?
He can indeed.
Oh yeah.
Brilliant. So he's going to have 1 blue floating, and then he gets to play all 3 Moxens. So he gets to play the Thunder Trainer again. He's doing it. He's doing it. This is amazing.
Is this the third turn, right? Yeah, we're going for it here.
Yeah.
But technically the second turn because he time walked.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Give me all that mana. Gonna pick up all of my Moxen, my Thunder
Yep.
Trap Trainer as well.
So probe, motion scroll, Lotus Petal at the back, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we ever need to keep track of Storm here for Flusterstorm? Or
Yeah,
is it just going to be
Flusterstorm
like
will brain
infinite?
freeze as well. So
Yeah.
you should be keeping track of Storm. Yeah, brain freeze is important. It is and it isn't. On one hand, yeah, you need to mill for the right amount of cards. On the other hand, it's a deterministic kill, so you don't really need to. But
Dude, time and again, we have these completely busted openings on one side of the board.
Yeah.
And then somehow the other player still finds a way to basically claw back into the game.
absolutely, it's the power of Vintage is they play these Thunderstruck trainers is the perfect example of like, you know, the glue the whole things together. So you both have this powerful start and you're doing powerful things. But if you have the right answers, which is very often the case, then yeah, the game comes into quite a technical, slower mid-range game in a weird way, if that makes sense. But sometimes you can snowball as well. I think the dual deck, more than any other deck, just snowballs and just plays their deck and wins. But you need to have those spells resolved, and Jorgen found the Force of Will off the Thunderstruck trainer right on time. Counter the ring, and here we go.
Okay. So would it be like a fair assessment to say that the PO breach deck sometimes tries to go over the top of the jewel shop decks? Like it's like the control deck in the matchup, kinda?
It's hard to say. Probably, because it just has a bit more selection cards, and it just needs less to combo at the end. If you just play a fair game, cards go to your graveyard, then you just stumble upon an Underworld Breach at the end, and oops, I win.
Oops, I went.
Yeah, I think that's more the case. Whereas Jewel, yeah, you can just play like a coveted Jewel, and then they draw more things as well. The One Ring is kind of like a one-card combo, but really you need this critical mass of fast mana and Solarian Academy here, and the action spells. So yeah, Jewel you could look at as like a Storm deck in a way, whereas PO Breaches, yeah, it just combos at the end.
Beautiful Merchant's Drop, by the way, from Homelands.
Yes.
Is this the best card from Homelands? Putting you on the spot here.
God, what a question. I didn't prepare for that. Probably. I can't think of anything else good.
Grandmother Zangier. No, that's Fallen Empires, I believe. Anyway,
God, Twitch,
Chat-
Twitch
chat-
chat is ripping me
yeah, let
apart,
us
I'm
know.
sure.
Let us know what's the best card in Homelands.
Cool.
Okay.
So Merchant Scroll for Ancestral, always a good play. Now he's got this mana, and with Mana Crypt, he can offspring the Thunderstruck trainer.
Is this not the same turn? Like we get the Mana Crypt as well. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so powerful.
At
Yeah.
this point, I'm really not sure what the Storm is anymore. But honestly, I think it also might just be lethal if he ever finds
Yeah.
Brain Freeze.
Storm is many.
Storm is many.
I do
Yeah.
like this though. He's not playing the Thunderstruck trainer yet. He wants to see if he finds another blue card for the pitch to Force a Will, which I respect. Like you might find it for Thunderstruck trainer, but you could do that next turn.
Is that a portable hole or a text probe?
Yeah, portable hole.
Portable hole. Okay.
So here, I would probably take out the key. There's so much mana on the other side anyway. I'm worried about top deck Time Vault.
They're gonna be in the deck for sure, right? I mean, that's one of the ways to win. Yeah, sure. It isn't there.
Yeah, it's very common to win by just finding key Time Vault and then you just attack with a construct or two, or
Yeah,
or
makes sense.
metamorphs or whatever.
Yeah.
60, love it.
Logan agrees with you. No
Love it.
keys here.
Yep.
Doesn't mean that Luca can still find the key naturally, right? If he finds some kind of draw spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's probably more keys.
How many keys? Let's check it out here. So he's
No,
got one manifold key, and that's it.
Just the one. Okay. So it's taken offline.
Okay.
Yeah.
So nothing to worry about there anymore.
Yeah, Luca's still going to be making some huge constructs here, so Jorgen needs to, do something about it. But I do like keeping the Thunder trainer in hand. Like the downside is if you do need to force something, then you've got no action. The plus side is if you need to force something, it probably is going to be bad use for you.
So the tough call here to make is for Jorgen. Are you gonna counter the PO that I think is in Luca's hand? I mean, it's a pretty big PO.
I think you've got to.
Yeah.
It's 5 cards. Yeah, you've got to.
It's kind of dicey, right? Because then you don't have any kind of business card left while the other guy is making like giant construct tokens, beating you down.
Yeah.
It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, true. Maybe you should need to offspring the trainer and just have to hit a blue card, which off 8 cards you should.
This one's still an artifact.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
sure.
5 mana. You know what's a very, very common thing for the dual deck to do is Orcish Bowmaster is incredible against the deck because they draw so many cards. The engines are coveted rule and PO. So you Phyrexian Metamorph their Bowmasters all the time to kill their Bowmasters. It's like it's really their way to deal with it. That and sink into super in a sense, but like
Serrated arrows from Homelands. That would also take care of
Bowmasters.
Bowmasters. Yeah.
Yeah, Luca, why are you not playing
It's an
Serrated Arrows?
artifact.
Yeah, you
It's the synergies.
cast off workshop.
Yeah, and you also can work it into PO. You reuse it again.
That is
Shoutouts to my friends at the Serrated Arrow shop. Okay, so
Cool.
there we go. So taking out the, or at least trying to take out the PO is Jorgen with the Force of her pitching.
Yeah.
The Thundertrap trainer that we talked about, but Lucas also got the Force. He really wants the PO.
Yeah, it was a snap force from Jorgen. As you know, you got to do it. It's 5 cards, and in those 5 cards, there could be 5 more POs. So, you know what I mean? And then Luca has so much mana, he's able to hard cast his Force of Will, and still have 2 mana floating, I believe.
Yeah.
So he's going to draw 3 mana. Going to draw
So
5
Luca
cards now.
making sure to draw the right amount of cards there. It's going to be 5. Double checking, triple checking. That's 5. That's 5.
They're like, yep. 1,
2, 3. He's like, do you want more? Yes, 4. And that's the first one.
Lovely.
By the way, beautiful unglued island. I
Oh,
love that. When I play
same.
like a non-foil deck, I love the unglued choices.
I love them as well.
Yeah.
They're a brilliant choice. So we see some Metamorphs. See a lot of mana again, some things he picked up. But, and I think it's stupid, but he didn't find like a coveted jewel or a ring. So I don't think he's doing anything unless it's a Khan in the middle, which would be very good.
Yeah, ever so slightly. Okay, he's got all of this going on.
No, it's
No,
Mana
that's
Crypt. It's the far left of the one next to it. I can't work out one of them. So there's a Metamorph at the front, then Island, then Mana Crypt.
But he looks to try and do something here.
Sink into Stupor.
Like, okay, this one's gonna be a construct later on. I mean, can you make a construct big enough to kill Jorgen on the next attack for 14?
It's very possible.
Yeah.
I think so, because 4 in play plus 3 from the Urza Saga, because 2 constructs and the thing it searches for.
Yeah.
Then you can play 2 Metamorphs to copy constructs or whatever you want. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 9. 5 off. It's away.
That's just vintage. 5
Yeah.
off is easy.
And there's also, I can't work out, maybe it's 3 Metamorphs. The back, the
additional
back 2
copies.
cards
Yeah,
and one
yeah.
up front. Sink into Stupor, Mana Crypt, and Island. So then he's just got nothing going on. Maybe copies Portable Hold to take out Jorgen's Portable Hold to get his key back in case he goes Time Vault.
So what are you gonna grab off the Urza Saga here next turn?
I think you just need something to draw a card, right? Because you've got all the mana in the world.
Vexing Bobble?
Vexing Bauble, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's Vexing Bauble. I do like if he plays a Metamorph here, copy the Portable Hold to take out Jorgen's Portable Hold and get his key back. That's something.
To put the fear into Jorgen?
Yeah. Well, like you have 3 Metamorphs. Maybe you want to keep 1 Metamorph around just in case you find a coveted jewel next turn, then you have like 3 copies to go off with. But I think I can stand by that play just to do something, and you know.
Or did we proactively make a token there? That's the construct token, not an
Oh,
orc
if you
army.
can do that, he can copy the construct. Okay.
Yeah.
And then next turn he'll be able to attack with 2 constructs.
So that's gonna be lethal for sure then.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah.
This is why Luca is 5-0 and I'm not.
Smart play. You're
Yeah.
like, can he get like 14 artifacts into play? Like, no, just make 2
do it twice.
creatures.
Yeah, do it twice.
So much better.
Yeah.
Multiplication instead of addition. Like he's on 3rd level math here.
Okay, so
like
now
you
we've
haven't
got 3
caught up yet.
constructs.
He's gonna have a few more. Yeah.
Makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Nice. Great play from Luca. He has tapped down from Sink into Stupor, but considering the mana that Jorgen has, it might not have done anything. You bounce it and he plays it again.
And he doesn't take damage.
Well, unless he's chosen
A man of
even
culture
they take damage.
Doesn't
never
take
know.
damage on even.
Okay, so he's drawn Underground Sea. Is that a PO in hand that you had there?
If that's a PO, then that would fit into the script perfectly.
Oh, Lurrus that you brought yet. Okay.
Anything sweet in the graveyard? We can't really make it out here.
Is there a Thundertrap trainer? Vexing Bauble?
No, that was pitched the Thundertrap trainer.
Right.
Yeah, Vexing Bobble.
Yeah.
I mean, Vexing Bobble is not really gonna win you the game. I guess it cycles. Yeah.
So redraw, I guess.
Draw right away.
I suppose Lurrus blocks one of the constructs, goes to 17, but then you still have. You need.
Unless you sync it with Stupor the Lures, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
True. Good
yeah.
point. He drew a PO.
Yeah, of course it does. That's why it's Eternal Weekend, right?
It's
like
P-
it's not like Friday Night Magic Vintage at your
No.
local shop.
It's PO off the top row.
This is the stuff you tell your friends, like, and then last night this happened. You're like,
Yeah.
yeah, sure, that
Yeah.
happened, of course. PO from the top from Jorgen here, trying to pick up a bunch of artifacts. If he's still got that Academy unused sitting on the top of the screen over there, he's gonna pick up something like 6 or 7 cards here.
Mhm.
Gonna basically get a free wheel effect and untap. This is basically Time Sparrow, kind of the one-sided Time Sparrow.
Yeah.
If you want to call
We're
it
gonna
that.
draw 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's Luca. Yeah, Luca's thinking the Stupor, but can't cast it.
Yeah. So we're gonna draw 7 cards if he targets the Lurrus, which I probably would.
Okay, make a call. Does he win the game if the PO resolves?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Absolutely. Because he's going to draw into Brain Freeze and Underworld Breach.
Is he though? So let's see. Lucas says okay. Resolves.
You have little faith.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can put
Yeah.
bouncy pot roll 8. Yes.
Yeah,
Extra
yeah,
card.
love it. He's going for the kill. Because, like, it doesn't matter if he draws Time Vault next turn anyway, because he can attack with the constructs.
Yeah.
Brilliant. And what do we see?
Probably too many cards to actually make out, but that's gonna look. Jorgen's gonna show us in a moment here. It's like, yeah, I got all of this.
He's being a tease. He's showing us this cards we already knew, all the mana.
I love that he actually starts playing these out with
He's not
before
even
even
looked at
seeing.
them
I
yet.
was gonna say, like, he hasn't looked at them. He's
Okay.
just that confident.
So he's got it. There's Underworld Breach and there's a Demonic Tutor.
And the Demonic Tutor is gonna get
Brain Freeze.
Brain Freeze. Okay, so
Which
once again, walk us through this like on a very basic
So,
level
to
for
be
people
fair,
tuning in.
it's deterministic, but it's not deterministic. So you need to have a Lotus Petal or a Black Lotus as well to go off. But the storm count right now is like 10 or so. It's gonna be more. So with the DT played as well and the Brain Freeze, he's gonna like almost assuredly find the Black Lotus or the Lotus Petal off the Brain Freeze on himself.
Mhm,
And then from there, you can recast either of them, sacrifice it again to add mana, recast again, sacrifice to add mana. With that mana, you then cast Brain Freeze again, targeting yourself. So your whole library will be in your graveyard. And then you target the opponent with Brain Freeze, and then you can Ancestral targeting them.
I wonder what they were thinking when they were making Underworld Breach. I mean, I get the flavor, right? It's just like one turn, like the
They-
gates of hell open, and then all of those things are gonna come out, which is good enough for Vintage.
I just don't know what they were thinking. Let's just cast a cheaper Yogmoth's Will that lets you cast the same card over and over again.
Yeah, one thing about Yagmoth's Will is at least like you exile stuff that's
Yeah,
significant.
one and done.
By the way, sweet interaction. Helm of Obedience kills the other player when they have Yagmoth's Will.
Because if a card goes to the graveyard, it gets exiled. instead.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
you have to walk into that to know about that.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how I know.
I'll not say so. Here the Brain Freeze again. This is not deterministic, but it.
Shouldn't it
depends-
be deterministic if it hits like the entire library?
Yeah, then it is for sure. It
I
depends how
think-
many cards he's got left. They're counting because they've cast. He's cast. He picked up 8 cards. So
He's
he played
like-
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mocks in here. It's the whole thing. Yeah.
It's like,
this,
do we agree that I played more than 10 spells this round? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
so this is deterministic here.
So we run out the Lotus, so quickly we get to recast the Lotus over and over again. Also the I guess Brain Freeze, and then eventually we Brain Freeze the opponent and kill the other guy with Ancestor Recall.
Yep.
Sweet.
Absolutely. I think Luca probably just making sure he can do it.
I think he can do it.
Yes. Yeah. Brain Freeze you.
This is probably where you scoop, right?
This is where you scoop because you don't want to show your opponent the deck. but
Looking at the deck list right now, any sweet text in there?
but he is putting the deck in the graveyard.
Is he though? Oh, he's like, let me count. This is where Jorgen probably tells him, dude, I can actually mill you for like 400 if I want to.
Yeah, quite legitimately, it would be absurd amounts because you just keep playing the Lotus and then you for each 2 Lotuses you can cast 3 Brain Freezes as well. So it probably is about 200.
I like that you have the heuristics on that one down. For each 2 Lotuses, you can play 3 Brain Freeze. Yeah?
Because
Oh.
2 + 3 is 6.
Hey, dude, yeah,
Quick maths.
I haven't been there yet.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so
Jorgen getting a look at the deck list there.
yeah, this is surprising, but maybe Luca's like, hey, like, I've got a sweet foil Tinker. I want to show it off.
I can respect that.
Yeah,
Honestly,
respect it.
dude, this is why we're here for Eternity.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah, yeah.
so many sweet decks out there. It's actually crazy. Some people just walk over, hey, Julian, want to take a look at my deck? I'm like, sure, and I always want to take a
Yeah.
look at the deck at Eternal Weekends.
So there is a guy with all whiteboarded, like
You've
Lurrus.
been talking about the guy for like
Yeah,
all
yeah, yeah.
weekend long now.
I'm a sucker for all whiteboarded. I like uniformity and I like kind of different things. And I think some people, I think just aesthetically, all whiteboarded looks fantastic. So I was told that he'd got alpha power and then whiteboarded it. So I had to go and ask him before, and he was like, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
no way, no way.
Okay.
But it is all whiteboarded, so it's cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looks like Jorgen's gonna pick this one up here.
So one of the things here is the breach player almost always will be milling their whole library. So the opponent always gets to see what their deck is.
Mhm.
But really, if you're playing against this breach deck, you want to concede with the Brain Freeze on the stack. When you see Underworld Breach in play, Black Lotus and Brain Freeze, like in the rotation of going around,
Yeah.
it's pretty much it's over. Like even if you have one of those shuffle effects, like a Guy's Blessing,
I was gonna ask you about like, let's say I'm a smart guy,
Yeah.
and I put Gaia's Blessing into my deck, so I can never lose to Brain Freeze.
well, you
Am
do
I gonna
lose.
be unhappy?
But yeah, absolutely. Because the way it works is So Brain Freeze goes on the stack, and then you'll have like loads of copies. One of them might hit the Guy's Blessing earlier. It comes down to almost like a fourth horseman situation.
Ah, okay, okay.
So like
That's-
it depends which Brain Freeze hits it. But the thing is, this deck can go through so many iterations of Brain Freeze. I think you can just cast Ancestral Recall enough times that they draw so many cards as well.
and they probably can't do anything with those cards anyway.
So like what
No,
you
it's
what
good.
you'll do is you'll have 20 copies of Brain Freeze on the stack, and you go down each copy until you finally hit the Guy's Blessing, and with that trigger on the stack, then you start casting Ancestral Recalls for the rest of their library.
Sounds good. Sounds
So
good. Yeah.
it doesn't really stop it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So looking at the deck list here, what is Jorge gonna bring against the Jewel Shop deck?
So Pithing Needle is the One Ring. I think you're always going to bring it against the One Ring. Mindbreak Trap, absolutely fantastic because it's trying to cast loads and loads of spells. There isn't a Braid, which is fine. Kill a Grim Monolith maybe or something like that, or Time Vault or a Key. So I think we'll see that. And then 2 Pyroblast because there's POs. I don't think there's much more. You don't want to bring the swords in because, like, the dual shop decks sometimes have some Master Cores and stuff in the sideboard, but I think you're not really worried about Master Cores or Whelmclaw Engines or anything like that because you're just going to kill them with Brain Freeze. So yeah, so Mindbreak Trap, a Braid, Pithing Needle, and 2 Pyroblast probably.
Okay,
Not a
okay.
ton more.
So let's see what's going on there on Lucas' side of the board here. What is he gonna try to bring in to improve his matchup against Breach?
So we've got Into the Floodmoor, which is a very versatile card. I don't mind that. Grafdigger's Cage, good against Underworld Breach. Love that. Pithing Needle, not really at its best here. You'll leave that at home. Hercule's Recall also, it kind of counters Paradoxical Outcome in a way. Like you target loads of the Moxen and you recall them in response. So I don't think we'll see it, but it's an interesting kind of choice there. I think we'll see the 2 Forced Legations as well. And I don't think much more. Like you don't want the Creature Plan, I think. The Creature Plan is really for the blue-black or the Esper deck to the format.
Maybe also like the mono black.
Yeah, mono black, absolutely. Mono white initiative as well. And just the Master Core comes in against Null Rod decks as well, really. So like, sidestep that and kill the Null Rod.
Oh, that's smart. I was wondering about that earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because otherwise blue is just relying on bounce and stuff, and the mana can get shut down a lot by Null Rod.
Okay.
So yeah.
So no Rods to be seen here. So let's move into the next game here.
Yeah. Something we've seen in a lot of matches is like 3 to 5 cards come in a lot of the time.
That's such a healthy way to play.
Yeah, it is. A lot of the time, it used to be like, oh, every vintage deck starts with 4 Leon of the Void in the sideboard. But Dredge has been popular. In the room, there's been a lot of the deck, but it's not done very well.
I still remember the way I was introduced to Vintage. Like I got some quote unquote Vintage training from the local Vintage guys, and they were like, okay, the deck list starts with like 8 cards against Dredge. That's
Yeah.
the bare minimum. But then you're not very well equipped. You'd rather want like 9 and 11 is overkill. 10 is probably too many. Like, what is this format? But
Just,
now looking at this now, it's just like so much healthier.
I think we might see a vintaging.
From which side?
Look at Lucas' hand.
I see a force. I see a oh. Okay, I see where you're going. It's
There's-
so give it to me. What are we trying to do
See
here?
that white border card? That's a Time Vault. Next to it is a Manifold Key. There's this little thing called Mishra's Workshop that can add 3 mana to cast artifact spells. That's 2 artifact spells that cost 3 mana. So he's got a Grim Monolith as well, which essentially you can play it off 2 and then taps for 3. So this is a turn 1 take infinite turns.
And no mana crypt inside, right?
Yeah.
So it's basically deterministic.
If he plays the Time Vault, then he can't do it turn 1. I think he needs to play the Grim Monolith first.
Is there anything to play around here by doing it this way?
Mindbreak Trap.
Ooh, that's a smart one.
Oh, he's got a Mana Crypt behind the key as well. So yeah, this is why he's done it, because he's got the Mana Crypt, so he can just play the Mana Crypt third. So he's playing these 2 first to play around Mindbreak Trap.
Okay.
Fantastic.
But the thing is, Mana Crypt has killed people, right? I've seen people being in the Mindslaver lock
Yeah,
and still win.
yeah, this is probably what he was tanking on. He was like, you know what, can I kill you before Mana Crypt kills me? All right.
So on average, you take 1.5 damage, right?
We're off to the races.
Yeah, okay. Jorgen is playing the game without actually playing the game here, right?
Yeah.
He's got like this what do you call these epic? You know these sorcerers
yeah.
back then that you copy? Like he's got that going down. He deals 1.5 damage every turn.
Yes.
So Luca's like, okay, do your best here.
So
Okay.
Luca needs to find a Tinker or a PO.
That's one way to do it, yeah, to
Yeah.
get rid of the Mana Crypt.
That's a ring.
Huh? A
Ring's
ring
ver-
is-
Ring's great because you do have the key to untap it, so you need to take more turns. Oh, Jorgen's seen enough. That's fair. The
Yeah.
ring's going to draw so many cards. You could lose every Mana Crypt flip and just completely
I was
miss on the
gonna
ring.
say, like, wouldn't like ramp up the life loss so much?
Yeah, I would want to play that out.
I would want to see that one played out for sure.
They have 16
Okay, yeah,
minutes
that's
left.
fair.
But I think, Luca is like huge percentage to win there, but you can play that out.
You like if there's like less than a 5% chance, then I'm not gonna play it out. Otherwise,
I
I
think-
want it.
I would say that's a lot less than 5% though.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because the ring's gonna draw like 1, then 2, like so many cards.
Yeah. At that point, you do actually value it against the round clock. So yeah. Okay. Fair.
Okay, we get a little insight. He's decided out at Talon Gates, which makes some sense. Well, 'cause there's no creatures to phase out and things.
Talon Gates of Mandara is also like another one that's really interesting because we don't see nearly as much of that in like Legacy and other formats, but we do see quite a bit of it in Vintage. Tell me, why are these decks playing Talon Gates?
Yeah, because there's so many Null Rod effects. So there's Null Rod itself, which it doesn't actually hit, but there's Collect Roof and Clarion Conqueror. Clarion Conqueror especially is just seeing so much play in the initiative deck that this is a way to do it. They used to play like kind of Otawara sometimes and things like that, but these Null Rod effects can really lock out your blue mana from this dual deck because you've got blue mana off the Mox Opals, Mox Sapphire, Black Lotus, and Lotus Petal. But then you don't always draw the Tolarian Academy. You don't always draw the Sing It to Stupor. So Talon Gates filters the mana as well to play some cyber
We
cards.
saw that being relevant earlier today.
Absolutely, cast a Tinker off it, we saw. But otherwise, it just phases out a Clarion Conqueror and unlocks all your things. Or, very importantly, Bowmasters as well. Like, the
Okay.
deck draws so many cards. So,
Okay.
Talon Gate's a really, really big innovation for the deck.
Really excited to see that one in action.
Yep.
Quick game 2.
Very fast.
By the way, shout outs to our production crew over there. We got amazing people working on this. It's not just us that you see our beautiful faces in front of the camera. I hear we got like 70 to 80 people working on the entire weekend here.
It's amazing.
Yeah, this is just the first, but basically the first day for us, the second day of the entire thing.
Yep.
So Four Seasons bringing you just the best. I've talked to so many people. People are really happy about the food options outside, out of this world.
So good.
They're
so
like
good.
6 different food trucks or something.
At least.
At least, right?
I know really
That's
good.
the one we know of.
When I went for lunch just now, I asked a couple of people, like, what should I have? It's like, well, we've had 3 different ones and they're all amazing. So I don't know. It didn't help.
I also tried a couple of different things.
Yeah.
You see,
Amazing.
oh, I haven't tried that one over there yet. Let me give that.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, if you're thinking about coming to Eternal Weekend this year, next year, maybe you want to fly to Japan as well. We're gonna be here all weekend long for sure, also next year. So let us know on Twitch, on Twitter, anywhere you go that you're watching Eternal Weekend Europe, the Vintage main event. With of course Legacy coming up tomorrow on Saturday and Sunday to crown
Yeah.
the new champion. There's so many famous, amazing, great players out here.
Yeah.
Like you walk around, you just like see this is a Vintage champion, this is a Legacy champion. Like this person has like 17 top 8s or something.
It is amazing. I feel like half the field would be like terrified to sit down across.
I'm serious.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
just the other, like I walk around and just see like Andrea Mangucci playing against
Yeah.
Rodrigo Tagores.
Yeah.
Just like 2 GP winners, just like okay,
Absolutely.
just like that.
Okay. So here we go. Game 3. Exciting stuff. So Jogan has Merchant Scroll, Pyroblast, Pithing Needle, Flame of Anor, Thundertrap Trainer, Tundra, and a Mox Jet. So decent hand, missing red mana, missing third mana, but he can probably like wants to Merchant Scroll for an Ancestral Recall or something. And Luca has the classic Ancestral Recall side by side with 2 Mishra's Workshops.
This is how you do it, right?
Yeah.
By the way, Luca also, he's got a top 8 at Nebraska Sport in 2019 in Vintage,
Nice.
as well as 2 Ovino Geddon Vintage top 8s. So the old schoolers might remember those used to be like the big Vintage and Legacy tournaments in Europe before Four Seasons basically became the biggest thing in town or
Nice.
continent
Yeah,
for that
yeah,
regard.
yeah.
But back then he was also playing shops, Ravager shops. So
Nice.
Luca apparently like very much married to the shops archetype, and who could think like better of him for that?
Hashtag Shops Life.
Shops life.
Cool. I love seeing this. Thundertrap Trainer finding Lorien revealed is like the source to hold it together because Jogan is missing what?
This is so brutal, so blunt. Sorry
Ouch.
to interrupt you there,
Yes.
but so does Trinisphere.
Well, you know what? What I was about to say only costs 2 mana, so I couldn't say it. Yeah.
It's like, I guess you take some damage.
Okay. He drew an Underground Sea as well, so that's another mana. That's really helpful. He's opting to play the cycle of Lorien Revealed to get probably a Volcanic Island. Yeah. So he's got Pyroblast in his hand. He needs to, he can't cast anything this next turn now. And I think we're going to see a 1 ring from Luca,
Yeah.
which is
So Trinisphere is just so brutal.
it
Can
is-
you imagine that we used to play 4 copies of that?
and
and shops?
along with 4 Lowstone, 4 Chalice of the Void.
Yeah, yeah. That was when I won my only Vintage tournament.
Oh, really? Because
Yeah.
you played those cards?
Yeah, exactly. And I beat the guy in the finals whom I borrowed it from.
Oh,
Shout out to Tom the Decker, amazing
Oh,
player,
Tom.
like keeping the European Vintage community
we
together.
love Tom. Shout out ELM crew. All right. Yep. Second workshop. You know what? Part of me just feels like workshop has a downside, but it doesn't. It's just like, surely you take some damage here, right? No.
Nope, you don't.
No, you just tap them.
Workshop was one of those cards when I first saw them, I was like, this is impossible that this is a real thing.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I thought this was better than Lotus. I didn't really like as a beginner, you don't really fully grasp why Lotus is good. Like you
Yeah.
use it.
Yeah.
But Workshop, wow.
I mean, it is crazy.
Okay, so
He's got
one
a-
spell for Jorgen here,
Pithing Needle at least to name the One Ring.
most likely, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's got his win condition. He's basically dealing 2 damage a turn now.
Yeah. He
Flame
does.
of Anor in hand. Actually, Flame of Anor, like maybe taking out the Trinisphere at some point.
Yeah,
don't hate
for
that.
sure. I definitely like playing the Pithing Needle first on the ring.
True.
Put that down. But yeah, totally. Flame of Anor showing that it's like a very multifaceted card. It can just there's so many things like a little Vexing Bauble hanging around or Chalice here and there and stuff.
He's like, oh, but you also have to tap it if you want to deal damage to me.
Yeah. But he had the ring.
Actually, looks like he missed the attack. Oh
had
no,
the
he
ring
doesn't matter
protection.
because he had the ring, right? Yeah, sure.
So Luca has Ancestral Recall in hand, and I think there's another blue card hiding behind. And he didn't have blue mana until he's got a Talongates in hand. He drew last turn, so he's able to do that. Oh, he had the Sinks Super as well. Nice.
Yeah. Losing 3 life.
And then probably just gonna recall.
Just
For
like
3 mana, to be fair. It's quite fair. This card, 3 mana, draw 3.
reminds me of what's it called again? Painful Truth, right?
Yeah.
People used to do it in Legacy.
Oh yeah, because
3
even
mana,
lost,
draw 3.
even lost the 3 life for sinking to Stupor.
Yeah.
Just casting Painful Truth out here, which is a fantastic card.
Oh.
What's he gonna copy here? Thundertrap Trainer? Yeah. Twice in a match, baby. Luca's he's just jealous of the Otters.
He actually wants to be a blue deck.
Yeah.
He kind of is, but he wants to be like a real blue deck.
Takes key. I like it.
I keep looking at the Talongates of Mudara and thinking it's a Chapter Foundry, but it's not.
No.
You bought a print of that earlier today, right?
I did.
Yeah, that's why it's stuck in my head.
Lovely stuff. I'm a complete lover of artifacts, so this is why I like this dual shops deck. It's like just loads of artifacts and tinker. Tinker is a beautiful thing. So
I think it sure is.
So he takes the key. The key is okay here, like 'cause it untaps the Soul Ring. It's going to cost him 3 mana, but he can cast it off one of the Mishra's Workshops. So like, I don't think he found a better thing off the Thundertrap Trainer, but the key's not bad. It's some extra mana because the Trinisphere does hit him, just not anywhere near as hard.
That's true.
Yeah.
So they're trying to figure out which mana was paid for the Phyrexian Metamorph.
So maybe saying the Mishra's Workshop cast it.
That works. Okay, so Luca, just be
Recall
casual and just recall. Yeah, we'll take it. 3 more cards. I think he still has a land drop, right?
finds 2 more Mishra's
Oh no, he
Workshop.
doesn't. He played the single
Sinking
super.
Stupor, yeah. It should be flipped around the Sinking Stupor, but
True.
I think the players understand.
They know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, the Trinisphere is just so brutal against the hand anyway. Okay, he's got the removal spell for it. Good.
Yeah.
But
He's probably gonna draw 2 cards, I guess.
yeah, I'd think so.
Yeah.
Cool.
Even if Luca had the Force, couldn't really do anything about it.
I will say the nice thing about playing against Trinisphere is if you do have a removal spell, you don't get forced as well.
Yeah. Usually.
Usually, yeah.
Okay. That
Okay.
Nox Apollo, of course, being turned on there.
Yeah.
We got a Mental Mist up in hand. That's probably not doing too much. I'm kind of surprised that one's
I've-
not sided out.
Jorgen's position's just gotten really good. I think he's got some permission. He's got another PO. I think here he probably just goes and gets a force.
Yeah, I would figure.
Yeah. And then I really like his position.
He's basically, he needs to like fade 1 more turn for, or not even fade, like if he picks up a Force, he's
Yeah.
pretty insulated against like anything that Luca could. The thing is, like, though, like Luca has like 6 or 7 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So you are scared of like there being 2 cards that you need to deal
Yeah. He's also got 9 mana in play.
with. Oh yeah.
So Luca hasn't even drawn a coveted duel this match so far, which is the namesake card.
You jinxed it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he deserves it. It comes to the
Well,
top.
Luca wouldn't call it jinxing it, I guess.
No,
Yeah.
exactly.
Just straight from the top. Well, PO is close enough to
He
that
is
one.
good.
But mana wise, it's actually kind of dicey.
Yeah,
He also
I
doesn't
mean,
have
it's only
that much
PO
demands.
for 2, and right now he can't even cast it. He's only got 3 mana.
Yeah.
He does have the key in hand, which is like
Another workshop.
it's essentially free to untap the Soul Ring. Yeah, this is really awkward. 2 more workshops is not what you want. He's got an Ancient Tomb, I think. So like, yeah, it's just the ring is also poking him, pecking him. Is that how you put it?
Yeah.
1 damage a turn. Is it 10? Ancient Tomb down to 8.
So let's see. He's trying to figure this out here.
Mhm.
I wonder if he's like married to making that PO work this turn, or
Yeah,
if you don't really want to give Jürgen another like free turn here, kinda.
Yeah, because Jürgen's shown that he's got things to do with the mana. And Breach can just kill out of nowhere. I like playing the Ancient Tomb even if you don't use it this turn, because like the extra Mishra's Factories are just not doing anything.
Mishra's Factory.
Workshop. The good one, the Workshop.
I remember when like Lancer used to be a deck in Vintage,
Yeah.
and they actually had cards like that.
So I guess we're seeing the PO here for 2. I think I'd like to see the Manifold Key come off one of the Mishra's.
But you can do it for
Workshop.
3, right? You can also bounce the One Ring.
Sorry, yeah, you're right, 3.
Yeah.
So you can't bounce the Sink into Stupor. He pointed at it, but maybe it's going to be fixed.
He probably did he like point at the Soul Ring and the Sink? He
Maybe.
probably meant to pick.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure it's going to be okay. Yeah, maybe because 3.
The thing is, like at 3, you consider the Phosphor, right? At 2, I probably would just let it happen.
Yeah, I would let it happen. 3 is just like you could draw. The thing is, he could so easily have a coveted jewel in hand.
And he still got the mana. Oh yeah, he's easily got the mana to run
Yeah,
it out.
I feel like I'd let this resolve.
Yeah, true.
But at the same time, it's not just 3 cards. It's 3 cards plus the Metamorph comes down as the trainer again to find another action spell. So it's kind of like 4 because you can cast the Metamorph off the Workshop. So
But then
maybe-
again, even if like a single jewel comes down, it's not the end of the world.
Yes, because you can Pyroblast the Metamorph and then attack, take the jewel. Yeah. I like this force. I think it's disciplined. I think there's a lot of thoughts where it's like, oh, maybe.
What is that?
You know what?
Is that jewel?
That must be a jewel. It's a new
It must
printing
be,
that I've
right.
not seen before. Okay, so the card at the front that I wasn't recognizing is just a jewel. So fantastic. I've not seen that artwork before.
Yeah, but like you said, right? We can take out the Metamorph.
Yeah.
And just attack and draw 3 cards, gain our own Black Lotus.
Yeah, let's
Or
see.
Gilded Lotus, rather.
Well, Luca's drawn up another PO off it, but does. Oh,
Ooh,
misstep.
finally finding our use for the Metal
That's
Master.
huge because. Oh, he's got the PO as well here. Yeah, Jewel doing Jewel things.
Dude, these games are so swingy. Did you know that some players, pros even, won't play Vintage because
Really?
they can't handle the swings?
Needs to go to the park more.
Okay, so we pick up all of those cards again.
5. Oh,
Dude, this is some serious vintaging going on.
yeah, they both vintage quite a lot.
I mean, that's what you sign up for when you come to the Eternal Weekend Vintage main event. Basically, one of the most prestigious and valuable tournaments that you can play in that format in the entire world.
Thank you, coverage, for bringing up the new Jewel. I haven't seen that one before. It's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah. They got some amazing, like, different art styles. What's your preferred art style? Because mine's pretty simple.
Mine's always old as printing, old border.
Exactly.
foil.
Exactly.
Man, it's like just like the old stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's drawn a lot of cards. Doesn't have a ton of fast mana though. I see a Khan, Tezzeret, a bunch more lands, another Jewel in the back. We see Force of Negation. Yeah, I think it's going to start to hand size. Weirdly, he just doesn't have that much mana. Well, apart from the 12 in play. But the mana's kind of awkward, right? He's got 1 blue source. The Workshops don't cast a lot of the cards. But next turn he can kind of go off, but he's
I think next time he's basically guaranteed to take the win, right?
yeah, probably. But like Jurgen now, he's got a Pyroblast that we know about, which can hit this Force of Negation. And maybe he can combo through that.
Let's see, Jürgen checking out the graveyard, seeing what else is gone. Also, sometimes you can like read information from what your opponent is actually discarding. You're like,
Yeah.
I would think this specific card would be really good for you next turn. So all of your stuff is better.
To be fair, he discarded a ring, which is on the Pithing Needle, and another Workshop, which he's got 2 in play already.
Yeah.
But you're right. Usually
So-
you can.
Not too much to read into that.
Yeah.
So
We cast some more POs.
yeah, we
Go
haven't cast
POing?
enough POs yet. Like we need to. That was the quickest Force of Negation I've ever seen.
Absolutely. Snapped it off, and the Pyroblast. We saw it coming.
It's got nothing else going on there, so
Yeah,
the PO is
so-
probably gonna resolve.
Draw 5, probably.
Oh man.
And then you've got the 3 Moxen and the Tundra to go.
Yeah, you probably draw 5, right? And pick up the needle as well.
I think so. So you could
Yeah.
recast the Needle if you need to.
Yeah, sounds good.
So
That one goes, yeah,
it's your graveyard.
over there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5.
Yep, love it. Love it.
I want all of that. The
And
Lurus
again-
is still in the Lurus zone.
This is a breach deck. Could just win here. Always looking at them first. It's a mind break trap.
It always feels so filthy when you get like the 5 extra cards and then you pick up
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
artifacts as well. You're like, oh yes.
Oh, it's Academy and another PO. Oh my god.
Okay, this is some seriously POing. This is like, if you want to PO, this is what you do, and this is how people get completely addicted to PO. You know, one of our casters, Andreas Petersen, a couple of years ago, we did a stream together where he showed me the ways of the PO.
Okay.
And ever since then. Like I used to play a ton of different decks in Vintage, but whenever PO is viable, that's what I want to be doing.
It feels such like so vintage, doesn't it?
Yeah.
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 It's like because you get to cast the Moxen again. It's like you've got all these Moxen. It's so vintagey.
Yeah. As
So-
a wise man once said, I didn't come into the room to cast Tarmogoyf from Vintage.
Hey,
It's true.
let's stop with
It's
the
true.
Tarmogoyf slander.
No,
We see Barragoyf in vintage.
I mean that there used to be like back mid-range used to be like a really good Vintage deck.
Yeah.
And it did cast Tarmogoyf at times.
Remember when like Assassin's Trophy came out and no one played basic lands, so you could just single people all the time?
Okay, so much more mana coming down there for Jorgen. Also picking up the Mindbreak Trap that he might need or not need if he's actually going to win the game from here.
I think he's going to win the game because now he has a lot of mana. He's going to draw tons off the PO. And he has a breach in hand, so that's representing casting the POs again, even if he doesn't find the combo straight away. So I think we're getting closer to Jorgen wrapping this up.
Yeah, that's true.
It's,
As the Thunder Trap trainer, right, digging even deeper.
Finds another Mox.
So almost 1600. 1604 now.
Yeah. There's a stock up, breach. And let's not forget there's a Tolarian Academy at the top as well.
Still unused.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
He's
like when
got-
you have that extra bank account that you totally forgot about. Do you? I don't.
He's got 12 mana, so he uses 2 for Thunder Up Trainer. Down to 10, which is he's just looking for. I guess can't take that one. But I take the Foster. Yep. But he's got the breach, so as soon as he finds something to find the brain freeze, that's it. He's gonna.
Yeah, there's another PO. Yeah, sure. If you play
Yeah.
all 4 of your POs in a single turn, you automatically win the game.
I think so.
Yeah, that's a hidden win condition.
Yeah.
It's like in the comprehensive rules. It's like if you scroll all the way down,
Yeah.
then like you increase the font size. It says so.
Yeah,
over there.
it's like Hedron alignment.
Yeah. Rules 1700.5b
Yeah.
or something.
I love the way he just like throws it down.
It's like, yeah, I got all of this again. Dude, this is what I'm missing from Magic Online.
Yeah.
I want a button just like drop your hand on the board.
Yeah, play everything.
Play everything in random order.
Yeah.
I don't care.
And I
Daybreak Games, if you're listening, we need this.
that'd be so fun.
It's like an F6, but for your cards in your hand.
We have seen the brain freeze now, so we do have breach and brain freeze.
Mm.
So that is locked up. Yoga, this game was so swingy, wasn't it?
Dude, I think every time a player was on the play or like on their turn, I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
they were gonna win.
Yeah,
Like it
yeah.
kept going back and forth. Like you remember when on the Pro Tour we had the advantage bar?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
here we just need like
Just
two
taking
stances,
that
like this
side.
way, this way, this way, this way.
Because Luca had like turn 1 transfer, turn 2 ring. It's so powerful. Jogan just had like a turn 1 Thunder Threat trainer.
Yeah.
But the Flame of Anor was clutch in killing the
Flame was
transfer.
so clutch.
Yeah, because it kills that and drew 2 cards. You can't-
Who's actually wielding the Flame of Anor? Is that like Gandalf?
It's Gandalf. Yeah.
Are you into Lord of the Rings?
Yes, very much
Yeah?
so. I have
Okay.
a Lord of the Rings tattoo.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Okay, is that like the Strider thing or what's it called?
It's the a Mogul blade.
Oh, the one.
that the
Okay, I
witch
see.
thing stabs
Yeah,
Frodo with.
yeah.
Indeed. So we are POing again. How many cards left in the library?
Can you actually kill yourself with a PO accidentally?
Yeah, by
Just like-
mistake. Yeah,
Like, oh, PO too much.
yeah.
Man, Jorgen has done this many times. I
Yep.
mean, he's in a hurry, right? He's about to be a father.
yeah. Gotta get home.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Okay, he's got the money tutor in there in case he still needs to find something. But I'm not even sure if there's a library left.
Oh, he's now. I was about to say, like, I'm sure I saw Brain Freeze and Underworld Breach. Like, I was like, where are they? But he just had a whole other hand to the side.
You had a whole other hand, your hand on the side. Sometimes it happens, right?
Yeah.
I've got like 27 cards in hand, sure. Oops. Okay, all the mana on the board.
Yeah, he's probably.
Brain freeze.
I think he was looking for like he wanted to have the mana to like maybe hardcast a Mindbreak Trap or find a force in case Luca had a Mindbreak Trap because that can stop the skill. It can exile all of the brain freezes. So Luca could definitely have had a Mindbreak Trap here. So I think he was playing properly to try and find it. He's like, oh, what's going on here?
He's probably maybe he wasn't actually casting the brain freeze. He was just putting it on the table and saying, "I got it," and then
Yeah,
Luca asked him
yeah.
to play it out
Yeah,
because he was lifting his arms. So he was like,
yeah.
"You see, I got it." Like,
Because this is a point. This point he has like Flusterstorm up off the Lotus as well, off the Sapphire. So there's just nothing Luca can have.
yeah.
Fail brain freeze here.
Playing it uber safe.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes playing a deck really well, part of that is just like knowing what could go wrong.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
one thing is like being able to execute what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah.
we see the handshake. Lucas enough. Yep. You've seen what happens in the other game.
Yeah.
And as the round time hits 0,
Yeah.
good timing. Love it.
Jürgen still undefeated here, moving on to 5-0.
Fantastic.
5-0-1, that
Yep.
is. Yuka falling to 5-1, still able to like top 8 if he wins out from here.
Yep.
Ah, we
Brilliant.
haven't seen a deck yet that I don't want to play in this format.
No. It's been really exciting. Like
Yeah.
these decks are just exciting. They're fun to play, fun to watch, and just doing such powerful vintage things.
So I think that's gonna be it from us today. We are gonna go on a very short break here.
Yep.
As far as I'm be told, and we're gonna get Andreas Peterson and some dumps back into the feature match booth here in just a short moment. We're gonna move on to round 7. So everybody stay tuned. Let us know what you want to see, which decks you want to top 8. Maybe your friends are playing here. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. Shoutouts to the whole Four Seasons crew. Everyday Eternal Weekend. That's our podcast, by the way. Too many Eternals
I'll
going on here.
flip that in there.
Yeah, no, that actually wasn't scripted on purpose. So everybody, stay tuned. We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes with round 7 of the Vintage main event here at Eternal Weekend in Lucca.
Welcome back, everyone. We are setting up round 7 here of the Eternal Weekend EU Vintage Champs. So if we're off to a great start with 6-0, you are feeling pretty good, I would guess. And we have a question for you. What will you be playing today?
Oh, if I was playing in this awesome event, I would be playing Esper Luris.
Okay.
I want to be playing the fair deck, the policeman of the format, but I want to splash white, jeopardize my mana a little bit, but have access to juicy Source of Plowshares and Containment Priest.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be my pick.
Okay, lovely. Sounds good. I will be playing PO because I had so much fun with it yesterday and probably scrap out with 03. That would be my expectation for the tournament. But we actually, last time, I got pretty excited about our new bingo card. So maybe we can get it on screen because we had another one here. We had 4 counter spells in the same stack, all thanks to the sleeves. Again, what are all the sleeves, right?
Yep.
So look at this. I mean, in the beginning, I said we were going to hit 7 over the weekend. So we're getting pretty close.
We're getting a little bit. I think we have a pretty good rate at this point. I think that maybe the both players have Ancestral in the grave by turn 2. Maybe I misremember, but we're getting so close on some of these.
Yeah, we had a few.
Ancestral targeting
almost.
the opponent. That was the imaginary one where the Doomsday deck was on the ropes, but the opponent was on 2 cards left in the library. So there was a theoretical spot for that one.
Yeah. 5 Moxen, maybe. I think we were close. We probably had like 4 at a certain point.
And yeah, maybe Julian and Callum has had the pleasure of some PO deck going off and seeing it. Also, this doesn't clarify whether we can have 2+3 on both sides of the table combined, right?
Yeah.
So
Let's say we can. Let's say
yeah, I think
to make it more easy.
we're in a good spot to get that one.
And we haven't seen Oath yet, so we may not hit them at all because we don't see those decks. All right, but that's it for these bingo cards here. Right now, we shall go into the game for round 7, and let's dive into some deck lists here. First one is Esper PO. Talk to me, Andreas.
Yeah, this Esper Tinker deck is saying no thank you to playing Luris as a companion, but it's saying yes thank you to Tinker into Bolas' Citadel. Very, very powerful artifact from where you can basically play your deck as long as you have enough life total to work around with. You're also running Karn the Great Creator, which is essentially a single-sided Null Rod with upside in Vintage. This deck is full of restricted cards. It's looking to use Stock Up and Thundertrap Trainers to grind away and hopefully cast a big PO somewhere along the way and win the game in one final big swoop with infinite turns from Manifold Key and Time Bolt.
Bingo card material, if you ask me, right? I can see 5 Moxen shining over there, so I'm sure we will get it this time. Let's see what we are up against when we are playing Esper PO. The other deck is that one that we have seen before or similar to what we have seen. This is Raker Shops. All right, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Javi Harris is the second time in the feature match area, which is pretty darn sweet. This Fleshraker Shops deck is a little bit of combo oriented. You're trying to put Glaring Fleshrakers and 2 Sensei's Divining Chops into play. We also saw David earlier on having Fleshraker as single top and Mystic Forge getting the job done. This is also a One Ring deck. We just talked about it off air. I don't think we have seen it onto the battlefield, so this might be it. But worth noting, this is a somewhat combo mirror, but one deck has Force of Will and another one, and the other one doesn't.
In fact, we haven't seen any cast, I think.
Right.
Right. Okay, let's see if we can get it now in this round. So will be diving in here. Let's see who's on the play, because I can imagine that this is important. Who do you think is favored?
Yeah, in general, the blue deck is slightly slower, but with Force of Will as protection, I just really like the spot of a Force of Will in a combo pseudo mirror, where the non-blue deck basically has to go for it, because it doesn't get better from here. And the blue deck can sometimes sit back and play a more defensive role.
Ooh, do you see what I'm seeing through close to the bingo card?
Yeah.
All right, turn 1 here. This is pretty powerful. Looks like it resolves, but I've already seen in the hands of the Raker Shops deck. You can see a Black Lotus over there, so we will have 2 explosive turn 1s. What are we getting here?
Yeah, so I don't think this deck runs Chalice of the Void, but Vexing Bauble is a little bit of the same thing, and this is brutality. We've now seen Vexing Bauble a couple of rounds ago really get the job done in the hands of double champion HJ Goddick, and now we're going to see the power of the die roll in Vintage, because the difference between a Black Lotus in hand and in play is huge.
Yeah, wow, this is so strong. Like if you're seeing this when you're on the side of the Raker Shops deck, I think you're a bit afraid.
You're very, very afraid. So actually, fun fact here, I think, let's see. If David sequences Mox, land, Tezzeret, then he would get an extra loyalty from casting a Mox. So in theory, 1 loyalty short here on the Tezzeret, but you also keep your opponent guessing a little bit about what's the land drop going to be. So a little bit of a trade-off, I guess.
Okay, still 3 mana here. That's still powerful. Let's see what we can follow this up with. What will be ideal here?
Probably, Trinisphere was not what I was going to answer there, but this matchup, you're fairly confident the opponent is not a Wasteland deck. So this Trinisphere, especially in combination with the second copy of Workshop, could really do some damage.
Oh, looks like it is important. Nah, that costs
Let's
3
see.
mana. We can't do that. Well, you can, but you need to pay a bit more.
Yep.
So quickly, David apologizes there. So that's all good.
Also, a cool thing here that makes a Trinisphere even better is now Black Lotus costs 3 mana and can thus get through the bauble.
That's really cool. Okay. Big follow up here. Doesn't look like the rest of the hand is particularly exciting currently.
Right. So Tezzeret untapping a Mox here that does not do much against a Trinisphere, whether it's 1 mana or 2 mana up. And now we might see the Black Lotus getting cast through an onboard Vexing Bauble. Pretty cool way to bypass the disruptive element.
Yeah, and I was about to say that we did see, I think it was a PO remaining in David's hand, but we also have, I think it was a Chalice. So maybe Harvey could play Chalice. Would they want to play this on 0?
Let's see. Chalice of the Void right now. So you know your opponent's not a Lurrus deck. You know your opponent is a Tundra deck. So you're probably thinking you're playing against Esper PO. Yeah, I think Chalice is a little bit of a gamble here. In theory, you could go for Chalice on 3 to turn off Stock Up and Tinker, but I'm expecting the Lotus to hit the board here.
Pithing Needle. What are we naming?
So, oh wow,
Response, cracked up
going
bauble.
off Bauble and then probably naming the Planeswalker. Yeah.
Yeah. See that? Just quietly tapping the Planeswalker for us. That's nice. But now we get to play this very powerful. But it costs 3.
This is actually a little bit of a funny moment.
Yeah.
So if
They're both excusing, say, sorry, Trinisphere.
so,
Paper magic.
okay, Black Lotus gets
Mhm.
yeah. This is a little bit of a fun one because Mishra's Workshop can only cast artifacts. So you're filtering your Lotus into that one, then casting in the Lotus. Actually, where's the colorless mana here? There's no colorless mana to cast a Fleshbreaker here. We
so-
unfortunately have no way to fix this, but
No.
yeah, Glaring Fleshbreaker, you need colorless mana to cast. So
Exactly. Yeah. So okay, we'll get that. Well, we can't just as this is recorded, right? We are reducing the downtime for you guys. But let's see. I think David only just drew a card and passed a turn here.
it looks like that Trinisphere is doing a lot of damage,
Yeah.
and
For both sides, I guess.
Mhm. We're probably looking at an end-step paradoxical outcome here.
Ah, that makes sense. Now we finally have a One Ring that we hadn't seen
Yeah,
yet.
here's the One Ring. So a little bit of protection. Also, Fleshraker starts triggering. This went from incredibly backbreaking on paper to
Yeah.
David looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, exactly. And we still have these two colors mana flying around, and this can get out of hand really quickly, especially with the Fleshraker, right?
Very true. So worth noting, it's 1 spawn available, and 2 artifact mana. So we can cast a 3 mana artifact here,
Mm-hmm. Okay, there we go.
or a 0 mana artifact, I guess, through the Trinisphere.
Okay,
That is
so
exactly what's going to happen here. At least it's a play here. Okay, Grim Monolith triggers the Fleshraker. That's +1 mana for the exchange. A little bit of ping going on.
nice. Another land here.
So now up to 6 mana total, including Monolith, Scion, and Ancient Tomb.
That's an expensive top, but I mean, we do what we gotta do.
Yeah, when you have a land that taps for 3 mana in Mishra's Workshop, everything's relative when it comes to.
Expensive is.
That's exactly why you
relative.
want Trinisphere in your deck filled with 0s and 1-drops. It's because you should have the mana advantage with you being a Mishra's Workshop deck.
Okay. So I think, do you spin the top here, or do you just chill and wait for a while?
Yeah, so let's see. We could actually hit something useful here. I think it's exactly enough mana left over that it makes sense. Just imagine you have like the next Fleshraker. Imagine you have like a Scrawling Crawler or a Tezzeret. Yeah, it's certainly worth spinning here. You have very many good hits.
What would be the best draw here?
I think another top that wins the game on the spot next turn. Maybe it doesn't because of Trinisphere.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a little bit of that going on. The ping damage will add up really quickly if there's a second Fleshraker in the mix. The One Ring will really, get things going next turn. So yeah, this is just about finishing the game while the opponent is in trouble under the Trinisphere.
Looks like we are happy with one card. Didn't quite catch which one it is, but I'm sure we'll find out soon. Another one that's also very good.
So that is 2 more pings and 1 token. Now the turn has to get passed, and now every colorless card cast from here is gonna really, really hurt on David.
Yeah, this is gonna is going to go quickly out of hand. And do we want to attack the Planeswalker here? Even though we named with Needle, you still want to attack it just for value, right?
It's probably a decent move, considering that cards like Chain of Vapor, cards like Sink into Stupor Sea play in the format. But then again, the Needle is the second priority because the Trinosphere has to leave the table.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, and now we're looking for a big PO turn. Am I right?
We sure are. So Sol Ring is netting 1 mana with Manifold Key. Looks like the Tezzeret is also getting targeted. A little bit of a mistrigger here on the +1 loyalty.
Yeah,
And
just
now,
taking back everything.
yep, David is off to the races here, and his deck has Demonic Tutor.
I think that's a Lotus.
That is a Lotus, and now we can tinker for Time Vault and finish this game with thanks to the Manifold Key.
Okay, so we should, if everything goes as we think it's going to go, that this should be game over.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a complication here with the opponent having a 1-ring, so 1-ring protection.
Yeah.
So these games are actually quite interesting because double Fleshraker in play. Huh. So we have to pass the turn at some point. So maybe if we can find, I'm just going to pull up the list here because this is going to be very, very important if there's a balance in this list. And it actually looks like there's no balance in this list. So how does the Italian get rid of the opposing Fleshrakers? Because I think if he has to pass the turn, then the Fleshrakers will get there. So generally what you want to do against 1-ring protection is you're going to draw, quote unquote, your deck. Then you're going to pass with 4 or 5 pieces of Disruption open. And then you basically tell your opponent good luck. But with 2 Fleshrakers in play, it's actually possible to get through that counter wall.
Yeah, but meanwhile, David is just going to draw as many cards as he possibly can, and I think that does make sense. I do think, is that a Time Walk? That's a way to just not give the opponent the chance to kill you. That would make sense.
Yeah, so just to clarify, we have Tinker, we have Manifold Key. That is infinite turns already. So this is more about what happens when we have to pass the turn eventually because of the 1-ring protection.
Sure.
That's the interesting part here.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, I'm going to play all this jewelry back. I just want to see the bingo card get get done here.
Your number 1 job here is the Mox count.
Yeah, I'm trying. Come on.
Yeah.
David,
Okay,
I think
so
that is concession.
that concession I think is too premature because the 1-ring protection and 2 Fleshrakers, they really complicate things. Even though your spells might get countered, but you have a 1-ring and you have a top on top. So a little bit of early concession here, but of course that is legal.
Okay, so what are we doing for sideboarding?
Yeah, sideboarding for the Esper deck. You're playing against Raker Shops. You're looking at Consigned to Memory. That card is amazing. Then you're really thinking hard about your Source of Plowshares. Hercule's Recall is the same. I really like Consign and Force Negations. That's like my musts. And then I also like Pithing Needle, naming the 1-ring, naming Sensei's Divining Top. Those are great, but now comes the hard part. We have to cut cards, right?
Yeah,
So
that's always the hard
Storm
part.
is a dead card. That is somewhat easy against a colorless deck.
Which we have 2 of, so that's okay.
Yep,
That's
2
good.
Flusters, pretty easy to cut here. So since the opponent's deck is not a counterspell deck, I actually like Mystical and Vampiric Tutor to have just more Tinkers, essentially. So I don't want to cut that card. You can cut a card like Yawgmoth's the Will. It's better in grindy games. And Vexic Bauble on the draw, I think, is a very reasonable cut. So I think we can make room for what we want here and still keep our core.
Okay, very important to always keep the core. Don't overboard, as we say. Let's go to the other deck list and see what we are going to be doing from the other side. So, of course, when you're playing shops, what are we doing here?
Yeah, the Raker Shops deck will have different sideboard plans available to it. Let's see what particular version the Spaniard is on for this weekend. Oh yeah, Mr. Wormcoil. I remember.
Ah, sure. we did see it in action, and it was pretty good there.
Yeah, so very few sideboard cards against this particular matchup. You can choose to treat the matchup as very combo heavy and you try and turtle up with your Mindbreak traps. But this is going to be very, very low sideboarding. Maybe something like Pithing Needle for a trap, Soul Guide Lantern for a trap, something along those lines. It's going to be super light sideboarding.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Let's dive into the game and see what we will have here. How long do you think we will have this round? We've had long rounds, short rounds. What do you think about this one?
Well, with the Fleshraker deck being on the play, I wouldn't be surprised if this will go to 3. But it depends on how explosive the hands are, of course. This deck is trying to ask tough questions early and often, and then if the other deck just has a force or 2 alongside a decent game plan, you can kind of get diffused that way. So yeah, this could go in either direction.
I get that. Meanwhile, we are waiting to go to the game. Andreas, you said that you would be playing Esper,
Yeah.
right? Have you actually played anything that you felt like, yeah, it's not my jam?
So for, let's say, a very important tournament that I care about a lot, then I will narrow it down to a blue deck. Essentially, just if I'm bad at rolling dice on the day, I like Force of Will, I must say, in Vintage.
Yeah, I get that. I'm very bad at rolling dice.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'm not exaggerating here. I have been on the play once in
Right.
my entire career of playing Vintage, which is 10 games, but but still.
Yeah,
But it's funny that it happened.
That's
only
not
once.
impressive. So you definitely need to play
Yeah.
to play a
I
blue
need to
deck.
play more for sure. Turn one Tezzeret here, looking
And-
pretty powerful. Are we wanting to force this here?
Yeah, this Tezzeret represents either like a mana burst from something like Black Lotus, or it represents turn one Chalice. So David not too interested in that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. Let's play the jewelry. That's number 2. Still counting.
Solarian
Okay.
Academy here being very, very
Just an island.
it needs that Mox Jet. Let me put it that way.
Yeah,
Um,
definitely.
So I like the slow rolling here of Ancestral Recall. I'm wondering if there's Consign to Memory in the mix, and that's the reason to not cast Ancestral on your own turn.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Maybe also bluff that you have something.
Yeah, it's very possible that you're interested in going representing Consign to Memory on that
Mhm.
turn to hopefully slow down your opponent. That is a pretty brutal line if the opponent slows down and you follow up with Ancestral on the end step.
No, but we get to draw 3 here and then another one, so that's really good. Let's see what the follow-up is. Vexing Bauble is annoying, but not the end of the world.
Yeah, Vexing Bubble is annoying here because it shuts off not only acceleration, but also the forces, which is your main line of defense. But also we have to note that the opponent had 3 mana, but passed a turn.
Yeah,
So
that's
that-
not signaling that we have a very explosive hand.
Yeah, so best case is, untap and have a 1 ring. Let's see, Portable Hole also an artifact that helps Solarian Academy here, helps Mox Opal with Metalcraft.
Is there a reason not to crack in response?
So if the bubble enters, the Portable Hole enters. Yeah, here we see the
Ooh.
timing.
Yeah.
So the perfect timing here is to let Portable Hole resolve and make a target,
yeah, I
and
would imagine
then-
that would happen, but yeah.
and then think about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you want your Portable Hole under the, your bubble under Portable Hole, it's something like if the opponent POs in the future, then the bubble comes back, and maybe that's slightly better.
Ooh, this is a good PO, right? Especially with this Learning Academy, we are going to be drawing a bunch of cards and making a lot of mana.
Yeah, drawing 4 cards here, so the Pearl is back for the time being.
I think it was 3.
Oh, only 3
the-
cards.
Yeah, yeah. The other Moxon was from
Makes a lot of
Clearly.
sense. So only a draw 3.
only only draw. Poor you,
Yeah.
David. Poor you.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, for you playing these
Paradoxical
Moxon-
Outcome was kind of a joke when it came out, and then I remember LSV started playing it in the Vintage Challenges, and then all of a sudden it caught on, and it's been popular ever since, which is pretty cool to see, because it was just this card you sometimes played in Sealed deck back in the Kaladesh days.
I always love when that happens. We have like this meme deck, and then suddenly one person just like, yeah, I'm gonna break this thing, and then it happens.
Yep.
I remember that was for a long case in Legacy. That was true for like Cephalid Breakfast.
Right?
Well, it was meme deck, and then
Yeah.
suddenly it like started getting traction. That's something that happens occasionally. You need people that are willing to put in the work to make these decks good.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about Magic is that you just have to be persistent, believe, and over time you can make something from a joke to a championship winning deck.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, talk to me about this card. It feels to me like this is a relatively new one.
Yep, Scrolling Crawler is just a little bit of curve filling. It keeps the opponent off balance. It punishes draws. It's like a cog in a big machine here.
Yeah. It gets swiftly counted, so we can see the importance of that one.
So
Quickly
maybe
reading
this confirms us that there was a consign in the beginning of this game, like the
Uh-huh.
flexibility of passing with 1 blue up. Maybe that explains it.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I
but
didn't see
it's
it either.
possible that maybe they did draw 4 cards and they did
Yeah.
PO. So
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
So I'm not sure about that, but
Yeah.
it's possible. It's possible. It does show you that it is an option, and we always have to worry about it. Oh, this is a good one, Black Lotus. What do we have as a follow-up?
That is the exact question I was
definitely
going to
have-
ask.
All the mana in the world. So if we have a powerful card, I mean, you just jam, right?
Yeah, exactly. I tried to talk a little bit about it in the pre-game where things doesn't get better if you pass the turn with no defense against a powerful deck like Esper Tinker. So let's see what this is. This is Inventor's Fair getting cracked. I'm excited to see what Javi can pull out of the deck here with relatively low mana left over.
Nice. You know exactly what the ability does on that one.
Yeah, search for an artifact.
That's it.
Yeah, it searches your deck for an artifact. Costs 4 mana to tap.
Nice.
So
What
it's
are
a
we
little bit of
getting?
flexibility in your mana base. Sometimes a little bit of life gain. So judges just making sure how we actually paid for the Inventor's Fair, because Mishra's Workshop is
Oh right, yeah.
not
it
something
taps
you can use for that.
Right. So, but it does look that it's okay.
Let's
Because-
see. It looks like
Yeah, I think there was only
Crawler
three.
was played from Workshop, and Lotus plus Pearl pays for the land. I think we're good.
Just getting that sorted out. Yeah, when I was playing the PO deck, I was not even considering about playing Tinker, but that's mainly because I feel like if you come from Legacy, Tinker is more difficult to me because I just don't know the card.
Yeah, sure.
Before Luris, it was like there was not even like
Right.
nothing
Essentially,
to think about. Right?
that's what you want in Vintage. You want it to be an actual choice whether you play a companion or not. And you can argue that it's too close to being a no-brainer to play Luris these days. So it's really refreshing to see the Esper PO deck going big here with essentially Karn and the Tinker Citadel. So even Monastery Mentor, one of the best cards historically in Vintage, is not in this list, I believe.
So we did get a correction. Seems to me like we were not able to do that. We did rewind. Black Lotus back on the battlefield, and now we have to play something else. If I'm correct.
Yeah. So no such luck, and we back up the board state. Glaring Fleshbreaker has hit the field, and it's a little bit danger territory, but let's see what the blue deck can do from this spot.
Stock up. Good start.
I especially love this where, do you remember the game where I said a player played out the Volcanic Island, but then we didn't have the flexibility to find Tolarian Academy on the later on that turn?
Yeah.
This is kind of the same thing where you get to tap your Mox and keep the Academy untapped, so future Mox in this turn will power the Academy. I really love to maximize my Academy.
Yeah, for sure. And we only need 2 more Moxen for the bingo card, so I'm sure that the vid has heard us.
Come on now.
Yeah,
A little bit of help from the opponent.
definitely.
I think we
definitely.
might get the fourth one and then an opal to kind of tease you a little bit.
Oh, that would be painful. No, just give me both right now. But I think what are you looking for right now? What do you really want to see?
Yeah, ideally you want to find more acceleration and a paradoxical outcome, because I think if you get to draw 4 or 5 cards here, I think you have almost locked the game up. Then it's so likely you can combine Time Vault and Key in some way between Tutors and Tinker and Natural Drawing. So this is all about, can we keep going here, or do we have to pass the turn?
Doesn't look like it's an easy one. We can see David thinking about it for a while. Is that a good sign or a bad sign?
Well, it's at least not an easy decision, as in a no-brainer. So, but also players can take their time here, as you alluded to. 6-0 is a pretty darn good place to be here.
We are
And,
playing for high stakes now.
Yep.
And we still have time. 30 minutes on the clock. No need to be speeding it up if we don't have to. Thunder Trap here.
So now the Academy's tapped, and we kind of give up on having a crazy turn unless we hit Black Lotus. Is that Black Lotus or a Mox? Okay. So it looks like Mana Vault. That's enough to have a bunch of colorless. So let's see if there's an additional mana source. That would be the big one.
Yeah.
If
for sure.
there's another mana source to cast the Mana Vault, and then it's PO time.
Uh-huh. Let's see what we can do here. Lots of mana flying around.
Okay, it looks to be a little bit of setup. Is this a Tezzeret? Yeah. Okay, so Tezzeret can untap mana, or Tezzeret can tutor Black Lotus here.
See what's in hand. I see a land there. Is that a portable hole in hand?
Yeah, so let's say we were very interested in casting Portable Hole. We could tutor Mox Pearl out of our deck, which is pretty cool. So frequently Tezzeret is this very flexible mana acceleration, half of a gas card, I'll call it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting Tezzeret to have this big of an impact, but that's probably me.
Yeah, when you have a format with Vexing Bauble, Chalice, Black Lotus, and Time Vault Key, I mean, that card is just, it's made for Vintage.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay.
Very
a good-
unexciting turn here from Pabi with just playing a land and phasing out the Thunder Trap Trainer for good measure.
For sure. Okay.
Here's
Yeah,
a
just
Demonic
concession.
Tutor, and that can go get Time Vault.
Okay, and then it's infinite turns.
Then it's infinite turns. Time Vault and Tezzeret is infinite turns, and we see the handshake.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of infinite turns in when we were streaming, so
Yeah.
I dig that.
People need to play more on All Rods.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Okay. Well, that was lovely, and that sweet games of Vintage. At this point, you're 7-0. I
Yep.
mean, if you're in David's shoes, you're feeling like super hyped because, yeah, close to the end, right?
Because 7-0, right, in a 9-round tournament. Yeah,
Exactly.
he's getting very, very close to the promised land. And yeah, and so are we. We are excited to bring you guys the action here from Eternal Weekend EU. And yeah, players getting closer and closer, and you can kind of tell the tension when we go out to the feature match area.
Yeah, you can feel
This
it.
is
You can
boiling
feel,
here.
yeah.
It's
People are
boiling
getting
around
more
here.
serious, etc. So let's see what we have for round 8. But we are closing down to the end. Soon we will have our top 8. So don't go anywhere. We are going to the end, and keep watching us, and see you soon.
And we are back with round 8 of 9 here at Eternal Weekend Europe in beautiful Tuscany, Lucar. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith over here. And we are almost ready for the top 8 here. So there's 2 more rounds to go. Maybe some players are actually going to lock up the top 8 at this point already. And Callum, I'm excited for this. We've seen some of the most vintagey vintage that I've experienced in a long time. And does it make you like hungry for the format?
Yeah, completely. Because when you say vintagey, you think like, oh, some turn 1 kills, turn 2 kills. But it's been powerful stuff on turn 3 and 4 after some interaction. We're seeing decisions made off Thunderstruck trainers everywhere, the stock ups and stuff. So like decisions have really mattered into this vintage plays and stuff. So it's been fascinating viewing, really.
Yeah, dude. This is some serious magic going on here. Of course, live coverage brought to you by the beautiful folks here at Four Seasons and all the production team in the background. Thank you so much to those. Also, you guys in the chat, on live stream, on your phone, on your tablets, wherever you are, thank you so much for tuning in. This is one of the premier vintage events in the world. Doesn't really get much higher than this, right? It's
No.
just
We did try and get Twitch chat to be a commentator, but you weren't available, so they settled for us.
that would be something else, right? You remember Twitch plays Pokemon?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Twitch plays commentary.
Okay, Twitch does commentary. No, so we're gonna do commentary for this round. There's gonna be one more afterwards before we lock up the top 8. So let's see what players brought to the table here, because vintage is pretty diverse. I want to say this is one of the more diverse vintage formats that we have seen in quite a while. So let's see whether there's gonna be a different deck from. Well, okay, that's.
It is.
It actually is. So
It is.
tell us, in which way is Cicchini Franco's deck different from the other Blue Black Mirrors decks we've seen?
So this is Esper. As you can see, we see some Lavinias in the main deck. We see some Containment Priests in the sideboard, and we see Source of Power Shares. This changes the deck massively from the blue-black deck we saw before. It just makes you a lot better against combo, as we saw Yaka earlier, lose to some very powerful Oath and Showtell draws. But the lack of Containment Priest like took away this kind of like different angle of attack. Lavinia is like a one-sided Vexing Bauble in a way, so it's going to really punish opponents. Like combo decks is very good against it. It's going to shut off a lot of their Force of Wills and stuff, a lot of their Moxen, all these kind of things. But it's just like a one-sided Vexing Bauble in a way. And Source of Power Shares is just the best removal spell ever played, ever made, even in every single format. So like, I think Swords is the real draw into this deck, but you get so many good options in the Containment Priest as well. And I think especially we've seen Oath doing well on camera. I'm not sure how it's translating to the top 8 yet, but it's also dredge decks as well. It's just a very useful card. So I think Esper is like, the mana is the reason not to play it. It does have bad mana. So you're playing 4 Wasteland, you're playing 1 Strip Mine, and then you're playing 6 Jewels, and I think you can really be cut off colors very easily with this deck. So when you look at the mana cost, you've got like the Lavinia, the Psychic Frog, and then you're trying to cast like a Flusterstorm or a Spell Pierce while you cast the Swords and Recall and stuff. So it's a very mana intensive deck. So like the pips. So
but is it also like a control deck, like the Blue Black Lurus versions we looked at in the past? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I'd say
So going up here against, okay, I'm looking forward to this one very much. Andreas Hofwerber on straight up Blue Black Doomsday. This is as combo-y as it gets, right?
This is just the coolest looking deck, isn't it? Just look at it. How cool is it? You know, all the basic Plains players at home are shaking their heads. Like, what is he talking about? But for me, I'm a sucker for like Dark Ritual and just cool, evil looking cards. And there's just so many cool old cards in this deck.
So what are we doing in this deck? Like, first of all, what's the whole idea? I see a Murfolk in there, but we're probably not going to go to attack phase with that one.
Yeah, we're playing Merfolk.
Murfolk is
Yeah,
tribal. Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
jokes aside, this is a straight up combo deck. The combo is Doomsday. You have a secondary combo with Demonic Consultation I'll get to in a second. But Doomsday essentially is a 3 black mana for sorcery. You pay half your life rounded up. Then you put your graveyard on top of your library. Then you basically shuffle that into your deck. Then you choose 5 cards with all that thing. And then those become your library. You can choose the order they go into. And you remove the rest of the cards from the game. So it's like Doomsday. The clock is ticking. And so what you can do, Thassa's Oracle has an enter the battlefield effect saying, when it ETBs, if your devotion to blue is equal than or greater than the number of cards left in your library, you win the game. So what Doomsday is going to do is after you draw those 5 cards that you put there, whatever they may be, one of which will be Thassa's Oracle, then you play the Thassa's Oracle. And even if the Thassa's Oracle is like removed with a Source of Power in response, if you have no cards in the library, it's still equal to 0 and you win the game. So it's really trying to deck itself out in a weird way and win with the Oracle.
Okay, and I see there's also like a lot of protection spells in there. Like a couple of forces, got Flusterstorms.
Yeah.
Even one more copy of Spell Pierce. So tell me, how does this work out? Like, who's favored in the matchup of Doomsday against blue black white Lurus?
I feel like the Lurus deck is pretty favored generally.
Even though it has like all those weird white cards that we don't really need.
Yeah, you know what? You know, the Containment Breach doesn't help here at all, and the Source of Power has a dead draws in the deck. Doomsday is an exceptional game 1 deck because you know you're just like you're racing. This deck is incredibly fast. It can win turn 1 quite often, And this combination of like Doomsday plus blue is always called meme deck, and it's so powerful that this deck can be anything.
Was that where the name is coming from?
Yeah, meme deck was when Ant or Doomsday could play enough blue cards for Force of Will.
I see.
Yeah. But you know, it's
Vintage Historian Callum Smith coming out here. Awesome. Great to hear that. Okay, so I guess we're going to go into the match right now. Players are already down the feature match area.
Yeah.
So let's jump over and see who's going to get
Do it.
done.
And while we're going down, a secondary combo is Demonic Consultation. With that card, you can exile the top of 6 cards of your library, and then you name a card, and you exile cards from your library until you find one of them. So what you can do is put Thassa's Oracle into play. With the trigger on the you play Demonic Consultation. You can name whatever you want. Tell me your favorite card. That's not in the deck.
Noble Hierarch.
Say name Noble Hierarch in your Doomsday deck. Oh no, you exiled your whole library. But then you have a Thassa's Oracle trigger on the stack, and then you win with it.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so Andreas helping us out here, opening up the hand of Cicini. We're looking at a couple of forces. We got a Brainstorm. We got something that looks like the Death Star and
It's a Strip Mine.
yeah, Strip Mine. Okay, close enough.
Fitting.
And Swords of Plowshares, of course.
Yeah.
Honestly, not the most exciting hand to be honest.
No, it's good, but it's very unexciting.
Yeah.
Like these players may know what each other is on at this point in the game because like they've been upstairs. But if anyone doesn't know, there's upstairs vintage area sectioned off, very cool. So they probably will scouting around, seeing what each other's on. So I think there's a very high chance they know what each other's on. But yeah, it looks like a legacy hand from.
I was gonna say the same thing, right?
Just pretend that the strip mine is a wasteland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, so Andreas is looking at a Street Wraith here, a couple of forces, and just like no cantrip, no nothing, just a
Yeah.
flooded strand and passing the turn.
There's Thought Season in his hand as well that he didn't fire off. I would say probably because he sees the Brainstorm and doesn't want to cast it into the Brainstorm. He wants to cast it on a turn he can go off. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Basically, see whether the coast is clear or like
Yeah,
make it so that Cicini still has to keep the forces in hand, right?
absolutely. He could just like Brainstorm, put the two Force of Negations if he values them, which he probably does, and then you can draw them over the next couple of turns. So this is a big thing that like the whole discard versus Brainstorm, it happens in Legacy as well. You just want to hold on to the discard spells unless you're, tight on mana. Hold on to them until the turn you go off, really.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Andreas really taking his time, just getting the Surveilland out there.
Yeah.
Undercity Sewers, one of the greatest.
One of the best
additions.
cards printed
Yeah.
in the last 5 years, maybe.
It actually is.
Yeah.
Like honestly,
Yeah.
there are not so many.
No. Just a staple of every format it's legal in.
Who would have thought that like the best way to reprint the dual lands is just to make them come to play tapped and staple like a tiny little effect on
Yeah,
them?
yeah. But you could like choose not to surveil and then enters untapped. What do you think?
That sounds like a straight upgrade.
Uh.
Okay, so picking up the there's a like ritual in there, right? A
Yep.
couple. That's a demonic consultation. Ooh.
It is, yeah. You know what? You might fire it off for an underground sea here. Oh, he's dark ritualing.
Or could it be like
Is
demonic?
there a doomsday that we can't see?
Might be. Also, like that's really hard for Cicini.
Could be. I want to say this is a sick bait, but it probably isn't.
I don't think it's a bait.
No, there's
Like,
probably a doomsday that we can't see.
Like the most common scenario there is like whenever they run out a dark ritual, it's because they want to play Thoughtseize plus some black spell.
Yeah. Oh, so what it is here. So he's got a second dark ritual at the back. So he's gonna consultation for a doomsday probably here.
So how walk me through it again. What exactly does demonic consultation do, and can we actually die to it?
Yes. So if the production crew could pull it up on screen as well, but essentially you're going to exile the top 6 cards of your library, and then you're going to name a card. You don't see the top 6. You name a card first, and then you exile cards from the remaining of your library until you hit one of those cards. You put it into your hand, and the rest are exiled. So what could happen here? Andreas could name Doomsday, and in those top 6 cards could be all 4 of his Doomsdays. And if so, he just exiles his whole library.
What if both of us oracles are there?
Yeah, that's another way you can lose. If both oracles are in the top 6 cards,
Then you gotta go Street Wraith beat down.
absolutely.
I've seen it before.
And this-
Doomsday for like a couple of Street Wraith.
Yeah.
Like ritual them out.
You know what? That would be legit against the blue black Lyris decks, but against Esper with Source of Plowshares, it doesn't really work.
Dude, that's some sick artwork by the way. Rob
It is.
Alexander, he's cooking, man.
Isn't this like a perfect encapsulation of like an evil black card? Like you sacrifice and you risk losing the game on the spot for the reward of finding the perfect card.
Okay.
But looks like he's not punished in the slightest. It's just easy.
and it is Doomsday.
So there's no Oracle in the top. Nothing really of value lost. Probably the one of Chain of Vapor, but you really want that for stacks things.
Honestly, it must be like so threatening
Oh,
to
look now.
Cicini. Like he knows that Andreas knows that he has 2 forces,
Yeah.
and he's still going for it.
And he's got this. Yeah, brilliant. I love this sequencing because like if the consultation like exiles some very relevant cards, then you change your plan going forward.
Hmm.
If the consultation get forced, then you force back probably. So Andreas' spot is just amazing because he's got 2 Street Wraiths in hand as well. So he can Thoughtseize like one of the forces. He can then or the Lavinia, one of the blue cards or whatever.
Is he taking the?
I guess he can only cast 1 force at the end of the day anyway. So probably take the Vexing Bulba here.
He's taking the Salt Supply. Oh, because that's the only interaction that Cicini has, right? And you know what the
I
idea
guess
is?
so.
The idea is that like it's the only way that he could interact with what Andreas is doing by
Oh,
like
sure.
exiling the Oracle.
So what he can do is he's got 2 Street Wraiths in hand. So he's going to force back here. Yeah, you're right. So he's with the 2 Street Wraiths. He can cycle 1 for Black Lotus, cycle the second one for Ancestral Recall, and then win this turn. And then get Oracle off it as well. Wow, what a sequence! This is it. This is the deck just doing such powerful things. Even though Espelurus, I would still say is favored. This deck could just do such powerful things. Look at it go.
Is that a Stockholm Legacy Report hat?
It looks like it,
Yeah, right.
and there's you in the background.
Shout out to those guys.
Yeah, I think it is. Shout out Stockholm Legacy Report. Awesome podcast.
Okay, so you
So-
already announced it, right? There's going to be Black Lotus. There's going to be Oracle. There's going to be Ancestor Recall.
Yeah.
And what else do we throw in
The
there?
last 2 don't matter. I would
Yeah,
say
really?
no, like because he's taken the swords. As you said, it's the only interaction tool that can do anything at all after he forces back. So the last 2 cards just don't matter because he's going to draw the top 2 with the 2 Street Wraiths.
So you might as well just throw in like another Oracle.
That's going to be, yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It's going to be, you're going to draw the Lotus and the Recall first. And then, yeah, there's 2 Oracles and a Flusterstorm. Because
Yeah.
why not? Yeah, and that's it.
Dude,
You-
Andreas looked Cicini in the eyes, sees 2 forces. I guess only one of them was up,
Yeah,
but the
yeah.
second might have been at this point. I was like, yeah, I can beat that.
Weirdly, yeah, there was nothing Franco could have done here. Like, it was just,
What if you go after the very first Dark Ritual? I think then Andreas has to pass the turn.
yeah, that's like, you just never do that. But it's the-
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, based on the knowledge that Andreas knows what Cicini has, I would think there's at least a thought to be had about that. Like if it's in the blind, if there's like no Cataxian Probe, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, the game might end up being the
Yeah,
same
because you can
outcome.
do it
kinda.
next turn.
Yeah.
You know what? After playing the Legacy one a bit, Black Lotus makes things a lot easier because you don't have to Lion's Eye Diamond discard your hand while doing it.
You know, our friend Kaiser Vatari always says that like
Friend?
Legacy Doomsday is scary, but like Vintage Doomsday is a whole new level,
Yeah.
but much easier. Like
Yes, it
once it
is.
goes into the pile,
Yeah.
but not that easy before you go into the
Because
pile.
Recall just makes it so easy. Or
Yeah, that's amazing.
yeah, amazing. Like super showing from Doomsday there, game 1. So game 2, we're looking for more interaction. So Consign to Memory is fantastic because you can consign to memory the Thassa's Oracle trigger, and also you can replicate Consign to Memory. So even like a Force of Will doesn't often get it, so that's great. Fatal Push you probably don't need. It's fine. Nihil Spellbomb you don't need because the Doomsday deck doesn't use the graveyard. Pithing Needle sometimes can be useful to name Street Wraith, but like it's
I
not.
don't hate it. Like, you usually bring it in like when you have something to take out that you really don't want.
Yeah, so if there's enough cards to take out, I don't expect them to come in because they're good, but it's a fine filler. Containment Priest don't do anything. Seal of Cleansing doesn't do anything. Null Rods can slow the combo down, but really
Yeah.
don't really do enough for 2 mana. So I think we're looking to take out the Source of Plowshares. We're looking to take out the Nihil Spellbomb, and probably that's it.
What about that dress down I see there? That's pretty good in the matchup.
Yeah, Dress Down's fantastic. So what you can do is with a Thassa's Oracle on the stack, you cast Dress Down. That takes away the inter battlefield effect. So Dress Down is a counter to the Thassa's Oracle as well. So but yeah, the Dress Down and the Consign to Memory.
It's also a card that can't be Flusterstormed, right? So yeah.
A loop that you can get going with these Lurrus decks is if you have Lurrus in play and a Dress Down in your graveyard, you can go to your end step, play the Dress Down in your end step, and the Dress Down stays in
Ooh,
play for the whole of your opponent's turn, sacrifice at the end of their
That's
turn,
mean.
and then you do it in your end of turn again. So yeah,
Dude,
that-
awesome.
that's
Okay.
a little tech they can do.
So let's see what that's gonna be going on here on the Doomsday side of things. Honestly, Doomsday, that looked like pretty easy.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. I mean,
yeah.
part of it is because of the opening hand, I would say, but yeah, that was
Yeah.
very, very calculated.
So here with Tabernacle, we've seen a lot of Tabernacles and sideboards. That's usually for like dredge decks, I think. So not here. Steel Sabotage, no, it's for like the ring decks. A couple of Fatal Pushes, not sure. Don't read. Solar End is destroy a white creature. That's for initiative. Force Negation. I don't think so either. Like their most threatening cards are either going to be counter magic played on your turn or creatures on their turn. So I don't think you want the Force of Negation. Mindbreak Trap probably bring in again like in Vintage. The stacks get big enough that it just does counter things. And I like the Shieldreds. It's a guessing game. Like you expect them to take out the swords, probably. Franco might leave in the swords, expecting Shieldred, and you know what? Fair game, but it's a guessing game for both players. Unless
How common is Shieldred?
I don't actually know. I'll be honest. I think a couple is fairly common.
Mhm.
but not really more. So that sometimes you might see Baraglyph as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So
It's just like Swords of Pleasure is
it just does
such a-
nothing otherwise.
yeah, exactly.
So I feel like I'd be siding them out. And then if you see Shieldred game 2, then you bring them in just with the knowledge that, like, look, your opponent can trick you. You can side them out, but you should always make the most tactically sound decision to yourself and don't be afraid of looking silly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Cicini gonna be on the play here. Got that Ancestor Recall. Okay, that's always a good start.
Yep.
Andreas, of course, matching him. Got an Ancestor
Yeah.
Recall as well. Got
Oh,
the
yeah.
Doomsday in hand. Got some acceleration.
Franco's hand is very good here. The recall, yeah, but he's also got a Wasteland and a Consign to Memory. Really good cards in this matchup.
Why don't we see misdirection in the format anymore? Like we've used to see a couple of misdirections for that exact scenario.
I
where
mean,
you steal the recall.
it's lovely to hit the recall, but the problem is it was always like the 5th or 6th Force of Will, and now we have Force Negation.
And it's also much easier hard castable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Exiling is very relevant as well.
True,
Yeah.
true.
We do see the Shieldred in Andreas' hand as well at the back, which is cool.
Mhm.
So we see a
Yep.
Street Wraith, Shieldred, Recall, Doomsday, Lotus Petal, Ponder, and another Polluted Delta.
We also see Nilrod on Cicini's hand. We see Time Walk over there. Do all the broken stuff again. Of
Yeah,
course,
There's
Black
a lot of
Lotus.
power here. Oh my god.
Are we gonna run out like the turn 1 Black Lotus into Nilrod?
Well, he passed on doing it last turn, so wants to use the Lotus properly first. But
Oh, that was probably like the Ancestor Recall on the upkeep of Andreas, right? How you usually do
Right.
it. Like when you keep 7, you do it on the upkeep so you don't have to discard.
that makes sense. That
Yeah.
makes sense. A lot of sense. Yep, nice. Totally. Yeah, Andreas probably should have Ponder here, I think. Looking for more mana, I feel like.
Kind of feels wrong when your opponent starts off with the Ancestor Recall and you do the Ponder.
Yeah, yeah,
Slight downgrade.
yeah. Because you want to. The thing with the recall is like you might then go to discard to hand size a bit. Ooh, Back Lotus, that's perfect. You know what? He's got Doomsday in hand, and he's got a Petal and Shieldred. He could just slam either.
Which one would you go for? Or do you run out the Ancestor Recall as like a bait?
Yeah, you could go Petal Recall, bait it a bit, and then go Lotus Doomsday. But then, yeah, you're like you have a Doomsday resolved, but
It never feels good to pass the turn on a Doomsday, right?
yeah, Franco could have so much interaction post Doomsday as well. I think.
And you have to, but yeah, it kind of turns into a guessing game, right?
Yeah, my
Like,
instinct is this is a bit all in for Andreas. Has a pretty good hand. He's got a good spells. He's got mana. He's got a good mix of both. I would be tempted to take this slower, I think, but I don't know. I almost might like just throw out the Lotus Doomsday as bait in a way. This is hard. Or maybe just recall here. See how it goes.
yeah. I mean, he knows 2 of the 3 cards that he's gonna pick up from that.
Yeah.
Let's see which one those are gonna be. Oh, Cicini looking at that first of her.
Yeah.
You force my Ancestor Recall. Oh,
Yeah, it's always such a hard decision. Like, do you force the recall? I think usually you do.
oh, dude. Did you see how quickly he played that Lotus? He knows exactly
He's
what
doing it.
doing.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. This is gonna be a fast round, is it?
Is it though? Is it though? Because now it's kind of tricky. Like,
Franco has the consign and a wasteland. So like
that's another common thing, right? You build the perfect Doomsday pile, and all of a sudden the Wasteland makes it so that you don't have enough
Yeah,
mana. I mean,
yeah.
probably not happening here in Vintage, I would guess, but I'm curious, like, are you aware of all the things you have to play around? Is there going to be something like, I don't know, Lavinia, is that going to do something? Not
Yeah.
really.
But you know what? Talking of Lavinia, Andreas did board in Soul Rend. It does kill Lavinia and Lurus, so yeah, fair.
Mhm.
Lavinia is very good against combo decks in general.
And it cantrips, right? So
Yeah.
nice. It's all slow trips, I believe they call it.
Yes, it's so trips
Slow
indeed.
trips.
Exactly. So another people watching, when you use cards in your graveyard for Doomsday, you do need to show your opponent because technically, mechanically, you put your graveyard on top of your library, I believe. But yeah, your opponent gets to know what cards from your graveyard go into the Doomsday pile, if any.
It's actually why on Magic Online you get that outline around
Yeah.
the card when somebody picks
Get like
it.
a yellow outline thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I used to wonder what that was until I realized, oh, it's they're
Yeah.
picking that card.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
I think it's no secret that you choose Lotus and Ancestral Recall and Doomsday.
yeah. I wonder what the other ones are. Please show it to the camera.
I think he needs to have a Flusterstorm. Like Consign's going to be on his mind. Consign's staple of the format at this
Yeah.
point. So, because the Flusterstorm with the Storm can like help target the replicated
Yeah.
Consigns. So
What is he gonna do about the Nilrod? The Cicini is probably gonna run out next turn.
yeah, you know what? He might be cold to it. He might struggle with it because
The thing is, he's not gonna get Nilrodded and Wastelanded unless Cicini picks up like a Mox or something.
he is. He's got Cicini has Black Lotus, Null Rod, Consign,
He's got
Wasteland.
Black Lotus, dude.
Yeah.
How does everybody always have everything?
yeah.
This is vintage. This is
Yeah.
why you play Eternal Weekend.
There's so much going on. Whereas so much about to happen on the next 2 turns. This is what made next Doomsday so hard, right? You need to think of everything. You need to think of all the things. See, he's putting like
Post-port Doomsday, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
that's the
especially.
troublesome one.
But yeah, he's like you don't know what sideboard cards your opponent has. It's closed deck lists.
By
So
the way, is that Gush in Doomsday? I think we didn't see Gush, right?
I don't think we did. It's always been like a staple, but I don't think we saw it in the deck list actually.
Let's see whether I can find
But-
that one.
It's pretty common to have it in there, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Let's see, he's really deliberating. I think he's going between a land. So we've seen Underground Sea to go with the Lotus and
So he's got a one of Gush. Of course, a one of Gush.
Yeah.
And the
so the other interesting thing with Doomsday is your opponent gets to see the deck. So Franco probably can work out what's here. So we see a Daze. What's important as well, the Daze is going to go on top. He does have a Street Wraith in hand, so he can Daze something. But the Black Lotus is going to scupper that plan, I believe.
I wonder if Cicini is gonna get that. I mean, okay, he's got the Ancestor Recall in the graveyard. I've seen players beat Doomsday, but just
Yeah, recall-
Ancestor Recall then.
Yeah, that's cool. So I think based on what we've seen, so Andreas I think has got Daze on top. Okay, he's going to show us Underground Sea at the bottom, Lotus underneath, Oracle, Ancestral. But I think basically because Franco's going to play Black Lotus and then Null Rod with one to play around Daze, and then waste on the Underground Sea, and then it depends what the 3 cards in Andreas's hand are, because as it stands, that's leaving him with only one Underground Sea at the bottom of his deck to play the Oracle off.
You think Cicini is actually gonna take it?
I think so.
Yeah?
I think so. Also, he needs to be careful. Well, because of the days, he needs to wasteland first. So you can't daze it back and save it. But
You think Andreas is gonna have like the presence of mind that he's gonna actively rescue his Underground Sea preemptively or something?
maybe. But I guess you need to go land, then a second land drop anyway. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
this is interesting spot because he has a Lavinia as well. Lavinia.
But then he needs to crack the Lotus for. I guess he could crack the Lotus for white, play Lavinia and Nylrod.
Yeah.
But then you don't have any of your other things up. Yeah, I actually like that one a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it.
yeah. That's
Very-
pretty rough. That's gonna be so hard to beat from here.
Very heads up thing. Like, okay, with Lavinia and Nullrod shutting off fast mana, the consign can wait a turn at least. Oh, yeah, because he has a Polluted Delta in hand as well. Yeah, that's it. He doesn't have enough mana. Because he had the Polluted Delta, but that doesn't tap for mana.
And he also played the Lavinia first, right? So it couldn't get dazed, right?
Yes,
And then
yeah.
the Nylrod can't get dazed because of Lavinia. Yeah.
Really,
Smart
really tight play,
sequencing.
Franco.
Dude.
Love it, love it. I was calling it as over already.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens
Yeah.
in Vintage every once in a while.
Yeah.
So players going back to sideboarding, figuring out. I guess Cicini saw that there's going to be a Shieldred. So let's see. Maybe we can actually see what he's doing there.
He never showed the shielded.
He did. He did because he looked at the entire deck list from the Doomsday.
Oh, of course. Yeah, my bad.
He
Yeah,
actually, I saw him like pull it up.
Yeah.
And so he was like, oh, you got this? Okay.
yeah. And now it's the game of like, do you sideboard it out after you've seen it?
The thing is, you would probably go to sideboarding anyway, no matter what you do. So you
Yeah.
don't give your opponent any extra information.
Absolutely. So we see Force of Negation, Force of Will, Time Twister, Duress Down, a couple of lands.
Yeah.
Looks like, and a Bowmasters, and he's on a mulligan here. God, yeah, he's putting Jess into the front, but I like it. Like, it's a great card in the matchup. Oh, Time Twister, yeah, Time Twister makes sense.
Sure.
But
But
like,
actually, what happens if you time twist after Doomsday?
if there's like under 7 cards between the hand and
Yeah.
the library, they die.
Is that actually a thing? Like
Yeah.
it's like a win condition.
So let's say Doomsday resolved with the Doomsday player having 1 card left in hand. Time Twister will kill them
Oh.
Yeah. because you shuffle your hand back in, and then your deck is 6 cards.
And then you draw 7.
Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't say up to 7.
Nope, not at all.
Okay.
It's Time Twister. But then, yeah, it wouldn't be as good with Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, it would still be pretty good.
Yeah,
Honestly.
yeah. Your opponent just doesn't draw any cards.
Yeah. Okay, Andreas going back to Old Faithful, turn 1 Undercity Sewers. Like,
Yeah.
That was good enough to get the turn 2 kill in the first game. So
We see here, we see a Mental Misstep at the front. We see a Dark Ritual and Doomsday at the back, I think. Andres is good at this Dark Ritual Doomsday thing.
he is, yeah,
Love it, love it.
pretty much.
Spell Pierce, second land. Yep, Misty. This could be,
You think he's already going for it?
if I've seen the hand correctly, I think so.
So what's the play? What's the sequence of play he's going to go for here?
Start off with Dark Ritual, right?
Never a bad choice. Worked
Yeah.
out pretty well in the first game.
Yeah,
there.
yeah, I think so. Cast Dark Ritual, cast Doomsday, Spell Pierce the Force.
Got the mental misstep.
Magic is just this easy.
You know, sometimes when you watch these really top players, it actually comes across like that. And I think that's a skill in itself.
It's that you missed it. A classic,
Ooh, flashbacks to 2011.
absolute classic. But saying all this, so like Franco has a dress down and a force negation and a consign in hand and a bowmasters to put a clock down. So like there's a lot of cards that have relevant text. Yeah, very relevant.
So you're trying to figure out whether he wants to Force of Negation this time on the Doomsday.
So he's forcing
on the Dark
because
Ritual?
that could be a shield.
Ooh.
I think that's why he's forcing negationing.
Oh, because he couldn't use the Force of Negation on a
Yeah,
creature.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
Makes
think it's
sense.
quite heads up.
Oh,
He's just
that's
like,
so rough.
yeah, whatever.
He's like, yeah,
Yeah.
you got it.
What's
But
the-
he will have to pass the turn once again, right?
I think so.
But this time with 2 lands in play. And
Yeah.
Cassini not really threatening anything, right?
No. He's only had the one turn to try and threaten anything. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, there's a second land and a consign. I think Andreas is going to prepare for it, but, you know, that could just cheese a game.
So it looks like the deck, the Doomsday deck, is not playing Cavern of Souls. It's just like not needed once you get into Doomsday.
Yeah, because you couldn't set up like counter magic in your Doomsday pile or put second Oracle and things. Like, it just, you can beat the counter magic with your own counter magic usually.
And some of the stuff that you care about isn't even like targeting the resolution of the Oracle,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
dress down and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like a sign and dress down, it's just not fighting the fight you want to fight. I guess like the plus side of if you did have Cavern, it's pretty good with like Shieldred or Barraglyphs and stuff. So maybe if you had like 4 Barraglyphs on the sideboard, you'd want that, but
Putting you on the spot, what's the creature type on Shieldred?
Praetor.
I was pretty sure it was gonna be that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be a Praetor. Oh, does he put Shieldred in the pile? It'd be fun.
That would be something like.
Then you got like
okay,
4 turns to attack with her.
I want to showboat a little bit. Come on.
Franco praying. Just mess up the pile. I see Ancestral not in the pile. He's chosen 4 cards so far. You know, respect for Andreas, he's been very fast at resolving Doomsday and playing it.
Yeah, he's got
We
2
got
oracles.
Lotus, 2 Oracles, Days.
Days on the bottom right now. Not so much. Well, yeah, he's just gonna like spam him with oracles.
Spam him with Oracles. Yeah, we need to see the last 2 cards in his hand. Thank you. Can you show us? Yep. Because, yeah, if he has like a Street Wraith here, then he can just go off into it.
Street Wraith into Gush, into picking up Lotus and an Oracle.
Yeah.
And then you try once, and then if it fails, you draw an Oracle next turn.
Yeah.
kinda.
And he's put the Days because if there's a consign, he can daze it, I think. He has the Street Wraith. This might be it. I think if I've worked it out right.
Not sure what Cicini has here, but
He has consign to memory.
is that the only? Did you
Yeah.
see that? Like it's confirmed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely. He has a consign and he's a Bowmasters. And
So, okay.
Yeah.
We'll see.
yeah, because here he draws the Gush. Gush has both lands back. He's played a land for the turn, right? He played the Underground Sea, he got a fetch for it. Then
But then he's only drawing into Lotus and Oracle. He's not getting
Yeah.
bait yet.
yeah.
Unless he has like another Cyclone hand. That's not actually what I would be looking for
Yeah.
on Cicini's side. Like, what about the
Second Cycler.
Cyclers?
I think Cecili's like just kind of priced into it. Like if there's
What
no
about? Can you
consign
find
counter
out? Yeah,
the Black
exactly.
Lotus.
Oh,
Is that what you're thinking?
maybe
Consign
Maybe.
could counter the Black Lotus.
that would be something, dude.
I
Dude,
would, I would love it. Go on, do it.
I want to see it. Like on the stack.
Yeah, think about
Beautiful
it.
card by Christopher Rush.
I mean, that gives them out of just drawing into a wasteland, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, it probably gives him a lot of outs.
Yeah.
Or at least a lot of outs that he thinks that allow him to play the game.
Yeah.
Because he also doesn't know maybe. Okay, Andreas already played a land. I was going back to Cavern, but that's
Mm.
not a factor here, as you mentioned. There's already a second land drop.
Yeah.
But CC is like looking at this like, why did you not put Ancestral in there? What is the rest of the deck?
Yeah. Well, because Gush draws the 2 without needing to spend a mana on it. 'Cause he had no
Mhm.
mana floating.
Oh, and he's actually going for it.
I love this because I think he's worked out two oracles is pretty stock. So he's worked out 2 of the cards are probably oracles, and maybe he's picked up on the days as well. So he can't daze because there's no islands in play. So
Yeah,
this is his window to like.
Okay,
play
so
around
so
daze.
hear me out. Andreas is never gonna get to cast the second Oracle before decking out, right? He needs two draw steps, 2 turns to play 2 lands.
Oh my god!
That could be how it works out. I mean, we
No,
still
he's
don't
got,
know
he's
the
got
last.
next turn. He's got next turn. He just can't surveil it since the graveyard.
Okay.
Yeah. No, he's got the next turn to do it. So Franco, he drew a Force of Will last turn. If he draws a blue card here, it's
Mhm.
huge. Oh, he did. He drew Lavinia. I think he's got it. Oh my
I
god.
actually have it. Yeah.
Insane. Insane.
Yeah.
Force?
And is that it?
Oh my god, it is.
You might as well daze and see whether he
Insane.
pays.
Oh my god.
I would totally daze and see whether he pays.
Yeah, yeah.
He's like, oh, you got me, you got
Oh
me.
my holy
Secret trick.
moly. That was intense.
Whoa. CC actually noticing that he needs to fight over the Black Lotus.
Incredible, incredible.
Wow.
So heads up to notice that. Because like the consign can counter the Oracle there,
trigger?
but you could have had like a Flusterstorm or Spell Pierce in hand to
Yeah.
use with a third blue. Just really, really heads up play to counter the Lotus. Love it, love it. What a game.
Cicini moving on to 7-1. It's going to be seen whether he can draw into the top 8 or not. That's something for round 9 to decide. Andreas
Yep.
falling out of the top 8, still fighting for top 16.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's going to be sweet promos up until top 32, something
Yeah,
right?
so 6-2s could probably ID into promo.
Mhm.
And yeah, 7-1 fighting for top 8.
By the way, we haven't talked
Amazing.
about this yet, right? But there's going to be an amazing array of like cards that you can get here, especially the oversized painting, of course, that you're going to get for the Trinisphere here. Other than that, of course, 2,000 tickets, the top 8 playmat, the championship trophy, foil promos. Dude, we got so many. We got way too many.
There's
I'm
more.
taking them back. We can never have way too many prizes.
Yeah.
But you actually get 2 copies of the promo as well, right? You get the foil promo and you get
Yeah.
the non-foil promo for making it in top 8 entirely.
I adore this Trinisphere artwork. I love it.
Dude, we talked about this on a
We did,
podcast. We will see.
I love it.
Who's gonna
I love
take that one home? Do you have any of those promos? Did you win any? No, we did actually top 8 Eternal Weekend when they didn't have those.
Yeah, yeah.
We gotta send a complaint to Wizard
We have
about
top 8
that.
Eternal Weekend, but not when it mattered.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it.
Yep.
So this was round 8. There's gonna be one more round coming up, like high stakes available, trying to get into top 8 of Eternal Weekend here in Lucca. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. Stay tuned. We're gonna be back in just a couple of minutes with Andreas Petersen and Sam Dams walking you through the next round before we head back into top 8, like an hour or something from now. Gonna be right back. Tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell everybody you like about the stream, and see you in a bit.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back for round 9 of Eternal Weekend EU. This is the high stakes game. We have players here who are potentially playing for their win and in. We don't know. It's going to be close. If they win, it's not a guaranteed. So whatever you do, you have to play, right? You have to win. That's the idea of today.
Yep. The point is to play your best Magic, cross your fingers, and hope it's enough, both at the table, but also when the math gods will be doing God's work.
Are the Magic gods going to be in your favor? I was just wondering, Andreas, we've had quite a tournament, right? Maybe we can go over like your favorite moment and mine. What was yours?
I'm gonna take us all the way back to round 1, where a mono black Evoke player plays turn 1 Null Rod against a Fleshraker Shops decks. And no, this game did not go on. This game just concluded. The Fleshraker Shops player conceded and moved on to game 3. So I guess the turn 1 kill myth is real.
Yeah, I guess it was funny because we were talking this and that and this and that, and then suddenly we were like, "Wait a minute, the game is over," and we were like awkwardly looked at each other.
They were shuffling up. So I will still die on the hill and say that there's a game to be played. We can draw some Mishra's Workshop, some Ancient Tombs, and play the game.
Yeah.
But the Fleshraker player was having none of it and decided to just shuffle up and win game 3 in quick fashion.
I can imagine. My favorite moment, I think, was around 5, if I remember correctly. It was the Doomsday pile that we made, right?
Yeah.
Where we had like 1 land, and then we had a huge Doomsday pile where there was just a Black Lotus, good card, and then some blue cards in there,
Yep.
and the opponent just randomly plays, "Here is my Vexing Bauble." Okay, yeah, good game. Extend the hand.
So that was another turn 1 kill in the book for Vintage, right?
Exactly. Let's see if we can have those sweet moments here for round number 9. We have black and blue Lurrus. What do you think here?
Black Blue Lurrus, the de facto deck to beat in Vintage, and this player is no stranger to big moments. Hans Jacob Godek, a double Eternal Weekend champion, has made the finals 5 times in his career.
Jesus.
So if I'm in this spot, I'm liking. If I'm a betting man, I really like HJ's chances here, I must say.
Yeah. Would you also think it's the same if it was not this player?
It's no. To be honest, this late in the tournament, it's been a very long day. We have felt that as well.
For sure.
This is just where experience should kick in, and yeah, he should have the upper hand here. But
Yeah.
yeah, the deck is right where you want to be. If you can make the small micro decisions, grind with your frog and your counters, and play timely wastelands, this is the deck for you. So yeah, I have full trust.
Okay, great. Let's see what he is up against, our other player, what they are playing. Whatever it is, we're going to have a tight game here. The stakes are very high. Remember when I talked about the heart monitor? I imagine that these players, their heart rates, they would be
Yeah.
insanely high right now.
Very, very likely so. So
Ooh, this is cool. We have a mirror.
yeah, we have a little bit of a mirror match going on here. The lists are super similar. We see Time Twister in Mateo's list here. Yeah, same game plan. We're going to be slow and steady wins the race. This is going to be about who can stick a Psychic Frog. This is going to be who has the Lurrus end game. So that's some of the things that I'll be looking out for in this mirror match.
Nice. Let's dive in here to the game. I think we're in for the grind.
Yeah, I must say, unless somebody casts Ancestral Recall very early and pulls ahead, this is going to be a grind fest.
Okay. Being on the play, how important is this?
I will say it's a little bit important that you get to play your Psychic Frog first. If the opponent has the removal spell, we can kind of reset the game. So it could be, because we are playing a Spell Pierce mirror match. So yeah, the play could be important. It could also dictate who's going to be wastelanding who. In general, this is going to be a long one.
And how important do you think the choice of sleeves is in this matchup? Because that's definitely something to be wary of.
Yeah, I think for sure the advantage bar is heavy in HJ's favor
for
here.
Sure. We get to see the hand here looking pretty good. I guess we had, I think it was a Time Walk, Fatal Push, so a little bit of everything. But okay, well, that changes things. Black Lotus, very, very powerful.
Indeed, very, very powerful. 4 mana available here. With Fatal Push in HJ's hand, it's a little bit of a damper on what you can actually do, because, it just gets canceled out. Looks like the players got some instructions to take it easy, but I think we'll be fine here.
Yeah, we'll be fine. It's interesting that you just play Black Lotus and pass the turn. How often does that happen?
Yeah, not that often, but there's a fun dynamic here of when you do that, you really represent Orcish Bowmasters. Passing the turn here. Let's see, Mateo could have chosen to cast Time Twister, but he knew it was just going to trade. He was going to trade Black Lotus and Time Twister for Force of Negation blue card, so decided that was not the move to make.
I guess he just wanted to keep the hand.
Yeah, but I will say Time Twister on the play when you get to play land, Black Lotus. If you get to reset, you're 2 resources ahead, right? Or I
Mhm.
guess 1 with the 1 land, and both players get 7 new cards. So
Yeah.
that isn't a play you can make on the play. It's generally not a card for the mirror match, but
No.
it can situationally be.
Yeah, I just imagine if you're like, my hand is everything that I want. I don't want to get rid of these cards and potentially have a worse hand. That's
Yeah.
something that I could see happening.
Yeah, indeed. But here it was if let's say the Force of Negation was a Force of Will,
Mhm.
we would have seen Mateo go for the Twister because
Okay.
Force of Negation doesn't help as a protection spell here.
No, exactly. All right. Just say playing of the land, passing the turn. Looks like we're in for the grind as we expected that we would see.
I love that we entered turn 2 and you confirm that we're into the grind.
I mean, this is vintage. And I mean, land pass. I mean, okay, Black Lotus in the equation. That's true. I'm. You can see that I'm getting slowly into vintage. I'm expecting powerful stuff on turn 1 to happen.
So the thing is in this mirror is it's kind of like a Delver mirror from Legacy where you should just expect that the decks do such a good job of canceling out each other. Fatal Push your creature, Force Will your spell, Wasteland your land. Like all of these exchanges are going to go back and forth. So it's just very important to understand that this is going to go long, and in those games, lures will now be the trump card. So heavy mana advantage for Mateo, and thus the advantage so far.
You have more experience with this, Andreas, but if you're comparing this to a Delver Mirror, something that has always felt to me like when I'm playing Legacy and you're playing Delver Mirrors, that's about as close as you can get to chess, if I can say it like that, where every decision matters. Is this true for this matchup as well?
I would say so, but then again, we're playing vintage with cards like Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall that can swing the pendulum a lot. So if you take those out of the equation, the answer is a resounding yes. But this is like a more of a yes but situation.
Yeah, exactly. All right, what do we want to play? I see a lot of good cards here. I think I see the Frog Saga. Time Walk is also available.
Yeah, so if you know the coast is clear, a good place to go Urza Saga Time Walk into the next chapter. But here it's simply not feasible that the opponent has no spell pierce, no nothing to deal with that. So I like playing the frog here, just fatal push testing your opponent.
Yeah, make him have the removal spell.
So now we have a tempting situation with the Time Twister.
Yeah, do we want? You can see them thinking about it. If you were in Mateo's shoes, would you go for it?
Yeah, I actually like it because we're behind on cards in hand and we're a little bit ahead on resources on board. So it ends up being a positive for us. We basically get to Time Twister and then act with 3 mana. But then again, we also have Dig Through Time, which is super powerful. But it is pretty juicy to play Time Twister with Spell Pierce right now.
I think we are deciding to go for it here. We'll find out. Nope, just taking the lures into the hand.
All right.
Replay it. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's fair. You can always do that, right?
I like that as well. This is a totally fine play. I think we saw a fatal push in Guttick's hand from the probe early. So now it's about finding a way to trigger Revolt.
But that would mean that.
Sorry to interrupt you here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ancestral Recall off the top. Ooh, and this looks like no way to get Revolt.
Just taking another turn.
Yeah, so with Urza Saga developed, Time Walk has a little bit more value than normal. I'm actually not sure how Mateo is going to respond to this because it does require either a Force Pitch or getting rid of a Black Lotus.
Ooh, pitching Time Twister too.
So let's see here. The alternative was to sacrifice Black Lotus for a Force of Negation, but then you can get caught by Spell Pierce. So instead, taking a little bit of medicine here and getting rid of the Twister to play around this off counter.
Okay.
Exiled.
HJ is not wanting to respond to this. What do we see in hand?
Yeah, great point. No response with Ancestral Recall.
Yeah,
So
deciding not to draw the cards. Why would you do this?
I think it's either huge respect for Bowmasters.
Uh-huh.
That's probably it because otherwise, if you're going to just cast Ancestral Recall now, responding to the Force of Negation is the move. Because there's a world where you find Force of Will and you're interested in fighting, right?
Okay, stopping in the upkeep, that's interesting. So I think you want to play around Force and Negation then? No, I'm just going to draw.
Yeah, make Force of Negation a little bit more expensive, maybe.
You have your own Force and Negation, so you want to draw and then have Force up to protect it?
Yeah, that would be ideal. Also, wow, here's Dig Through Time.
That's going to be a good one.
It really is. So I believe the Spell Pierce is still left in Mateo's hand.
Response, draw, Spell Pierce. That's strong.
Spell Pierce onto the Ancestral Recall. So now Goddic has the choice between fighting over his own Ancestral or fighting over his opponent's Dig Through Time. And it looks like he wants to the Ancestral. Oh, wow. Look at this. Hardcast Force of Will.
Ooh. Mateo is now empty-handed, but I mean, we do have the dig through time.
We're
so
resolving
that's
a Dig
fine.
Through Time, which is, you like to cast Stock Up yesterday. This is even better.
Exactly.
So very, very high level play here from Mateo. He's anticipating a fight by using the floating mana from Lotus and replaying it right away, rather than get, caught with the Lotus in the graveyard. So high level play here to basically bottleneck the counter war here.
Yeah, so far both players really playing really well. This Time Twister should probably be in exile, I think, because it got pitched.
Yeah.
So it's lying there, but it shouldn't be on the battlefield. It's
There's
just getting that clear.
looks to be 2 exile piles here.
Yeah.
I'm sure both
Yeah.
players realize what's going on with
Yeah.
that card.
Like this is round 9. They are stressed out. You can see them shuffling heavily, and they are stressful. So, I mean, it happens. It happens for sure. We've all been there.
So here's a play where, in theory, Mateo could be worried about Orcus Bowmasters blocking the Lurrus, pinging and blocking, but he decides to make the soul read and send the 3/2 Lifelinger into the red zone.
Okay, we did not make a construct in response. We clearly want to have that fatal push up, and boom, yeah. Wow, he could not cast that quick enough. He was anticipating that. Oh, and this is really cool.
Missteps getting traded. Also note that HJ passed down on a construct to play around Spell Pierce.
Uh-huh.
And that speaks volumes when it comes to the importance of that Lurrus. So now,
Definitely.
with Lurrus down, there's a lot of advantage in this game that looks to be in Mateo's direction, but it is possible for HJ to get back because his Lurrus is actually still available.
Ooh, but that's also very strong.
This card will complicate things, I will say. So now we have seen Dig Through Time and Treasure Cruise resolving.
I think it was double force blue card. Brainstorm, yeah.
Double force blue card, not bad. So now it's kind of up to HJ to, yes, that is a good comeback card. His own Treasure Cruise.
But I think we just forced this one, right?
Yeah, I expect Force of Will to be the pitch here. But you could also argue that keeping the force is reasonable because Lurrus is in the somewhat immediate future, and we actually have 5 mana to hardcast a second force. I don't hate it. It's a tough decision here on Mateo.
You can see Mateo's thinking about it. He's not sure either.
Okay, so he's going to prioritize the action of Brainstorm getting into the deck and capitalizing on this situation.
Looks to me that Mateo has a separate exile pile for whatever he pitches to force. That's what it seems like. Just to have like everything extremely clear.
Right. So Lauren revealed getting hardcast. Pretty cool. I did that yesterday again, but that was in Pauper. But here, nice little draw 3. Actually, the second big draw spell getting resolved here.
Yikes. And I think HA is empty-handed.
Empty-handed, and now these 2 wastelands look super juicy because they're going to make Lurrus very, very hard to ever get going.
Yeah. And Mateo very much not empty-handed. So I think that like if you're in Mateo's shoes, you're feeling good.
Indeed. Was that a missed bobble trigger?
It went off. I was looking at you for a second, so it's possible they are playing fast.
Yeah, not sure about it.
Yeah, I think HA just drew immediately. It's possible. Again, round 9, a lot of stress here. If you're gonna miss triggers, it's gonna be this round probably.
So let's see what this
Snap
Snapcaster Mage is gonna target. Okay, so there's Treasure Cruise and a bunch of stuff down there, and that's gonna resolve. So now we've seen double Treasure Cruise, we've seen Dig Through Time, and we've seen Lauren revealed resolved.
Yikes! I think this news is slowly closing around the neck of HJ.
Yeah, this is really not ideal. Getting outgrinded by, back to back blue draw spell.
Exactly. What are we looking for?
So
We're gonna
now,
Mateo.
did we just resolve Psychic Frog?
Yeah.
Yeah, Psychic Frog's on the board, so this could just be Force of Will protection. That's some of the conservative plays I like to make when
Yeah.
it's all about denying the comeback.
I think he went for Ancestral Recall, just drawing more cards. You can never have enough cards drawn, right?
Yep.
Sideboarding. I imagine that these players want to do similar things. So what are we looking at?
We're looking to replace our Force and Negations in the deck primarily. So we're looking to Mystical Dispute. We're looking at Dismember, and maybe you want to bring in the Soul Guide Lantern. to disrupt your opponent's graveyard a tiny bit. It combos a little bit with Lurrus. So let's see, you get rid of the negations, and I think that's about it. And then you fit some removal spells and mystical disputes in your deck. That's probably the approach. Essentially, Force Negation is only countering sorcery speed, the delve spells and ancestral recall, unless you really find a good timing with, your own ancestral and you want to protect it. So, and it's a 2-for-1 in the wrong direction.
Yeah, makes sense. We'll quickly have a glance at the other deck list, but are there huge differences here, or is it the same stuff?
They look to be super similar here. A couple of dismembers, couple of mystical disputes, and you're looking to replace your negations and probably Time Twister. I think that card is mainly just a blue Pokemon card in the matchup in a lot of spots, just getting pitched to Force of Will. So I would imagine those 4 go out, and then we upgrade with a little bit of counter spells and removal.
Yeah, we saw it last game where it just got pitched to Force of Will. So let's dive in and see if the players agree here with our analysis. And let's see if we get to game 3 or if this is the end and potentially Matteo, getting a nice finish here and potentially top 8, but we don't know about
Yeah,
that.
we don't quite know with the scores available here. So all we can do is see the players play it out, and then the math
Fingers
will
crossed.
be done later.
Fingers crossed.
Yep.
Exactly. Okay, let's see what we have for the opening hands.
I did
here.
get a sneak peek at 3 Force Negations in Godic's sideboard, so at least that's going to be his strategy for the sideboard games.
Ooh, this probe is important because we see 2 wastelands. I think that's very important to know about those.
It really is, because this blue-black version actually plays basic lands compared to the Esper version. So now
Exactly.
you have the agency to plan around what's going on in the opponent's hand. I really want to see a long game here where there's an eye-staring contest between, I have a Bowmaster, but I know you also play 4 Bowmasters, so
Yeah,
who's going to blink first? That's
Yeah.
what I'm hoping for here.
exactly. Draw another spell pierce, not bad. Play the fetch, pass the turn. Force will drawn. Very good draw here, especially since your opponent is not playing around it, probably since you haven't seen it with the probe.
Right. So in this matchup, playing around Force of Will it's a little bit different than a combo deck that goes, tinker away this artifact or sacrifice my Black Lotus to do this big flashy play. But yeah, you're right. This is going to be an unexpected Force of Will.
Let's see in hand. I think we just try and resolve maybe the frog.
So go for double basic Psychic Frog.
Yeah,
That's
always good.
That's a cool play. So this is the, let's say, next best scenario. Best scenario is it resolves. The second best is it's a Hymn to Torak. And then the third best one is it dies to a Fatal Push. So I guess HJ will take this any day of the week.
And we can see the importance here of seeing the probe, because I'm wondering if you don't have the probe, do you just fetch basics always if you can?
I think when you have a double polluted Delta hand, you're very likely to.
Yeah.
But you can have hands where, let's say you have an Underground Sea already, and you're like, well, let's just get busy with the dual lands, and then you can end up getting punished. So it was more of a nice. It was not crucial information, but it was nice to confirm it.
Okay, nice. So we did get forced, something that HJ did not know about, of course. Let's see what the follow-up is. Looking to set up I guess a Bowmaster's end of turn.
I think the thing about if you play out your Bowmasters first, it's just so likely to get killed by the opponents. So I actually don't like that. I want to cast this Demonic Tutor and do a little bit of a different game plan.
See, and that's what happens. That's why you're the expert. What are we getting then?
Yeah. So now, if you go for, let's see, I saw Black Lotus pull to the front. So Black Lotus alongside the 2 lands in play and the Wasteland next turn is enough to bring back Lurrus and cast it, which, is a tried and tested strategy in Vintage. The alternative is going for Ancestral Recall, and then there might be a firefight with Orcish Bowmasters, which is, a little bit tricky. I don't think this is an easy Demonic Tutor. This is going to really set the tone for the game.
Yeah, and I also see a Brainstorm in hand of Matteo, I think.
Right?
If you Brainstorm, would you want to shuffle away these Wastelands now, or do they still have value?
This is a great point, especially with Ursa Saga being this shuffle effect 2 turns from now.
Exactly.
So sometimes you can time your Brainstorm, because may I remind you, Brainstorm is a restricted card in Vintage, so it's not like the bread and butter like Legacy, right? So it looks like Black Lotus was the pick, and Matteo agreeing with me in silence that Orcish Bowmasters is too much of a, threat if you just go for Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, sure. Looks like a Time Walk. Let's try that.
Yeah, the Time Walk with no land drop is super weak. This is probably the weakest Time Walk you have ever seen. But that's probably fair.
Sure.
That's probably fair to say.
What do you mean by that?
No land drop, no attack steps, no no nothing. Ursa Saga unchecked here is brutal, because look at that hand full of counters on HJ's side of the table. But uncontested Saga is.
And I think Matteo knows what's up. He can just check. Yeah, I'm just gonna make some constructs. You need to do stuff here. I'm just gonna chill, and I can just beat you down with these constructs very quickly.
Yeah, because if you end up trading your Ursa Saga for 2 fatal pushes onto those constructs, and you just got to cycle into a Vexing Bauble or similar, that's a huge, like a huge trade. That card is supposed to get killed by Wasteland on sight. It's not supposed to make 2 constructs in this
No,
matchup.
definitely. And what do you think we want to find here?
Yeah, it depends a little bit about, maybe we have a Lantern, maybe we want mana. So a Mox is probably a pretty good shout. You could also go for a Lantern, because if you count HJ's graveyard, you see 5 cards and 2 lands in place. That's 1 off a Delve spell. So that could be a read from Mateo to say, I think you're very close to a Delve spell, so let me use Soul Guide Lantern.
Mm-hmm.
Not the case, though.
Nope. It's going to be a Mox. I mean, we are beating down very, very quickly here. So we can just go, yeah, I just want to have an artifact that makes mana and just try and kill you as soon as possible.
And here comes the trading for fatal pushes that I talked about. And every fatal push spent on a construct here is a fatal push that's not going to target Lurrus, not going to target Frog, not going to win the Bowmaster War.
Mm-hmm. We're also just playing these Wastelands, so deciding not to go for potentially Brainstorm and then shuffling them away. So we do want to have them. It does seem like HJ is struggling a bit with these basics, not finding lands.
Just behind on resources in both games mana-wise. So here's the proactive Bowmaster. And the reason why that is a good play now is we have the mana advantage from Lotus, and Lurrus has, you know, we can just replay. So let's say HJ follows up with Bowmaster of his own. That Bowmaster will come back in no time.
Yeah, and it's looking difficult for HJ, right? We just see a hand filled with counter magic, but Urza Saga completely made the game about something different. So you have to use these fatal pushes, even though you really, really don't want to do that.
Yeah.
And you can see Mateo not doing much about it. Like, sure, I have these resources. That's just cards out of your hand. I'm okay with this.
Even turning up the heat further here with a Bowmaster before damage to get in just slightly more and grow the Orc army.
Mm-hmm. No responses, it seems. Yeah, there we go.
HJ needs to maneuver into a spot where his Bowmaster cancels out Mateo's Bowmaster, and then Lurrus, the counter war over Mateo's Lurrus is won. That's the game that HJ can win here.
A lot of respect to what I like about Mateo is he's not inclined to very quickly put Lurrus into the hand. Look at all this mana, and still he's just chilling, right?
Also, I'm actually not sure to that point whether we play with open or closed deck lists. I guess no, we play with closed deck lists. This is round 9. I was confusing this with the quarterfinals. I'm so sorry. So because I was about to talk about HJ's Thoughtseizes in the deck, so that could be a reason to not put Lurrus into hand. But maybe there's some scouting going on here. Who knows?
Okay, here we go. It did get put into the hand, so we are firing that one off. Not playing it, of course.
Yeah, not playing it is actually...
My guess is that Mateo says, like, you have done nothing for like 5-6 turns.
Yeah.
You have a hand filled with stuff that's gonna try and counter my things.
Right.
Would be my guess.
So the good play is here you make Spell Pierce a non-factor if you slow roll your Lurrus just 1 turn. So I actually like that a lot. So here, great combat for HJ, and the reason why this is a little bit of a surprise to Mateo is that last time HJ could have made the same play but decided to push the construct. So that gave Mateo a decent idea there's no Bowmaster in the mix. So just pretty good timing here from HJ.
And Mateo does have a Force Will, but decides not to use it. That's also an interesting choice.
Yeah, I think that Force Will has you know, the label of protect Lurrus at all costs written all over it.
Yeah.
So I actually really like the play.
Yeah, these players are definitely, you can see that they are like top tier here. They are making the correct plays at the right timing. The plays that someone like me definitely would not have made, but
yeah, these guys are playing on feature match in round 9 at Eternal Weekend, so I think that says it all about their quality.
Yeah, they know what they are doing, and this is what we were talking about, right? We see a counter war about Lurrus, and that's what it's all about,
right?
And well, we keep it off the table. So successful job here for HJ. Well done.
So now we're down to Bowmasters versus a 3/3 construct.
I think it's an Orc army 2/2.
Oh yeah, the Orc army. Okay, yeah, both constructs got killed by a fatal push. You got it.
And here we have a Frog. It's going to draw some cards, but suddenly we had a situation where I was like, yeah, I'm not sure how HJ is going to come back from this. And now we have an empty hand out of the blue for Mateo. So yeah, really good stuff here.
Right, but yeah, this Psychic Frog will probably be too big of a mouthful.
Yeah, for sure.
Because even just connecting here, and then the 1 trigger from Bowmasters, that is negligible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we also have that. We can also hardcast, so let's see what happens.
We actually, we can still pay for Spell Pierce. Look how these Wastelands are seemingly, not that great. We even talked about brainstorming them back, etc. But Mateo is really using this to his advantage. Now playing around Spell Pierce in a super clutch spot.
We've seen him play around Spell Pierce all game long, really respecting that card a
And
lot.
look at HJ's hand. This has now resulted into Bubble Crack plus Force of Will instead of simply just Spell Piercing, just
Yeah.
because of his clever, hanging onto the Wastelands and yeah.
For sure, excellent game. Do you force here? Do you have to?
The thing is, if Frog connects here, also the clock is super relevant here. So I
Yeah,
think
it's
we
nice to
have
pull
to
the
make
trigger.
this
Yeah,
play.
I agree. I think you have to, even though it's really awkward. But what else are you gonna do?
It looks like the Bowmaster is going to trigger here.
Okay, what are we pinging?
Bowmaster's probably just going to ping life
Yeah.
total.
Makes sense. One card in hand for HJ. Let's see what he draws. Didn't quite catch that.
I mean, a removal spell is so important.
A fetch. Or
Yeah,
did
the-
they have the fetch in hand?
Yeah, good question. I think the last card, I can't remember. So I think Lures is going to be put to hand now. Then the Underground Sea is going to get wastelanded. And then we have a little bit of a situation. Or, oh my God, that's brutal.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is a good one. Okay, we need a Fatal Push and we need another card that is somewhat relevant. Then we
Mhm.
can kill the frog and hope to stabilize.
Yeah, if we don't find that, it's looking very difficult because we're at 5 life. That's not a whole lot. Okay, we get to see here what is getting exiled. Good stuff. Mox, Wasteland. We can draw more cards, but we don't have blue mana currently.
Right. I do see the
Okay.
Fatal Push. That's
That's-
step number one.
Yeah, I think you. So that's an easy one. We take the fatal push. What else do you like?
Yeah. So was that a brain? No, Brainstorm's still there.
I think
so
Treasure Cruise was the other card.
Treasure Cruise is a good one. No doubt about that. So that's going to be hopefully our comeback card next turn after somewhat stabilizing.
Now, of course, we can only cast the fatal push now.
Getting rid of the frog. Do a little bit of housekeeping here. I think we should do it exactly now. If the last card in hand is a Force of Negation, we cannot let our opponent untap.
For sure. Response, Wasteland, of course.
So Bowmaster's going to attack. That means we're not interested in blocking. Oh, wow. Was that an Orcish Bowmaster's
I
off the top?
think that was indeed another Bowmasters.
Okay,
blocking.
the chump block here. And now this Orcish Bowmasters is going to be very good against the Treasure Cruise. Let me put it that
For
way.
sure. And I think you have to. If you're HJ, you can't not do this, right?
Nope.
So walking into the trap setup by Mateo, yeah, you have to do this.
Yeah, unfortunately, this looks like
Yeah,
impossible.
good game.
Yep.
Indeed, yeah. Nothing to be said here. I think HJ did everything that he could, but
Yeah.
this is something in Magic that we have to realize. You can play perfect and still lose. That's something that we really cannot emphasize enough, because I did not catch any misplays or anything from any of these players.
This
They
was
played top
high
tier.
level Magic on both sides of the table, and sometimes the slightly better draws just get there, and we can sit here and we can analyze. But at the end of the day, the cards you draw, those are going to be super important. But this was a pleasure to watch. Super high level Magic.
Yeah, I loved
That's the
everything
last
about
round of the
this.
Swiss. We went out
Yeah.
with a bang here in the Swiss portion.
And now, if you're Mateo, I guess you just cross your fingers. What did I have Magic Gods have in store for me today? Will I make top 8 or not? We don't know, but we'll find out soon. And maybe we'll see him in quarterfinals, maybe not. But if not, he still get that sweet promo. That's
yeah.
always nice, of course. So he definitely has a prize. Don't go anywhere, because we will have the top 8 soon for you. So this is going to be the end, and we're going out with a bang. Stay with us. Bye.
We are back. After 9 grueling rounds of Vintage, we got our top 8. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. We are bringing you live coverage of Eternal Weekend Vintage main event here in Lucca, Europe. Callum, 9 rounds of Vintage. How often do we get to play that?
Not a lot, really.
It's not enough.
No,
It's not enough.
You often see like bigger or smaller very commonly, especially for vintage. 9 rounds of vintage is massive. 235 players, I think it was, 250. So 9 rounds is amazing.
Yeah, and now we got a couple more players who would say, okay, we want more. We want to play the full 12 rounds.
8 more warriors.
At least they're aspiring up to playing 12 more rounds.
Yeah.
So let's switch over to the bracket that we got here for the top 8 who made it all the way. They already secured the foil promos, right? That's amazing.
Yes, yes.
Foil Chinese here. Okay. Ooh, dude, that's like a wide assortment of like different countrymen. So we got Sean Chen playing PO Storm up against Luca Bastinelli on Lurus PO Breach. Below that, we got David Ciofini on Aspa PO going up against Javier David on Mud Honey.
I think this is Fleshraker.
Yeah, that's the Fleshraker combo deck. We got Jorgen Soli, who came here on very short notice, playing PO Breach, going up against Eric Jatkowski on Blue Black Doomsday, who has been our backup feature match, I want to say, like 6 times today.
I want to say Eric, he top 8'd Eternal Weekend Legacy in America recently, and he was the backup feature round 5 times. And I think he's about to be our backup feature round again. So sincere apologies to Eric. No spoilers, but he will get on camera when he wins.
You know, I was going to say there's only one way to force your way into a feature match, and that's 2 rounds from now, at the very least. And then we got, of course, from Finland, Tuomas Roinkanen on Dredge, a deck we personally haven't casted yet, but I think it might have been on camera earlier.
Yeah.
Against Franco Cicini, also known as, what's his nickname again?
Franco Zio.
Zio Francone, one of the more prominent Italian legacy vintage players as well, of course, on Aspa Lurus. So
I just want to point out, look at the differential, like all the different countries. 3 Italians, as you'd expect. Then we've got Finland, America, Norway, Spain, and another American.
Yeah, that's cool. That's always cool. Like it is like one of the most international tournaments that we got, right?
Yeah.
We only get to come together 3 times a year, and yeah, these players made the most of it.
Yeah.
So from what I understand, we will actually be casting the very bottom matchup there. We got Thomas against Franco, going Dredge against Aspa Lurus. So we're gonna have those deck lists on screen right now. Callum, who do you like? Like in Dredge against Lurus, Aspa Lurus specifically?
Yeah, so Dredge is a deck that's historically always been very good against fair decks. The reason to play Esper really is because it makes you better against graveyard decks and combo decks specifically, as we saw Franco play against Doomsday before and squeak out the wins because of some of the white cards like Lavinia. Here, Lavinia is insane against Dredge because Dredge is relying on casting so many spells for 0 mana. You've got Hollow Ones, you've got 8 Forces, you've got Force of Vigors from the sideboard, so 12 Forces, Noxious Revival to rebuy it. Lavinia just shuts down Dredge completely. Source of Plowshares, amazing, exiles the creatures, so they come back from the graveyard. You see 3 Containment Priests in the sideboard. So, despite Dredge being very good against Lurus decks in general, I think Esper brings a real special touch to it, and I think could be slightly favored, even though the matchups are usually harder.
Okay, so let's switch over to the Dredge deck list. We too haven't seen one today. Can you give us like a very quick rundown of what's so specific about vintage Dredge? Because they always have this like interesting ceremony at the beginning of the match.
It's a great way to put it. It's just like a song and a dance. It's a death dance for the Dredge gods. And basically, you see in the top left, there's 4 Bazaar of Baghdad. That is the only lands in the deck. So the idea behind it is the land taps and you draw 2 and discard 3. That's it. It doesn't tap for mana. You just draw and discard 3. The whole deck revolves around having Bazaar of Baghdad in play. It essentially doesn't work if you have it. So you're going to see Thomas mulligan to Bazaar until he mulligans to 1 card, essentially. So we've got Serum Powders, help you mulligan further. You can, if you reveal a Serum Powder in your opening hand, you can exile those cards and draw a new 7. And we're going to see him just mulligan very aggressively until he finds Bazaar. And the deck with Bazaar is just blitzingly fast, insanely powerful. We see 8 Forces in the main deck, the blue Forces of Counter Magic, the Mind Break Trap, the Narcomoebas, which are the Forces. And we see Griefs as well. So the blue and black count is like just high enough. Prized Amalgam working overtime here to be blue and black. And it's just, it kills very fast with Icarus coming back from the graveyard, Narcomoebas, Prized Amalgams, and Hollow Ones being played because you just got 3 cards with the Bazaar. So the thing is, it's a deck revolving around this Bazaar card, and it can kill in the first few turns, but Esper Lurus, these Lurus decks have Wastelands now, and this is one of the hardships Dredge has faced. Dredge it still is one of the most popular and played decks in Vintage, but it was so prominent for years before that every Vintage sideboard would start with 4 Lair of the Void. You had to respect this deck so much. You'd have minimum 4 sideboard slots in it, and now you just don't see it as much anymore. So like Dredge is that old thing of like, when it's bad, it's good. When it's good, it's bad. It's a
Yeah.
funny thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, it struggles with so many wastelands being in the format. So I think we probably will see Franco's wastelands coming in clutch. And cards to look out for from his side are Lavinia and Containment Priest. For Dredge, you're really looking to hit the grief and the forces on these hateful cards as well.
Yeah, let's see who's actually going to be on the play here. Do you remember?
Yeah, so Thomas is on the play.
Mhm.
That's Dredge on the play, which is massive. It cannot be understated. It can decide the game, essentially. I would say from all the rounds we've cast before, I think the players not been that important, actually. Even though we're doing some things, we're doing very powerful stuff on the play. I think here it matters the most. And it's open deck list. So first of all, Franco knows just he wants to find, Wasteland and find the important cards. But Thomas, he knows what kind of hate is coming in the Cyborg game. So I think open deck list,
Mhm.
Franco's
Oh.
famous Franco game 1 and probably
Oh,
Thomas
dude.
game 2.
You just saw the opening hand of Franco. He can actually go to turn 1 time walk if he wants to into potentially Lavinia on plus a wasteland on the second turn.
That is
So Thomas is probably
incredibly
looking
strong.
for something like a grief here, right?
Yeah, this is a perfect hand for Franco. Oh my god. Absolutely perfect. Okay, so we see Thomas on the right with the Bazaar. Top left, it's like part of the deck just working. Doesn't need to be in the right place for land. It's a weird land. Yeah, perfect hand for Franco. And so the hand for Thomas does... Oh, second Bazaar as well. Wow, okay. Apart from that second Bazaar in hand, the hand just often doesn't matter that much for Dredge. It's all about the cards in front of you. So you want to be discarding the cards of Dredge and the things that come back and keeping the blue cards in your hand.
Ooh, now look at that. Hollow One is it's one way to actually beat Graveyard Hate, especially
Yeah.
post-bot, right?
Yeah.
You don't really care about like all the stuff that hits your graveyard as long as you get a 4/4 on the first turn.
You know what? As perfect as this hand for Franco is, this hand for Thomas is nuts as well. Absolutely amazing.
I wonder whether Thomas maybe wanted to fight over the Mox Sapphire or no?
I think with open information, that there's stuff like Lavinia in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So I think we'll see a force from Thomas here. I mean,
Oh, he's got a Force of Will. I thought he had like Force of Negation.
Yeah,
That's why I
no.
was wondering about the Mox Sapphire.
no, fair.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, if you didn't, it's different. I mean, I was just saying Franco's hand is perfect. Thomas' hand is insane as well. He got double Bazaar with Hollow One and a force. I honestly don't think you can get much better than that.
So what's happening here? So we dredge back the Stinkweed Damp and we might put some, let's say, No, we're not putting. We could bring Creeping Chill in there, which gets exiled and then drains the opponent for 3 life,
Yep,
right?
it's a Lightning Helix at their face for 3.
3 Lightning Helix.
It's Lightning Helix off the top. You put your whole deck in the graveyard, so it's a bit more likely.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and second Bazaar here is insane. Oh my god. I was ready for Franco's head to shake there, but no. He does have a Strip Mine in hand, so there's only been 1 activation off it. So, yeah, and I think maybe we saw a sword. So we see Force Negation and the Stick Medium.
Oh, Franco. Oh, so Thomas is basically doing the thing that you do with Bazaar, right? You just go for the end of turn Bazaar.
Yeah, and I think you do it in. I think you want, if you're doing it in your opponent's turn, you want to be doing it in their second main phase. So if you hit a Narcomoeba and a Prized Amalgam comes back at the end of their turn, and then you can attack with it the following.
And there was like no point in doing it on the main phase for Thomas because he only had like 2 cards in hand.
Get to
Okay. Okay. Anyway, so
Yeah.
we're getting a bunch of. We're gonna get Necromurba here, which is gonna come back, which is probably gonna trigger. Do you see some Prized Amalgams?
yeah,
Yeah.
one
Yeah.
on the far left.
Okay.
So discard 3 Dredges, I assume. Keep the Force, or keep the Seaweed Imp in hand in case he draws a Grief, I guess.
Mhm.
But I
So
think
no-
from this point on, he's just going to be dredging.
So Necromurba, of course, comes back because it's put into the graveyard from the library.
Yeah.
Which then triggers a couple of other creatures potentially that will then come back on the next end
Yeah.
phase.
This hand from Franco's been incredible as well. He's just coming back. He's had the Wasteland and the Strip Mine to take up both Bazaars, and then Swords for the Hollow One.
So how do you actually claw back into the game if you're dredge like once you've lost both Bazaars and we know that you don't really want to draw for the turn?
So you can slow dredge, which is what's gonna happen here. You can just dredge 1 card at a time, which is gonna be here. And with that, you're gonna hit Icarids and you're gonna hit more Narcomoebas, hopefully. So without Bazaar, the deck slows down massively, but you can still activate and stuff. You can still get there. You can still bring back your creatures and stuff. So we're gonna see Thomas hope that the creatures get his 7 power in play here. Or maybe he missed the Ghoul trigger.
The Ghoul triggers the moment that you gain life, right? And then it comes back at the end of turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think he missed that trigger there, which is unfortunate. But
Oh, okay, okay.
so here we see Dredging Grave Troll. So this is the biggest dredger for 6 cards. And hits loads more dredges. He hasn't hit any more Narcomoebas though. So this is slow, but this is 4 power. This is a 4-turn
Yeah.
clock. Taking him down to 9. So this,
I mean, Franco needs to make something happen. I guess he can get Lurus at some point.
yeah. So next turn he'll get Lurus, but he's got, and then he can cast it because I think it's a UC in his hand, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, he can play Lurrus in a couple of turns and buy back Lavinia, but he probably needs to trade with the Amalgam, as bad as
He-
that feels.
Yeah, he
will
probably
need
really needs
yeah.
to. He's got a time. Actually, how does time twister work here? Is that
Uh,
like, does that turbocharge Dredge into doing everything?
No, so it's going to get rid of the graveyard. So it's kind of like Graveyard Hate, but Thomas is going to draw 7 new cards and he might find a Bazaar, or he might not.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of tricky.
And well, Franco could now draw like Mox Pearl, Source of Plowshares, draw things.
So
I
he's basically looking to come out ahead of the trade. Like, there's a
Yeah.
good chance that Thomas picks up another Bazaar as well as some counter magic potentially.
Yeah, for sure. This is a bit of a gamble, but you know we see Dredge mulligan so much, so there's a very high chance that he just doesn't find a Bazaar here, and yeah, it could be put Franco in a really good spot. He can still take 2 hits and still be at 1. So yeah, I like this because rebuying the Lurrus wouldn't really help because like he didn't have the mana to cast at the following turn. So and he's played the Wasteland. So even if there is a Bazaar, he's got the Wasteland to hit that first straight away. So Thomas's hand is the really important one here. I think Franco's a lot of the cards do the same thing, and
I don't see a Bazaar in there, right?
no, I do not as well.
See,
Although
like,
Franco's hand is weirdly bad as well. It's just all blue cards, all reactive. This is
and
not
he's
what
losing
he
more
wanted
life
at all.
there.
Yeah.
Well, this is actually really tough for Franco.
Oh my
then.
god, 3 forces with 3 blue cards. Oh my
Is that a
god.
mind break trap?
Oh, sorry, it's 5 blue cards, but there's Mindbreak Trap,
Yeah.
Force Negation, and Force of Will.
But
and-
Franco got like all the counter magic in the world as well. Like, he really only needs to. So
Right.
let's say he picks up Lurrus next time. That's too slow, right?
I think so. He needs to find like Black Lotus next turn.
Is this I want to call it like a scrappy game? Is
Yeah.
this how you often win with Dredge in the first game, especially?
Honestly, not usually, but yeah, it can
Could be good enough. So
Yeah.
what are we looking to draw here on Franco's side?
Black Lotus.
What are we gonna? Oh, because
buy
Lurrus. Yeah,
buy
yeah,
Lurrus.
yeah, yeah.
To buy Lurrus and play it. Yeah. He really needs to find Lotus.
I mean,
Moss is good.
Oh.
Great. Yeah. Taking the Narcomoeba and a chump blocker for Amalgam. That's great.
does he have? Oh, yeah. He needs to pick up like mana there. Okay.
Okay, yeah. Bomos is great here. It buys him 2 turns of chumping the Amalgam and can shoot the Narcomoeba. Oh, but I guess he gets forced. He's only got 1 Force of Will. But he has a Spell Pierce in his hand as well.
The
I
thing is,
believe.
Franco can't defend himself with the Force of Negations. Actually, he can. No, he can't.
He
hard
cast Bomos's on Thomas's turn.
Ah, yeah, smart. See,
Yeah.
that's how you get to the top 8.
Yeah. Also, Thomas is now dredging and he could just hit a Creeping Chill at any time.
I was gonna say like that's the one way, the one KO punch.
Yeah. So I think even though Franco might even stabilize here, like, yeah, he can do this. He's got some forces. He can Spell Pierce this. It buys him a couple of turns. They're chump blockers essentially. And yeah.
Also, there's an Icarid in the graveyard, which will probably come back next turn.
Yeah.
That's another source of damage.
Yes, very true, very true. So yeah, Franco's spot still tough, still tough. But Mosses is interesting against Bazaar because like they draw the 2 cards, so you know, a couple of pings. But if you dredge, it's a replacement effect, so you'll never get hit by the bow mosses if you're dredging.
True. So we got the Origami down.
Mhm.
So that's the main phase for Thomas. He's just gonna get in there. Yeah, jump block on the price them again.
What it did do is if Thomas had missed like another dredger on the Shabbling Shell dredge, then he wouldn't have been able to discard to hand size because he fought over the bow mosses with the Force of Will.
Good point. Yeah.
Here comes Lurrus. Been out to 2 life. He's just got to fade a Creeping Chill next turn. Then he can attack with the Lurrus and kind of force the Amalgam's trade because of the lifelink.
How much are we dredging for next turn? Like 4?
4. Yeah.
Very thug.
Yeah. Dredging 4, Galari Thug, and 1 Creeping Chill's gone already. I feel like it's chill this next turn, or Franco might get it. The lifelink on Lurrus is so relevant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay. Well, this is it.
Creeping
Thomas.
Chill.
Can I
Creeping
use you
Chill,
one time?
Creeping Chill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Instead we're just gonna get back the Icarid.
Yep.
So what's the point of
Oh, he
getting back the
drew.
Icarid instead?
Mm,
I mean, you're taking out Lurrus there,
he
right?
forced the block.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Icarid comes back with the prize amalgam next turn.
Oh, they both come back every single. Oh, okay.
No, is it like exiling the prize amalgam?
Yeah.
He's on 5, it's 2 turns. I might have liked dredging there.
Just spin the wheel.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, Brainstorm is an insane draw from
Oh,
Franco. here.
Brainstorm is perfect there.
Yeah.
It just allows him to like exchange all these forces that he's definitely not gonna need here.
Yeah.
Is there any point where Thomas would now be okay? You know what? I just have to like draw and find Bazaar.
It could be.
I mean, at some point he's going to be forced into it, right?
Yeah, could get.
Unless he goes for the 8-card discard every single turn. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, because there's no more dredges in the graveyard now. Because yeah, like exiling the Thug was a very big cost. I think it did kill Lurrus. He's hoping to maybe just like not play anything. He
We
finds
find
the
Bazaar. Yeah, sure.
Holy fuck.
Easy as that.
Yeah. Because I think he was going for the draw. Well, he doesn't have any dredges in hand anyway, so that's why. Let's see. But he could have discarded a card to hand size this turn, so he could have discarded another creature to bring the Ichor back the next turn. So he really doesn't want to cast these Force Negations.
Yeah.
But now he's drawn the Bazaar, he can, I think.
Yeah, I feel like Franco hasn't done anything really on the last turn with his mana.
Yeah.
So you feel like that probably is gonna be a lot of forces. Like that's really not all that much that Franco wouldn't have played there, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Especially in the first game.
Yeah, so another spell PSO2 or something.
So he probably correctly evaluates that the brainstorm is gonna be really good. That'll be a beautiful signature on that brainstorm.
Yeah. Can't get them anymore. Yeah, this is a tough decision. I feel like just drawing the Bazaar is going to let you force negation it. Otherwise, I don't think you could because you need to discard another card to hand size to bring back the Ichorid.
Oh, he lets it resolve. Okay. It's a Saga, Tundra, and another fetch land, I believe.
Not great. Oh,
Psychic Frog.
Okay, that's great. That is fantastic.
That's a perfect one. Yeah.
Amazing. The thing with Psychic Frog is very often I've seen it like, come into play against some hollow ones and then you just discard 3 cards. It's a 4/5 and blocks everything.
Yeah. Come at me, bro.
Yeah, completely.
I'm the big frog ball.
So Frog is amazing here. But there's the Bazaar. Again, he's going to get 1 activation.
Thinking about it, like what can you find? Grief, maybe?
Yeah. So yeah, that's a good point. Franco kept Psychic Frog in hand. Maybe you meant to leave on top of your library, play around Grief.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah.
He's found another Bazaar.
Yeah.
God.
That's how you play the deck, right? You just
Yeah.
need those bazaars.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Discards Ichorid and discards Prize Amalgam and discards a Golgari Thug. There's great things to discard. Next turn you could bring in Ichorid back. Probably exiling the other Ichorid. Dredge 4 and Prize Amalgam is coming back. So yeah, fantastic. Wasteland hits that.
Yes, this one. Yeah.
That's the 3rd Bazaar being hit this game.
Get another one.
But we time twisted 2 back, so that's a fair game.
Thing is, this Thomas, this is probably the one turn where you need to find Creeping Chill, right? Creeping Chill is like not being cast, it's like a trigger.
Yeah,
So all the
yeah.
forces in Franco's hand, they don't tap him.
Yeah.
So if Thomas, does he have, yeah, he's got Golgari Thug. Is he actually gonna
Yeah.
go for Golgari Thug and just like, maybe I'm gonna heat my Creeping Chill?
He's going to see a lot of cards this turn because he does have. Oh, he brings up both.
It's both, yeah, I mean, potentially lethal right now.
Yeah, if there's no swords, then it's lethal. Yeah,
Remember one top.
I guess he has at least 1 force of negation up for swords as well.
I mean, this is,
Yeah.
this is it. Yeah. No,
Ballsy.
no more blocker.
I love it. I love it. There's a few decisions there. It's like, how do you go about it? Because like, if you hit the Creeping Chill, it's easy. It's done. Here, there could have been a Bowmaster or Source of Plowshares to stop the attacks. So like, there was a lot of outs there, but Franco just didn't get it. But I think he realized like, if the Brainstorm didn't hit anything else, or maybe the Bowmasters is played in response to the Bazaar, drawing 2 more cards potentially. So he realized that it's probably not there. So yeah. Okay, Dredge picking up game 1 as you probably would expect. And now Franco brings in like half his sideboard at least. Yeah.
Very least. Interesting to note, once we get to the Dredge sideboard in a moment, I don't think Dredge can actually remove Lavinia even post-board, right?
No,
Sickening Shoal,
there are 3 Sickening Shoals, but they get countered by Lavinia.
exactly.
No. If Lavinia's in play, she's just in play.
So basically, the way to get rid of Lavinia is to pressure the life total so much that she's forced to block.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, so what do you get in sideboard here? Oh, Tabernacle, that's always like a
Tabernacle's
mainstay.
fantastic. Tabernacle's great. Nihil Spellbomb's great. Pithing Needle's great. Containment Priests are great.
It's a bunch of cards that we're gonna
That
bring
is.
in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Those are all
actually,
real big ones.
What do you not want here? Like, what are we gonna take out? Because that's gonna be a lot of decks, lots of cards that we don't want. Like a Texian Probe, maybe? I don't know. You
Yeah.
have to take out something.
I think Force Negations can go.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
Taxian Probe, probably. Yeah. Dress Down can go. I think the Time Twister can probably go.
Mental Misstep?
Yeah, I would keep that for the Noxious Revivals. I think Dredge will.
They that good?
Yeah, because they rebuy the
Ooh,
Noxious
okay.
Revival is like anti-wasteland tech.
Mm-hmm,
So you rebuy your Bazaars. So I think you want Misstep for that.
okay. Dress down?
Yeah, just then can go.
Yeah, yeah.
I think spell pierces are fine, but not incredible.
So Dredge really isn't like all that much about any kind of combos anymore, right? They
No.
don't do like Dredge return stuff.
No.
Also, I don't see any kind of like bridges in there anymore, and haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, so it's really fighting over just like the things it can dredge out of the graveyard, to put it very simply. So it's really winning with the Icarids and the prized amalgams, the Narcomoebas. So and the hollow ones sometimes. So like you're only fighting the spell piercers and the forces are only really reactively fighting over your proactive spells. That makes sense. It's like they're to protect your Containment Priest or your Pithing Needle on Bazaar and things like that.
So Dredge is much more about the, air quotes, fair, like grindy
Yeah,
plan.
yeah,
It's not so
yeah,
much about
honestly.
being crazy explosive
Yeah,
anymore.
completely.
Yeah,
Like
okay,
it can
yeah.
be crazy explosive and just get a lot of things, but without the bridge and Cabal therapies and stuff, it's not quite as explosive as it used to be.
Yeah. Let's see what Dredge is actually going to be able to bring in here.
So, because this is open deck lists, he knows exactly what's happening. So I think he probably just doesn't bring in the Sickening Shoals because doesn't it kill Lavinia? Oh, it kills Containment Priest. My apologies. So I think this is where my knowledge of Dredge is like how many sideboard cards can you bring in? So I think you probably want the Noxious Revival and Sickening Shoals.
Yeah, there's always this tension between like, do I want to like force the stuff that really annoys me post-board?
Yeah.
Or am I gonna answer it? But if I want to do both, I'm probably like spreading myself too thin, I
Yeah.
would guess.
Yeah.
But maybe that's the approach, that you
Because-
spread yourself really thin.
It's also like Force of Negation hits the Nihil Spellbombs, but not the Containment Priest or Lavinia. So I think Force of Negation might be a weaker one. It could probably take out the Chalice because Chalice and Zero is not that effective.
Yeah. Okay. So let's jump into the second match. Second game of the match, of course, here in the top 8 at Eternal Weekend Europe. Top 8, 250 something players, I believe. 9 rounds of Vintage today and 3 more rounds to go. So we are in the second game here between Dredge and Aspaluris. Aspaluris, of course, the version that's specifically engineered to be good against these kinds of decks like Oath, like Dredge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It just sacrifices the mana base a bit for just better combo matchups. But again, Dredge doing Dredge things for he's got the Bazaar.
I mean, if he doesn't, we're probably gonna. Yeah, there's a Bazaar.
Yeah. And he gets to put back a Serum Powder on the bottom because that's not a great card. Okay, we see some power.
See, it's Saga, which will
Yeah.
eventually pick up a piece of Graveyard Hate, I would think.
Yeah.
Also gonna spew out a couple of like really big artifacts very soon. There's a Wasteland in there, of
Yeah.
course, that we want for the Bazaar.
Things kept the hand off the back of the Power Wasteland, really.
Yeah. And also like pretty good backup there, right? You not only do you have like a reactive game plan, you also have a proactive game plan.
Yeah.
Pretty
With
happy to
Saga.
keep that.
And with the Lotus as well, you can try and pick up Lurrus quite quickly. And then off the as a Saga, you're going to be grabbing probably like a Nihil Spellbomb, and you can recast that with Lurrus as well. And he also has a Source of Plowshares for this follow one. So I like this. Waste on that, and then play the Lotus. You've got Spell Pierce for a Force as well. Otherwise, we see a Mental Misstep in his hand as well.
Oh, that's a Mental Mist. Oh, and there's a Force of Negation as well, right?
Yeah, Force Will, Force Negation, Mental Misstep, and Serum Powder.
So maybe he actually didn't bring in all that many answers. I mean, maybe he actually does what we thought about at first,
Yeah,
right? He's
yeah.
just like gonna answer everything on the stack,
Probably
like not in
sideboard
play.
too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, Stinky Gimp.
Going for the slow dredge. Oh, double Bazaar on top. That must feel bad.
Having 5 power and play on the second turn must feel bad. I mean, this is what
Yeah,
after
yeah.
all. True.
I feel like Franco could like crack the Lotus for like triple white or something, swords the hollow one and buy Lurrus, but probably wants to
He
sack
probably-
it for white now, swords the hollow one, and then make a construct. Probably.
Yeah, I like the constructs.
Yeah.
Checking out the whole. Oh, that's gonna be a rough game for Thomas to
He
win, I
doesn't even
think.
fight over that. Wow.
The thing is, like, the constructs are probably gonna be bigger than the hollow one, like very shortly.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, Franco's spot's very good. He doesn't get to make a second construct, but that's such a funny interaction. He gets the Silver Smoke Ghoul because he gained life from the hollow one, and we saw Franco like hit the tables. Like if he did it his main phase, he doesn't get the ghoul.
He doesn't get it when he does it in his main phase because the ghoul is not there yet, right?
Yeah, 'cause he's raging
yeah,
into
that's
it.
the idea.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I see.
God, what a funny little interaction. That's the kind of interactions that can win and lose you games in Vintage, really.
It's usually also the thing that you only do like wrong once if you think it's
Yeah.
like not the best play.
Interesting. So probably expecting a Nihil Spellbomb. Yeah, there it is. Although the Graveyard's not doing a ton right now, but there is an Icarid with a black creature. There's a Dredger. So
I mean, you can also sit on it for
Yeah.
like an opportune moment.
yeah, absolutely.
Meanwhile, it just like pumps up your construct. and also represents like a potential card draw if you pick up a Underground Sea.
Yeah, another option was get Vexing Bulbul there, but if he had other things he wants to resolve, but he doesn't really. He's easy to find Lurrus.
He's sitting on another strip mine, another wasteland.
God, yeah.
He's got more removal for Bazaar than there are
Than there
Bazaars left.
Yeah, God.
Let's see whether Noxious Arrival has actually been brought in though.
Honestly, getting the ghoul back is pretty big.
It's a 3/1, right?
It's a 3-1, yeah.
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 Constructs is a 3/3 at this point. So he'd be pretty happy to pick up like another artifact just to grow the construct, to grow small. We're gonna get a Creeping Chill.
Mhm.
Going up all the way to 27. Franco falls to 17. He's probably doesn't mind that one too much.
No, that's okay. Yeah. I wonder if he blocks here. Like, I think Thomas will be very happy with the trade because the construct can grow bigger so fast. But I feel like you just take the trade.
You don't.
Yeah,
You'd actually do take. Oh, interesting.
because you don't have.
So
Another,
what makes you take the trade
so
there?
you don't have another artifact yet, and you just might not draw another artifact for a while, and you have Lurrus in hand, ready to deploy soon.
Mhm. So you're saying like if you don't draw another artifact, like you missed out on like preventing 6 points of damage at
I think
least.
so. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So might as well bite the bullet and be like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna trade now.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think so. It's just I think with your hand as well, like your end game is Lurrus here, and then you can rebuy Lotus or Nihil Spell and whatever. You've seen 3 Bazaars go as well, so I think you just want to preserve your life total at every expense, basically. Is
But wait, is that a white bordered Spell Pierce in Franco's hand? We'll have to talk to him about that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of whiteboarded cards, Ancestral Recall off the top rope. This one's good. So Franco's missing the third mana for Lurrus, as in like he's got a Tundra and no UC or another Tundra to cast the Lurrus yet. The black and white requirements. But it's kind of working out okay because Thomas has a Force in hand and he wants to Spell Pierce up.
Oh, and he picks up a Needle. Actually, Needle kind of late to the party.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, very late.
Is there any other activated abilities that we might be able to target?
Silver Smoke Ghoul has an activated ability, but it requires mana. So
Okay.
no, I think you name them
Good
bizarre.
try. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's actually fight. Okay, right, might as well, right? You got the mental messed up there.
Oh, he'd be like,
Oh,
yep, sure.
Did he like he didn't fight over the Ancestor Recall with the mental messed up?
Yeah, I
Now
guess
that's curious.
he must be thinking he just needs to hit a graveyard hate piece or something.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure though, because now like Lurrus comes down, needed the mana for it. Now he can play Lurrus, rebuy Nihil Spellbomb, and have Spell Pierce and Force up. That feels like GG.
Pretty
Don't
much.
want to
right?
call the game early because it's definitely not, but it's pretty good.
Cat comes down. Cat gets forced.
Yeah.
Tries to again, goes to exile, and that's the whiteboard Spell Pierce.
Mhm.
Spell Pierce pretty close to a hard count on this matchup,
Yeah,
right?
it is completely. Some dredge lists used to play like Wastelands in the sideboard for Tabernacle usually, but Tabernacle is just not played as much these days. Yeah. So here probably rebuys the Nihil Spellbomb, I expect. Yeah, and Franco is just a completely commanding position now. This is almost like a hard luck for Dredge.
Yeah, you basically get to remove the graveyard every single turn and draw a card while doing so.
Yeah, and you're winning the race. And yeah,
I think we'll be moving to game 3 here pretty quickly. But Thomas will be on a play again.
yeah, completely. And we haven't seen Sickening Shoal or Force of Vigor or Noxious Revival anywhere, so I think he's not sideboarded, as you said.
You know, sometimes those stretch players, when I talk to them, they're like, you know, in the third game, you just gotta have it.
Yeah.
You just like you go all in on that, and your opponent's probably like kept a weekend off the back of like one piece of interaction. It's not gonna be good enough.
Mhm.
That's the Dredge mindset.
Do you remember this old SUG article where someone top eighted, I believe, with Dredge with no sideboard?
No sideboard at all.
No sideboard completely.
Just like no, just gonna do my thing every time.
And he wrote this article about it. He was just like, when I was sideboarding with Dredge, I lost more games because I was diluting my deck too much. So I'm just gonna be. It was something like about putting the fear in, or like not respecting the fear or something.
That reminds me of like of one of the very legendary posts I've ever seen where somebody was arguing that Lava Spike is better than Lightning Bolt because you can't misplay it and burn, as they argued.
Oh, I've not seen that.
I'm still not sure whether that was a troll or not. Anyway, Containment Priest coming down. That's probably the nail in the coffin, right? There's really nothing. I guess the only thing that Thomas could potentially really do is like pick up the last Bazaar and then somehow run
loads of
out a
hollow
bunch of
ones.
hollow ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hollow ones is always like the last resort. Like if anything else fails, like you can always get in the tier 4 force.
Yeah, it's like the first or the last resort. The first resort is like
True.
here you have to have the swords, otherwise it might just kill you. And then it's the last resort. Yeah, commanding game there from Franco. Really like the ancestral came off the top, but he was, if he just drew a land in the next couple of turns, he was fine.
Okay, so here we are for game 3, of course. Oh, dude, so lucky. Thomas has a Bazaar in the opening hand every single game. How does he do it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And a hollow one, of course, here.
So it looks like he did use a serum powder to find it. So we are skipping the mulligans here. So we we don't have to like sit through the 10 minutes of dredge mulliganing.
I
Here
wonder
we-
what the percentage is like when you consider a mulligan down to 1
Yeah, I
using
don't
the
know.
Serum versions. There must be like a high 90% thing to find a Bazaar.
Yeah, I think it is very high.
Yeah.
Okay, so Franco's hand, Flooded Strand, Wasteland, Nihil Spellbomb, Bowmasters, Taman Priest. So what do you do, Tommy? This is so hard. Oh my god. Do you Wasteland the Bazaar? Do you play a Spellbomb? If you Wasteland, you're setting yourself back from the Containment Priest.
Ooh, okay.
I like this.
You like this?
Yeah.
So what makes you make this play?
Because I think you really want to get the Containment Priest down next turn. And then, like, with that, you can get the Bowmasters down. You need to find something to do with this Hollow One eventually. So I think the idea is, like, you don't want to Wasteland yet. So by playing the Spellbomb and maybe into Containment Priest next turn, he's saying, I'm not going to hit your Bazaar for 2 more turns. But if he has the Graveyard under control, that's okay.
So the worst thing that could happen to him is like Thomas picking up like an Akromova to trigger all of these creatures in the graveyard.
Yeah, but then he cracks the Spellbomb. So I
Yeah,
think
that's the insurance, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So if he didn't have the Spellbomb here, I think he's priced into going for it. We do see, I've seen now a Sickling Shell in Thomas's hand. So I don't know if he changed sideboarding, but that is going to hit the Containment Priest as well. But the Hollow One is going to really put Franco under the pressure as well. This is the difference of play draw here. Huge amount. So Thomas is like, trying to get the Spellbomb cracked, I think.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, right?
Yeah.
It's just like try to put so much pressure on Franco that he's forced into doing it so you can go crazy afterwards.
Yeah. He's thinking about natural drawing there, but no, he takes the Shambling Shell. Dredge 3. There's an Icarid. Oh, sorry, it's a Grief. Prized Amalgam. So he's not actually triggering the Prized Amalgam. So this, I think, worked out quite well for Franco. He just gets to get a lot more cards with the Spellbomb.
Just getting a couple more dredgers, passing over
Yeah.
to Franco. Franco draws from the top. I mean, his hand was already like pretty good. Now he picks up. Is that a force that he picked up, or do you already have that?
I think he already had that. He really needs to find a source of splashes now, is the biggest thing.
He's got a time twister as well.
yeah. Well, and the Bowmasters. If he goes Bowmaster into Time Twister, that could eat up the Hollow One.
True.
Yeah.
Dude, I've seen a play today where a player had like 2 Bowmasters out, and he answers to recall the opponent
Oh, that's
to
amazing.
get rid of a creature, like one of the big.
Oh, was it against Initiative?
It was against initiative, yeah.
These are the kind of plays which is like thinking outside the box, and I might have missed as well. Amazing stuff.
I think it might have actually been on stream if they covered
really?
it. Yeah.
Okay. We're
So
just
go
covering them
back.
again.
All the more reason, after you watch this, go back, watch the rest of the coverage, of course, that we're bringing here together with Sam Dams,
Yeah.
as well as Andreas Peterson.
So another really awkward thing about this spot is, okay, so we see a Creeping Chill hit the stack, and this Frank is like, does he want to crack the Spellbomb now? The other big thing is this Flooded Strand can only get a Tundra or an Underground Sea. There's no Scrubland, so like, what do you fetch to play Bowmasters or to play Containment Priest? My instinct here is to crack the Spellbomb, and then that gives you the option of playing either depending on what Thomas does on the rest of his turn.
Oh, because you don't need to make. Oh, interesting. So why are we doing this in response to the Creeping Chill? So, because he forces him to
Yes.
go deeper?
Yeah, I think he's just like, I'm going to take away your activation of the Bazaar, because the Bazaar is not going to get anything else if he's going to activate the Spellbomb. Then he gets to draw another card off this.
Okay.
I like this. This is great. Because he needs to find another mana, but then the black draws the card with the Spellbomb and then gets some cast Orcish Bowmasters. So doing this, he's giving up on the Containment Priest line. But like by waiting until seeing what Thomas dredged, seeing what happened, what cards were hit, he's really brought himself some more time. And also he has a Psychic Frog in hand, which can outgrow the Hollow One.
Psychic Frog is just such a good card.
It is insane. So
We actually used to do that in Legacy, right?
we did for a while. Yeah.
I don't know what was wrong with us there.
So Franco is praying to the Lurus gods that he hits a land, well, a land that casts Psychic Frog on his next turn. He's desperately for it. If he does, I think he's in a commanding position.
I mean, otherwise he still has like a lot of ways to
It's a tap
cycling.
land. We
Ugh.
did this earlier. We were talking about Lorraine Revealed. For all its times it was good, can be awkward as well.
And he's got no sorts of plowshares, you said, right? There's like no way.
Not in hand.
Non-hand, yeah,
Not- yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gonna go down to. He went down to 7 just now, so he better find something at this point.
Yeah. Well, he's going to find. Oh, there's the swords. As
Just
well.
yeah, we might as well do it. Like, do you still run out the frog, or do you just like go for the?
I would swords here, I think.
Yeah, that's a lot safer, right?
Yeah. Or maybe even Bowmasters, but I would swords, I think.
I think if you swords, I think you would do it on your own turn before
Well-
Thomas draws for the turn because you might have picked up a force.
Yeah. So he's just thinking like Bowmasters buys a couple more turns, being a bit more mana efficient.
Playing Thomas for 1 here.
Yeah.
Basically like a double fork. Sweet.
Now Lavinia Lavinia is good. I think you can play Lavinia now and then just
Honestly, in Franco's position, I just want to drop like Lotus.
yeah, completely.
Just round out all the goodies that I got over there.
Frog resolves. So here, what could happen is Hollow One attacks into the frog. Franco discards 3 cards. Then he could like second shoal it.
Yeah.
Taking shoal for 3, pitching a shambling shell,
Is that good enough?
and then make Franco discard more cards.
Yeah, basically get rid of Franco's hand, but then Franco has this big frog that might survive still. Let's see. Okay.
He has a force and a blue card.
Oh, and then Franco's out of cards, right? Because he moved
Yeah.
this guy. Is Franco the kind of player who would go for a play like that? Because that's like very risky.
I think attacking with Orcish Bowmaster saying yes, I would.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I feel like he could have kept the Bowmasters back just to jump another turn. The next turn the frog can just attack in, and then you can swords the Hollow One.
Maybe he's got the read on Thomas that he doesn't have like a lot of forces.
Yeah. I think I would have liked just not attacking the Bowmasters, but we'll see how fast he discards 3 cards to his hand. he's shifting them around.
I feel like the hardest card to discard there would be Swords to Plowshares.
Yes, yeah. I think swords is the last card I would discard here. But I would use my whole hand to protect the Psychic Frog.
Do you pump before you move to blocks?
Or maybe he keeps like Mental Misstep, Force blue card. So I'd keep Lavinia, Force, Misstep. I'd block first though,
You would block first. So
Yeah.
why exactly would you block
because he
first?
could have like double Sickening Shoal, so at least you get the block in.
Oh, okay. So you say you might lose your Psychic Frog
Yeah.
anyway, so you at least prevent the damage.
Yeah. I think if like your plan is contingent on blocking, then you might as well start it off in case.
I mean, technically, there's also a world where he just takes the damage.
Yeah.
But then you're like dead to Creeping Chill at some point.
Yeah, Creeping Chill, the Misstep costs 2 life if you're not spending mana, right? Forces 1 life. Yeah. I think Bowmasters could have stayed at home this turn. Made it a lot easier.
Franco's probably thinking about the exact same scenario.
yeah. But he takes it,
He takes it. Okay, down to 3.
hoping that Lewis.
Ooh, and he's so happy. Yeah. Did you just see how quickly he entered? It
Yeah.
was like, okay, no Bazaar, nothing else. Okay, Lavinia, here we go. It was very quick.
Yeah.
You know what they should have put on Hollow One? Kinda needs Trample.
Julian, get out of here.
Yeah. Resist.
Twitch chat, I'm sorry. Do not listen to this Julian guy.
I mean, I've been asking for years for like, Leyline of the Moon. Never got that
Oh
one.
my God.
Yeah, Hollow One on Trample. It looks pretty tramply.
It doesn't. How it doesn't have any hands? How does it trample?
You will have to explain that to me afterwards. Anyway, so
Uh.
Thomas reading Lavinia, seeing whether. So actually, what does Lavinia turn off? Turns off all the forces.
Yeah. Basically, it says if your opponent casts a spell and no mana was spent on it, you counter it.
Mm.
And also, your opponents can't cast non-creature spells that have CMC higher than the number of lands in play, which is a big fat 0. So this is a real force of will, I think, because like it's countered on both of her modes. So we really want to see the force of will from Thomas, and Franco will fight back and go to 2. I think the interesting thing here is like Thomas is thinking about not countering just so he has more cards in hand, so he can discard to hand size and hit Creeping Chill for Dredger.
Are we? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say like, are we still in the territory where we want to like slow dredge? No, we just want to hit the one Creeping Chill
Yeah.
that wins the game.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think I like not forcing here. I think it's his win condition.
He still has 7 cards in hand, 8 cards in hand, I guess.
I think it's 7, so he'll go to 8 next turn. That's a really hard decision to make there because he can still win this game if the force resolves.
There's a 4th on Franco's side, of course, falling
Yeah.
down to 2 life here.
And as soon as he hits the 3rd land, this Time Twister can ping the Hollow One.
Mm.
Let's get it out of there as well. Make a huge army to finish the game quickly. And then with Lavinia in play, it shuts off a lot of what Dredge can do.
You could also like pitch all of your excess cards into Frog, then Time Twister,
Yes.
and then pitch the extra cards again.
We talked about this. So it's 15 damage if you have Orcish Bowmaster's Psychic Frog and then you Time Twister. Because you ping for 7, then you can discard 7 cards to the Frog. And then that's 14, then +1 from the Frog as well.
Makes sense.
But I think he's just happy to this continuum increases being the handle game. The other thing is if you Time Twisters, you just don't have much to be afraid of because 3 of the Bazaars exiled, remember?
Yeah, but you don't want to be the one to lose to the last top deck Bazaar.
yeah.
You're just like, yeah, I'm feeling so safe here, but actually I'm not.
Here he's thinking like, okay, this is my last opportunity to Sickening Shoal. So do you Sickening Shoal the Frog for 3? make him discard 2 cards, or go for the Bowmasters.
That's a tough call.
Yeah,
Like I immediately defaulted to like trying to fight over the Psychic Frog, but you have a point, right? Psychic Frog doesn't have lifelink.
no.
At the core of it, it's just like a wall that
Yeah.
also like eventually runs away with the game, of course.
Yeah.
But if it's just about that, maybe. I mean, at this point, we're not thinking about Icarus and stuff, right?
I think once Lavinia's in play, you're shutting off any more Sickening Shoals. So I would be quite happy in Franco's shoes once Lavinia's in play to discard 2 cards to the Frog anyway, with the expectation of discarding a 3rd one to make it a 4/5 and block the hollow one next turn. So I would probably just Sickening Shoal the Orcish Bowmasters.
Oh, it just resolves.
He's-
Interesting.
Okay. He's thinking maybe she has to block. Potentially.
So at this point, Franco is actually out of counter magic, right? He's got the Containment Priest, which somehow never made it onto the
Yeah.
battlefield to get the Time Twister, the
I think-
Needle.
I think if the hollow one attacks, the 3 non-swords cards are probably just discarded very fast.
I would think so, right?
Yeah, oh, he draws a Chalice, which also gets countered by Lavinia. Yeah, this is tough because the Psychic Frog can just become so big, make the hollow one obsolete. I think it's a losing play. You just got to attack with it, and look at he's got the 3 cards ready. Oh, I
he's-
love that. The body language. Franco just like picked up 3 cards.
Do
said,
it,
I
do
dare
it."
you. I dare you. I love it. Now he can.
Yeah.
Now he can play swords and Containment Priest. I would play the swords. It's going to resolve anyway. Oh, this is lethal. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we see it. What an explosive finish.
3 mana, 15 damage. Moving on to the semifinals, Franco.
Yeah, because this is 4 from the power in play, Psychic Frog, Orcish Bowmasters, and 2. And then 7 from the Bowmasters, 11. And then discard 7 to the Frog. And the 3 extra from that cards in hand as well. So this is like a lot more than needed.
And on top of that, you also get like a big giant creature, which is not going to be needed. And
What a
Franco,
cool finish.
Franco Cicchini moving on over Thomas Rokanen. Both Thomas, of course, leaving with the top 8, like
Yeah,
very respectable.
amazing. Especially with Dredge, which I think is a really tough time in this field. So congratulations on piloting a staple of the format, but having a tough time at the moment. So well done, Thomas.
Yeah, honestly, like every time I see Dredge in action, I have so much respect for the people who like really know to figure out like all the small percentages, all
Yeah.
the small things. But yeah, not good enough here. Probably also one of the harder matchups, I would think.
Yeah.
And yeah, Franco moving on to the semifinals. He's like 1 win away of making it to the most glorious match of the weekend for Vintage here. This is it for us right now.
Yep.
Callum, I think we're going to be back later on. And
Yep.
now we're moving on over to some Andreas Petersen and Sam Dams, of course.
Yep.
Can't wait to see how this
Yes.
tournament's going to conclude. There's
back
too
with
many
the final
amazing
first.
decks left.
Yes. Very
Awesome.
exciting.
So stay tuned. We're going to be right back. Or are we?
There we go.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is where we are top 8 now, and we are having some sweet, sweet vintage games for you. We are in the semi-finals, and I can only imagine what these players must be feeling right now. Andreas, if you would be in top 4 right now, how would you be feeling?
I would first of all be extremely excited to be this close to the finish line, but I also want to talk a little bit about the endurance race that has been today. We have had finished 9 rounds of Swiss and a quarterfinals. This is Magic round number 11 for these players today. So I just want to emphasize the mental fatigue that goes into that before we set up our semifinals matchup here.
Exactly. Let's dive into the bracket. And every single player that got here is already a legend, in my opinion, right? If you get this far in Eternal Weekend, maybe if you lose now, you're going to feel sad for a day, but this is a memory that lasts forever, right?
Yeah, huge accomplishment for all of these 8 players. So let's see if we can see how the bracket has played out
Exactly. Already
so far.
big kudos to everyone making this far. I love that we have so many nationalities here. So let's see the top 4. Talk us through here, Andreas.
Yeah, so it looks like Sean with his PO Storm deck took down the Luris PO Breach deck in one of the quarters, so he's a semifinalist. So is Javier David playing Fleshraker Shops, took down Esper PO in the second quarters. Third quarter saw the Norwegian Jørn take down Doomsday with his PO Breach deck, and then in the last one, Esper Luris emerged victorious against Dredge. So we have a top 4 of PO Storm, we have Fleshraker Shops, PO Breach, and then Esper Luris as the fun police here.
Nice. And we just got the message that we'll be seeing here Sean versus Javier for PO Storm against Mudhoney, as they like to call this deck. We'll be diving into deck lists here. It's so cool. Like, if you fly over from America and you get the top 4 this Eternal Weekend, that's like the best thing you can have, right?
That is the absolute dream for Sean here. So let's see if the ultimate dream can come true. Let's see what Sean has chosen to bring to the tournament here. PO Storm. So as a label could be, you know, few different variations. So let us just have a look at the exact version.
Also, cool, we have 4 different nationalities here for a day split. We started out with 3 Italians,
Yep.
like a home run for them. So I'm sure they were happy, but then getting all of them, well, 2 of them not making it further is a bit unfortunate, but I mean, it's still Italy is still happy to make 3 people here. Okay, looks like we are passing on a deck list and just going straight into the games. People are looking at the cards. Let's see who is starting out. I think PO deck is on the play. I'm starting off with some jewelry here. Nice start and just passing the turn.
Yeah, 2-mana pass here, and I'm actually not sure if we're playing with open deck lists in the top 8. Could very well be. That's kind of the norm. So that will do a lot for the information back and forth. Not so much, you know, in play in the dark as during the Swiss.
Okay, cool. We see a land here. Get another bunch of these mana accelerating cards in play. Looks like Sean is thinking.
Note that the City of Traders now, with that being sequenced first, it's a little bit tempting for Sean to try and maybe work on Javier's mana, because the City of Traders will die when the next land drop comes in.
Yeah, not having it's resolving, and we have a Vexing Bauble. We've seen the power of the card a lot today. So if you're on the draw, it is not as impactful as it is on the play, right?
You absolutely nailed it. So on the play, you get to not only shut down the forces, but you also get to shut down the acceleration out of the opponent. So in this game, you can see it as kind of a defense grid type card, where if that card resolves, then you can, you know, you kind of have free reign with your shops deck. Let's see what Sean has to say about that card being on the stack.
But still, open deck lists or not, they definitely know what they're up against. So even if you're not entirely sure about all the 75 cards in the deck list, at this stage of the game, you know what you're playing against, would be my guess.
Right, that's super likely.
Drawing 3 cards here in response, but then it resolves. I think we are digging for potentially countering this. And Javier says, I have a Fleshraker here for you. Just resolving, so not a lot of counter magic yet.
Glaring Fleshraker with no follow-up is good news for Sean. He labeled his deck as a Storm deck, and I guess we have yet to see that part of the deck.
Bowmasters here, ping for 1, just another one. Ooh, scary stuff.
Orcish Bowmasters double pinging the 2/2. Not a play you see every day, but you know, it's certainly very, very viable.
Yeah, not an ideal removal spell, but I mean, it gets the job done. Let's see. Do we take the damage here?
Also, Orcish Bowmaster's strangely annoying for this shops deck, but despite, when you think about Mishra's Workshop, you don't think about drawing cards, but the deck plays a combo that wants 2 Senses Divining Tops in play, and it plays the One Ring. So already there, Bowmaster is actually more than serviceable against the deck.
Definitely proving its worth. Now, of course, we have the City of Traitors, so it can be a big awkward if you need to play another land.
And that's what we're going to see. Okay, we're not going to see that here. So as long as that's your only land, that's great.
We have the key here and also the Soul Guide Lantern being played. They all resolve, of course. I don't think we ever want to fight over these two, right?
We don't, and it would also not be strategically smart with Vexing Bubble on the battlefield. So in general, no, and in this case, certainly not.
So let it resolve. Let's see if we have a follow-up here. Currently, not a lot going on from the shops deck. What are we looking for?
Yeah, the thing is, these Orcish Bowmasters might complicate things a lot because a lot of the normal answers I would give you would be something like, yep, Fleshraker plus a couple of tops or the One Ring. But with double Bowmasters, none of that seems all that interesting.
Makes sense. And we have a reader here on the Bowmaster. So quickly checking probably when exactly do these triggers happen. Is there maybe something that we are missing that we could maybe get some cards in hand? That's unlikely when we are checking the Bowmaster.
There could be something about the One Ring protection, and then maybe Javier's thinking about, does this Arc Army keep growing? There could be something along those lines.
Okay, just playing a workshop, passing the turn. Is that another
I
Bowmaster in
think
hand?
you're right. Yeah, the third one is there.
That's scary. Okay, let's see what the follow-up is.
We are actually entering a territory where Ancestral Recall targeting the opponent would be.
Yeah, we've
is
talked
that-
about it before, right?
Would that be a lethal play here? Let's try and do the math here. Ancestral Recall, target the opponent. They take 6 from Bowmasters, go to 14. The Orc Army grows by 6, and now it's an 8. Okay, close enough.
Close enough, yeah, close enough. If only you could let your opponent draw with Brainstorm, that would be good. Now we are deciding to draw the cards ourselves. Let's see what's in hand. I see a Force of Will. Anything else we can work out here?
Yeah, great. Yeah, I don't have the eagle eyes for this after so many hours on the cast. So, but I agree. I do see a Force of Will.
Yeah, Force of Will. Can't make out quite. I think it's a Mox on the left. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
Sean is working with well, I was about to say beautifully whiteboarded. I guess that's a matter of taste.
Yeah,
Beautiful,
careful with that.
but
That's
very, very. He's certainly going all the way with this deck.
with the white borders. I'm sure this
Yep.
is you're either for it or against it. I'm sure.
I'm actually quite in the middle. It's more like it's cool that it's so complete.
Yeah, if you do it, he definitely did it right. Yeah, he's all in.
Yep.
Right, because I think these Bowmasters are they from the original set or is it like how do you get the white borders? Is that
I
like-
think it requires a little bit of a work and a little bit of I can't remember what it's called, acetone maybe.
Makes sense. Okay, just slamming in, dealing 4 damage here, pinging it down. Any follow-up? Let's see. I don't think so. Passing the turn.
It looks like that Vexing Bauble is very, very annoying because Sean only has 4 mana available for that Force of Will.
And a turn crack. We draw. Yep, not forgetting the ping here. Deal 1 damage. Working out great.
So that should be 2, right?
I think so, yeah. So I think that's just a miss.
Could very well could be. Again, this day has been very long for everybody involved, especially the players.
And technically, he did remember his trigger. He just forgot that it had 2. So is that a miss trigger?
It is.
I guess
It
so.
certainly counts for it.
Yeah, we'll count it as a half a miss.
So, Talent Gates from Adara, the draw, that's a card you want to hang on to so you can temporarily phase out the Bowmaster to try and then draw some cards.
Yeah.
This was a dig through time, so
Wow. Okay, so Javier just passing the turn, not a lot going on, but this dig through time is going to be very impactful for the game, would be my guess.
yeah, this card is just amazing. The better the format is, the better that card is, right? So now you
Sure.
get to choose between bunch of restricted stuff. I noticed a Time Walk in here.
Yeah, I think so.
That's very, very potent burn spell that cantrips here.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy keep, especially since we already have another Bowmasters. We know we're going to be swinging it for quite a lot of
Okay,
damage.
so now it's math time. We
Yeah,
have
exactly.
5 power on the board. If we play Bowmaster, we will grow the Orc Army and ping the opponent, which will bring us up to 6 attacking power.
Yeah.
So that's down to 8, and then the next turn there's 7 damage coming through. So we can get our opponent to 1, and they have a mana crypt, so pretty decent as a baseline. Let's see if
Yeah.
we can do even better on the
Yeah.
side of Sean.
Sean is probably pretty happy with this. Let's see how he decides to navigate these things here.
Especially because he has very high confidence the coast is clear playing against a non-blue deck.
There we have the time walk. Of course, we were always going to play that right now. Now we decide what we want to be doing. Bowmasters it is, would be my guess.
Orcish Bowmasters advances the clock here a tiny bit.
Still thinking about it. I mean, take your time, especially in these situations. There is no more timer, so you tend to see in top 8 people slowing down actually
Yep.
a bit, which makes sense. We have time.
Yep.
No, you don't want to throw away the game here. You don't have to worry about time.
Yep.
So I like slowing down a bit because trust me, I've been on the end where I'm like playing too fast and messing it up a bit.
Yeah, it's certainly a thing here that we cannot slow down to an unreasonable play speed,
Yeah,
but we can
for
slow
sure.
down a tiny bit now.
For sure. Slamming in here.
So let's see. This is the 7 damage that I talked about.
Exactly.
Sean
Going
puts
down to 1.
Yep.
Very scary for Javier, but not a game over. I mean, 1 life is all you need to win the game.
yeah. So with 3 Bowmasters in play, I'll be very, very impressed if this results in a game win for Javier. So he has a lot to prove here, especially because now Sean decides to slow down and
And
pass.
we could die to this.
Yeah,
We talked about this as well.
Yep.
We should have put it on a bingo card, but we didn't.
yeah, and to be fair here, I think Javier was having a very hard time, even if his dice
Yeah.
rolling skills were slightly better. But yeah, Mana Crypt gets the job done. So scoreboard.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if there was an out for Javier here. Could you think about one?
I actually can't because you need to get rid of all those Bowmasters and then start drawing, and that's just it's getting out of hand at that point.
Okay, excellent. I think we have time to go to deck lists here, see what people are doing for sideboarding. I think this is going to be interesting. And there we have, you can see the deck lists being given. So we know about that. I imagine that these are the deck lists being given. So, okay, I get the confirmation that we cannot swap. So maybe we can have some generalization ideas. What will we do if we are playing PO for sideboarding?
Yeah, so I know very little about Sean's specific list aside from he's a Lurrus deck, so that means no, Tinker stuff, no Hull Breachers, no Narset, no Monastery Mentor.
This is cool. We can actually get to see. Did you see Vexing Bauble? He was thinking about taking that one out. He actually put it on top so we can see live what
Yep.
people are interested in.
Yeah, I do like that to sideboard that out on the draw. I think in general that card loses a lot of utility when you're on the play. Well, unless your name is HJ Godic and you're playing against Doomsday, I guess.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And then I think if you are playing for the Raker Shops deck, anything else that we wouldn't be thinking about taking out?
Yeah, so if I remember that sideboard correctly, it was a little bit. I think the Mindbreak traps are the only card I would consider, but I could be missing. I could easily be missing some key cards in that sideboard. Unfortunately, we don't have those deck lists available as we speak.
I was just wondering because we've seen a lot of decks today being played. Generally, Andreas, what do you think? Did we see specific cards that you think overperformed today that normally are like, yeah, okay, but we've seen overperforming during at least when we were streaming?
Yeah, I think we had some games where Vexing Bauble really showed itself from the absolute best side, where if you play a lot of Vintage, you'll just realize that card just is frequently annoying for your own deck, or you have to cycle it a bit more often. I think we saw some banger Vexing Baubles today compared to, let's say, the card's average potential.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. Potentially other cards that underperform that you're like, normally these are bangers, but not today.
I think so. Funnily enough, I think Spell Pierce underperformed because the level of play was so high. So essentially, it's like Days and Legacy. If you play very well, you can make the card a non-factor. And I think we saw that from the best Lurrus pilots today on a few occasions.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely true. Meanwhile, here we have a little bit of a peek at the deck lists. I'm trying to get them on screen, but nothing really stands out to me. I think we've covered all the bases. We've already seen these decks a couple of times on screen as well, so I think we've got the bases covered.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I actually got to check out Sean's deck list. So this is a little bit of a cool one. It plays Tendrils of Agony, and that's why it's a Storm deck. But it also has a spicy piece of single copy of Mana Drain in the deck, and then it's kind of using Orcish Bowmasters as You might do, cool things with Time Twister, but you're also interested in killing opposing Bowmasters out of the more controlling Lurrus decks. So it is indeed a Storm deck that has the Tendrils of Agony in it. So I'm a big fan of that. Sideboard wise, it looks like we are bringing in a single copy of Consign for sure. I really like the Pithing Needle, and I'm heavily considering a copy of Fatal Push. So small upgrades on the side of Sean.
Generally, who do you think is favored in this matchup, especially after sideboarding?
In general, the Fleshwrecker deck really doesn't like opposing combo decks with Force Will in it. So I think that's just a theme we've had throughout the day. But I mean, Javier's still here, so it can't be that bad.
Exactly. We've also taken a look at Javier's deck list here. Anything that you would or stands out from the sideboard?
Yeah, so his sideboard, I'm just going to read it out loud here, is 2 copies of Wormcoil Engine, 2 copies of Grafdigger's Cage, 3 Mindbreak Traps, 1 Mycos Enthelitis, 1 Portable Hole, 1 Soulguide Lantern, 2 Argentum Masticore, and 3 Dismember. So a lot of these cards are unexciting, but I think you have to bring in Dismember because you just got buried by Bowmaster, and so much of your game plan is about drawing cards at some point. So I would expect those to come in, and the Mindbreak Traps might stay at home.
Yeah. Generally, throughout the day, I've been feeling like Vintage is very healthy right now for me. I'm recently been playing much more Vintage, but it's almost like it may be the most healthy format of all. I don't know if that's probably not correct in the naming sense, but overall, it's very balanced. I think that's what I was pointing.
Exactly, it's very balanced, and there's a lot of viable strategies. Whether you like to utilize the graveyard, cheat big monsters into play with the Oath deck, Dredge, Mono White Initiative, and Fleshbreaker Shop, super viable as these non-blue Stompy style decks. And then we have so many flavors of both fair and unfair blue. It's not obvious to anyone whether you should play Esper or Dimir Lurrus, for example.
Yeah, and also we saw the Tinker package still being relevant, so I think that's really cool. You have to make a decision: do I want to play Lurrus? But there's an upside towards Tinker, right?
Yep.
What would you play? Is there can I get you to convince, or can I convince you to play Tinker again, or is that like not an option as long as Lurrus
I
is the
think I would
thing?
need an unrestriction or 2 in the format, and that I'm mainly looking at Monastery Mentor or a Narset, Parter of Veils. I think if you get one more reason to not play Lurrus, then I think I can be convinced. I would love to run 4 Monastery Mentors again, I'll say that.
What's your favorite Tinker target of all time?
Yeah, ooh, that's a good one.
That's
So
a difficult one.
it's so Bolus's Citadel kind of obsoleted a lot of stuff, but historically, when I was a kid, we used to tinker into not Blightsteel Colossus, but Darksteel Colossus, which is an 11/11 trampler with no infect. So that was
I'm gonna stop you right there. That's wrong, right? If you can search for a card with infect, you should always do that, Andreas.
yeah. I remember that the Darksteel Colossus, those were the days. And before that, we even had stuff like, let me think here, Mindslaver was a good one way back when you had Goblin Welder to bring it back.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, meanwhile, I think the players are getting ready, getting set up. We will see, because now, of course, Javier is on the play, so I'm seeing a Moxen there. Anything else you can make out, Andreas?
So it looks like, well, no, I didn't bring my glasses. I'm gonna have to wait until these cards see the battlefield.
We'll see. I think Javier has decided to keep it. Sean is still thinking about it. So let's dive quickly back into the Tinker package. It's safe to say that Lurrus is just better than Tinker. Can I just say
actually,
that as
I think it's as close as you can get to, it's slightly more optimal. But playing without Lurrus is certainly viable, which is going back to what you said about the Vintage being healthy, or I would call it balanced, but that's a matter of words, right? But that point, I want that to be even closer. I want it to be an actual decision, much like in Legacy, where which color are you splashing in your tempo deck? I want that to be an actual decision between blue and black, for example, and it's close margins and it's metagame dependent.
Okay, and we have seen a lot of gameplay, but there are definitely decks that you maybe would have expected I would have seen today. What deck did not perform as well as you maybe thought it would?
Yeah, so we did see a lot of mono black evoke at the beginning of the day, but I actually did not expect that to go too deep. What I did expect to go deep was the mono white initiative deck. I think that deck is just very, very good at, closing out games, blanking opponents' Force of Wills with Cavern and Chancellor of the Annex. But I guess the flavor of Stompy has switched a little bit to Fleshraker shops, so maybe that's just the same player base, but now doing just well with Fleshbreaker shops instead.
Okay, makes sense to me. In the meanwhile, I think we are ready. So I think we have Sean at 6 and Javier at 7. It's cool to get to see that, like making decisions, what do we keep, etc. Ancient Tomb, and we have the is that a that's the Jet?
That's the Emerald.
Oh, that's the Emerald.
Yep.
Still learning.
Yeah, that's good. The Jet is the black one.
Exactly. And then we get Tezzeret here. Powerful. Do we need to force this if we can?
It's basically a matter of, is Chalice of the Void gonna be backbreaking in Sean's hand? So what he doesn't know is that Chalice of the Void is already in Javier's hand. So this would be such an ideal situation if this is met with a Force of Will.
Yeah, because then you can just play the Chalice and all good. Is there a counter magic in Sean's hand? I don't think so.
I do appreciate the little bit of, if there's no counter, I do appreciate a little bit of a fake tank here to
Yeah.
keep your opponent off balance.
That's what you always want to do, right? Never make it obvious. You don't like as we could say in Magic Online F6. Like,
No.
never do that.
No,
You
no,
don't
no.
want your opponents knowing what you're having.
We need to keep the opponent guessing a little bit here.
Exactly. Quick search up a Vexing Bauble. That does make sense. If you can do that on the play, that's always good.
That's amazing. So let's see if there's a mana left over for Javier.
Is there anything else you would consider searching for in this spot?
So with the Chalice already in hand, then you can consider going for more mana acceleration, putting that into play, and then playing the Chalice for 0. But it looks like here comes the Chalice. So you could have played the Chalice before making a search with Tezzeret. I think that would be technically correct. If something happens to the challenge, your plan might change. So it's a little bit of sequencing situation going on here.
Pithing Needle on the Tezzeret, of course. If we can do that, we want to. I think I saw 2 Moxen in the hand of Sean, so this
Yeah,
Chalice
That is
doing some work.
that is backbreaking.
Yeah,
You're
we
on
got
the
the
draw.
passing the
You
turn.
already took a mulligan, and now the opponent is playing 0 mana Hymn to Torak.
Yeah, yikes. Okay.
Very, very powerful stuff going on here.
Yeah.
That was when Vexing Bauble, when Tezzeret got spoiled, a lot of people were afraid that Vintage would be too, turn 1 Chalice, because then that effectively turns Chalice of the Void into a 5-of all of a sudden in people's decks, right?
Exactly. And boom, look at that. The One Ring. I think that card is going to take over the game, especially when we already have the Chalice, etc., preventing Sean from doing a whole lot. What do you think of that analysis?
Yeah, this is very, very hard to beat. Even if you have the first Orcish Bowmasters ready to go, you will be in trouble against that card. As we see the Tendrils of Agony, the
Yeah.
draw here, which is
There is definitely agony, I can tell you that.
Yeah, the Tendrils of Agony has been actually reduced to a very rare sight in Vintage. After especially in the PO decks, people started incorporating Fourth Yalingus as a more clean win condition because it's frequently more useful early on. And here, Tendrils certainly not doing Sean any favors.
No, just playing the Urza Saga, passing the turn. We'll see what Javier is going to do, but he's going to draw a bunch of these cards, and I think that he might just go off this turn, right?
It's very possible. So also here we do the Bowmaster check. We tap the One Ring. I mean, if the opponent has a Bowmaster, we, have to live with it.
Yeah,
But
coast is clear now. You
Yep.
know that if you have
Yep.
a Bowmasters, he would have been fired off right now.
absolutely. So now it's all about creating a big enough board presence that you can finish the game before Sean recovers with something like a bounce spell onto the Chalice and then trying to go off, which is probably going to be the way out here.
I think if I was in Javier's seat right now, I would be thinking, yeah, this Chalice was backbreaking. That's what I would be, like that sort of felt to me.
Yep.
And then we have the Fleshraker. Okay, we can do some damage here.
We probably can. That card, having that card in play just rewards any other play made after it. So pretty sweet to see here. You might even consider throwing Moxen into the Abyss here to just get the trigger and trying to get going.
Looks like Javier is considering. What's the name of the card again on the right that makes you draw extra cards? It's a recent one.
Scrawling Crawler.
That's the one.
Yep. It's essentially like a Howling Mine, but it punishes the opponent for drawing extra cards.
There we go. Play the Vexing Bauble.
Or drawing any card, I guess.
Vexing Bauble, yeah. If you do get rid of the Chalice, here's another one. Or pretty
Here's
much the same.
essentially another one. Yeah.
Yeah, and we can see that that's a nice call for you. He's just throwing stuff into the Fleshraker, just getting the damages in.
So there's a little bit of playing a card into your own triggers. It doesn't quite work like this. Your opponent doesn't have to remember it. You have to remember it.
Mhm.
So if that was Sean can actually, see if Javier is still awake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
After a
Was
long
that
day.
deliberate? Yeah.
But it doesn't work the other way around.
No, indeed. Ping
He
some
cannot
damages.
pretend to be asleep with his own chalice.
Indeed, indeed. Okay, let's see what the follow-up is. Another Talon Gates.
Here's a land drop with, not facing anything. 3 mana, crawler, and 2 more damage to the dome. And now this will really start to tick damage-wise.
Yeah, and I imagine next turn, if Sean doesn't have a very good comeback next turn, I think this game is going to be over pretty soon.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. One ring drawing 3 cards with both of those creatures onto the battlefield. That is simply just too much to handle here.
And
So
how can Sean come back from this? What do we need?
yeah, so let me just see if I can find the deck list here again.
Drawing a card here, ticking up the Urza Saga, playing a land. Okay, they define a land, that's good. But look at the hand, it's just 2 Mox and Tendrils and 2 POs, literally 0 playable cards. Well, you could try. Maybe you could try at this point playing the Moxen. You never know. Maybe it resolves. I think that's something that I would try because
Yeah, see if
like,
you can bypass
why
both
not?
Chalice and Bauble. Yeah,
Exactly.
the last resort.
Yeah, what else am I gonna do?
It looks like cards like Fatal Push are gonna be super good in Sean's place, but we're missing access to Revolt, and we're facing, 2 powerful 3-drops. It's just really looking grim. So I
Yeah,
think the prophecy will come true here, and Javier will even the score.
for sure, especially drawing 3 more cards here. I think you just want to fire off everything that you have, like throw these Moxen in there, just get as much damage through as you possibly can. Can't quite make out the cards that we have in hand. I think it's just a couple of artifacts and a Mox.
Yeah, so lands not super helpful, but anything that's a spell is going to be useful.
That works. Gonna one of those, ping some damage, and we're gonna be doing that the rest of the game. That would be my guess.
Yeah, so let's see how much this will add up to. So another monolith. I think we're missing something to keep going here, which is a little bit funny.
Yeah, if you look at the board state, nothing that I would be expecting. We really need stuff to keep this going. Like,
Yeah.
you have a 1 ring, but still, I mean, you still need the draws that you actually are looking for.
There's actually a sweet version of this deck that even plays Kozilek's Command. It changes the mana base slightly to play Eldrazi Temple, and it also plays Kozilek's Command. You just have a little bit more these Fleshraker kills out of nowhere.
Makes sense. But we are still safely in the driver's seat, I would say. Just slamming in with these creatures here. Quickly read him to see how much damage is dealt exactly.
Yeah, getting in for 5 here, reducing Sean's life total to 9. Yeah, so there's this temptation to crack this Vexing Bauble, but I feel like that's playing with fire.
Yeah, I think if you have you know what's up. Like if you crack the Vexing Bauble, that's scary. You do have the Chalice left, so okay. You can see them just throwing another Mox into all these triggers. We just want to deal some damage extra. That's working out great. And I guess we just passed the turn. I don't think there's anything left that we can do.
Right.
He was hovering to the desert, but that doesn't work with the
I think he was
needle.
just adding a counter because an artifact was played.
No, he actually went for it. He realized,
okay.
no, I can't do that.
So wait, maybe the Tezzeret also only triggers when the artifact enters. But I could be wrong about that.
We did find a Fatal Push, but I doubt that's going to be good enough. I think Sean is now just considering, can I actually survive here? But I think you just need to try and slam down these Mox. And I mean, what else is he going to try and do?
Right. So here's Revolt.
Searching with the Urza Saga.
This is going to be Revolt active. So now we can get rid of the Crawler. And I'm looking at Javier's life total here, and I'm thinking about Tendrils of Agony. So we need to dome our opponent for 8, right? With the 1 ring help.
Yeah, that's probably why he kept the Moxen up to this point. Maybe we can get there.
Oh my god.
I mean, that would be insane.
With double Mox and Tendrils, we need 1 more spell?
We have the Fatal Push.
Okay.
I mean, is this going to happen?
I think Sean is doing it against all odds.
Yeah. I mean, I was already talking about, this game is over, this and that. But I mean,
was so sure we were going to see a game 3 and just get a little bit more airtime today.
For sure. looks like no, you. They want us to go home.
Black
The magic
Lotus is this, and I set myself up with Tendrils of Agony is a dead card. This could have been a 4th Eolingus.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no, that is not how I wanted to go out today.
Okay, we'll see if actually Sean is able to pull this one off. But I imagine if you're in Sean's seat and you actually win from this spot, I think you feel like you actually nailed it here, right?
For sure. Then that's a big confidence booster before the
Yeah,
before
for
the
sure.
finals. But let's
Sure.
not count the chickens before they hatch here.
Yeah. Well put, well put. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, just shuffling. I think we're shuffling extra hard here, just just
Yeah.
to get that luck inside the hand.
It's a good trick to buy yourself a little bit more time to think out about your next move.
Yeah, and to lower your heart rate, I imagine.
Oh boy.
And is Javier considering that this might be an option? I don't
Mm.
think there's much he can do about it.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. He only job is to finish this game as soon as possible in Javier's seat. And unfortunately, drawing 6 cards with the One Ring here. So that is, of course, a very, very desirable position to be in, but they haven't exactly delivered those 6 cards.
Yeah, and even if you don't finish him, he takes 3 damage from the One Ring.
Exactly. We
it's-
need to storm 4 here.
Yeah. So it's probably gonna work out.
So
Okay, Storm 1,
Mox,
Storm 2.
Mox.
Rack this for 3. Doesn't matter what mana we add.
I don't think so. I just imagine it's black.
That makes sense. Okay, Fatal Push here.
Pretty cool to get Revolt with the Black Lotus.
Yeah,
But I guess
that's
the rest
cool.
of Saga had that covered. But it
Yeah,
is pretty
but
cool.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so you can see Javier. He's getting a bit uncomfortable. I can understand because I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, what's happening?
Why are we
Why-
throwing Moxen into the
Yeah,
abyss?
Exactly, and especially you do it once and you can imagine like, yeah, okay, he made a mistake, but then no, I'm gonna immediately do this. Ooh, but this one, Mind Break Trap. That's
Mindbreak Trap
mean-
getting countered by your own Vexing Bauble, and here is the
Ooh,
punishment. I think this is
ooh.
10 to the dome.
yes, for sure. I mean, and good that Sean immediately caught it like, no, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Ooh, so we are counting. You can see them counting. And Javier is now probably just checking it. At this
So
point,
we need
I
to
want him
understand.
check everything.
I'm sorry for interrupting here. So
Go
the
ahead.
Lotus got tutored. That is not a storm.
No, for sure.
So 2 Moxen, push, Mindbreak Trap, and Tendrils. That's 10 to the dome.
Hmm. And we have the One Ring.
And there's a One Ring.
So I guess we put him to 1, and then
Yep.
in the upkeep, you just draw cards with the One Ring. And is there anything you can find
I-
that saves easy?
since this is not the Kozilek's command version,
Yeah,
there isn't
ins-
anything to
actually,
do.
Wow, insane! I was preparing for game 3. Right?
So was I. That was not in the script, but I'm really happy that we went off road for that one.
Exactly.
The mini tendrils to punch a ticket to the grand finals. That is exactly how I want to end my
Yeah,
my
this
day
is-
here at Eternal Weekend.
Exactly, and for us as well, this is really cool to finish up the stream in this way. Wow, what can I say, Andreas? The more I play Vintage and watch it, it is really growing on me. I
Yeah,
love this
yeah.
format to bits, and it's much more interactive than you would think. And there's so many decisions to be made. It's top-notch magic.
It
I
really
can-
is.
I can really see why you like it so much.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so many unique scenarios. So why don't we take a look at the updated bracket before
Right.
we pass the torch to
Exactly.
Julian and Callum for the grand finals?
Congratulations to Sean for being the finalist, flying over from America all the way to Europe, and he is in the finals. We don't know yet what the other match is, but I'm sure it's going to be a banger. It's going to be Pio Storm against another Lurus deck. Is that safe to say? Or Pio Breach does not play Lurus always?
PO Breach, I would imagine, is the deck that you played yesterday in the trios. So yeah, those would both be Lurus decks, but very different Lurus decks, right? So that's the other match we're waiting for, and I guess we have reached the end of the road for the two of us.
Indeed, we will be signing off for today. Enjoy the finals with Callum and Julian. We are looking back at a great tournament, and we will be back also for tomorrow for some legacy action. I hope to be a bit more of a bit of more use tomorrow.
No, don't
Because-
worry about it. You did great.
I did my best. Thanks everyone for watching. Enjoy the finals, and we will see you tomorrow.